Chapter 1 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1. Plunged in the depth of helpless poverty. A girl, woman alone, on Battersea Bridge, reading a letter in the December sunset. One of those mild autumnal afternoons which hang upon the skirts of winter. A girl in years, a woman in cares. Dark brown eyes set in a pale, sharply set face, mouth rosy and beautiful in form, but too firm in its lines to be altogether lovely in a woman. A girl whom the passers-by look at interrogatively, wondering that so much beauty should go alone, and so poorly clad. Her clothes are not common, but shabby, a black silk dress, that has once been handsome and fashionable, a black felt hat, trimmed with threadbare velvet, a sealskin jacket, worn bald at the edges, and dull with exposure to hard weather, gloves which indicate that to be gloved at all has cost the wearer a struggle, boots whose decay is no less evident than the symmetry of the slender feet they cover. She walks listlessly up and down the pavement of the bridge, just the one quiet promenade to be found in this neighbourhood, reading a letter from home, or the place which was her home 2 years ago. She has seen much of the world during these 2 years, in her own opinion too much, for she has seen not the fair and shining fabric in life's loom, but the ragged sleeve thereof. This is the letter which she reads, not once, but 3 times over, with deepest attention, as she paces up and down the quiet old bridge, while the sunset fades from the cold grey river, and from that Dutch picture of old red roofs and waterside shanties on the Middlesex shore, which painters have loved, and which the Thames embankment may perchance have blotted out by this time. Redcastle, December 11th, 1860 . My dear Sibyl, an event has happened which I think likely to exercise a wonderful influence for good upon all our lives. Stephen Trenchard, your mother's brother, the Uncle Stephen you have all talked about as children, and whose wealth was your poor mother's boast, has returned to England after nearly 30 years' absence, yellow, wrinkled and withered, and eccentric in manners and habits, but I think not unkindly disposed to any of us. He has taken a house at Redcastle, and is anxious to have his nieces about him, as he calls it. Marion has already exchanged the discomforts and deprivations of a parish doctor's household for the oriental luxuries of Lancaster Lodge. I dare say you remember the house, a square stone building with 2 tall iron gates, and 2 lodges within 30 yards of the hall door. Some people will have grandeur at the sacrifice of consistency. He seems, I mean your Uncle Stephen, to have taken a great fancy to Marion. I meet her lolling in his barouche, trying to look as if she had been accustomed to ride in a 300-guinea carriage all her life, and really doing it very well. Jenny has also been to see her uncle, but he thought her rough and uncultivated, and I fear that, with her present deficiency of manners, she has little chance of pleasing him. I have sent her to Miss Mercer's as a day scholar since Michaelmas, but as she will talk to the boys going and returning, I really think the change is doing her more harm than good. I have dined with Mr. Trenchard, and can assure you that the splendour of his table is something to remember. I don't pretend to be a judge of wines, though I could give you a lecture upon tannic acid, alcohol, and so on, experience to my mind being better than theory, and my opportunities of the rarest, but I know that after dining with Stephen Trenchard I felt as if my veins ran quicksilver. Well, my dear, I want you to have your chance as well as Marion, and I think the best and wisest course for you will be to beg a month's holiday from your employer, Mrs. Hazelton, and come to spend Christmas with your poor old Uncle Robert. No doubt if you do, your rich old Uncle Stephen will ask you to transfer your society to Lancaster Lodge, and then you and Marion will have equal chances. I dare say it will end by his asking one or both of you to live with him and keep his house. He has, I believe, something like £1 million to leave behind him, and you 3 girls are his nearest relations and his natural heirs. He has spoken very kindly of your mother. Let me know what Mrs. Hazelton says about a holiday. If a month is too much, you might ask for a fortnight. I should think it most unlikely that you need ever return to her. With such a man as old Trenchard for your uncle, and well disposed towards you, your teaching days ought to be over. Your affectionate uncle, Robert Faunthorpe. My teaching days, repeats the young woman, bitterly. He little knows that they were the height of luxury compared to what has come after them. The letter is addressed to Miss Faunthorpe, at Mrs. Hazelton's, 19 Lowther Street, Eccleston Square. It had been readdressed by a humble friend of Miss Faunthorpe's, in the person of Mrs. Hazelton's housemaid, who has enclosed the letter in an envelope directed to Mrs. Stanmore, at Mrs. Bonney's, 11 Dixon Street, Chelsea, an address which indicates a descent in the social scale from the semi-Belgravian gentility of Lowther Street, Eccleston Square. And how comes Miss Faunthorpe to be Mrs. Stanmore, while her affectionate uncle, Robert Faunthorpe, remains unaware of a transmutation which must needs have some influence, for good or evil, on his niece's future career? Marriage is one of those inadvertencies which can hardly go for nothing even in the easiest life. So Marion is exhibiting herself about Redcastle in a 300-guinea barouche, says Mrs. Stanmore, putting the letter in her pocket, while I have hardly shoes to my feet. I, who was supposed to be the handsome sister, and the clever sister, and the lucky sister, and I dare not show my face in Redcastle, not even if £500,000 of money is to be lost by my absence. To think that Uncle Stephen should choose just this particular time for his return, to think that he should return at all, when Marion and I made up our minds ever so long ago that he was little better than a myth, and was sure to have married a Begum without telling anybody, and to die in India, leaving all his money to horrid copper-coloured children. Lucky for Marion. Then, after a pause, leaving the bridge and entering the shabby street leading to Chain Walk, she continues her self-communing thus. What shall I say to Uncle Robert? Suppose he were to come to town, and call at Mrs. Hazelton's. He may have money now to pay for the journey. It was safe enough before. Poor Uncle Robert never had a spare pound, or ever wasted a shilling, except the shillings he had to pay for summonses because of being behindhand with the taxes. If he should come up to London, or if Uncle Stephen should be in town and call in Lowther Street, more likely that. Anglo-Indians are such active creatures. What am I to do? Thus disjointedly run her thoughts as she walks, very quickly now, along the narrow shabby street, past the fried fish shop and the pork butcher's, and the emporium for the second-hand goods, from a picture of the Holy Family after Raphael, very much framed, to a flat iron, or a pair of bluchers, the greengrocer's, also coal merchant, the cook shop, with its steamed, tarnished windows and reeking odour of boiled beef and stick-jaw pudding. That reminds me, Mrs. Stanmore says to herself, as the reek of cooked provisions salutes her nostrils. There's nothing for dinner. She pauses and takes counsel with herself. Her eye wanders from the cook-shop to the fishmonger's, thence ranges to the pork butcher's. Her election lies among these. Cambridge sausages are savoury, but dear, and Mrs. Bonney, the landlady, has a trick of overdoing all things entrusted to her culinary art. A pound of Cambridge sausages, reduced to grounds and grease, are hardly worth the shilling they cost. Boiled beef is expensive and weighs heavy. For a cheap relish, a zest which shall make bread and butter supply the place of dinner. Your fishmonger is your best friend. Mrs. Stanmore patronises the finny tribe. She selects an 8-penny haddock, dried and salted from the merchant's store, and carries it home with her, rolled up in brown paper. She stops at the cheap baker's for a half-quartern loaf, with which the bit over is not unacceptable. I wonder what Marion would think if she could see me now. she asks herself. Marion, who always complained of my pride and called herself the Cinderella of the family. Her Cinderella-ship never brought her so low as this. Home. Bitter mockery of a sweet word. She turns out of the shabby street into a street still shabbier, narrow, dirty, and out at elbows, yet at its worst not quite so bad as a modern street under the same conditions, for the red brick houses are substantial and roomy, and the worm-eaten oaken window frames shut out the wind better than the speculative builder's warped and shrunken deal. The house which Mrs. Stanmore enters is dark and gloomy. The wail of a fretful child sounds from the basement as she lets herself in at the street door with a convenient latch-key. A glimmer from the kitchen stairs is the only light visible, and to this glimmer Mrs. Stanmore seems to address herself. "I've brought home a haddock, Mrs. Bonney. Will you be kind enough to broil it at 6 o'clock? "Oh, very well," answers a querulous voice from unseen depths below. "You can put the haddock on the window-sill. I'll come and fetch it when I've got time, but I can't say nothink about it being done by 6, for me fire's got low after ironing." The parlour has gone out to tea. This last remark has a reproachful sound, as who should say, "You never spare me trouble by going out visiting." Mrs. Stanmore deposits the dried fish and ascends the dark, old-fashioned staircase, smelling of mice whose hurried scamper is audible behind the mouldering wainscot. One room, the first floor front, comprises Mr. and Mrs. Stanmore's share of number 11 Dixon Street. It is happily a rather large room, with 3 windows, provided with old-fashioned window-seats. The furniture is old like the house, worn and dingy, but solid furniture that has served several generations of housekeepers and a ragged regiment of lodgers. In the glow of a cheery little fire, the dim old room has a homely, not unfriendly look. The old tent bedstead has been pushed into the most obscure corner. There are 2 armchairs, with faded chintz covers, a sofa, large and ponderous. There is a round table opposite the wide old fireplace, and another table against the wall, surmounted by a japanned iron tea-tray of a bright red ground with a landscape in the middle, a rosewood tea-caddy, a pair of blown glass decanters empty, a family Bible, the landlady's, a ragged copy of Byron's Don Juan, and 2 odd duodecimo volumes of Tom Jones, in brown calf, the lodger's. Mrs. Stanmore lights a small paraffin lamp, takes off jacket and hat, and proceeds to prepare the evening meal. She has tea things and tea kettle to her hand in the roomy and mousy old closet behind the fireplace. Such a closet as is only to be found in old houses, large enough for 6 burglars to hide in, or a whole nursery of children to play in, and with all manner of odd corners and shelves, and perchance an inner cupboard lurking mysteriously in its panelled recesses. Mrs. Stanmore fills the kettle and sets out the tea things on the red japanned tray, and cuts a plate of bread and butter, and makes a round of toast deftly enough, though a year ago she was about the least handy of her sex in such small domestic offices. That stern schoolmistress, necessity, has taught her many things. How young she looks in the ruddy light of the fire, as she kneels on the hearthrug toasting that round of bread for the poor meal that is to be dinner, tea, and supper, all in one. For Mrs. Bonney's first-floor lodgers, how young and how pretty, every feature so daintily fashioned, eyes so darkly lustrous, colouring so delicate, young, and with much need of love and sympathy, of comfort and careful tendance. And so Uncle Stephen has really come home, richer than we ever made him in our dreams when we were children, and Marion is tasting all the pleasures his wealth can buy for her. Marion, whom I pitied so when I left her behind me at Redcastle. She might pity me now, from the depth of her heart, if she could see me. She might have written to tell me the change in her fortunes. Selfish thing. I suppose it is on account of my not answering her last 2 letters. Such stupid letters as they were, too, full of, "I hope you are free from cold, and I trust you are enjoying the nice autumn weather, and Uncle Robert's rheumatic gout." She lapses into deeper meditation, looking into a red cavern in the heart of the fire, forgetful of the toast, which hangs despondently upon the 2-penny tin toasting fork, shaped like Neptune's trident. meditation full of rue, for she has done the most foolish thing a woman can do, except one, which is to repent too late of her folly, and she is fast coming to that ultimate stage of foolishness, vain regret for an irrevocable act. She is still kneeling in front of the fire, absent-minded, absorbed, when the door opens, and a young man comes in, slowly, heavily, like one who brings no gladness with him, and has no hope of finding comfort at home. He comes quietly to the hearth, lays his hand upon Sibyl's shoulder, and addresses her not unkindly, but with little warmth in his tone. "Well, little old woman, brooding over the fire as usual. What's the matter now?" "Not much more than usual," his wife answers, without looking up. "You've had your customary look, I suppose?" she inquires after a pause, during which her husband has taken off his shabby overcoat and flung himself into one of the armchairs. "Yes, the wheel of fortune hasn't turned the other way yet. It revolves persistently, but always, like the planets, in the same direction. The immutable laws of bad luck are not to be abrogated in my favour. The fellows I wanted to see, butterfly friends of the past, who might lend me a fiver if I could catch them in the right humour, were all out. The situation I applied for has been given to somebody else. They had 139 applicants, the principal told me, and gave the berth to the applicant who dotted his I's with the nearest approach to mathematical precision. We take a man's handwriting as the physical expression of his mental bias," said the principal, "and what we want is precision. Now you know I never dot my I's at all, or if I do, the dot is so far from the letter as to make my meaning all the more unintelligible. So much for the clerkship. The commission agency we saw advertised turns out a do. Agent required to put down £50 as a guarantee of bona fides. I applied for an agency in the wine trade. Offered to a young gentleman moving in good society and able to push a new brand of champagne. But when the wine merchant saw me, he asked rather pertinently if I moved in good society in this coat. I told him I was a gentleman by birth and education, and knew some of the best people in London. Very likely, my dear sir, replies the great doctor, but you don't visit them. We want young men who dress well, and look as if they could afford to drink the wine they recommend. Men who have the appearance of wealth, with the unscrupulousness of poverty. Rather neatly put by our friend, the gooseberry fermenter, wasn't it? And you have done nothing, earned nothing, are no nearer earning anything than you were yesterday?" asked Sibyl, without lifting her eyes to his face. Yet the time was not a year ago, when to gaze upon that countenance seemed to her like reading a poem, when every turn of the handsome head, every sparkle of the dark eyes ever of uncertain hue, but always dark, was a thing to remember and dream about, when to watch him across a crowded room was quiet happiness, all sufficing for an exacting love, when to hear his voice, gay or grave, was sweeter than music. And now he sits a few paces from her, worn out, weary, dispirited, in sore need of comfort, and she cannot raise her eyes from moody contemplation of the fire. The difference is marked, the reason obvious. A year ago he was an undeclared lover. Today he is an actual husband. Then there was not a many-petalled flower which did not suggest the question, loves me not. Now he has loved her and won her, and they have essayed to sail along the river of life together, and found the navigation difficult. Ay, hard and bitter as that weedy swamp, through which Sir Samuel Baker's craft was toilfully dragged under Afric's torrid sky. "You couldn't give a neater definition of my position," replies Alex Secretan, otherwise Stanmore. He has striven to hide his destitution under an assumed name, just as his wife has kept the secret of an imprudent marriage by retaining a false address. Either mystery may be discovered at any moment, so various are the accidents of life. Don't consider me frivolous if I remind you that I haven't eaten anything since 8:30 this morning, and the perambulation of stony-hearted London is conducive to an inward craving. I won't call the feeling by so healthy a name as hunger. It's a compound sensation of sickness and emptiness. Is there anything to eat except bread and butter? It's a very nice thing in its way, but one comes to object to it on the same ground that Louis XIV's confessor took about partridges. Mrs. Bonney is broiling a haddock, replies Sibyl, listlessly. What good Catholics we are, keeping Advent all the week through. We had bloaters yesterday, and dried sprats the day before. All our days are ember days. Fish is the cheapest thing I can get, Alex. No doubt, but it generally entails after expense in the way of an extra half-pint of beer. No matter. Let Mrs. Bonney bring forth the haddock, exclaimed Alexis, applying himself diligently to the toast, which Sibyl had just buttered. She tinkles the bell gently as a polite hint to Mrs. Bonney. She dare not give a peremptory ring, as she might for a servant whose wages she paid. Mrs. Bonney, when letting her lodgings, professes to give attendance to her lodgers, but that attendance is scanty and yielded as a favour rather than a right. A lodger who wants extra luxuries, such as onion sauce with a shoulder of mutton, or fried liver and bacon for supper, must make things very sweet to Mrs. Bonney. An order for the theatre, or even an occasional tumbler of grog, has a mollifying effect on her disposition. The loan of a newspaper soothes her sensitive mind. The Stanmores are too poor to offer even these small attentions, and are sometimes backward in the payment of their rent, and thus receive stinted service grudgingly given. Sibyl pours out the tea languidly, and with the air of a person out of health. She eats a little bread and butter, but without appetite, and when the haddock appears at last, borne by a slipshod girl, Mr. Stanmore has that fish all to himself, Sibyl refusing any portion thereof. Alexis contemplates her pityingly, tenderly even. That haggard, sickly look in the delicate face touches him. Poor girl, how pale and ill you look. No appetite, too. That's a bad sign. I wish I could have brought you home something more tempting than this old finnan. A bird, a sweetbread, or something of that kind. I could not eat the most exquisite dinner that was ever cooked, Alex, so you needn't trouble yourself to regret that. But I do wish for something very much. What is it, darling? You ought to have every wish gratified just now. You would, if you had married a rich cheesemonger, or a wharfinger, or a packer, or a cotton spinner, or a brass founder. Anything except that lowest animal in the scale of creation, a broken-down swell. What is it, Sibyl? I want £10, Alex, she answers intently, her elbow on the table, her chin supported by her hand, her eyes upon his face, attitude and expression alike earnest. £10, my dearest? We have been wanting £10 ever since our honeymoon. Don't speak of our honeymoon, exclaimed Sibyl fretfully. It maddens me when I think how you squandered money that might have kept us in comfort for a year. My love, you are so easily maddened, remonstrates Alexis placidly. He has never been seen out of temper. I dare say it was foolish to go the pace quite as fast as we did, but you had never seen Paris, and April in Paris with the woman one loves is the nearest approach that I can imagine to paradise. You speak as if you had tried it often, says Sibyl with a sneer. Bah, child, a mere façon de parler. Do you remember our drives to the Cascade, in the balmy spring nights, when the stars were shining on the Bois, and how we used to sit in the lamp-lit gardens of the café, eating ices and making love? If ever we grow rich, Sibyl, we'll go back to Paris and have another honeymoon. But how about these £10, little woman? What can you want with £10? The young wife rises, glides behind her husband's chair, and leaning on his shoulder, whispers something in his ear, a something at which he smiles tenderly, sadly, and turning in his chair, draws the young face, so wan and yet so fair, down to his lips. By Jove, he exclaims, poor little woman, I am a brute never to have thought of it. You want to buy clothes for the poor little beggar who is to make his first appearance upon the stage of life, before the innocent lambkins have begun to bleat in the meadows, undisputed heir to his father's impecuniosity. The lower animals have the advantage of us, in that respect, by and by. The lambkins come into the world amply provided. You shall have the money, Sibyl. Yes, if I have to borrow, beg, rob for it, you shall have it somehow, even if I were driven to beg of my bitterest foe, ay, of Stephen Trenchard himself. His arm is round her, and he feels a start at the name. Don't be frightened, little woman. That's only a figure of speech. I never saw Stephen Trenchard in my life. and as to begging of him, there's nothing more unlikely, since he is, to the best of my knowledge, an inhabitant of the City of Palaces, otherwise Calcutta. He might have come back to England, Alex, without your knowing anything about it, suggests Sibyl. Aye, that might he have done easily, child, seeing that he is a very insignificant person in this big busy world, and that I know nothing whatever about him, except that he did me deadly wrong before I was born, and you were taught to hate him. Yes, verily, before I learned my catechism, I learned to hate Stephen Trenchard with a righteous and a godly hate, for was he not the falsest and meanest of men? And the Scripture does not forbid us to hate falsehood and meanness. If Eve had hated the serpent a little, humanity in general would not have gone wrong. Trenchard was like the serpent, a creature that crawled, a wriggling worm in the guise of a man. He wriggled and wormed himself into the fortune that should have been my father's. He wriggled and wormed himself into the heart of my father's first love. And he did all this wrong, deliberate wrong, mark you, basely conceived, the study of his days and nights with a smiling face, clasping his victim's hand in friendship all the while, so that no thunderbolt falling from the skies could have surprised my father more than the discovery that his arch-enemy was there, hiding under the mask of his humble friend. Alexis has risen and paces the room, fired by this memory of a lesson learned in earliest boyhood. As deeply as he loved his dead father, so deeply does he hate his father's enemy and betrayer. Sibyl watches him, thoughtful and perplexed. Of all things difficult to impossibility, nothing could seem more so than to reconcile her love and duty to her husband and her desire to win her uncle's fortune. End of chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Dean. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2. Given a 10-pound note which must be had. Query where to get it. A problem not over easy of solution for a man who has exhausted the generosity of those few friends who are generous, and discovered the hollowness of those numerous acquaintances who, not ill-natured in the beaten way of friendship, will do anything for a friend except open their purse-strings. A sharp December morning. The wind has changed in the night from southwest to due east, and there has been a light fall of snow, which is whitening the various and picturesque roofs of Chelsea, and hangs on the ragged elm branches on Cheyenne Walk. The river is dun color, the sky iron gray, as if the atmosphere were heavily charged with snow. Butchers' boys, cabmen, and those denizens of the street who seem to get through their daily round of labor with an ample margin of leisure for gossip and standing about at corners, look up at the darkened vaults of heaven and opine that there will be a heavy fall of snow before night. This is the cold world which Alexis Secretan faces, leaving his wife asleep in the old tent bed at number 11 Dixon Street. She has fallen into slothful habits of late, pleading as her excuse that there is so little to get up for nowadays. Certainly not pleasure or prosperity, not even so much as a new book to read. So does not that ragged old Don Juan, whose bitterest verses Alexis gloats over in his gloomiest moods, constitute with graceless Tom Jones the entire stock of literature in Sibyl Secretan's reach. 10 pounds. He faces the bitter blast blowing up the river from Plumstead and Woolwich and all the chilly eastern marshes, and seeming to concentrate its biting power upon innocent Cheyenne Walk. He faces the rasping wind moodily, puzzling out this insolvable problem, where to get £10. Where to get it? That is the only question. The how to get it has been settled from the beginning. He must borrow it. He has almost reached the lower depth of the hardy and habitual borrower. He has but to settle with himself upon whom he shall make his demand. For himself he might perchance never have stooped to borrow. He would have emigrated rather, and lived by the sweat of his brow in some new country where men are equal and poverty less than a crime, or, his heart failing him, he might have flung himself and his difficulties off Waterloo Bridge, and so made an easy end of them. But with a young and beloved wife dependent on him for daily bread, he has sacrificed pride and independence, manhood and honesty even. He sometimes thinks, and for the last 6 months has lived, a wretched hand-to-mouth existence, trying to get employment all the time, and occasionally earning a fortuitous £5 note, but supporting the burden of life for the most part by the aid of loans obtained from the associates of happier days. He is not a man upon whom so pitiful a position sits lightly, though, being gifted by nature with a peculiarly sweet and easy temper, he has a way of taking his troubles placidly, especially in the presence of his wife, and his railings at fate and fortune, though frequent, are philosophical rather than angry or vindictive. He is a man who, if nature's bounties are to be counted as a heritage, is not undowered, eminently handsome, of a noble presence, athletic, with a constitution to which illness and disease are unknown, with a voice that can soothe or charm, threaten or command, an eye that dominates man and the lesser animals alike, a quick, bright intellect, a wondrous power of endurance, that noble quality which in a horse would call stay, which in a man is perhaps the crowning characteristic of manhood. With such gifts as these, Alexis Secretan could hardly count himself ill-furnished for the battle of life. Unhappily, the old fairy story of the princess's christening gifts repeats itself more or less in every man's life. Among the numerous good fairies who were invisible guests at Alexis Secretan's baptismal feast, 2 evil fairies slipped in unawares. Those were poverty and unthrift. "I shall have little of this world's goods," said the first. "And he shall squander that little," added the second. This baptismal curse has been fulfilled. The only son of a disinherited father, Alexis has yet escaped the chastening influence of that sharp schoolmaster, poverty. His mother's fortune was enough to support father and son in luxurious idleness, and in a happy-go-lucky, easy kind of life in foreign cities, where life is cheaper, gayer, and brighter than at home. At 17, his father's influence was sufficient to obtain him a commission in a crack regiment. Father and mother died within a year of each other, and soon after Alexis had put on his epaulets, the remnant of his mother's fortune, the bulk thereof having been anticipated and made away with for year after year as necessity impelled, served to keep the young man going in an expensive profession for about 5 years, during which he had the good fortune to see some active service, distinguish himself by various displays of reckless daring, and obtain a captaincy. At the end of the 5th year he had spent the last shilling of his capital and was in debt. Knowing the impossibility of living on his pay, he sold out, and for some time, about a year and a half, contrived to live upon the proceeds of his commission, having thus sacrificed his military career to the necessities of 18 months' idleness, and to that miserable condition of a noble profession which makes it impossible that a gentleman should live by his sword. Alexis reviews the ranks of his acquaintances as he walks Londonwards. He has exhausted the bounty of his easy-going and, in some cases, open-handed brother officers. No hope of help there. His foreign education has left him without school friends near at hand. Honest Max or jovial Fritz of Heidelberg might advance him a thaler or a handful of Gaussian were they within reach, but their normal state is impecuniosity. There is but one source left undrained, Even in this depth of destitution he has not yet appealed to his mother's sole surviving sister, his Aunt Louisa, co-heiress with his mother of a rich Manchester manufacturer, and more fortunately married than his mother. Aunt Louisa is the wife of Dudley Gorsuch, barrister, in large practice, and member of Glassford in the Potteries, a self-made man, self-important, and worshipping rank and mammon, as the Ammonites worshipped Moloch. On this bleak December morning it occurs to Alexis that Aunt Louisa, being of his mother's kin, must have some green spot in her nature, some place in her heart accessible to softer feeling, were it but the size of a pin's point, and that he, her nephew, destitute and forlorn, ought to be able to find that place. He has dined at her house when he was a dashing young officer, well dressed, well surrounded, has been entertained bounteously by her, made much of, presented to her friends with some touch of pride, being verily a young man for women to be proud of in his prosperous days. At that happier time Aunt Louisa appeared to him worldly, but good-natured, hospitable, benevolent even. He is at the bottom of Grosvenor Place by this time, and has made up his mind to try Aunt Louisa. Mr. and Miss Gorsuch live in a street out of Grosvenor Place, too expensive a street for Mr. Gorsuch's means, which are larger in appearance than reality, but a fine house, in a fine neighborhood, is a standing evidence of wealth, and as such is worth all it costs. There are so many things in which prudent, careful people can save money, notably in their meals, and the food they give their servants, since these matters appertain to their inner economy of a household, and are secrets to the outer world. Miss Gorsuch pinches in all domestic details, even down to scouring paper. Mr. Gorsuch gives 3 state dinners in the season, supplied by Gunter, banquets of imposing appearance, but washed down with wines that range from half a crown to 4 and 6 per bottle. Alexis, fully aware of his broken-down appearance, is too wise to put forward his relationship as a claim to be admitted, despite the footman's suspicious look. He simply asks to see Mrs. Gorsuch, but he gives his real name, Mr. Secretan. He is left in the hall while the footman communicates with his mistress, whose voice is heard in the library at the back of the hall. She can hardly deny herself when I can hear her talking, thinks Alexis. She does not deny herself. The man ushers him into the library, a square apartment with a gloomy outlook and 2 pompous bookcases containing law books and a few of those classic authors whose works are more largely bought than read. A fire burns frostily and cheerily in the bright steel grate. Mrs. Gorsuch sits at the table with a row of tradesmen's books and a ponderous plated inkstand before her. She has been trying to reconcile discrepancies between the butcher's account of meat delivered and her own idea of the meat that ought to have been consumed. 3 pounds of rump steak sit heavily upon her soul. She cannot see how those 3 pounds of butcher's meat can have been honestly eaten, and she is haunted by the image of an all-devouring policeman, or those bloodsuckers, the cook's relatives. She is a little dried-up-looking woman, with stiff bands of light auburn hair, pepper-castored with gray, a brown merino gown, a pinched-looking lace cap, and a double-eyed glass attached to a chain which glitters in the rosy light of the fire, as she turns to look at her visitor, glass in hand. "Alex!" she exclaims. "Good heavens, what a change!" She saw him last as a guest at one of her state dinners, elegant, prosperous-looking, with the easy, self-assured air of a man certain of success in life. She sees him now reduced to the lowest ebb in the tide of man's existence. He comes to her as a beggar, mendiancy in writing on his face. "Yes, there's a marked decadence from the young man about town, is there not?" he replies. "You see the brand which destitution stamps upon her children. I have fallen very low in the world since I used to come to your swell parties. You were very kind to me in those days, aunt. Miss Gorsuch winces, knowing so well what is coming. So kind that I have made up my mind to sue for a small kindness today. It goes against the grain, but before we talk about kindness, Alexis, perhaps you will be good enough to explain how you have sunk to this absolutely disreputable condition, asks Miss Gorsuch, looking at her nephew's boots. The easiest thing in the world, answers Alexis with agreeable recklessness. I have spent all my money and have not yet acquired the knack of earning more. He sees, dimly, that there is little to be hoped from this flesh and blood of his, and that placid despair, which is his normal condition, enables him to take things easily. "Earning?" echoes Aunt Louisa, with a bitter sneer. "It isn't in any of your race to earn the bread they eat. My father made his fortune by honest industry. Your father thought he honored our family when he exchanged his landless gentility for my sister's 30,000 pounds. Poor Maud! It was a lackless day that brought him across her path." "Reserve your pity, Aunt Louisa. My mother's married life was a happy one. I can bear witness to that." "Happy!" exclaims Miss Gorsuch contemptuously. "Was she in society?" This question she evidently considers unanswerable. Alexis respects her opinion and makes no reply. "Can you compare her position with mine?" "Certainly not. You have a handsome house in a fashionable street, a bishop for your right-hand neighbor, an earl on your left. You have the orthodox establishment of a lady and all the cares that accompany it. My mother lived a roving life in some of the loveliest places of this earth, and she had no servant but the maid who waited on her when she was well and nursed her when she was ill and loved her dearly always. My mother's society consisted of few friends who were faithful to her through all changes of fortune. Those do not count, of course. No, she was not in society, but perhaps when you and she compare notes as to your earthly experiences in a wiser world, you may find that the balance has been more evenly adjusted than you can suppose now." Miss Gorsuch has hardly heard him. Her mind is troubled by a grave doubt. "I hope you did not tell the butler that you are my nephew," she says anxiously. "I had too much discretion for that, and now, aunt, not wishing to intrude myself or my boots," he has perceived her uneasy glances at those patched offenders against the decencies of life, "upon you longer than is absolutely necessary, I will come to the point. Will you lend me or give me 10 pounds? If fate is against me, you may call it a gift, but if fortune favor me, it shall be repaid tenfold. I needn't tell you how badly I want money. My appearance testifies to my necessities, but it is not for myself that I am a beggar. It is for my wife, soon to become a mother." "What?" almost shrieks Miss Gorsuch. "Married? Without income or profession? You have linked yourself to some unhappy creature?" "Yes, we have taken the liberty to unite our destitution. If the worst comes to the worst, the same pan of charcoal that serves for one will accommodate the other." "Your impiety shocks but does not surprise me," says Miss Gorsuch. "Such sinful imprudence could hardly be found in a man of religious principles. No, prudence and piety generally go in double harness. Well, aunt, I have my answer. You won't lend or give me the money?" "In the first place, I have not such a sum to lend. Mr. Gorsuch's position demands the expenditures of our income. We are never in debt," with a shudder, "but we have never anything to spare. I have had to strain every nerve in order to pay our annual contribution to the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts. And you have nothing left for a starving nephew at home. Even if I were in a position to advance you this money, which I repeat I am not, I cannot see that your condition would be materially improved by the loan. Where would you be when the money is spent?" "Exactly where I am now. The money is not for myself, but for my wife. I should not touch a sixpence of it." "Who was this unfortunate young woman when you married her?" "Will you lend me 10 pounds?" asks Alexis, ignoring the question. "Sadly to be pitied, poor creature, whoever she is. Some young person of inferior position, I dare say. Will you lend me 10 pounds?" "I have already told you that I have no such sum at my disposal, Alexis." replies Mrs. Gorsuch, and then hesitantly, reluctantly extracting a coin from a plethoric-looking Russia leather purse, she adds, "If half a sovereign will be of some small assistance—" "It won't," answered her nephew abruptly. "I dare say I could make as much in a day by sweeping and crossing, and I shouldn't feel myself so degraded as if I took the money from you. Good-bye, Aunt." He has opened the door before he concludes, and Aunt Louisa endures agonies for the rest of the day, fearful that the butler, or man-of-all-work, heard that last address. Remorse for her treatment of her nephew troubles her not at all. "He cannot say that I sent him away empty-handed," she reflects. "I offered him half a sovereign." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Angela Dean. Chapter 3 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Dean. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3. Alexis Secretan turns his back upon the solemn responsibilities of Tubal Street, Grosvenor Place, sick with anger and despair. He is angry with himself rather than with his aunt. He loathes himself for having invited such humiliation. "I ought to have known her better," he muses, "a woman who gives showy dinners and cheap wines, and talks of her friend the Duchess of Land's End, or the Countess of Johnny O'Groat. A woman whose name appears in the subscription list of all the orthodox charities, just under the nobility, and who never keeps a servant 6 months. And yet she is my mother's sister, of the same race. My mother, whose nature was all kindness, and with whom to give was as natural as to breathe." He stands at Hyde Park Corner, indifferent to the east wind and the falling snow. Fine, small snowflakes that lie unmelted where they fall. "Now, which way shall I turn myself in search of a friendly soul?" he asks. He turns southwestward, perhaps to escape that biting easterly blast, and walks toward Brompton listlessly, hopelessly, walking fast to keep himself warm, but with no settled purpose. Past the Bell and Horns Tavern, he stops and looks up at one of the houses in the high road, a house with a front garden, or railed enclosure which courtesy calls a garden, a snowy parallelogram in which flourishes 4 melancholy bushes like dwarf cypresses in a graveyard. The house is neat and bright-looking, and a bill in the parlor window announces that apartments are to be let within. Alexis opens the gate as if familiar with its structure, goes up to the door hesitantly, knocks, and asks to see Mr. Plowden. He is ushered forthwith into the back parlor, where a man of about his own age, pale and thoughtful-looking, sits by an indifferent fire painting a map. A pile of unpainted maps and battered old tin paint boxes and brushes lie on the table before him. The thin white hand travels dexterously, rapidly, over the paper, leaving a delicate line of color behind it. The map painter looks up at Alexis, brush in hand, surveys him from head to foot, wonderingly, then drops the brush, full of color, on the map. "Captain Secretan!" he exclaims. "Is it possible?" "It is true, at any rate," answers Alexis, holding out his hand, which the other grasps affectionately. "Theoretically impossible, perhaps, but absolutely true. Just wash off that splash of cobalt, Dick. I shouldn't like you to spoil one of your maps on my account." "I'm so glad to see you," says Richard Plowden, dabbing the map with a sponge rather nervously. "I was afraid you'd quite forgotten me, and that we should never see you here again, either as a lodger or a friend. However, here you are, and I'm heartily glad to see you," poking the dingy little fire vigorously, and then holding out his hand again to Alexis. "But I'm afraid things haven't been going so well for you as they ought. You look poor." interjects Alexis. You're not far out. Poverty and smallpox are unmistakable diseases. You can see them in a man's face. Before you say another kind word to me, Dick, I must tell you the truth, the naked, unpleasant truth. I come to you as a beggar, knowing how hard you work for every shilling you earn, knowing what a good fellow you are, good son, good friend, good Christian. I am mean enough to come here and ask you to help me. The worthless drone appeals to the honest, independent bee. So far as I can help you, replies Mr. Plowden, with undiminished kindliness, I am at your service. You were a profitable lodger to my mother, and a kind friend to me. It isn't many gentlemen in your position who would have condescended to associate with a lame invalid who gets his living by painting maps. I know those evenings when you used to come and smoke your pipe down here were some of the happiest in my life. He walks about the room as he speaks, drags a chair to the fireside for Alexis, takes a loaf of bread, a bottle of anchovies, a pat of butter, and a bottle of ginger wine out of the chiffonier, spreads a napkin and arranges this temperate refreshment on one side of the table, pushing his maps and color box to the other. He walks lame, but is active and hearty notwithstanding. Do you suppose I should have spent many evenings with you if I had not found your company pleasant, Dick? Says Alexis lightly. I found that you had read more and thought more than any fellow of my acquaintance, and it was refreshing to me to hear your ideas upon all manners of subjects. Then I flattered myself that you liked me, and were pleased with my talk of the gay world, above all, about that stage that you love so well and see so little of. Do you remember how we used to discuss the actors of the day, Dick, and settle how Shakespeare ought to be interpreted? Do you think I can ever forget? Says Richard Plowden. I've not so many friends that I can afford to forget one who was first to tell me I had a mind. Do you know, Captain Secretan, that I've had the impertinence to write a book since then? Do peg into those anchovies, Captain, and don't mind cutting the knobs off the loaf. I like crumb as well as crust. A book, Dick? An essay on the genius of Shakespeare? Nothing quite so ambitious or so unlikely to sell. A geography for schools on a new system. It is not published yet, but I have reason to believe that it will be, and that I shall make a little money by it, so you may have less compunction in borrowing £1 or two. Dear old Dick, exclaimed Alexis, who had been doing ample justice to the anchovies and bread and butter, and warming himself with a glass of ginger wine. Unhappily, it is not a question of £1 or two. I want £10. Richard Plowden's countenance falls. It is not that he would measure his friendship, but £10 is an awful sum. If I can ever repay it, I will, and with interest at a more than usurious rate, but it is almost a mockery to talk of repayment in my present condition. Richard limps to the chiffonier without a word, takes out a little japanned cash-box, unlocks it, and extracts therefrom a £5 note and 5 sovereigns. I had the money ready for the Christmas rent, he says, but you are welcome to it. We shall be able to rub along without it, I dare say. What pinching and deprivation this rubbing along process would cost, Alexis can pretty well guess, for he has seen how the widow Plowden and her son live at the best of times. He takes the money with a faltering hand and turns away his face to hide the tears that disfigure it, the first that he has shed since he wept for his mother's death. Presently he grows cheerful again, resumes his seat, finishes his luncheon, and then tells Richard Plowden the story of his decadence, an unvarnished tale which his humble friend hears with the deepest interest. If you could put me in the way of earning a few shillings a week by any kind of labor, however humble, you would be doing me a greater favor than you have done me this day, and yet, knowing your circumstances as I do, I feel as if you had given me 10 years of your life instead of £10. Richard Plowden promises he will turn the matter over in his mind and see what he can do, and so the two young men part as firm friends as in the days when Miss Plowden's first-floor lodger, the dashing young captain, was the object of her son's affectionate admiration, his ideal of all that is noble and splendid in manhood. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Angela Dean.
Chapter 4 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. Had the chance been with us that has not been. Alexis speeds homeward joyously, elate as if he had conquered fortune. He has borrowed money from a social inferior, and yet does not feel humiliated. That interview with Richard Plowden had cheered him wondrously. The patient, gentle soul, working at monotonous task-work in a gloomy back parlour, with no outlook save blank wall and cistern, working uncomplainingly, nay, even cheerfully, has read him a lesson. There must be work for a strong, healthy fellow like himself, when a cripple in a back room can earn his living. Alexis begins to think he has tried life at the wrong end, that in striving for some shabby, genteel, reduced gentleman's occupation, he has overlooked those lowlier and less sophisticated avocations which offer themselves to every honest man. We'll emigrate as soon as the little woman is strong enough for a sea voyage, he tells himself, and I'll turn shepherd on the Australian downs. Sibyl receives him with an eager look, full of questioning. She is sitting on the hearthrug as he comes into the room, in her favourite attitude, looking into the fire, her ruffled hair golden in the ruddy light, her eyes heavy with thought or care. His elated aspect tells her that he has been successful. She rises and runs to him, trembling with anxiety. "Have you got the money?" "Yes, Sibyl. Of all my friends, the one who could least afford to lose it was the only one to lend it. Here it is, little one. You must make it go a long way, for it has cost me sore humiliation." "It was lent grudgingly, then?" "No, but it was refused heartlessly by the wrong person before I hit upon the right one. Make the most of it, my love, now you've got it." His wife takes the little parcel of money from his hand slowly, looking downward and without a word. "You are pleased, little woman?" "It was very good of you to try so hard," she answers in a low voice. She begins to busy herself about her husband's dinner without another word. This evening she gives him half a pound of rump steak, an unwonted feast, at which his soul rejoices. "I am faring sumptuously today," he says, as she sits opposite to him, pouring out the tea with a listless, absent air, which he takes for physical languor. "I've had a superb luncheon already." All that evening Sibyl is unwontedly silent, and Alexis, not caring to describe his interview with Mrs. Gorsuch, had not much to tell her after he has related Richard Plowden's generosity. He has recourse to the tattered leaves of Don Juan, and sits sniggering over his favourite passages, and feeling as if he and the poet were both outside the human race generally, and could afford to ridicule and despise it. He sallies forth early next morning, despite the snow, which now clothed the land as a garment, and goes straight to Brompton to have another cheery talk with Dick Plowden, and to inquire whether that back-parlour philosopher has hit upon any method by which he, Alexis, may earn his daily bread. Richard is hopeful. He has an uncle engaged in a large shipping agent's office, an uncle who would have obtained employment for Richard himself had Richard's legs been more serviceable in active life. To this uncle, Mr. Sampson Plowden, Dick writes a long letter, setting forth his friend's capacities and desire for employment, and, armed with this recommendation, Alexis speeds to the offices of Messrs. Keel and Screw, in a narrow alley out of Fenchurch Street. He sees Sampson Plowden, an active little elderly man, who asks if he can write a good hand, and if he is quick at accounts. Alexis asks for a sheet of paper and writes a few lines in a clerk-like hand, taking care to dot his i's this time, and then volunteers to solve any arithmetical puzzle that Mr. Plowden likes to set him. Well, I'll take your word and Dick's as to the bookkeeping, replies Mr. Plowden. We employ a good many clerks, and sometimes have to send one to Australia, which makes a vacancy. The next time this occurs, you shall hear of it. The junior clerks are in my department, and it's in my province to engage or dismiss them. I'll bear you in mind, Mr. Stanmore. If you could send me to Australia, hazards Alexis, glowing with hope, it would suit me admirably. Well, well, that would be a matter involving much consideration. However, you shall hear from me at the first opportunity. This is not much, but it is something, for Mr. Plowden looks like a man who means what he says, and Dick has given him a high character for integrity and kindness of heart. Alexis plods homewards, cheered and sustained by sorrow's pole star, hope. He lets himself in at number 11 Dixon Street, the door being on the latch, and goes upstairs, prepared to find Sibyl in a brighter frame of mind than usual, busy at her needlework most likely, the lamp burning, the hearth swept, the evening meal set out with neatness which lends its charm even to poverty. The room looks curiously blank and dreary as he enters it. The fire has gone out, cheerless sight, with that white world outside and the thermometer below freezing point. There is no tea tray, no white cloth on the table, no lamp burning. The dusk is just light enough to show him that the room is empty, and that no preparation has been made for his refreshment. He goes back to the landing and calls over the balusters to his landlady. "Has my wife been out long, Mrs. Bonney?" "She went out just before dinner time," screams a voice from below. Dinner time with Mrs. Bonney means 1 o'clock. She has gone to buy things, I dare say, thinks Alexis. Gone to London, most likely. She ought to have been home by 4:30, though, if she went as early as 1. "Did she leave any message, Mrs. Bonney?" he asked, calling over the balusters again. "No," replies the landlady curtly. "She didn't leave no message, but she took a carpet bag." "A carpet bag," repeats Alexis with a puzzled air, as he goes back to the blank cold room. What could she want with a carpet bag? To bring the things home, perhaps, foolish little thing, as if a parcel wasn't lighter to carry than a carpet bag. He gropes for wood and coals in the bottom of the roomy cupboard and lights a fire, patiently, toilfully, not unskilfully, with hands which have learned many offices unknown to the elegant Captain Secretan. He is dispirited by his wife's absence, but not angry. That placid, easy temper of his is full of tenderness and indulgence for the little woman, whose brief married life has been so full of care, who approaches the mystery of maternity under such sorrowful conditions. He lights his fire, brings out a loaf, a starveling slice of cheese, and some small beer in a bottle, and sits by the hearth to eat his meal in the firelight. As he eats and drinks, his eyes wander thoughtfully around the firelit room, jets of flame flashing and twinkling on the wainscot. Not a bad old room by any means, he thinks, if one had just enough money to live in it comfortably. He fancies that in Samson Plowden's friendship he has found a clue that shall extricate him from the maze of adversity. How happy Sibyl and he might be in this humble old room, were he but employed as clerk at Messrs. Keel and Screws, with a salary of, say, 30 shillings a week. Not an ambitious desire, surely, in a young man whose family history is set forth with some flourish in Burke's Landed Gentry. I shall have something pleasant to tell the little woman when she comes home, at any rate, thinks Alexis, as he sips the flat 4-penny ale, put carefully away after last night's supper. A pert little flame spurts out of a knob of coal just at this moment, brightening the whole room, and Secretan's eye, wandering idly as he muses, is attracted by a spot of white upon the sideboard. "A letter, by Jove!" he exclaims. "Who the deuce can have written to me, when not a mortal knows my address?" He rises, listlessly, apprehending no advantage from the letter, lights the lamp and goes over to the sideboard. The letter is from his wife. Dear Alexis, the misery of the last few months has opened my eyes to the sad truth that it would have been far better for both of us had we never met, or had we been wise enough to defer our marriage till we had some settled means of living. What am I but a burden to you? How many situations there are in which you could get your living were you alone and unfettered, while I could at least return to the dull drudgery of teaching, and escape the pinch of absolute poverty. Do not think me cold-hearted, dear Alexis, when I tell you that I am weary of our continual struggle, and that I have resolved to end it by an act which may provoke your indignation, but which, I feel assured, will result in your advantage. I set you free from the burden of a wife, whom you have found it too bitter a task to support. You have rarely uttered a complaint, but I have seen despair in your face often enough to learn that it has settled in your heart. Without me, you may begin the world afresh. Apart from you, I shall have opportunities of prosperity as Miss Faunthorpe, which I could never have as Mrs. Secretan. If my lot changes, and fortune smiles as I dare to hope it will, you shall hear of me. And even if you blame me for a separation which your anger may call a desertion, I believe at least that in severance as in union I shall be ever your true and loyal wife, Sibyl. Alexis reads and rereads this letter, like a man who has lost the power of understanding his mother tongue, and pores over familiar words as though they were the hieroglyphics of an Assyrian inscription. So cold, so heartless, so deliberate. His heart sickens at the thought of such cruelty. In all his adversity, with starvation staring him in the face, he has thought of his wife as part of himself, has never considered the responsibility of providing for her as doubling the difficulty of existence, has never for a moment remembered that life might be easier to him without her. He has been sorry for her, has thought of her deprivations, her endurance, but of the burden upon himself, never. All hopes and dreams of a happier future have centred themselves in her. To win a brighter home for her, to surround her with comfort, has been his one ambition. Reckless as his marriage was, he has never repented it. Fettered hand and foot, as he has found himself by that ill-considered act, he has never wished the tie loosened. He stands with the letter in his hand, repeating the words to himself incredulously. It must be a jest, a trick, to test his love, anything but the base and bitter truth. He puts the letter in his pocket at last, goes downstairs, and penetrates the sacred domain of Mrs. Bonney, namely the front kitchen, which is at once the parlour or living room, where Mr. Bonney, employed as a railway porter, tastes the sweets of domestic leisure, and the apartment in which Mrs. Bonney cooks for her lodgers. The back kitchen makes a cheerful bedroom, and in summer-time, when Mr. Bonney trains scarlet runners over the window, enjoys a rustic outlook. Alexis is received somewhat coldly by Mrs. Bonney, that lady being intent upon frying sausages for the railway porter's evening repast, and resenting all intrusion upon her private domain on principle. He questions her closely as to the mode and manner of his wife's departure, but she can tell him no more than she has told him already. Mrs. Stanmore went out between 12 and 1 o'clock, carrying a small carpet-bag. I shouldn't have known anything about it if I hadn't happened to meet her as I was fetching of the dinner beer, our Marion being washing, and no one else to fetch it. Did she say nothing to you? Not a word. She just gives me a nod in her offhand way, and walks on. That is all. Alexis goes upstairs again, heavily, slowly, and paces the deserted room. By and by he pauses before a rickety old chest of drawers with brass handles and locks, opens a drawer and finds it empty. It is the drawer that contained his wife's poor remains of a wardrobe that had never been richly furnished, a few undergarments, a collar or two, and so on. These she has evidently taken with her. Nothing could have been more deliberate than her departure. Presently a curious idea occurs to him, improbable, but it takes a strong hold upon him nevertheless. Has she gone to make away with herself? And is this heartless letter of hers a tender device to save him the pain of knowing that she had been driven by despair to suicide? This seems to him more likely, more natural, than that the wife he loves can desert him, can, with coldest calculation, barter love and truth against the chances of prosperity. What those chances are he knows not. He is so ignorant of his wife's family and surroundings as not to know that Sibyl Faunthorpe is the niece of Stephen Trenchard. Why he is thus unenlightened is a question that can only be answered by retrospect, and will be best answered in Sibyl's own words. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. Sibyl Faunthorpe's Diary. Lowther Street, November 14, 1860 blank. I suppose to keep a diary is about as foolish a thing as anyone can do. Waste of time in the present, and self-abasement in the future. I dare say I shall hate myself when I read over these pages in years to come, and see what a stupid creature I was at 19 years of age. However, I am driven to scribble about myself and my feelings for want of anything better to do in the long, lonely evenings when the children are gone to bed, and Mrs. Hazelton is out, and I have the dreary schoolroom all to myself. I used to read any novel I could find lying about downstairs and bring it up here for an evening, till Mrs. Hazelton found me out and forbade it. Novels, my dear Miss Faunthorpe, she preached, are the worst possible reading for a young woman in your position, enervating the mind, weakening the logical faculty, which in your brain, I regret to say, is sorely deficient. I felt inclined to ask her why she reads novels if they are so injurious. She has a knack of reading one's thoughts, and answered my objection before I could give it expression. For the head of a household, who must always have some portion of care and anxiety, novel reading is an innocent relaxation, but the instructor of youth should employ her leisure in widening her circle of knowledge. The books in the study bookcase are quite at your service, Miss Faunthorpe, whenever you like to avail yourself of them. And then she sailed out of the room to go to a dinner party, dressed in maroon velvet and old Brussels lace, and looking very handsome for an old woman. She must be 45 at the least. Perhaps I ought not to complain of my bondage, for I might be worse off than I am. Mrs. Hazelton is fond of preaching, but she is not unkind to me. She has no grown-up daughters, and whenever she has company, I am asked down to the drawing-room to play and sing, and make myself generally useful, and as she has a good deal of company, this happens tolerably often. Luckily, music is my strong point. When Mrs. Hazelton is in a good humour, she takes me for a drive in the park, and I see the world and hear what is going on. I go to a fashionable church with the children on Sundays and Saints' days, and am altogether much better off than in my Uncle Robert's poverty-stricken household in dull old Redcastle, where I knew no one worth knowing, and where life is only another name for vegetation. I am sure the cabbages in Uncle's wretched kitchen garden had quite as much enjoyment of life as Marion and I, more indeed, for they had sunshine and perpetual idleness and bees and butterflies buzzing and skimming about them, while we had old house linen to patch and darn, and the tradesmen's books to puzzle over, and Jenny to teach and mend for, and scold, and puddings to make, and buttons to sew on from January to December. I think there never was such a man as Uncle Robert for wrenching the buttons off his shirts and pushing his toes through his socks. So at the worst, though I have to grind French, Italian and German verbs in a mill all the week through, and listen to those wretched children strumming Kalkbrenner's exercises 3 hours a day, I am better off than Marion. I have £40 a year to spend upon clothes, and I see a great many nice people. Mrs. Hazelton boasts that she only knows the best people. I am no tuft hunter, my dear, she tells me, when she is in one of her expansive moods. You will see very few titles in my card basket, but the people I know belong to some of the best families in England. December 3rd. Such a tiresome, dreary week. Mrs. Hazelton has dined out 4 evenings out of 6, and now on the 5th she has taken off the children to see the new actor at the Haymarket. I am sorry there won't be room for you in the box, Miss Faunthorpe, she said with her chilly politeness, after I had been toiling for an hour helping moisten the children's maid to tie Lucinda's ribbons and brush Laura's hair, and sew on a tucker for Magdalen. So here I am at 7:30, my hearth swept and my fire made up, as solitary as an old maid with a small annuity. I have been down to the study and chosen a couple of volumes, the best I could find in a Dryad's dust collection of antiquities, The Citizen of the World, and a volume of The Spectator, but I don't feel equal to reading either. It suits my present humour better to scribble my complaints against fortune in this ridiculous book of mine. What a lucky woman Mrs. Hazleton is, married to a wealthy Indian judge, and left a widow 6 years ago with an ample fortune, too old to care about marrying again, but not too old to be admired and made much of by her friends, her children young enough to be kept in the schoolroom for the next 4 years. Impossible to imagine a more independent position. What a contrast between her fate and mine. I have never known what it is to have my own way, and yet when I was a child I thought I had only to be grown up in order to taste all the sweets of life. Perhaps that was because of the nonsense people talked about my good looks. I can fancy no greater misfortune for a girl in my position than to be brought up with the idea of being a beauty. When I was a little thing, people were always drawing comparisons between Marion and me, to Marion's disadvantage, and before I was 12 I knew quite well that I was the pretty Miss Faunthorpe. Even old Hester, who never had a civil word for me at the best of times, used to feed my vanity with her taunts about my pretty face and my uselessness. Handsome is as handsome does, she used to say, by which I knew very well that she thought me handsome. Then came school, and I was set up as a beauty, and courted and petted by one half of the girls, and detested by the other half, and nagged at by Marion, who was set against me by the disagreeable comparisons people were always making between us. What was the consequence of all this? I grew up with the idea that as soon as I left school, some rich young man, handsome and agreeable into the bargain, would fall in love with me at first sight, and that I should be married in grand style at the parish church, 6 bridesmaids and ever so many carriages and pairs, before the admiring eyes of all Redcastle. I came home to Uncle Robert's dull red house prepared for conquest. Life would be like a fairy tale. Some fine summer morning the handsome young prince would appear, and I should be raised at once from Cinderella's obscurity to Cinderella's high fortune. Foolish creature that I was, I used to lay awake at night telling Marion the grand things I would do for her when I was married. "Where is the prince to come from, Sib?" she asked me once, rather maliciously. "You know there are not above 3 such young men in Redcastle. Young Taylor, the lawyer's son, Mr. Lacey, the biscuit manufacturer, and George Pinsford, the coachmaker." "Biscuit manufacturer!" I exclaimed. "Do you suppose I would marry a low tradesman? Aren't they the county families, stupid?" Well, here I am, after 2 weary years' home life with Uncle Robert, who I must say is the dearest old thing in the world. Here I am, nearly 20, and no nearer finding the Prince of Fairy Law than when I left Miss Worry's establishment for young ladies at Kilmorden after 3 years' experience as a pupil teacher. Here I am, a poor drudge of a governess, at just £10 a quarter, thankful for being asked down to the drawing-room, where my beauty goes for very little. All Mrs. Hazleton's friends have found out by this time that I am only the governess, and have left off asking one another who I am, as they used to do at first, with some show of interest. I sing or play, and someone who has been chattering the whole time says languidly, "Very nice, really. Thank you, Miss Faunthorpe." And I sit in the angle between the back drawing-room fireplace and the window curtain for the rest of the evening, watching and listening, with no more part in what is going on than if I were at the theatre. Let me look in the glass and see what this lauded beauty is, which has brought me so little luck. A small straight nose, very sharply cut, a short upper lip, under lip a thought too full, teeth good, chin round and dimpled, face a perfect oval, eyes darkest brown, the sort of eyes which I believe are usually called black. Hair dark brown, with a tinge of gold where it ripples, the colour usually called chestnut. Present expression, discontent, and a tendency to ill temper. I have given up that foolish notion of a rich husband, but I sometimes indulge in another daydream, perhaps just as foolish. What if my rich uncle, Stephen Trenchard, were to come home, take a fancy to me, and leave me a fortune? Such things have happened. I remember how my poor mother used to talk of her brother Stephen, the Indian merchant, and of the ship that was coming home to bring her ease and comfort, and which never came. Will the ship come home for me, I wonder, now that my poor mother has been lying 10 years in her quiet grave? December 13th. The most wonderful thing has happened, the most unlooked for, the most extraordinary. My heart beats so fast at the mere thought of it that I am almost breathless as I write these lines. My hand trembles, and the letters look blurred and dim before my eyes. I have seen the son of Philip Secretan, my Uncle Stephen's deadly enemy, the man whom he supplanted in the affections of a weak old father. For surely any father must be weak who would disinherit his son in favour of a dependent, the man from whom he received the injury that lamed him for life. How often have I heard my mother tell the story, always putting her brother's conduct in the most favourable light. He was honest, indefatigable, steady, a favourite clerk in the firm of Secretan Brothers, Manchester merchants. He fully deserved the unexpected fortune that came to him, while Philip's dissipation and extravagance were justly rewarded by disinheritance. Yet somehow, in spite of poor mamma's special pleading, my sympathy was always with this unfortunate Mr. Secretan. He saw his father's wealth pass into the possession of his father's confidential clerk. I once asked mamma what kind of man this Philip Secretan was. She told me that she had only seen him once in her life, but that he impressed her as being remarkably handsome and a perfect gentleman. And now I have seen his son, Captain Secretan. He was at Mrs. Hazelton's party last night. I had no idea who he was till afterwards. He was standing before the fireplace in the back drawing-room, when I went back to my corner after singing Porgy and Moore, standing with his back to the fire, talking to old Colonel Seisman. He is tall and strong-looking, and has, to my mind, a most beautiful countenance. I never called a man beautiful before, and I dare say I shall laugh at the expression when I read over this stupid diary some day, but I cannot call his face less than beautiful. It is such a noble face, with just the grand look I could fancy in Achilles. I was reading Pope's Iliad to the children this afternoon, and I thought of Captain Secretan every time Achilles spoke. It seemed to me almost as if I could see him, standing up before me, confronting Agamemnon. He is dark, with boldly cut features, a good-humoured expression about the mouth, and a somewhat dreamy look in the dark grey eyes. I have seen handsomer faces, but none that ever interested me as deeply. He is a man I should believe in with all my soul if he were my friend, a man I should lean upon as on a rock of defence if he were of my kindred. But he is nothing to me, and I am hardly likely to see him again. Mrs. Hazelton spoke of him at luncheon today as a foolish young fellow who has sold his commission, and whose future career must be disastrous unless some distant relations were to die and leave him their property. As a rule, distant relations are not so obliging. She spoke with her reverential tone of his family, which is one of the oldest in Hampshire, although his grandfather was a Manchester merchant, and she informed me that his first cousin once removed is a baronet, Sir Douglas Secretan, with a large estate in somewhere or other. I wonder whether I shall ever see him again. December 30th. I have seen him again, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. 3 times in Mrs. Hazelton's drawing-room, 3 times in the park, when I was out walking with the children, and once in Desmond Street, when I had gone out alone to post a letter. I dare say it was very wrong, and that I shall be ashamed of myself when I read over this dreadful diary, but when Captain Secretan asked me whether I ever walked in the park with the children, I said yes, and when he asked me what time, I said between 3 and 5, and after that, when he asked me if I ever went out alone, I told him yes, sometimes, just before 5:30, to post my home letter. How kind he is, how clever, how interesting, and how well we seem to know each other, though we have only met 7 times. There is evidently no association for him in the name of Faunthorpe. This is only natural, as my mother did not marry till some years after her brother's quarrel with Philip Secretan. How much I regret now that I did not learn the exact particulars of that quarrel. I have only a vague idea of the circumstances, but from what my mother told me, I know that although Philip Secretan was the sufferer, my Uncle Stephen was as vindictive as if he also had been injured. Perhaps the injurer is sometimes more angry than the injured. My mother always declared that her brother was innocent of guile or wrongdoing from first to last, but now I know Mr. Secretan's son, I feel still more inclined to side with my uncle's enemy. He, Captain Secretan, has told me the history of his life, his careless happy youth spent abroad, with a father and mother whom he idolized. He was educated at Heidelberg, came from Heidelberg to Woolwich, to an army tutor, joined his regiment at 20, and sold out after 5 years' service a few months ago. He has now all the world before him, he says, and has only to choose a career. He is energetic and clever, and can hardly miss success in anything he may attempt. How changed our walks seem, now that there is always the chance of meeting him. As I see him coming to meet us along the wintry avenue, the familiar scene seems to grow beautiful. The sun shines brighter, the birds break out into singing. They may have been singing before, perhaps, and I too absorbed to hear them, but it seems as if they began a glad chorus at his coming. I did not think that winter afternoons could be so beautiful. The calm, still air, the blue-grey sky, the black tracery of the tall elm trees against the yellow sunset. He told me yesterday that his father would have been a rich man, but for the treachery of a friend whom he had loved and trusted. A cold, sick feeling came over me, just as if the treachery had been mine, and I had suddenly come face to face with my victim. The only lesson my father ever taught me was to revile that man's name, and to carry my hatred of him to the grave. An evil lesson for a kind-hearted man to teach, he'll say, but for all that, I don't believe there ever beat a kinder heart than my father's. I can easily believe this. Kindness and sweet temper are Captain Secretan's chief characteristics. A bright good humour which cheers one like sunshine. A way of looking at life on the pleasantest side, which would inspire hopefulness in the most dismal mind. I know how low-spirited, discontented and wretched I was growing just before I knew him, and how changed and brightened life seems to me now. The children dote upon him, and are as pleased as I am to meet him in our walks. He talks to them about all their small pleasures, and is able to interest himself in their ideas much better than I, who spend my life with them. Sometimes he paces up and down the broad walk with the 3 girls hanging about him, telling them one of the fairy tales we all know so well, and he has a way of giving a new charm and interest to the old stories, while his little touches of modern slang come in here and there with the funniest effect, and set us off laughing till the tree-tops seem to shake with our laughter. "How odd that we should meet you again today, Captain Secretan," cried Magdalen the day before yesterday, when we found him at the entrance of the broad walk. "Not at all odd if you insist on coming this way, little one," he said. "This is my afternoon constitutional. But if you very much object, I'll take the other side of the park." "Oh, no, no, please, come always," shouted the 3, and then they asked for Cinderella, Captain Secretan's modernised Cinderella, whose ball dress was made in New Bond Street, and whose cruel stepmother had a box on the 2nd tier at Covent Garden. It was yesterday afternoon that I met him in Desmond Street, a dreary, drizzling afternoon, which made me think the sooner the year came to an end, the better. I had been feeling rather depressed and disheartened all the morning. The children had all gone to a morning performance of the pantomime at Drury Lane, and I had the day to myself, as Mrs. Hazelton graciously informed me. I don't think leisure is an unalloyed good for those who have few pleasant thoughts to brighten their solitude. I sat mending my clothes and thinking about Captain Secretan. My thoughts were not happy ones. I was shocked to find what a hold this stranger had taken upon my mind, and how difficult it was for me to think of anyone else, or to imagine my life without him. Yet I knew that he was nothing, and never could be anything to me. Poor, but proud, and of good birth, moving in what Mrs. Hazelton calls the best society, he will naturally select a woman of fortune for his wife. He is handsome, agreeable, has many gifts which distinguish him from the common run of young men, and will have no difficulty in making an advantageous marriage. Of an obscure little pauper like me, he would never think seriously for a moment, unless his thoughts were dishonourable, and I know him and trust him well enough already to wager my life against that. What has he to do with me then, or I with him? Absolutely nothing. We are only fooling each other by this friendship, which is so sweet to me, and which must needs have some charm for him, since he takes the trouble to cultivate it. Better for both of us that we should see each other no more, or only upon the public stage of Mrs. Hazelton's drawing-room. I will tell him so, seriously and honestly, the next time we are alone together for a minute or two, while the 3 girls march on before us. This doesn't often happen, for I think Lucinda is more deeply in love with the captain than— What was I going to write? than a girl of 12 ought to be. This is the lecture which I read myself yesterday while I worked at that tiresome mending. All my Christmas quarter salary will go for a black silk dress, as I must have one good and fashionably made gown to wear downstairs. I wanted so much to have sent Uncle Robert a little present, and I should have liked to buy Marion a winter hat, but that is out of the question. Shall I have my dress made with flounces or a trained skirt? It was dark when I went out to post my letter, dark and wet and uncomfortable, and there was nothing farther from my thoughts than the idea of meeting Captain Secretan between Lowther Street and the post office, though I am bound to confess that the captain himself was not very far from my thoughts. I had posted my letter, and was coming away from the office, when a tall man, looking very big in a great rough overcoat, crossed the road and came towards me. I knew him in a moment, but a strange shy feeling came over me, and I walked on ever so fast, pretending not to know him. The street is quiet and lonely, and I heard his footsteps hurrying after me. "Do you always walk like a sporting pedestrian when you are alone, Miss Faunthorpe?" he asked, coming by my side. I started a little at the sound of his voice, although I knew so well that he was there. Yesterday was one of my nervous days, I suppose. I said something about its being such a disagreeable evening. "Yes," he answered, with his good-tempered laugh. "The old year is making himself as obnoxious as he can, in order that we may not regret him. It is rather unpleasant weather. You dislike this drizzling rain, I dare say. I rather like it, for it reminds me of grouse shooting in the Highlands. I was even going to ask you to take a little walk around Eccleston Square before you go back to your schoolroom." "I couldn't think of such a thing," I answered sharply, feeling that the proposal was an impertinence. "Couldn't you? Then it wasn't right in me to propose it, I suppose," he replied placidly. "And yet I should be so glad of half an hour's quiet talk with you. It's very nice telling the children fairy stories, but rather a hindrance to conversation. Well, we'll postpone the walk round the square till we've pleasanter weather and you know me better. Do you know I have been thinking of you so much in the last few days?" Had he? There must be something sympathetic in our thoughts then, for he has never been out of mine. We had turned into Lowther Street by this time, and I was weak enough to be glad that it is such a long street. I would not have gone 3 yards out of my way with him if the happiness of my life had depended on it, but there was no harm in letting him walk as far as Mrs. Hazelton's door with me. "Yes, I had been thinking about you a good deal, Miss Faunthorpe," he said, after a pause. "I have been thinking what might have happened if I had been a rich man and free to follow my own inclination." This was telling me plainly that he was neither rich nor free. Can you guess what I fancied would have happened in that case? No, indeed. I thought it just possible that I might have been tempted to ask you to be my wife. He waited for my reply, but I was dumb. I felt choking, and could not find a word to answer him. "What would you have said in that case?" Some diabolical counsellor suggested a flippant answer instead of a serious one. "Isn't your question rather like Lord Dundreary's?" I asked. "If you had had a brother, do you think he would have liked cheese?" "I see," he said, with a disappointed tone. "I am not to expect a serious answer to a hypothetical question. I dare say you are right, Miss Faunthorpe. In all life's delicate questions, women are always wiser than men." I thought that he had taken the easiest way of telling me that his circumstances forbade him to think of marrying me. In that case, I said to myself, he has no right to waylay me as I come from the post, and I tried to feel very angry with him. "So you didn't go home to spend your Christmas holidays?" he said presently. "Home? Do you suppose I could afford to travel to Yorkshire and back for a week's pleasure? Besides, I have no real home. My sisters and I are dependent on my uncle's bounty, and he is only a parish doctor who finds it a hard thing to pay his butcher and baker. I was determined to let him know how poor I am, and how wise he has been in coming to the conclusion that I am no wife for him." "Poor little thing," he said compassionately, and his pity did me good somehow. It did not gall as most people's pity does. "Poor little girl," he said again, after a few moments' silence. "An orphan, and sent out into the world to bear the burden of servitude and all ill usage that patient merit from the unworthy takes. One would suppose that you could hardly be worse off than you are at present." This was not very cheering, but I said nothing. We were near Mrs. Hazelton's door by this time, and yet we had been walking slowly. Any change would be for the better, one would think, he said musingly. A change that would give this poor little waif a sworn protector and defender, a husband pledged to toil for her and cherish her. But a poor husband, a man at war with fortune, bah! I'll tell you what it is, Miss Faunthorpe, he burst out suddenly. With your lovely face, you ought to make a brilliant marriage. So I was told when I was 16, said I. But I'm almost 20, and the fairy prince in the shape of a rich husband hasn't appeared yet. You wouldn't despise an eligible opportunity of exchanging Mrs. Hazelton's schoolroom for a house in Kensington Palace Gardens, I suppose? You have a feminine inclination for fine clothes, servants with powdered heads, carriages and horses, and a box at the opera? I am human, and I don't pretend to be superior to the weaknesses of humanity, I answered, feeling that I was making myself intensely disagreeable. He provoked me somehow, by his nonchalant manner of discussing my position and prospects. Luckily we were quite at the door now, and I was able to beat a retreat before anything still more unpleasant had been said upon either side. Good afternoon, Captain Secretan, I said. It must be good-bye, he answered. I am going into Norfolk tomorrow for a month's shooting. I felt as if he had said that he was going to Australia, but I only answered, Oh, in that case, good-bye. And so we shook hands again, and then he lifted his hat and went away, while I gave the bell a good sharp pull that ensured its being answered promptly. I don't quite know whether I like him or hate him, but whichever feeling it is, it must be rather strong of its kind, as I cannot get him out of my thoughts. I am inclined to think that it is hatred. What could be more disagreeable or humiliating than his way of speaking about me before my face, as if I had been miles away? Poor thing, poor little waif. I grow hot and red when I think of it. January 14th. The year is just a fortnight old. There has been snow, but bright, clear weather, a blue sky and sunshine. We walk in Kensington Gardens every day, and meet him every day. He makes the 3 girls run races with their hoops, he being umpire, and during the race he and I are able to talk without restraint. He only stopped 4 days in Norfolk. He told me that the shooting was very good, but that he was bored to death after the 2nd day, and yet it was in a pleasant country house that he was staying at, according to his own account. There was to be a ball the very day after he came away, but he did not care to stay for it. Curious man. My black silk dress has come, and is a great success. I dread to see the dressmaker's bill, as I have only reserved a sovereign for the making, and I am afraid she will charge me something nearer 3. The dress certainly fits to perfection, and is beautifully finished, the trimming simple but of the best quality. At home, Marion and I used to make our own dresses, but after going nearly out of my mind for a week over piping cord and buttonholes, I always felt myself a dowdy at the last. Mrs. Hazelton has a dinner party tomorrow. Captain Secretan is coming in the evening, and I shall wear my new dress. Have I made up my mind yet whether I like him or hate him? Yes, I do neither. I love him, love him, love him. There, it is written at last. Foolish old diary, how I shall despise you and myself some day when I read over this wretched page. January 16th. Such a delicious party last night. Captain Secretan was the first person I saw when I slipped quietly in at the back drawing-room door. He was watching the door, and those dark eyes brightened at the sight of me. I sang to him, I played to him, I talked to him, the party was all him. The rest of the people were only the medium through which I saw him, or they were like trees in a landscape, and he the living figure in the foreground. I know he likes to talk to me, and to hear me sing or play, but I wonder whether he loves me. February 3rd. It has come at last. He has asked me plainly, straightforwardly, anxiously, earnestly, to be his wife. He has told me that he is poor, that he is living just now on the money he got for his commission. He has nothing else, but he has youth, health, and strength, some talents, and he is willing to work. With a wife whom he fondly loved, he would have a motive for beginning a new career. I am such a happy-go-lucky fellow, he said, in his bright, cheery way, that I can hardly bring myself to put my shoulder to the wheel for my own sake, but if I had you to work for, Pat, I should slave like a Goliath. I don't like to remind him that the Philistine soldier was more remarkable for strength than industry. He made me say yes, and promise whatever he liked. How could I resist him when I love him so dearly that the lightest touch of his hand makes me tremble? And there seems to be more pathos in his voice than in the tenderest phrase of Mozart's. He is so straightforward, so candid, so noble. He wanted to take Mrs. Hazelton into his confidence immediately, so that I might be married very quietly from her house. "We have nothing to wait for, darling," he said, "unless we were to wait till I have made a fortune, which would mean at least 6 years of severance. Just the brightest, happiest years of life sacrificed to a sordid scruple, an unworthy doubt of Providence. If you love me, Sibyl, you will not talk of waiting." "I should like to be wise and prudent," I told him, "but your impetuosity carries me along like a torrent." "Love is a torrent," answered he. "Do not oppose so poor a thing as reason against its sacred might." I entreated him to say nothing to Mrs. Hazelton. An idea had occurred to me which made me hesitate, even with my lover's hand clasping mine, as to the wisdom of yielding to his prayer. I remembered a strange fact which had slipped out of my mind lately. I remembered that Alexis Secretan is the natural inheritor of his father's hatred, the natural enemy of my rich uncle Stephen Trenchard, the uncle from whom I have been taught to expect a fortune. If I marry Captain Secretan, I surrender all hope of favour from my uncle. I begged Alex, he has taught me to call him Alex, to say nothing to Mrs. Hazelton yet awhile. I wanted time to think. After all, this hope of fortune from my Uncle Stephen may be only a dream, vain as that idea of a rich husband with which I used to delude myself when I was a schoolgirl. On the other hand, I have the knowledge from my poor mother that my uncle was a very rich man 20 years ago. I have the knowledge from his last letter to my Uncle Robert, enclosing a £20 bank bill as a present for Marion and me, and that he has never married and has no intention of marrying, that he looks forward to returning to his native country in a few years and making the acquaintance of his nieces. Too good a chance in all this, surely, to be thrown away. It would be rather a bitter thing for me to see Marion chosen for her uncle's heiress, while I was left a pauper. What am I to do? How am I to choose between Alexis and the possibility of a large fortune? Prudence suggests that I should only pledge myself to Alexis on condition that our marriage shall be deferred for some years. We are both young, we can afford to wait a few years, and yet have a good deal of the brightness of life before us. My Uncle Stephen is an old man, older no doubt at his age than men who have spent their lives in Europe. Whether I am to inherit any portion of his wealth is a question that must be decided in a few years. I must tell Alex that he must wait. If his love is real and earnest, it cannot be lessened by time. February 5th. I have told him my decision. Vain, hopeless, to talk of reason with a man whose inclination is his only law. He tells me that if I really cared for him, I could not propose dreary years of separation. My statement that I have rich relatives, who may leave me money if I marry to please them, and are sure to leave me nothing if I marry without their consent, fell on ears obstinately deaf to reason. Love like this is worse than a torrent. It's a maelstrom. Prudence, reason, worldly wisdom are mere straws in a whirlpool. I must see him no more. February 7th. I have seen him again. Poor Alex, he looks so unhappy. How sweet to know that I have such power over him. I, to whom he seemed such a far-off creature 2 months ago. Is the chance of fortune worth such a love as this? February 8th. Stephen Trenchard may live to be as old Pa, and leave his money to the asylum for idiots, after I have sacrificed youth and love and all that is sweetest in life to this sordid hope of fortune. February 9th. A hopelessly wet day. I have seen him walk up and down the street 3 times in the rain. I know his dear umbrella. February 11th. In the Broad Walk again yesterday. It is all settled. I am to give Mrs. Hazelton a month's notice tomorrow. Our agreement is a month's notice on either side, in the event of my proving inefficient, she said. Not in the event of my not liking the situation. Oh dear no, of course not. I am so agitated that I can hardly write. This day month I am to have my boxes packed and go quietly away in a cab at 10 o'clock in the morning, drive to the station and deposit my luggage, and then meet Alexis, with whom I shall drive back to the quietest little church in Ecclestonia, where we are to be married. No witnesses but the pew opener and the clerk, no announcement in the Times. The secret of our marriage kept from everybody who knows us, at the outset at any rate, so that if Stephen Trenchard dies in India, a likely thing after all, I may still inherit my share of his fortune. Dear old Uncle Robert is such an easy-going man that as long as I tell him I am comfortably situated with my employer, he will never put himself out of the way to know more. He has not an acquaintance in London whom he could ask to call upon me at Mrs. Hazelton's. There is no such isolation as poverty. I have arranged with Jane Diamond, the under-housemaid, about my letters. She will receive any that come to Lowther Street for me, and post any that I send her to be posted. I have given her quite a heap of things, the weeding out of my wardrobe, and made her my friend for life. March 11th. Tomorrow is to be my wedding day, a fearful day on which hangs all my life to come. Will the future be blessed or accursed for tomorrow's vows? I wish Marion and Uncle Robert could have been with me. It would all have seemed more real. I remember my foolish fancies, my castles in the air, the grand wedding at which I used to see myself figuring as chief performer, my white satin dress and Brussels flounces, the carriages, the favours, the crowd, Mendelssohn's wedding march, the joyous peal of bells. Those bells are sounding in my ears tonight. Tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. Before noon tomorrow I shall have ceased to be Sibyl Faunthorpe. My name will be Sibyl Secretan, name of all others most abhorrent to my uncle, Stephen Trenchard. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lena Emsley. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. The Elite of Redcastle. Redcastle is a country town. It is not a manufacturing town, or a seaport, or a garrison town, or a settlement in any manner designed to be of wide and general use to society. It exists for itself alone, and is exclusive to a fault. It is on the high road to nowhere. Erase it from the map of England tomorrow, and nobody but its own inhabitants would be the worse off for its evanishment. It produces nothing but elderly people with limited incomes, and scandal. For the cultivation of this last article, Redcastle is like a mushroom bed in a cellar, a dark corner of the land in which fungi abound and flourish. It is not a bad town in which to enjoy a brief span of repose from the turmoil and bustle of the industrial and commercial world, the world of labour and pleasure, profit, loss and pain. Not a bad old town in which to dream away a joyless, painless old age. But to live in Redcastle, to bound one's hopes within its brick-and-mortar confines, to regulate one's life by its petty proprieties and narrow creed. Heaven pity that wretch to whom destiny flings the lot of life-long bondage in Redcastle. It is a clean old town. Scarcely in laborious Holland, where the servant-maids scrub the chimney-pots and pipe-clay the gutters, would you find a cleaner. A rainy day, which makes mud and slush in busier places, only washes down and renovates Redcastle. The one wide street, with its massive old brick houses, square and strong and substantial, the historic gateway, which divides the one street into two, below Bar and above Bar, and the fine old Coach and Horses Inn, where seldom coaches or horses are seen to stop, the inn, which save for the mildest indulgence in billiards and brandy and soda among the youth of the town, seems to exist rather as a part and parcel of Redcastle, an institution essential to the honour and glory of the town, than for any commercial purpose, since it appears morally impossible that the establishment can be self-supporting. All these are the pink of cleanliness. The pretty little minster, more architecturally perfect than many a grander fane, looks as if it were kept under a glass shade. The market-place presents on off-days a broad expanse of spotless pavement, blinking and smiling up at the sun. The turnpike road on which Redcastle lies is one of the best in Yorkshire.
The narrow lanes and by-streets leading up to that broad stretch of common land known as Redcastle Woods, apparently for the sole reason that it is barren of anything taller than a hazel bush, are innocent of mud or smoke. The scanty suburbs of the town present a sprinkling of smallish houses, for the most part uninteresting of aspect, but all scrupulously clean. Those modern edifices, the Wesleyan Chapel, the Independent Chapel, and that Masonic temple, the Athena Lodge, are of whitest freestone, with shining windows and hearthstone steps embellishing their classic porticos. Redcastle, producing nothing and offering no attraction to visitors, is naturally not a wealthy settlement. The rich inhabitants of Redcastle can be counted on the fingers of a single hand. Yet there is perhaps no town in England in which respect for wealth is more deeply implanted in the human mind. It is a saying of the profane that twopence halfpenny will not consort with twopence in Redcastle. But this is not a true saying, for more than it worships wealth, does Redcastle worship appearances, and if A with twopence can put on the semblance of threepence, he shall assuredly be held higher than C, who lacks the art to obtain as much out of twopence halfpenny. The elite of Redcastle, that is to say, persons of fixed income or established professional earning, ranging from 8 to 1800 per annum, live within a narrow circle. The houses immediately below Bar and the houses immediately above Bar shelter the aristocracy of the town. Below Bar, grave old red-brick houses of the early Georgian period, roomy and comfortable within, respectable of aspect without. Above Bar, houses of a more modern date, stone facades, French windows, porches, verandas, larger gardens, and ostentatious stabling, rarely used, save for the accommodation of a pony chaise, like one of Falstaff's buck-baskets. Within this charmed circle, in the largest of the stone-fronted houses above Bar, resides Colonel Stormont, who enjoys the privileges of retirement and half-pay, cheered by the society of his wife and family, the family consisting of a grown-up son and 2 grown-up daughters, who, of various views upon other questions, are at one in the opinion that Redcastle was called into being for their especial behoof, and who regulate their conduct by that idea. Colonel and Mrs. Stormont take the lead in Redcastle society. Their names are at the head of the croquet and archery club, which blackballs everyone who is suspected of having once had a cousin connected with trade. They are chief patrons of the assize and Masonic balls. They sanctify the more chaste and classic of the Redcastle concerts with their august presence, or at least Mrs. Stormont allows her name to grace the list of patronesses and add a lustre to the programme of the evening's harmony. If St. Cecilia had come back to life again, she could hardly have been in more request among the concert-givers than Mrs. Stormont, who scarcely knows Mozart from Offenbach or Beethoven from Brinley Richards. To offend Colonel or Mrs. Stormont would be to be at war with Redcastle, and it is doubtful if anyone so unfortunately placed could continue to reside in the town. He would be obliged to depart, exiled by that awful ban, like Ovid from Rome or Dante from Florence. In the large stucco-fronted house with the Norman turret resides Mr. Marlin Spike, the great shipbuilder of Crampston-on-Tyber. Mr. and Mrs. Spike live with some splendour, but a self-contained kind of life, not conducive to wide popularity. They receive very little company. Their names grace the subscription list of no local charity. They patronize no local entertainment. They attend no Masonic or benevolent hall. They are negatively great, and will be remembered when they are dead for the many noble deeds they have not done. After the Stormonts and the Marlin Spikes come the professional classes below Bar. Mr. Jewson, the chief local solicitor and vestry clerk, Dr. Mitsand, an elderly man of some distinction, being one of the army surgeons who endured and ameliorated the miseries of the Crimean War, Mr. Groshen, the banker, Mr. Farrer, the curate, and a few others whom it is needless to particularize. On the outskirts of the town reside 3 or 4 gentlemen who derive their income from houses or lands, are more rustic in their bearing and attire than the inhabitants of the citadel, and in a general way give themselves airs, as affecting to belong to the county families. Afar off, in the various fastnesses, isolated, inaccessible, unapproachable, live the county families. A few of them are on visiting terms with the Stormonts, Dr. Mitsand, and the clergy of Redcastle, but they regard the town otherwise as a depot for groceries and draperies, and a centre of radicalism for the lower classes. Their big family landaus with tall, slab-sided horses and brass harness pervade the street on fine afternoons. Their sons trot briskly through the quiet town on hunting mornings in well-worn pink. They turn out occasionally for a concert, and take care to testify by loud talk and laughter among themselves, and a supercilious contemplation of the rest of the audience through eyeglasses, that they hold themselves as creatures apart from the townspeople. Within 10 miles of Redcastle is that thriving seaport, Crampston-on-Tiber, famous for shipbuilding, rope-making, linseed crushing, sugar baking, and general exportation and importation. Crampston has noisy, bustling streets, miles of quays, labyrinths of docks, drawbridges that arrest the pedestrian at every turn, so intersected is the land by narrow inlets of water. Crampston has very little society, in the Redcastle sense of that word, but it has commercial activity, the vigorously throbbing pulse of active and useful life, name and place and power in the world. The word of Crampston, branded on bale or packing case, is familiar in Buenos Aires or Sierra Leone, in Pernambuco or Timbuktu, while the name of Redcastle is hardly known out of the post office or British gazetteer. Among the elite of Redcastle, the archons, the equestrian order, Robert Faunthorpe, surgeon and parish doctor, has no place. The elite give him good day when they meet him trudging toilfully above or below bar, or trotting meekly along one of the lanes on his unkempt pony. Good, easy-going little man, ever ready to help the helpless to whom he ministers, often squeezing a shilling or a sixpence out of his ill-furnished purse, where he feels that drugs alone are of no avail. Kindly gentleman though he is, the elite of Redcastle cannot recognise him as a member of their order. He lives in a shabby red house at the fag end of town, grooms his pony, digs in the garden, keeps one old woman servant of eccentric aspect. He takes snuff inordinately, perhaps it is his only consolation, and the normal shabbiness of his clothes is enhanced by the process. His existence is altogether unorthodox. He is beyond the pale. True that he has reared 3 orphan nieces, the children of a brother who died penniless 10 years ago, and it is hardly to be supposed that this act of benevolence has not cost him as much as the maintenance of a groom and gardener. But Redcastle cannot recognise these small charities. They judge a man as they judge his house, by the front which he presents to the world. They would recognise the groom and gardener as elements of social status. They smile gently at the idea of the 3 orphan nieces as a harmless eccentricity of that eccentric little man, Dr. Faunthorpe. Happily, Robert Faunthorpe, M.R.C.S. and doctor by courtesy, is of all men the last to regret that social heaven to which he has never ascended. He sees Colonel and Mrs. Stormont, Dr. Mitsand and Mr. and Mrs. Groshen revolving in their orbits as he sees the planets, and envies them no more. The idea that they do him any unkindness by not inviting him to their dinner parties, by not extending the hand of friendship to his fatherless nieces, never enters his mind. He is so simple-minded a little man that he is content to go his way and let others go theirs. An eccentric, evidently, as Redcastle opines. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lena Emsley. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. Drifting into Haven. It is a soft, calm evening early in April, and Dr. Faunthorpe's shabby old house is as much brightened by the westering sunlight as it can be brightened by anything less than the 3 coats of paint for which its worm-eaten woodwork has been languishing for the last 20 years. There has not been a £5 note expended upon the repair or the beautification of Robert Faunthorpe's house within the memory of the oldest inhabitant of Redcastle. It is scrupulously clean, and that is the best that can be said of it. There is a small garden in front, where flourish those homely perennials which demand little care and no artificial nutriment: lupins, Canterbury bells, flags, London pride, polyanthuses, primroses, and wallflowers. Behind the house there is a long strip of ground where the surgeon cultivates cabbages and potatoes, leeks and pot-herbs, leaving only 2 narrow borders for floriculture. Happily there are ancient rose-bushes in these neglected borders, rose-bushes from which Beauty's father might have gathered those large, red, cup-shaped cabbage roses that grow in a child's picture-book. The borders are edged with box, tall and thick, box that has been growing for a century. The low red walls, crumbling into hollows where the birds have pecked at the brickwork, crowned with dragon's mouth, stonecrop, and houseleek, would be delicious in a picture, and are not unlovely in reality. At the bottom of this long narrow garden there is a patch of ground set apart for the benefit of Scrub the pony, upon which grow purple-flowered tares, 3 crops in a 12-month sometimes. Within, the house has a certain air of homely comfort. The shabby old furniture has that well-worn look, which in some wise endears goods and chattels to their owners. Beeswax and labour have done their best to brighten and beautify the ancient mahogany bureaus, the clumsy walnut-wood bedsteads and tables, made at a time when walnut-wood was almost as cheap as deal. Cracked old jars and bottles of common blue delf adorn the tall, narrow wooden mantelpieces. Curtains of watered marine, once crimson but faded to a tawny brown, drape the deeply recessed windows of parlour and surgery. The rooms are spacious but low, the ceilings sustained by massive beams painted black. The walls are for the most part panelled, and the panelling has been painted a dingy pink or a dirty drab. To keep this panelling spotless is the old servant's anxious care, and much house flannel and soft soap are expended thereupon to Dr. Faunthorpe's aggravation, that good easy man having no passion for cleanliness in the abstract. A wide stone passage leads from the front door to the half-glass door opening into the back garden, thus letting light and air through the old house. A clumsy mahogany-framed barometer, a row of hat-pegs, and a faded map of England are the only furniture of this passage, or hall, as a modern house-agent would call it. A roomy, solid old staircase, with shallow treads and ponderous balusters, leads to the upper chambers, which are numerous and of fair size. To the right of the front door is the parlour, on the left the surgery. Behind the surgery is the best parlour. Behind the everyday parlour is the large stone-paved kitchen. For this house, with its acre of garden, Dr. Faunthorpe pays £20 a year. So there is some saving of house rent in residence at Redcastle, if your soul aspires not after any higher state than comfortable vegetation, and you are content to inhabit the inferior end of town. Dr. Faunthorpe paces his front garden on this calm April evening, smoking his pipe. He is a smoker as well as a snuffer, and finds solace in tobacco after his daily round. This is his hour of rest and leisure. True that it may be broken in upon at any moment by some sudden call for his services, but his regular daily labour, his measured grind at life's mill, is over. He prefers the small front garden for his evening pipe to the larger ground at the back, first because he is to the fore if wanted, and secondly because his house being on the high road, it is just possible that something may go by, vehicle or passenger, to the enlivenment of his leisure. He is meditative and silent, but not alone. His niece Marion, a tall girl with wavy light hair and a pre-Raphaelite figure, stands in a listless attitude by the gate. His niece Jenny, an overgrown girl of 12, with a very short frock and stalwart legs, encased in brown worsted stockings, is watering the flowers, and making as much mess as it is possible to make in the operation. "Just look what puddles you are making in the path, stupid!" exclaims the elder sister, peevishly regarding the efforts of her junior. "I do wish you'd leave things alone. You're always up to some mischief or other." "I suppose I shouldn't be mischievous if I let the primroses die for want of water," remonstrates the junior, in no wise abashed. "That's what you do with your laziness and fine lady ways. You were bad enough before you went to stay with Uncle Stephen, but you're ever so much worse now. I'm sure I wish he'd kept you there instead of sending you back like a bad penny. Uncle Robert and I were as jolly as sandboys while you were away." The young person sets down her water-pot and delivers this diatribe with arms akimbo like Madame Anjou's daughter. Marion shudders. "Sandboys? What an expression for a young lady!" she ejaculates. "Pray, where's the harm in sandboys?" demands the incorrigible Jenny. "They're more respectable than you, as far as I can see, for they get their own living." "My dear," remonstrates Uncle Robert mildly, "that is not the way to address your elder sister." "Why does she come and loaf about here, then, with her stuck-upishness? Why doesn't she go and be a governess like Sibyl? If she heard what Hester says of her, she'd be ashamed of herself." "My love, you have no right to quote Hester." "Hester is an impertinent, mischief-making creature," exclaims Marion. "And as to your sister going out as a governess, my dear," continues Uncle Robert mildly, "with her expectations it would be about the most foolish thing she could do." "Expectations? Dead men's shoes!" exclaims the terrible child, twirling the watering can so that its last drops sprinkle Marion's pretty blue dress. "I should hate myself if I was mean enough to calculate upon what anyone would leave me." "Quite right of you," says Marion, with a supercilious laugh, that sneering schoolgirl laugh, which we all remember to have been crushed by occasionally in our youth. "But certainly no one is likely to leave you money." "I dare say not, with you in the way," answers the irrepressible Jenny. "They'd feel they were doing an act of charity bestowing their fortune on you, for it would be the same as leaving it to the asylum for idiots. One simpleton provided for, at any rate." With this the imp swings round upon her heels as on a pivot, brandishes the watering-pot as a savage his club, and gallops into the house. Jane Faunthorpe never walks. She has the action of an unbroken colt, and seems, when in motion, to have as many legs as that animal. When she comes downstairs, there is a sound as of a sack of coals flung from the upper story. How the old house sustains itself under her youthful vigour is a mystery to the parish doctor. "I'd run after her and give her a good box on the ears," says Marion viciously, "if I didn't want to see the omnibus go by." The omnibus is a stunted covered vehicle like a carrier's cart, garnished with glazed windows, which plies between the station and the outskirts of Redcastle, and it is nearly time for this conveyance to pass with its evening freight. There are sometimes as many as 5 people arrive by the 6 o'clock train from Crampston. Nay, the Crampston train sometimes brings that rare bird, a passenger from London. "It's a pity you ever sent that child to a day school, Uncle Robert," Marion remarks presently, wiping the water spots daintily from her dress. "She was bad enough before, but now she's simply intolerable." "My love, I couldn't afford a boarding school, and I was obliged to send her somewhere," replies the surgeon in his long-suffering way. "At home she was learning only to dig potatoes and to whistle, neither of which pursuits is an attractive accomplishment in a young lady. The child is not bad at bottom." "Perhaps not," answers Marion snappishly, "but the bottom must be a long way down. I've never come to it yet." "She is very warm-hearted." "Yes, if warmth of heart consists in rushing at one like an avalanche, hugging one round the neck like a bear, and rumpling one's collar atrociously without the faintest provocation." "She is not of an idle disposition," remonstrates the uncle. "I found her cleaning the back kitchen windows at 6:30 this morning. No one had asked her to do it." "Of course not. That's just the reason she did it." "If you would take a little more pains with her, Marion," suggests Dr. Faunthorpe timidly. "Pains? I might take agonies, and without the least effect. Didn't I begin to teach her music?" "Yes, my dear, but you didn't go on." "Well, you just try to teach her anything, Uncle Robert. Just try, that's all," says Marion, with awful significance, and then breaks out with a sigh. "Oh dear, is this precious old omnibus never coming?" "It is rather late, my dear, but as it isn't going to bring us anyone we care about, we needn't worry ourselves about it. It would be something to look at just for a minute. If you only knew what a difference there is between the lookout down here and above Bar. There's almost always something going by. Mrs. Stormont's basket carriage, or Master Groshen's pony, or the butcher's cart. Ah, my dear, I'm afraid that long visit to your Uncle Trenchard has spoiled you for my quiet home." "No, it hasn't, uncle," answers the girl, with a little gush of feeling in the midst of her petulance, just strong enough to show the better side of her nature. "No, it hasn't, for this is home and that isn't. I should always feel that if I spent the rest of my life with Uncle Stephen. Of all the old fidgets. Well, I suppose I oughtn't to say anything against him, for he has been very kind to me in his way. He has given me a good deal of money from first to last, though I must say he doled it out stingily, as if he liked the money better than me. And it is nice staying at his house. One feels oneself somebody. Only think of the Stormonts and the Groshens and the Marlin Spikes calling on him before he had been 3 weeks in Redcastle, while you've lived here 30 years and they've never called upon you. People at this end of the town are not visited, my dear," replies the doctor mildly, as one who bows to the mysterious ways of Providence and questions not. "I dare say the Elite of Redcastle called upon your uncle out of kindness, he being a stranger." "He being a millionaire, uncle, that's what you mean. Very much they'd have called upon him if he'd been a stranger who wanted to get his living. Think of the Stormonts giving a dinner party on purpose for him, and inviting me, after ignoring me for the last 4 years, staring me in the face after church for 200 Sundays, and taking no more interest in me than if I were a stone cherub on a tablet in the minster, and now all of a sudden being so fond of me. It's too ridiculous. If I was as worldly as they are, I'd take a little more pains not to show it." "The world is worldly, my love," replies Uncle Robert with his resigned air. "You can hardly expect it to be otherwise. For my part, I am very glad to think that the Stormonts have taken notice of you, and that you've been invited out with Mr. Trenchard. It may lead to your making a good marriage, though you needn't set your mind upon that now, as it is tolerably certain your uncle will leave you an independence. I only wish Sibyl were at home to have her share of good fortune." "It's her own fault if she isn't," says Marion. "Say rather her conscientiousness, my dear. She doesn't like to leave Mrs. Hazelton in a difficulty about her children, and very right too. But I hope Mrs. Hazelton will suit herself with a new governess very soon, and let Sibyl come home. Mr. Trenchard has asked for her so often, and it really seems flying in the face of Providence for her to be out of the way." "If she wasn't a stupid, she wouldn't be at Mrs. Hazelton's beck and call," says Marion, and then exclaims shrilly, "Here's the omnibus, and lots of people inside. Why, there's someone nodding to us, a lady in a grey hat, and, I declare, the bus is stopping. Why, it's Sibyl." The blundering vehicle stops before Dr. Faunthorpe's gate. A shabby carpet bag, only a carpet bag, is handed down from the roof, and in the next instant Sibyl is in the homely little garden, sobbing hysterically on her uncle's shoulder. He presses her to his breast tenderly, and looks in the pale, wan face. "Why, my darling, how ill you look, how changed, how thin." "I have had so much hard work, uncle," she answers faintly. "But thank God, I am home at last." End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Strout, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. The Return of the Prodigal. Home at last, cries the wanderer with glad thankfulness. This is a night of rejoicing in Dr. Faunthorpe's modest dwelling. The prodigal daughter has returned, and the fatted calf, or at least so much of him as a cutlet, fried as only Hester can fry a veal cutlet, is served up in her honour. How cheery and homely the common parlour, with its shabby old furniture, dimly illuminated by 2 composite candles which leave the panelled corners in densest shadow, seems to those tired eyes. "It is so nice to be at home again, uncle," says Sibyl lovingly, as she draws her chair a little nearer the doctor's at supper time. "What an old dear Hester is, and how deliciously she cooks." "If you're so fond of home, I wonder you stayed away so long," remarks Marion, who cannot help being occasionally disagreeable in her petty way. There was nothing large-minded about Marion, Sibyl used to complain. She would never commit a big sin, but would forfeit heaven by a multitude of infinitesimal faults. "Marion's faults are like the animalcule in a glass of water," remarked Sibyl on another occasion, "too minute to be seen without a microscope, but making the water unwholesome all the same." "I had to stop away to suit other people's convenience," replies the prodigal, looking downward as she squeezes lemon juice upon her cutlet. "How altered you must be," says that odious Marion. "Other people's convenience used to be the last thing you thought about. When is your luggage coming?" "My luggage? I brought it with me." "I mean the rest of your luggage. The omnibus man brought in nothing but a carpet bag." "That is my luggage," answers Sibyl, colouring to the roots of her hair. It is the first tinge of red that has warmed her delicate cheek since her arrival. "I gave one of Mrs. Hazelton's servants that horrid old heavy trunk of mine." "But your dresses, your linen, you can't get that all into a carpet bag," cries Marion, almost in a shriek. To be without a variety of clothes is the last calamity she can conceive among the miseries of humanity. "I have not one dress besides this. You can't have any notion how one's dresses wear out in a schoolroom. Mischievous romping girls pulling one about all day long, ink spilt in every direction, candle grease on all the tables, cups of tea perpetually turned over. I was determined to buy nothing during the last quarter, so I wore my old dresses till they were almost in rags, and gave them to my favourite housemaid when I came away." "I dare say it was an excellent plan," says Marion, shrugging her thin shoulders, "but you won't be in a condition to make a very good appearance in Redcastle till you've new things. People will expect you to bring down the London fashions too. They come out on the 1st of March, don't they?" "What a pity fate made you a gentleman's daughter, Marion," replies Sibyl with a cold sneer. "You would have made such a capital milliner. Your soul would have been in your work." Dr. Faunthorpe sits back in his chair, reposeful, after that little bit of hot supper, which is not an everyday luxury. The small snappings and snarlings of his nieces hardly discompose him. He is used to their sisterly talk. He is glad to have his handsome niece at home again, seated close to his chair, with all those familiar winning ways which have won her the first place in his heart. Small gushings of loving speech, tender little smiles, gentle touches of a white fluttering hand, graces of manner, which may mean very little, but are very sweet. Petty Circean arts which have beguiled honest men to ruin and death before today. "My darling," he says presently, as the dark brown eyes smile upon him, brightening in the candlelight, "I am so glad you've come back. It wasn't wise to stay away so long at the risk of vexing your Uncle Trenchard, but I'll say no more about that. You are here and all is well. You must go and see him tomorrow." "How can she?" exclaims Marion. "In that gown?" pointing contemptuously to Sibyl's shabby alpaca, an alpaca which has seen much service, cockled by the rain and frayed at the edges of the cuffs, and with that shrunken and dwindled appearance that ill-used garments are apt to assume. "For sure, what does her gown matter? You can lend her a gown. You have gowns enough and to spare." "None that will fit Sibyl," replies Marion, who prides herself on her superior height. "She's welcome to wear one, but it'll be 2 inches on the ground." "Can't she run a tuck or cut a bit off?" argues Uncle Robert. "I shall have to give you a tonic, my love," he adds, contemplating his elder niece anxiously. "You're looking so fagged and worn." "I'm at home with you, Uncle Robert. That is the best tonic for me," replies the girl fondly. She is fond of him tonight. The shabby old home, which she abandoned in sheer discontent 2 years ago, seems very dear to her just now. It is a haven for a storm-beaten soul. "You'll have a better home than this, my pet, I hope, for the greater part of your time," answers the doctor cheerily. "I've no doubt that your Uncle Trenchard will ask you to stay with him as he did Marion. She was quite 3 months at Lancaster Lodge, and is to go back again by and by. I look upon her as little more than a visitor here, but she is kind enough to make the best of her old Uncle Robert's humdrum house. It's a great relief to be here for a change, Uncle, answers Marion. I felt like a fine lady at Uncle Trenchard's, but I feel my own mistress here. If it wasn't for that tyrannical old Hester, your house would be Liberty Hall, and I can forgive even Hester when she's in good humour and makes hot cakes for breakfast. An hour later, and Uncle Robert has smoked his after-supper pipe, and the girls are in their bedroom, the old room which Sibyl knows so well, with its ridiculous flowered paper, low ceiling and high-painted dado, and curious brass safety bolts upon the door, as if burglars were a contingency to be provided against in that humble dwelling. How well she remembers the long, narrow chimney-piece, the basket-shaped grate with its wide hobs, the open-work brass fender and painted four-post bedstead, drab and green, with skimpy dimity valance and 2 starveling curtains. The rickety deal dressing-table, with streaky-looking glass which used to reflect a fair girl's face wondering at its own beauty. The tall mahogany wardrobe that never was opened without threatening to topple over and wreak destruction on its violator. The scanty strips of bedside carpet, dull in colour and perplexing in pattern. How often has she pored and puzzled over those interwoven scrolls in sheer idleness of thought? All things are unchanged. There are the wretched old ornaments on the mantelpiece, the pasteboard spill boxes adorned with faded gold paper, ancient works of art by fingers that had long been dust, the little black wedgwood vases, urn-shaped funereal, the hand screens with lithographs of Dr. Syntax pasted thereupon, and more paper gilding, the 2 black profile miniatures of dead and forgotten relatives. It seems a dear old room somehow to Sibyl tonight, for it brings back the feelings of her innocent girlish days, when life, if it had few pleasures, had no cares. Now life means perplexity. Existence is an entanglement from which only some happy turn of fortune can extricate her. She sits in her old place on the window seat and loosens the long twisted roll of rich brown hair, which falls over her bare shoulders like shining drapery. "Goodness!" cries Marion. "How skinny your shoulders have grown." "Have they?" said Sibyl coolly, glancing downwards at the white neck and arms in which the bones are too sharply defined for beauty. "Then we shall look more like sisters when we wear low dresses. Your shoulders were always skinny." Marion is silenced for the moment, and proceeds with the destruction of that elaborate edifice of hair and hair pads which she constructs with infinite pains every morning, even though no one outside her own small family circle is likely to be gratified by the sight thereof. Marion's hair has been washed and doctored to the fashionable pre-Raphaelite colour. It is thick and fluffy and short, only just covering the points of her bony shoulders, and standing out round her head like an exaggerated nimbus. It is not bad hair altogether, and Marion thinks it one of her strong points, like her pre-Raphaelite figure, her low, narrow foot, 18-inch waist, arched eyebrows, white teeth, and other small graces, some of which are the praiseworthy result of patient training. "Do let me see your pretty things, Sibyl," the younger sister exclaims presently, twisting one of her yellow tresses in and out of a hairpin. The elder looks up, startled out of profound reverie. "What pretty things?" "Well, you must have something to show me. Presents? Things you have bought out of your salary? I'm sure I should have a lot to show out of £40 a year for 2 years. Glove boxes, sealskin purses, card cases, neckties, lace, gloves, and so on. I dare say that carpet bag is bursting with them." "It is doing nothing of the kind. I found that it was as much as I could do to dress myself decently for Mrs. Hazelton's parties and pay my laundress. Evening dresses are so unprofitable." "They must be, if you have nothing to show out of £80. I never thought you could bring yourself to wear such a dress as that alpaca thing," adds Marion, pointing contemptuously to Sibyl's shabby gown hanging on a peg upon the door. "I expected to see you come home quite a woman of fashion." "People who teach unruly children have to take them out walking in all weathers have not much chance of being fashionably dressed, answered Sibyl wearily. Perhaps if you could contrive to put dress out of your mind for 5 minutes or so, Marion, we might have a little rational conversation. Oh, very well. Of course I know what an inferior mind mine is. You used to tell me so often enough. But you were once rather fond of talking about dress, and I thought perhaps, if you've nothing to show me, you might like to see my dresses. Not homemade. Miss Eilert has made every one, and a pretty price she has charged me. Marion wrenches open the refractory door of that wardrobe and displays 3 calico-shrouded garments, hanging in a row, like sheeted ghosts. One by one she brings forth these treasures, whisking off their covering and displaying each one to Sibyl with a dexterous twirl of her arm. A bronze-brown silk, a pale grey with elaborate ruchings of satin, a black silk which stands on end for very richness of fabric. There, she exclaimed, swelling with pride, I wore the grey, new, at Colonel Stormont's. At Colonel Stormont's? Is the world coming to an end? Or what convulsion of nature brought you and the Stormonts together? I was asked to dinner with Uncle Trenchard, and Uncle Trenchard gave you the money to buy those dresses, of course. Yes. He said, well, my dear, I suppose you'll want a new gown. And then he gave a heavy sigh and took a banknote out of an old-fashioned red pocket-book, and then he looked at the note so long that I was afraid he was going to change his mind. And then he gave another sigh, deeper than the first, and handed me the note, a £10 note. I tried to kiss him the first time, but he didn't seem to like that, for he gave me a little peevish push and said, there, my dear, that'll do. Funny old man. How many £10 notes has he given you? 4 altogether. He always sighs just in the same way, as if every note was a wrench. He's inordinately rich, of course, but it seems to hurt him so to part with his money that I can't help thinking of that dreadful story of Douglas Jerrold's, The Man Made of Money, and fancying that Uncle Trenchard is unrolling a bit of himself when he gives away a banknote. It's only such people who get inordinately rich, replies Sibyl, plaiting her long, thick hair into one massive tail for the night. And how did you get on with Uncle Trenchard, upon the whole? Oh, very well indeed. It was so nice driving about in his new barouche, with a lovely pair of chestnuts, and feeling oneself looked up to by all Redcastle. And I had a splendid bedroom and dressing room, and we dined at 7:30 every day with 2 men waiting upon us. I used to feel afraid of them just at first, especially the butler, who looks the image of Mr. Grosjean the banker, and that took away from the grandeur. But I soon got accustomed to them, and learned to speak to them in an off-hand way, just like Mrs. Stormont. Marion, says Sibyl earnestly, do you think Uncle Trenchard intends to leave us his money? Well, I should think he must leave it to us or to hospitals, and if we can't manage to please him, we must please him, Marion, and wind ourselves into this withered old heart somehow. It would be ridiculous, abominable, shameful for the money to be left to hospitals when we want it so badly. It's no use to enjoy the luxuries of this house, to take a £10 note from him now and then. That kind of thing will only make poverty seem worse to us afterwards. We must have his fortune. Her eyes dilate and brighten, her lips tremble faintly as she leaves off speaking, and then her face changes in a moment, and tears run down her wan cheeks. Gracious, Sibyl, cries Marion, rushing at her with a bottle of eau de cologne and a towel, and dabbing her forehead with the perfume. I declare you're quite hysterical. Of course we must have his money, if we can get it. What has the fidgety old thing come home to England for except to make our acquaintance and leave us his fortune? He has as good as said so ever so many times. Marion's sisterly attentions check that hysterical attack of Sibyl's, and the 2 girls lie down side by side affectionately, after a brief formula in the way of evening prayer. Deep in the chill spring night, Sibyl's head tosses restlessly on the pillow, and the sleeper's lips murmur sorrowfully in troubled dreams. Alex, Alex, don't be so cruel, Alex. Forgive, you know, your sake. Yes, yes, as much as for my own. So pleads the sinner's vexed soul, self-excusing, self-accusing, even in dreams. End of Chapter 8. Read by Adrian Strowett. Turks and Caicos Islands. Chapter 9 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Strowett, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9, Uncle Trenchard. Stephen Trenchard paces his smooth gravel walk in the April sunshine after tiffin, looking at the sparrows and blackbirds and thrushes disporting blithely on his velvet lawn, or hopping away into the shadow of evergreens. Great masses of laurel and laurustinus, rhododendron and bay, which surround the smooth expanse of grass in a semicircular sweep. Very perfect is the order of Mr. Trenchard's garden. Not a yellow leaf on the laurels, not a daisy peeping pertly, silver white from the lawn, not a branch that grows awry. In the kitchen garden yonder, far away behind the shrubbery, the fan-shaped fruit trees look like geometrical patterns on the yellow brick walls. The apples and pears are all wide into exactest growth, and not a twig is allowed its own way. Mr. Trenchard is in his garden by 6 o'clock every morning, and his severe eye interrogates the smallest sprig of groundsel, and rebukes the very slugs that vie with him in early rising. Mr. Trenchard is not a master to be trifled with, and his gardeners know it. For every shilling he expends, he will have 12 pennyworth of labour, nay 13 or 14 pennyworth if he can get it. Woe be to the wretch who tries to put him off with 11 pence halfpennyworth of industry. I've had to work for my money, says Mr. Trenchard, and I expect value for my money from other people. He walks briskly up and down, looking to the right and left with an eye bright and quick as a bird's, a small black eye, which looks the blacker for its whitened lashes. He is of middle height, very thin, very yellow. He has sharply cut features, nose thin, pointed and aggressive looking, lips also thin and of a disagreeable pallid hue. Eyebrows iron grey, thick and bushy, brow narrow, perceptive ridge strongly marked, upper head receding. Hair thick, short and iron grey like the eyebrows, brushed into 2 sharp points, like a terrier's ears. Mr. Trenchard wears nankeen waistcoat and trousers, very loose for his lean limbs, and a glossy black frock coat, also loose, a black satin scarf and a gold pin, and high shirt collars. A double gold eyeglass dangles on his breast, a glass which he wears for show rather than use, but which intensifies the severity of his countenance when he reproves his gardeners or lectures his butler. He is a man who has toiled early and late, until the other day, when he took it into his head to give up his counting-house to a junior partner, and come back to England and enjoy the evening of his life at his ease. He has been a man of one idea all his days, and the single object of his existence has been the accumulation of money. The process of money-making, the honour and homage which the world renders the reputed millionaire, these have been so sweet to him that the question of what he is to do with his wealth has rarely presented itself seriously to his mind. On his 69th birthday, he awoke suddenly to the consciousness that whatever personal enjoyment he meant to have out of his wealth must be obtained within the next 10, 12 or 15 years. Even with his vigorous constitution, he could hardly hope to live beyond the age of 85. 40 years in India must take something out of a man, be he never so temperate, and abstemiousness has been one of Stephen Trenchard's virtues. So, at 69 he said to himself, "It is time to go back to England. Let the world see what a position I have made for myself and take all the good I can out of life." His 70th birthday has not yet arrived, and he has built for his soul a lordly treasure house, or, in other words, he has taken upon lease, decorated and furnished, Lancaster Lodge, one of the best houses in his father's native town of Redcastle. He has hired servants, purchased carriages and horses, and begun a plain-sailing Englishman's life on a very liberal scale. The result so far has been eminently satisfactory. His house, to him, a kingdom is. He rules his servants, indoor and outdoor, with a rod of iron, and feels himself a potentate. Very pleasant to him is the incense which Redcastle offers to his wealth. People whose fathers and grandfathers snubbed or ignored his father, the struggling solicitor, bow down and worship the Anglo-Indian plutocrat. He accepts their adoration with supreme coolness, and a quiet arrogance which his admirers extol as innate aristocracy of mind. It has pleased him to permit his niece Marion Faunthorpe to bask in the sunshine of his favour. She is not handsome enough to charm his eye, which is critical in the matter of feminine beauty, nor is she clever enough to amuse him, but she is rather a pretty thing to have about his house, and she does very well for a listener when he is in the humour to tell his prosy old stories of dead and gone Calcutta scandals. She knows how to hold her tongue when he is inclined to be silent, is solicitous for his small comforts, and quiet as a mouse when he takes his after-dinner nap. She behaves gracefully at table, neither eats nor drinks too much, looks stylish when fashionably dressed, moves about the house quietly, and is not altogether deficient in tact. He is content, therefore, to tolerate her as a frequent guest, but does not appreciate her warmly enough to ask her to take up her permanent abode with him. He has made many inquiries about Sibyl, and he has been vexed by her non-appearance. The Stormonts, the Groshans, and other notabilities have praised the absent girl's beauty, having found out all at once that a young person whose existence they never troubled themselves to acknowledge was the loveliest girl in Redcastle. "Quite the belle of the place, I assure you, Mr. Trenchard," says Mrs. Stormont. "Indeed," remarked Stephen Trenchard. "She was invited out very much, I suppose." "Well, no, dear Mr. Trenchard. She was too young, you know, almost a child, and then your brother-in-law is so retiring, we can never have got him out of his shell." If there is one thing in the region of trifles outside the money market which Mr. Trenchard appreciates, it is the beauty in woman. Having heard his eldest niece is enthusiastically praised, he is particularly anxious to see her, ever so much the more anxious because her indifference has thwarted him. "She must be a queer kind of girl," he tells himself, "to hang back from a rich uncle to prefer drudging as a governess to sponging upon me. Marion is glad enough to take all she can get, and would kneel down and kiss my shoestring if I asked her. Her feelings are transparent enough. This other one must be something out of the common. A wonderful advantage this for Sibyl at starting, though it is an advantage she has gained accidentally." The great lodge bell clangs out, while Mr. Trenchard paces up and down and startles the respectable tranquillity of Above Bar with its clamour. He takes out his watch. Too early for a ceremonious visit. Mr. Trenchard walks round by the side windows of his large square mansion and comes within view of the gate. Two ladies enter, both young and slim, both tall, but one rather shorter than the other. The taller gives a little eager cry and runs forward to him. The second advances more slowly. "Dear Uncle Stephen!" cries Marion, pursing up her lips to be kissed, an operation which Uncle Stephen performs with a slightly reluctant air. "Sibyl has come home quite unexpectedly." Marion is always out of breath at the beginning of a visit, a pretty gushing way which some people call charming, "and I thought I might bring her to see you, dear Uncle John." "Thought you might bring her? Of course you might bring her. Haven't I been asking to see her since Christmas? So that is Sibyl, is it?" looking at the graceful figure lingering on the sunlit grass a few yards away from him. The bright face is flushed with palest rose, the dark full eyes are looking slyly at him, the dark brown hair is burnished by the sun, a fair picture of peerless youth for crabbed age to admire. "So that is Sibyl. Yes, she is very lovely. Those sycophants haven't exaggerated. Come here, my love. Come to your old uncle. Naughty child, why did you stay away so long?" He holds out his lean old arms. He folds her to his breast. He kisses her lovingly, paternally, as he has never yet kissed Marion, despite her affectionate blandishments. "Well, I never," Marion exclaims inwardly, standing a little aloof and feeling that her reign is over. End of chapter 9. Read by Adrian Stroett, Turks and Caicos Islands. Chapter 10 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroett, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. Sibyl takes the lead. The favourable impression which Sibyl makes on her Uncle Stephen Trenchard is a fact too obvious for diversity of opinion. Marion reluctantly, sullenly even, admits that truth, with many sneers and innuendos about winning manners and hollow-heartedness. "I've never laid myself out to please Uncle Stephen as Sibyl lays herself out," murmurs the injured maiden. "I can't flatter people with my looks. I haven't Sibyl's caressing ways. I can't pretend more affection than I feel, and I must say that Uncle Stephen's dry little jerky ways of speaking and looking at one are not calculated to develop affection." Thus argues Marion in the easy atmosphere of Uncle Robert's everyday parlour. The girls are seated at supper with Dr. Faunthorpe's trifling with morsels of bread and cheese after having dined with Mr. Trenchard. "I did not find him hard or dry," replies Sibyl. "He seems really kind and affectionate, and I was grateful for him for his warm welcome. I don't know what you mean by my laying myself out to please him. I remember that he was poor Mamma's only brother, and our own flesh and blood, the uncle I had heard so much about years ago, and I was naturally touched by our meeting." "Ah," says Marion, "what an advantage it is for a woman to be able to cry when she likes. How do you manage it, Sib?" "If the tears came into my eyes today, it was because I am not very strong just now, Marion," answers Sibyl, reddening. "You are really the most horrid girl I ever met with." "However horrid I am not double-faced," replies the other promptly. "I should be ashamed to court Uncle Trenchard if I were you. When I remember the things you've said about him—" "What things?" "What a convenient memory yours is. Haven't you said that you despised him for his meanness as a young man? That he won his way in the world by double-dealing, by base flattery of his patron? That all your sympathy was with the young man he supplanted, Mr. Secretan?" At that name Sibyl flushes crimson, and then grows ashy pale. "Ah, I see you do remember," cries Marion triumphantly. "Marion," exclaims the mild little surgeon, with a rare flash of anger, "I will not have your sister teased in this manner. How dare you accuse her of falsehood or hypocrisy? She has as good a right to Stephen Trenchard's favour as you have." "Yes, and to his fortune." "Let her have it all," cries Marion, tempted to go into hysterics, but thinking better of it immediately. "She is to go and stay with him and keep house for him directly she can get her things ready, which, considering she came home without a rag, must take some time. She is to pay him a long visit. I'm nobody now." "My love, you have had your innings," pleads the Pacific doctor. "Oh, of course, and just as I've got to understand his ways and know how to please him, I'm pushed aside." "My dear, his sense of justice will induce him to distribute his bounty fairly." "His sense of justice did not prevent his kissing Sibyl more affectionately than he has ever kissed me." "Mere fancy on your part, I have no doubt," says the doctor. After this little burst of temper, Marion calms down and is tolerably placable. She even discusses her sister's outfit with some show of interest. Mr. Trenchard has given Sibyl £25. "I suppose you are pretty well provided with cash, little one," he said, just before she wished him good night. "An independent-minded young woman like you who goes out into the world to get her own living is sure to have a well-lined purse." Sibyl blushed and owned that her purse had no lining at all. "Ah, I see. Sent help home to the old doctor," muttered Mr. Trenchard, fortunately not loud enough for Marion to hear, or that sharp-tongued young person would inevitably have set him right. "Well, well, very right, very proper." And then the crimson pocket-book was slowly brought forth, and Mr. Trenchard sighed a desponding sigh, as he opened it, a sigh that was like a funeral gun for his departing banknotes. Sibyl went back to the dingy old house at the bottom of the town, richer by £25 than when she left it at midday. The girls go out, gaily enough, next morning to Carmichael's, the haberdashery, linen drapery and silk mercery establishment of Redcastle, to supply the void in Sibyl's wardrobe. £25 is not much for a young lady of large ideas, but Sibyl, schooled in the philosophy of small means, makes the most of that sum. She spends all her money at Carmichael's, and trusts to Providence and Stephen Trenchard for means to pay Miss Eilert for the making up of her dresses, and Mr. Corksole, the bootmaker, for the equipment of her pretty little feet. It is astonishing how far away from the thoughts of Miss Eilert and Mr. Corksole seems the notion of payment now that Miss Faunthorpe's rich uncle has returned from the Indies. "You are to send the things home to me at Lancaster Lodge," says Sibyl, "and that seems as good as paying for them." Sibyl has asked for a week in which to prepare herself for this important visit, and that week is occupied in the stitching, hemming, sewing, felling, gathering and trimming of underclothing, the fashion of ready-made linen not having yet vitiated the housewifely habits at Redcastle. The lower middle classes make their own garments laboriously and are proud of their toil. The upper classes employ school children, reduced widows, or virtuous orphans for the labour, and contrive thereby to exercise a good deal of patronage at the very small expenditure. Sibyl revives considerably well this week of preparation. She manages to rest a good deal, other people taking the chief burden of getting her clothes made on their shoulders. She lies on the sofa in the shabby old parlour, staring idly at the white and yellow spring flowers that brighten the dull brown beds yonder in the family garden, the white pear blossoms tossing gaily in the light April wind, the jonquils peeping over the tall box border, the sword-shaped lily of the valley leaves cleaving the damp mould in the shadow of the bulging moss-grown wall, summer's harbinger in the shape of a butterfly skimming over the tender rose leaves. A dull old house verily, a limited prospect, this long strip of walled garden, yet sweet and soothing to one who has suffered. Sweet to lie at rest on the slumberous sofa, with no thought or care for the day, and with but the vaguest thought of the morrow. "If Uncle Trenchard leaves me a fortune, life will be made so easy," Sibyl muses, her arms folded above her head, her eyes fixed dreamily on the waving white pearl bloom. "I shall have but to call Alex back to me, and we can be happy together again, and taste the sweets of life again, as we did in our brief bright honeymoon. Poverty and love cannot live long together, but love with plenty of money, that means paradise." The fortune, dimly veiled though it is, seems very easy to her just now. She is elated by her uncle's evident admiration of her. She has made just the impression that she would have wished to make upon that fate-disposing relative. To follow up that impression will be simple enough. Has she not been told of her winning ways, of those small fascinations which make a woman powerful for good or evil? Has she not always been her Uncle Robert's favourite, everybody's favourite, without effort on her own part, while Marion, painfully anxious to please, has been looked on rather as a nuisance, a vivacious nonentity of whom one might easily have too much? Mr. Trenchard's carriage calls every afternoon, with its coachman and footman in respectable Puritan drab liveries, to take the two young ladies for an airing. Mr. Trenchard himself rarely making any use of the equipage, which he keeps rather as an appendage of his state than for pleasure or convenience. It is very agreeable to Sibyl to drive up the long street with its ascending scale of social importance, from the shabby old houses at Uncle Robert's end of the town to the stately stone mansions above Bar. Very agreeable to pass the Elite, whom Marion has just begun to know, and salutes with delighted becks and bows, but whom Sibyl surveys with a stony stare, affecting to have not the slightest notion who they are. "That Faunthorpe girl is handsomer than ever," says Colonel Stormont to his wife, whom he is driving in a pony carriage a size or two larger than a washing basket. "She is pretty sure to come in for a tidy share of the old fellow's money, I should think. Not a bad match for Frederick." Frederick is the hope of the Stormonts, Great at cricket, croquet and athletics, fire brigade and volunteer rifle corps. A youth with very thin legs and not much body, who wears a cutaway coat that just clears his hips and has never been seen in an overcoat, or without a flower in his buttonhole. No family, says Mrs. Stormont, pursing up her lips. Family be bothered, remarks the Colonel. Old Trenchard is rolling in money. What's the good of a family? It won't keep a roof over your head, or pay the tax-gatherer. Commerce is the thing nowadays. If Fred doesn't marry a rich woman pretty soon, he'll have to go into commerce. You ought to take notice of those Faunthorpe girls. I'll call next week, replies Mrs. Stormont obediently. Sibyl's beauty is the talk of the town. Redcastle is suddenly awakened to the consciousness of loveliness that scarcely moved it to admiration 2 years ago, although the girl's beauty had then the bloom and freshness of unchastened youth. Perhaps she is really lovelier now. Sorrow and passion have passed there, and left the exalted look of an awakened soul where there was before only girlish innocence, curious and wondering about a world of which it knew nothing. She has eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The mystery of life has been revealed to her. Be sure that Eve's beauty had a deeper meaning after she came out by the fatal gate where the angel with the flaming sword kept watch and ward. The carriage comes at the week's end to fetch Miss Faunthorpe and her belongings, to the tribulation of her young sister Jenny, who has had so much of Marion lately that she is deeply grieved to lose Sibyl. It'll be ever so much worse for me when you're gone, she says. You do stand up for a fellow sometimes. She'll be sending me upstairs for a handkerchief or her keys 3 times an hour, and making me crimp her hair till my fingers ache and unpick her old dresses. I wish Uncle Trenchard would let me go with you. I shouldn't cost much or be in the way. And now Uncle Robert says I'm not to go to school any more because it makes me vulgar, and Marion is to go on with my education. A nice education it will be. I don't believe she knows when William the Conqueror came over or who invented potatoes. Sibyl tears herself from the lamenting damsel, kisses Uncle Robert with a plaintive little look, more expensive of gratitude than many a lengthy oration, and takes her place in the barouche, which becomes her as a frame does a picture, and seems as much her attribute as Juno's card to the goddess. Goodbye, poverty, she says to herself as the chestnuts throw up their forelegs as if they were playing cup and ball and dash off towards the bar. It shall go hard with me if my name is not written in Uncle Trenchard's will before long. End of Chapter 10. Read by Adrian Strowett, Turks and Caicos Islands.
Chapter 11 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Kirchner. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. The new life at Lancaster Lodge suits Sibyl as if she had been created for no other purpose than to sit at her uncle's table, pour out his coffee, air his newspapers, play or sing to him in the evenings, and take her own pleasure for the rest of the day. Housekeeping is an easy burden in so well-ordered an establishment. The trained servants perform their duties, light for the most part, with mechanical precision. The service is too good to be forfeited by scamped work or forgetfulness of the master's wishes. Stephen Trenchard has let his servants understand that he will have fullest value for his money, that there must be no talents stowed away in napkins in his household. He has contrived to inspire them with wholesome fear, and is served to the utmost of their power. Sibyl is not afflicted with a genius for domestic matters. She remembers with a shudder those days in Dixon Street when she had to cater for a penniless husband and make 9 pence do the work of a shilling. She remembers this weary time and reposes in her low easy chair, novel in hand, the garden smiling at her through the open French window, horses and carriages at her disposal, luxury around her, all Redcastle, subjugated, and more or less prostrated at her feet. She keenly remembers the past, and deems her present life worthy some sacrifice, more especially as the present is made still brighter by vague hopes of happiness, and a reconciliation of all life's perplexities in the future. She has her dark moments, naturally. What life is without shadow? There are moments when she thinks of one she has fondly loved still, perhaps, in some sealed chamber of her heart. There are hours in which she wonders with remorseful wonder how he fares whom she so ruthlessly abandoned. For his future advantage, she tells herself, as Mrs. Secretan, I should have forfeited my uncle's fortune. As Miss Faunthorpe, I may win it and share it with my husband. Established as Stephen Trenchard's favorite niece, Sibyl finds herself an object of unbounded interest and admiration with the elite. Mrs. Stormont, although overflowing with kindness, at first shows some disposition to patronize. But finding this eldest Miss Faunthorpe a young woman not amenable to patronage, changes her note and accepts Mr. Trenchard's niece as one of ourselves, elected and chosen to sit in the high places of Redcastle. The girl has a wonderful air, argues Mrs. Stormont, when you consider that she is totally without family. Talking of family, muses the Colonel, I hope it's all right about old Trenchard's money, and that he hasn't left any niggers over in Calcutta to whom he may leave his fortune. My dear Reginald, I'm surprised at you, exclaims the lady with a look of horror. Mr. Trenchard goes to church every Sunday and is altogether a most correct person. We don't know what he may have been in India, though, says the Colonel. He may have been a devil worshipper, and danced an exaggerated Highland fling at devil dances, or a Mahometan, or a Brahmin, or a thug. He seems to have plenty of money, and that's about all we know of him. Notwithstanding which ignorance as to Stephen Trenchard's antecedents, the Colonel and his wife continue to court and cherish him, arranging the nicest little dinners for him, with Mr. Groshen to sit opposite to him and discourse upon the money market, lavishing affection on Sibyl, inquiring kindly about the exiled Marion, as remote at the unvisited end of the town as if she had been removed to another hemisphere, and making themselves generally subservient and agreeable. Frederick Stormont, with his cutaway coat and legs like sticks of sealing wax, calls frequently at Lancaster Lodge, and is deeply interested in everything that interests Sibyl. The flower garden, the horses, he even volunteers to be interested in the poultry, but bottles his enthusiasm upon finding that Miss Faunthorpe has no taste for Dorkings, Spaniards, or Cochin Chinas. There is a billiard room at Lancaster Lodge, and Frederick is great at billiards. He drops in of an evening and plays with Mr. Trenchard. He teaches Sibyl how to handle her cue, and discourses wisely on the theory of angles. "Well, pretty one," says Mr. Trenchard one night, when Fred has taken his departure with obvious reluctance, and uncle and niece are loitering by the billiard table, Sibyl leaning over the green cloth to aim at the distant red, dressed in pale grey silk, with innumerable flounces, and knots of mauve ribbon dotted about among them, a masterpiece of Miss Eyelet's art. "Well, my pet, I think it's pretty clear what that young gentleman comes here for." "Billiards, I should think," replies Sibyl, pushing her cue gently backwards and forwards as she meditates her aim. "They have no table at the Stormonts, and it is cheaper for him to play here than at the Coach and Horses." "The billiard table is a very good excuse, my dear, but the gentleman comes to see you." "Poor thread-paper!" exclaims Sibyl with a contemptuous laugh. "For his own sake, if the thing can feel, I hope not." "Why, he'd be a very good match for you, wouldn't he?" asks her uncle, looking keenly at her from under his penthouse brows. "These Stormonts are great people, the leaders of Redcastle society. You could hardly do better than marry into their set." "If I were likely ever to marry, which I'm not," says Sibyl, pocketing her ball triumphantly off the red, "I'd marry a man." "Never likely to marry? What do you mean by that?" "Simply that I'm quite happy as I am. and that I mean to stop with you and take care of you, please, Uncle Stephen, until you get tired of me. She has been living with her rich uncle nearly 3 months, and there is no more talk of her being a visitor at Lancaster Lodge. It is her home. Marion may come and go, but Sibyl remains. Stephen Trenchard cannot do without her. I shan't get tired of you in a hurry, answers Mr. Trenchard, but I think for your own sake you ought to marry when you get a good opportunity. I was only joking about that whippersnapper who walks about the place as if the very paving stones were his property, and couldn't give you change for a 5-pound note if you asked him for it. He's not the man for you. But with your pretty face, you are sure to find the right kind of man before long, a man with brains and money, and when you do, I hope you'll be wise enough to marry him. It's all very well while I'm here to take care of you, but when I'm dead and gone— when you are dead and gone, I shall have your money, you dear old thing, thinks Sibyl, but says not a word. She only goes to her uncle's side and lays her face upon his shoulder and gives him one of those gentle little caresses which Marion would as soon have offered to the Zoological Gardens tiger as to her Anglo-Indian uncle. Yes, pretty one, I should like to see you well married before my time comes, says Stephen Trenchard. Now you know, uncle, that you are under a solemn agreement with me to live till you are 90, replies Sibyl, shaking her finger at him with playful menace. She has grown very intimate with her uncle in these 3 months. Her playing, her singing, her bright talk, her sparkling, vivacious little ways have won the old man's confidence. Stern to all the rest of the world, implacable in all his dealing with men, suspicious alike of equals and inferiors, tyrannical to his servants, he is yet wondrously gentle to Sibyl. His inherent meanness, his mental incapacity to give, cannot be wholly subjugated even by her influence, but what money he bestows upon her he gives less grudgingly than to Marion. He feels the loss of so many pounds a shade less keenly when Sibyl's pleasure is in question, and though he grumbles sorely at the costliness of a woman's toilet, he is pleased to see his niece expensively dressed, and may in time come to regard her costume as one of the accessories of his own grandeur, like his stables or hothouses. Rarely, despite the confidence that is established between them, has Mr. Trenchard talked to Sibyl of his past life, of his youth, never. He tells her his prosy old stories of Calcutta society, of men with whom he has had commercial dealings, of clever frauds and chicaneries, which he chuckles over as the coup d'etat of the trading world, but of himself he speaks very little. Never, above all, has the fatal name of Secretan crossed his lips, and Sibyl is longing to find out the state of his feelings now, after this lapse of time, in relation to that name. If he had learned in the lapse of years to forgive the man he injured and overreached, if he had grown to feel some touch of remorseful pity for the supplanted son, what a happiness it would be to fall on her knees at his feet and confess the secret of her life, to be pardoned for her duplicity, set free from the toil and trouble of falsehood, able to call her proud young husband back to her side, and to begin life again, honest in the sight of man and at peace with God. She is continually musing upon this question, and would give much for an opportunity of sounding her uncle's feelings. It comes one day unawares, and she has no longer need to speculate or wonder about Stephen Trenchard's sentiments upon the subject of an old enemy. It is a drowsy July afternoon. The summer is at its hottest, and Mr. Trenchard and his niece are sitting on the lawn after that elaborate meal, half breakfast, half luncheon, which the Anglo-Indian calls tiffin. The lawn behind Lancaster Lodge is a delightful place on a warm summer day. 3 or 4 old elms, a spreading cedar, a Spanish chestnut, and a couple of noble plane trees afford abundant shade. The grass is smooth as velvet. Garden chairs, low and luxurious, are dotted about under the trees. Newspapers and Sibyl's work-basket bestrew the light iron table. Changing lights and shadows flit and flicker among the leaves, and Stephen Trenchard's lean figure, stretched to its full length, reposes at ease on a bamboo reclining chair, a glass of potash water on one side of him, a cigar case on the other. Sibyl is reading to him out of yesterday's Times, when he interrupts her with a sudden sigh which is almost a groan. "What is the matter, Uncle Stephen?" "You had better leave off. Even your soft voice irritates me." "Your nervous headache not gone yet, Uncle Stephen?" "Gone? It's worse than ever. This English summer is more oppressive than Indian heat, or it seems so to me at any rate." Sibyl searches in the little work-basket lined with blue satin, fishes out a silver stoppered scent bottle, and is on her knees by her uncle's side in a moment, dabbing his yellow forehead with her handkerchief, steeped in eau de cologne. "Thank you, my dear, that will do. I don't care about it." He gives her an impatient little push, as disapproving so much fuss, but not before she has disarranged one of those terrier ear wisps of iron-gray hair, and has been startled by a scar which disfigures the forehead beneath it, a long, narrow seam which crosses the temple diagonally, just below the roots of the hair. "Uncle Stephen, were you ever in battle?" "Battle, child? What nonsense! Of course not." "Or in a mutiny, or anything? How did you get this dreadful scar?" "From the foul blow of a scoundrel," answers Stephen Trenchard, deadly pale, "from the man who lamed me for life. Did you never hear your mother speak of Philip Secretan?" "Yes, Uncle Stephen, I have heard her say that he treated you very badly." "Oh, she owned as much, did she? The world in general would have it that I used him badly, that I had no right to the money his father left me, a paltry 30,000, that I ought to have stood on one side and said, 'No, blood is thicker than water. You've been an idler and a profligate, a bad son. The business would have gone to wreck and ruin if it had been left to you to save it. I've toiled, I've slaved, I've planned and plotted, I've borne the heat and burden of the day. But still, you are the son, and you've a right to come in at the 11th hour and rob me of my just reward simply because you are the son. That's what the world would have had me do, and the high and mighty justice it is, so good at dealing out for other people, and so bad at yielding on its own account. Some went so far as to say that the will was forged, and I was the forger. Luckily for me, old Mr. Secretan had published his intention of disinheriting his son and making me his heir the year of the great Manchester failures, when his house tottered, and I had the luck to save it by a desperate stroke of business." "He was very fond of you, I suppose, this old Mr. Secretan?" asked Sibyl breathlessly. "Fond of me? Yes, perhaps as much as it was in his nature to be fond of anything except money. He hated his son, knowing that he was a spendthrift, and would squander every shilling the old man had toiled for. He trusted me. He looked up to me. 'If you were my son,' he used to say, 'I shouldn't be tortured by the thought that this business would go to ruin when I'm in my grave.' The day he said that, for the first time I made up my mind that I was to be his heir. Philip's follies and vices helped me, but my own patience and industry were the chief agents." "And there was a quarrel between you and Philip Secretan?" asked Sibyl, seated on the grass and plucking up little tufts of it nervously, as she watches her uncle's vindictive face with eager eyes, reading doom there. "Yes, when the will had been read, and he knew the worst, he ought to have expected it if he had a grain of sense. Philip Secretan followed me out into the grounds. His father's house was a few miles outside Manchester, a fine old place enough, but neglected. The old man was too fond of money to spend much on house or gardens. Philip followed me to the back of the grounds, where there was a wild bit of shrubbery, and a hollow that had once been a stone quarry, and which had been left either because people didn't care about the expense of filling it, or because they fancied it was picturesque. In any case, it was dangerous, and an abomination that ought to have been done away with. Well, I was close to the edge of this hollow, there being a short cut to the Manchester road just beyond it, when Philip overtook me. He didn't spare me, I can tell you, for apart from the money question, there was an old sore between us. The girl he wanted to marry had done me the honor to prefer his father's confidential clerk. She was a sensible girl, and saw the point to which our lives were drifting. When he had called me reptile and a few other equally agreeable names, finding that he couldn't sting me into retaliation by abuse of that kind, he came close up to me and struck me across the face with his open hand. "There, cur," he cried, "and let's see if that will warm your fish's blood into manly feeling." I had been in a burning rage all the time at his insolence, but had held myself in check. In pity for his disappointment, which was hard to bear, no doubt, richly as he had deserved it, I was a man, and the shame of a blow was too much even for my sluggish temper, trained to patience by long servitude. I closed with him, and we wrestled together on that path by the quarry. Now mark the cowardice of this fine gentleman who boasted of his honor and called me a sneak and reptile. He was twice my match in weight and size, 3 times my match in training. A practiced athlete, a skilled boxer, every muscle developed by exercise. To use his force against mine was simply murder. I was the shuttlecock and he the battledore. I had a confused sense of blows raining on my head as from a Nasmyth's hammer, colored sparks dancing before my eyes, fire shooting out of my brain, and then I was hurled bodily into the air and fell crashing through the brushwood into the quarry. It seemed like falling from the highest cliff that breasts the Atlantic. "How dreadful!" says Sibyl, with a gasp. It was deep in the night when I awoke, and the stars were shining. I wondered where I was and how I came to see the pole star looking straight down at me. Pain came before memory, acute, agonizing pain, and then I knew that my leg had been shattered somehow. I lay in the quarry till past 8 o'clock next morning, suffering indescribable torture. At last, however, some laborers heard my faint cries for help, found me, and carried me to the nearest roadside inn, whence I was conveyed to the Manchester infirmary. Here I lay for 5 months, the most miserable months of my life, while the fractured bones united. It was a compound fracture, and for some time I was threatened with amputation. When I rose from the hospital bed, I was lame for life. The broken leg had contracted in the process of healing. Surgery had done its best for me and had saved my leg, but surgery left me a cripple, for which lifelong injury I had to thank Philip Secretan. I had to thank him for something else, too, for the girl who had pretended to love me chose this time for throwing me over and making a better match. And in those weary months lying on your bed of pain, you learned to forgive your enemy, suggests Sibyl very gently. Learn to forgive him? Yes, if forgiveness means undying hatred, if forgiveness means the rankling memory of an unatonable wrong, if forgiveness means to remember him and curse him every time a change of wind brings back the old grinding pain in this crippled limb, if that means forgiveness, Philip Secretan and his race are forgiven. His race? Falters Sibyl. You could feel no rancor against his children. I could, I do, answers the old man vindictively. Let no viper of that blood cross my path. The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. There's scripture for you. I believe in that good old heathen creed one reads of in Greek legends, of an accursed race. Of Philip Secretan's after career I know little or nothing. He had the devil's luck as well as his own, and married a woman with money, soon after his father's death, but I never heard what became of him. He may be living or dead. If he lives, let him keep out of my way. If he has left children, my dearest hope is that they are penniless, homeless, street Arabs whose playground is the gutter, whose ultimate destiny is the gallows. Uncle, for mercy's sake! My curse light on him and his seed to the 3rd generation. There, child, don't cry. You should have known better than to tempt me to talk of Philip's secretan. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. Love, then, had hope of richer store. After that summer day under the plane trees, Sibyl utters the name of Secretan no more. Hope of relenting on her uncle's part there is none. If Alexis could forgive the man who in his version of the story came basely between father and son to cheat the son of his heritage and trick the lover out of his mistress, Stephen Trenchard's stubborn soul would still remain unsoftened. Reconciliation between these two was impossible. To retain her uncle's favor and inherit a portion of his wealth, Sibyl must keep the secret of her marriage. A painful part to play, even for a mind not untrained in deceit. But a necessary part, Sibyl tells herself. A difficult game, but for a stake well worth the winning. She has no exact measure of her uncle's possessions. He has never talked to her of his investments or told her his income. But she has a fixed idea that his wealth is almost without limit, that, like the Rothschilds or the Duke of Westminster, he could scarcely state the sum total of his riches if he were asked for exact figures. His fortune is a rolling mass of gold, she supposes, which grows larger at every turn like a snowball. The respects he sees paid to him by the elect of Redcastle establishes her in this conviction of Stephen Trenchard's importance, for she knows that in this case importance can only mean money. Lancaster Lodge is one of those handsomely finished, solidly built houses which adorn the outskirts of every country town, and are like temples dedicated to the genius of commonplace. Houses in which the butler's pantry has been as carefully considered as the drawing-room, and in which my lady's boudoir is just as unlovely as John Thomas's attic under the Leads. All the principal rooms are large and square and lofty. The passages are broad and straight. The staircase is well proportioned, ventilated, and lighted to perfection. Impossible to find fault with a house which, as the house agent proudly puts it, possesses all the requirements for a gentleman's family. Equally impossible to feel the slightest interest in a mansion which neither awes by its splendor, nor attracts by its eccentricity, nor charms by the lowlier graces of homeliness and simplicity. A coffin descending that mathematical staircase would loose its awfulness in the pervading atmosphere of commonplace. A cradle in any of those rooms would seem to have lost its way and wandered into a desert where baby life could not endure. No sadly sweet fancies of domestic joys that are no more entwine themselves about this dwelling of Stephen Trenchard's. It looks like what it is, an old bachelor's house, and Mr. Trenchard could hardly have chosen a habitation more completely in harmony with his own character. The Redcastle upholsterer, a man whose stock in trade appears to consist of 2 easy chairs and a sideboard, but who can do great things at a push, has furnished Lancaster Lodge with appropriate splendor. All is solid and grandiose. Dark crimson draperies, velvet in the dining-room and library, satin brocade in the drawing-room, subdue the garish light and give a sombre grandeur to the rooms. Heavy oak furniture, thickest Turkey and Persian carpets, varied spoil of carved black wood, ivory, porcelain, and Bombay inlaid work which Mr. Trenchard has brought home with him from India, everywhere the evidence of wealth. To Sibyl, the house seems simply perfect. Its luxury, its soft, silent splendor contrast so pleasantly with the humble homeliness of her Uncle Robert's old-fashioned, low-ceiling rooms. The stealthy-footed footman, who spends so much of his time looking at nothing in particular out of the hall window, that he grows sedentary in his habits and fancies he has disease of the heart. The ponderous butler in his glossy black suit and irreproachable white tie. The smart maidservants in crisp, starched cambric, tight-waisted, prim, supercilious, as if Mr. Trenchard's importance as the richest man in Redcastle shed reflected glory upon them. The household has an air of quiet dignity which impresses Sibyl wonderfully. Her soul reposes itself in this land of fatness. She looks back at her life in Dixon Street, its one room, its manifold privations, veritable starvation, hovering near like the wan spectre of approaching doom, and the change seems too wonderful for anything but a dream. Does she think of the husband who shared her poverty, whom she abandoned to endure misfortune alone, deserted in the darkest hour of their wedded life? What does she not think of him? Memory and regret are interwoven with the fabric of her life. She consoles herself, justifies her desertion of Alexis by the idea that life must have been made easy to him by their separation. As a married man with a helpless wife to provide for, he was like a vessel waterlogged. Relieved of that burden, he is the same ship free to sail for any port in quest of fortune. One night, in the solitude of her prettily furnished bedroom, all rose-colored chintz and shining maple, furnished especially for a young lady's occupation at Mr. Trenchard's order, Sibyl takes out an insignificant paper-covered book from among her most sacred possessions, and opens it with a hand that trembles a little as she sits alone in the lamplight. It is like opening the grave of the past. That little sixpenny book is the diary she kept at Mrs. Hazelton's, her brief love story. Tearfully, sorrowfully, she reads that record of her first and only love. The story of a time when in singleness of mind and simplicity she surrendered her heart to its conqueror. I love him, I love him, I love him, she reads, almost blinded by tears. She remembers the gush of passionate feeling with which those foolish words were written. And 1 little year after I wrote that line, I deserted him, she says to herself, wondering at her own hardness of heart. What a fool I must have been when I wrote this book. This is her verdict as she closes the volume. Yet she feels as if it were the best and brightest part of her life in which those foolish pages were written, and that she was happier in those days than she is now, although she has become a personage in Redcastle. She looks around her room wonderingly, glancing at the maple wardrobe which contains so many pretty dresses, such a treasury of ribbons and lace, and the frivolities women love. Would I exchange all this, and the hope of a fortune from my uncle, for the dismal second-floor schoolroom at Mrs. Hazelton's, and the freshness and sweetness of first love? She asked herself. And for a moment It seems to her that could a good fairy give her back the days that are no more, she would be a gainer by the exchange. If she could know that her husband was safe and well, that he had prospered since she left him, or that things had gone tolerably well with him, she might feel more at ease than she does. But she knows nothing of what has happened to him since the beginning of the year, when he was seen at Redcastle, a dismal apparition. And of this appearance of his she only hears by chance, a few days after her perusal of her diary, from no less a person than her younger sister Jane, otherwise Jenny. Sibyl is spending the day with her Uncle Robert, a visit which ranks as a condescension now that she is on intimate terms with the Stormonts, the Groshans, Dr. Mitson, and, in a word, the elite of Redcastle. She is received by her indulgent old uncle with all honor. Hester prepares an extra good dinner, a dainty little loin of veal and a curry of yesterday's roast mutton, followed by the unwonted extravagance of a tart and a pudding. Marion sees this relaxation of the economic bow with certain sniffings and bridlings indicative of suppressed indignation. "I never knew such a time-server as Hester," she remarks, as she surveys the table laid as for a feast, a clean tablecloth in the middle of the week, almonds and raisins for dessert, an altogether ruinous expenditure. "She didn't make this fuss about you when you were at home, and now she pays her court to the heiress-elect." "No more an heiress-elect than you or Jenny, I should imagine," replies Sibyl lightly. "I think it is pretty clear that Uncle Trenchard means to leave his money among us, though he has not said as much." "Yes, and the lion's share to you, no doubt, though he has known me the longest," says Marion snappishly. "A precious sight of his money I'm likely to get, when he never so much as asked me to go and see him," observes Jenny, whereupon both sisters swoop down upon her in denunciation of such a noun of quantity as a precious sight. "Where do you pick up your language, child?" cries Sibyl. "Not in the streets, surely, since Marion teaches you, and you have no occasion to be running about." "A fat lot Marion teaches me," says the incorrigible child. "She nags at me for an hour and a half by the kitchen clock every morning, and calls that education." "Pray, in what edition of Lindley Murray do you find the verb to nag?" demands Marion, with the air of a pedagogue. "It's as good a verb as any other. I nag, thou naggest, he or she nags, generally she. Or take it in Latin if you like. Nago, nagas, nagat, nagamus, nagatis, nagant. First conjugation. Perfect, nagavi." "I am afraid that Jane has rather an unruly temper," remarks Dr. Faunthorpe mildly. "Oh, of course it's Jane. Marion is never aggravating. You don't find me unruly, do you, Uncle?" Jane adds coaxingly, as she sidles up to the gentle, easy-tempered little doctor, who has gone through life placidly bearing other people's burdens, and has never murmured against a destiny that has weighted him with 3 orphan nieces. Later in the afternoon, Sibyl and Jane are alone together in the garden, Marion having lost her temper at croquet and left them to themselves. The little bit of grass upon which they play is not many sizes bigger than the billiard table at Lancaster House. The balls and mallets are in the last stage of shabbiness, and chipped into icosahedrons. "You must both come to afternoon tea tomorrow, if it's fine, and play croquet on Uncle Trenchard's lawn," says Sibyl, condescendingly, as if she were inviting them to her own house. Perhaps this patronizing invitation has something to do with Marion's loss of temper 5 minutes afterwards, when Jenny sends her ball into a distant cabbage bed. The sources of bad humor are more often complex than simple. It is a warm September afternoon, one of those days in which people incline to sitting in gardens rather than walking on dusty high roads. Sibyl sits on the grass, as she was wont to do 3 years ago, before she was anybody's heiress. Jenny sprawls with an appalling display of legs and boots and rusty bootlaces at her sister's side. "Now, Sibyl," she says eagerly, "tell us about the parties you go to." "Pray, who is your companion?" inquires Sibyl with a contemptuous droop of her heavy eyelids. "I see no one here but yourself." "I don't know what you mean," says Jane, staring. "No more do I when you say tell us." "Oh, lor, as if it mattered. You are as bad as Marion. Now do be nice, Sib, for once in a way, and tell me what it's like going to the Stormonts. Only fancy you've been asked there ever so many times, and to think how often I've passed their door when we've been out for walks, and the inside of it has seemed as far off as heaven. Further, indeed, for they say we're sure to go to heaven if we're good, but we're not sure of going to the Stormonts unless we're rich. What's it like, Sib? Do tell." "Well, they live in a house, as you know, since you've seen the outside of it, and they eat their dinner at a table, just as we do, and they are rather stupid after dinner, and the ladies go up into the drawing-room and talk about other people who are not there, and a little about the minister and the clergyman and the schools, and look at one another's dresses. I can see them count the flounces of my dress sometimes, and actually take the pattern of it under my nose, which I consider an impertinence." "Is it nice going to grand dinners?" asked Jane breathlessly. "Yes, I suppose so. It's rather a mild kind of enjoyment. It doesn't quicken one's pulse by a single throb. It isn't like riding a good horse, or seeing a race, or hearing a great singer, or even getting a good break at billiards. There's no excitement, no elation. But one feels one is doing the right kind of thing, that this is what one was born for." "Are the dinners nice?" inquires Jenny, licking her lips gluttonously. "They are very grand," replies Sibyl. "I don't know that I should care about vol au vent à la financière, or petit timbal du gibier, for a continuance, and with so many made dishes, one has the idea that one is eating up all the cold meat that has accumulated in the last week, and one gets rather tired of seeing saddle of mutton and boiled fowls everywhere, for whether you call fowls poulet à la béchamel or capons en demi d'arville, they are very much the same birds." "Capons in half mourning? That is funny. Do you know what my favorite dinner is, Sib? Bullock's heart with veal stuffing and currant jelly. Do you ever have that at Colonel Stormont's?" "You must never mention such a dish, Jenny. It's positively revolting." "But you used to like it, and liver and bacon and sheep's head with parsley and butter. But never mind your dinners. Tell me about your beau. Marion says that young Mr. Stormont was in love with her until you lured him away. Marion is a fool. You must have lots of lovers now that you go into such grand society, Sib, because you are the beauty of the family, you know. We all know that, and that's what makes Marion so cross sometimes. 'I'm nobody,' she says, and then she squeezes her waist in another half-inch and fancies she has got the better of you. She's awfully proud of her figure, you know." "You mustn't talk disrespectfully of your elder sister, Jenny," remonstrates Sibyl, yawning. The plebeian 2:00 dinner and the game of croquet in the afternoon sun had made her sleepy. "Then I won't talk of her at all. Tell me about your lovers, Sib. That's a deal more interesting." "Nonsense, child. I have no lovers." But you had one once. Yes, I saw somebody who was in love with you once, though he must have gone down in the world dreadfully since you had had anything to say to him, for he looked little better than a beggar when I saw him. Sibyl has sunk into a reclining attitude with half-closed eyes, and is dropping into a gentle doze. But at this speech of Jane's, she starts into a sitting posture again, and looks intently at her sister, very pale. "What do you mean?" she cries. "What was he like? Where did you see him? When? Tell me all about it this instant." "Ah, I see you know the person I speak of. You wouldn't be in such a way if you didn't. How pale you are, Sibyl. Do you care for him very much?" "Will you tell me what you are talking about, child?" exclaimed Sibyl passionately. Jane begins her story with deliberation and importance. "I have always kept it a secret," she prefaces, "feeling that it might get you into a row with Uncle and Marion. And I've wanted to tell you about it ever since you came home, but I've never had a chance of being alone with you till this afternoon." "For goodness' sake, go on. What was the man like?" "Very handsome and noble-looking, though his clothes were dreadfully shabby. His coat was shabbier than Uncle's, snuff and all, but it looked as if it had been a more gentlemanly coat in its day. And as for his poor boots, it made my heart bleed to see them. I wanted to give him my new shilling, one Uncle Robert gave me on Christmas Day, for it was the day after New Year's Day that I saw the man, you know. I know nothing. Never mind how you came by the shilling." But he pushed away my hand gently and said, "No, my dear, I'm not a beggar, though I dare say I look like one." "Poor fellow," sighs Sibyl. "Oh, Sibyl, I did feel so ashamed of myself for having offered him that shilling, ever so much ashameder than he did," adds Jenny, coining a comparative in the impetuosity of her speech. "Can't you tell me about it straight, beginning at the beginning?" demands Sibyl impatiently. "Well, it was the day after New Year's Day. I detest New Year's Day, church in the morning and dullness in the afternoon. And I came into the garden to have a run all by myself, and to get out of Marion's way. It was a little after 4, between the lights, you know, and a wretchedly cold afternoon. Well, you know the lane at the bottom of the garden?" "Of course," says Sibyl, with an involuntary glance in that direction. "Beyond the plot of lucerne there's a low wall, and on the other side of the wall an accommodation road leading to a neighboring farm." "Well, he was there, looking over the wall, and he beckoned to me. I was afraid at first, thinking he might be a robber, but as I had nothing but my hoop to be robbed of, I went up to the wall to look at him, and then I saw, somehow in a moment, that he was a gentleman, though I'm sure you wouldn't have given 2pence for his hat." "What did he say?" "He asked me if my name was Faunthorpe, and then if I had a sister called Sibyl. 'Yes,' says I, 'but she's away in London.' 'Where?' says he. 'At Mrs. Hazelton's, Lowther Street, Eccleston Square,' says I. 'Is that all you know about her?' says he. 'What more can I know about her?' says I. 'She's very happy, I believe, and she's very well. At least she was when Uncle heard from her last.' 'When was that?' says he. 'About 3 weeks ago,' says I. And then he sighed heavily, and he looked so white and tired that I pitied him with all my heart." "Poor fellow," sighed Sibyl again. "Ah, you do know him then," cries Jane. "How can I tell? He didn't give you his name, I suppose?" "Not a bit of it. He asked me a lot of questions about you. Did we expect you home soon? And so on. But I could tell him no more than I had told him at first. You were at Mrs. Hazelton's, and you were likely to stay there, for anything I knew. I didn't know that Uncle Robert wanted you to come home at that time. They don't take me into their confidence." "You didn't mention Uncle Trenchard?" asked Sibyl with a scared look. "Of course not. Why should I go and mention our rich uncle to a wandering tramp that might go and steal his plate? At least, I don't mean that, for when once I heard the poor thing speak, it never entered my mind that he was anything but a gentleman." "Who is he, Sibyl? Do tell me. Someone who fell in love with you in London, saw you go by in Mrs. Hazelton's carriage, perhaps, and fell in love with you at first sight, and followed you about everywhere, and neglected his profession, and went to the dogs for your sake? Do tell me all about him." "How do I know who the man was?" said Sibyl absently. There is no shadow of doubt in her mind. This wanderer was her husband, and had come to Redcastle in quest of her. "I'll describe him if you like. I can see him before me at this moment. He is tall and dark, with rather large features, regular features, but striking. Not one of those straight-nosed, waxwork faces one sees in a hairdresser's shop. His lower lip projects a little, which gives him a rather scornful look till he smiles, and then he has the kindest expression. 'Dear child,' he said, and patted my shoulder so kindly, 'you are just a little like your sister when you look up at me as you are looking now.' You won't think that a compliment, I know, Sib, but he said it. Who is he, Sib? Do tell me." "I have not the remotest idea," replied Sibyl with provoking indifference. "Come now, you wouldn't have been so agitated when I spoke about him if you hadn't guessed who he was." "I was not agitated," says Sibyl, pretending to yawn. "Oh, very well. If you like to tell crammers, of course I can't help it. My experience of elder sisters is that they may break all the commandments with impunity and drive a coach and six through the catechism. I think they wash their hands of Christianity when they're confirmed." "Jane, you are not only blasphemous, but you're extremely impertinent to me," exclaimed Sibyl. "Well, if that's all I get for keeping your secrets." "That was wise of you, at any rate, Jenny," says Sibyl, making haste to relent. "Marion would have made no end of mischief out of nothing. Never mind the man in the lane, dear. We'll forget all about him. He was some foolish fellow, no doubt. And if you'd like a new frock for Sunday, Jenny, you shall have that pretty checked peach-colored silk of mine, and I'll get Miss Eilert to make it up for you." "Oh, you dear!" cries Jane, crimsoning with rapture. "That lovely peach color! How sweet I shall look if," with a doubtful look at her well-worn boots, "if Uncle Robert will only give me new boots. If he won't, I know somebody else who will. And, Jenny, if you can contrive to keep your hair a little smoother and your hands a shade cleaner, you wouldn't be the worst-looking child in Redcastle," says Sibyl, drawing her younger sister towards her and bestowing a condescending kiss upon that young person's forehead. "Now mind, when you come to afternoon tea with me tomorrow, you make yourself look as nice as ever you can." "I'll do my best, Sib, but I know I shall feel shabby before those stuck-up servants. When is Uncle Trenchard going to have Marion to stay with him again, do you think?" "I don't know. That's a question I can't ask him, you see." "I suppose not. But Marion's rather cut up at his not inviting her, you know. I say, Sib, I fancy Marion's nose is out of joint since you've come home." Sibyl smiles, a self-satisfied smile. She is very sure of her uncle's preference, knows quite well that he considers Marion something of a simpleton, and not a little of a bore. "It isn't my fault, Jenny, if Uncle Trenchard likes me best," she says complacently. The sisters go into tea after this, Jenny with her arm around Sibyl's waist. "I I say, Sib, when you're married and have a beautiful house of your own, you'll have me to stay with you sometimes, won't you? I'll be good and keep my hair tidy. I mean never to marry Jane, at least not during Uncle Trenchard's lifetime. I mean to keep his house for him, always. But he may live to be 90, 20 years to come, and a nice old woman you'll be by that time. Who'd have you then? You ought to marry now, Sib, while you have such advantages. That's what Uncle Robert says. Do be married soon, that's a dear, and let me be your bridesmaid in white muslin over pink silk. Is Frederick Stormont very nice? He's absolutely detestable, replies Sibyl, and immediately, without rhyme or reason, bursts into tears. She is thinking of the fond and faithful husband who came to Redcastle in quest of her, and departed hopeless. Where is he? What is he doing? How has he fared since that bleak January afternoon when he found his journey had been useless? Starving, perhaps? Or worse, dead? Slain by his own hand in some dark hour of despair? Has she not reason to fear the worst of one she left without hope? 3 days later, by the help of her old ally, Mrs. Hazelton's housemaid, Jane Diamond, Sibyl contrives to insert the following advertisement in the second column of the Times supplement. S.S. to Alexis. You are not forgotten. In all I do, I am faithful to you and your interests. I look forward to our reunion. Wait and hope as I do. Write and tell me where you are and what you are doing. Address, S.S., Post Office, Hale Street, Pimlico. This advertisement is inserted 3 times, and the housemaid inquires diligently at the Hale Street Post Office during the following fortnight for a letter to be addressed to S.S. No such letter comes, and Sibyl's vague fears of evil are intensified by this ominous silence. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. The Sweets of Life. Not a word has been said by Mr. Trenchard as to his testamentary intentions in reference to his 3 nieces. But in the mind of Redcastle, it is an established fact that Sibyl is to inherit the bulk of her uncle's property. The other 2 girls will get something, no doubt, Mrs. Stormont remarks obligingly to Mrs. Groshen, the banker's wife, as these 2 ladies take their afternoon tea together, ceremoniously, in the Stormont drawing-room, a spacious apartment with a good deal of white panelling, gold moulding, and looking-glass, and not much besides in the way of furniture. A barren tract of Brussels carpet, with an islet here and there in the shape of sofa, ottoman, or coffee-table. The other 2 girls will get something, of course, $200 a year each, perhaps, and a very nice income, too, for young women not likely to marry. But mark my words, Mrs. Groshen, Sibyl is the heiress. Mr. Trenchard positively dotes upon her. Do you think her pretty? Asked the banker's wife languidly. She has been esteemed a beauty in her time, on the strength of an aquiline nose and a large pale blue eye, and she does not particularly approve of these new lights. Well, yes, decidedly pretty in her peculiar style. Features rather too sharp, perhaps, and a sad want of colour. The Miss Stormonts rejoice in vivid complexions, but she has fine eyes. Yes, fine eyes, assents Mrs. Groshen, though I cannot say I like their expression. No more do I, says Mrs. Groshen warmly. Perhaps the nicest thing about her is her manner. She has really charming manners. Yes, very agreeable manners, drawls Mrs. Groshen. If they were not so painfully artificial. That's the very thing that struck me, says Mrs. Groshen, brightening. The banker's wife rustles home in her silk attire, and tells Mr. Groshen at dinner how the Stormonts are trying to catch Mr. Trenchard's niece for their empty-headed son Frederick. This Mr. Trenchard is very rich, I suppose, she says interrogatively. Enormously. I wish he'd keep an account with us, replies the banker. Sibyl accepts all the homage Redcastle can offer her with a tranquillity which raises her not a little in the estimation of the elite. She takes Mrs. Stormont's somewhat oppressive kindness as a matter of course, and is unawed by the splendor of the Groshens' dinner table, which for plate, china, glass, floral decoration, and hothouse fruit takes precedence of other tables in Redcastle. I don't pretend to do things as Mrs. Groshen does, the Redcastle matrons inform one another apologetically. We can't all be bankers. Mrs. Stormont volunteers her services in escorting Sibyl to concerts and other local entertainments, which a man of Mr. Trenchard's age may not care to patronize. Stephen Trenchard is quite willing that Sibyl should take advantage of these friendly offers, but to his surprise, and perhaps gratification, the girl refuses. I am very fond of music, Uncle Trenchard, she says, but I shall not go out of an evening without you. That would be a pretty way of keeping you company. But, my dear, there is some difference between 70 and 20. Crabbed age and youth cannot dwell together. Or, if they do, youth must have a holiday now and then. You are not crabbed, and I am very happy with you, answers Sibyl. Flatterer, exclaims Stephen Trenchard, not the less pleased. Artful hussy, thinks Mrs. Stormont, and by, in the course of that cutting and wounding which passes for conversation in Redcastle, that lady informs Mrs. Groshen that Sibyl Faunthorpe is one of the deepest girls it was ever her fate to encounter. She'll have that old man's money, my dear, every sixpence, says Mrs. Stormont emphatically. Then your Fred ought to have her. Why, you see, my dear, these Faunthorpes are people of no family. You mean that he has asked her and been refused, remarks Mrs. Groshen astutely. I don't think a Stormont is likely to find himself rejected by a parish doctor's niece, replies the Colonel's wife, with suppressed indignation. As to Mr. Trenchard's fortune, it is nothing to boast of, after all. It has all come from trade. This is a thrust at the banking business. I fancy that is the source of most people's money nowadays, returns Mrs. Groshen blandly. Professional men seldom seem to have much. Hereupon the two ladies, having indulged in a few friendly passes on their own account, return to the slaughter of the absent, and kiss each other affectionately at parting. Sibyl's dissipations are therefore, by her own desire, confined to those festivities in which Mr. Trenchard is bidden, and which take the dignified and substantive form of dinners. No one could think of inviting the master of Lancaster Lodge to come in the evening. Dinners of first quality, A1 at Lloyd's, are those to which Mr. Trenchard is bidden, and very splendid are the banquets with which at longish intervals he gratifies his friends in return. Wonderful is the regard which Redcastle has for Mr. Trenchard, and its eagerness to win and retain his friendship. It is not to be supposed that the elite have any expectation of profiting in a direct manner by his wealth. They have none. But they like to adorn their table with a rich man. They like to put him forward as one of their best friends, and to know that less privileged people are smitten with envy. They invite him very much for the same reason that they buy costly fruit out of season, and waxen blossoms from the hothouse instead of homely roses ripened in the sun. He reflects honor and glory upon themselves. It is a distinction to be on intimate terms with so much money. Mr. Trenchard's Redcastle friends brag about his wealth as if it were their own, smack their lips as they tell each other his income, and that he has never less than 50,000 at call, in case some sudden opportunity for a stroke of business should crop up in Calcutta. Has Stephen Trenchard told his new friends the amount of his income or the sum he keeps uninvested? Hardly, for he is the most reticent of men as to his own affairs. But Redcastle has a knack of evolving facts about other people's business out of its inner consciousness. A year has slipped away, unawares almost, it seems to Sibyl, despite lurking pangs of remorse, silent hours given to regret. Life at Lancaster Lodge is such an easy thing. It is so pleasant to have everything one desires, to be praised and petted and invited here, there, and everywhere, and to refuse the most flattering invitations upon the last fashionable absurdity in notepaper. Pleasant, in a word, to be Miss Faunthorpe of Lancaster Lodge, instead of Miss Faunthorpe of nowhere. There is something of the lotus-eater's dreamy idlesse assuredly in this reposeful existence at Lancaster Lodge. Conscience has been lapped to sleep before the year is out, and Sibyl has persuaded herself that Alexis Secretan has carved his way to independence somehow or other, and is getting on very well indeed in some distant quarter of the globe, whence he will doubtless return by some happy conjuncture of events soon after Uncle Trenchard's death, which calamity in the course of nature will come to pass in a few years. And then we shall both be amply rewarded for the sacrifice we have made in this separation, muses Sibyl, as if the separation had been a voluntary one on her husband's side, as well as her own. Mr. Trenchard takes life tolerably easily, considering that he has his own way in everything, an indulgence which acts as an irritant upon some dispositions. He is feared and obeyed in his own house, flattered and caressed out of it. His servants work for him as no other man's servants work, and obey and tremble at his footstep. He accepts all that Redcastle can give him, dines out a good deal among the elite, tells his prosy old Indian stories again and again to listeners who always laugh in the right places. He enjoys the homage offered to his wealth, and chuckles over the weakness of his flatterers as he drives home with his niece. If my name were in the Gazette next Wednesday morning, before Wednesday night I should be friendless, he says, and the people we have dined with this evening would be gloating over my downfall. "Oh, uncle, they would be sorry, surely," exclaims Sibyl, more for the sake of conversation than from any belief in the good-heartedness of her friends. Sorry that they had been taken in, that they had mistaken a poor man for a rich one, no doubt. But for me, not a whit. Society in a place like Redcastle is made up on the cooperative system, is a club to which a man is admitted upon certain understood conditions. The first of these is that he should be well off. Luckily, "You are never likely to put our friends to the test," says Sibyl. "Of course not. And in the meanwhile, there's no harm in calling them friends. One name does as well as another when you are talking of unrealities." The year has gone, and Marion has not been asked to stay with her Uncle Trenchard, a fact which she resents bitterly and ascribes to double-dealing on the part of Sibyl. She has been at Lancaster Lodge tolerably often, but only as Sibyl's visitor, and although she accepts all Sibyl's invitations, it is almost unbearable to be invited and patronized by a sister. Sibyl has established herself as Mr. Trenchard's adopted daughter. He coolly declares that she suits him better than Marion, and that she is to keep his house till she marries. "I suppose I must have made myself very disagreeable to him in the 3 months I spent here," remarks Marion one bright April afternoon, digging her croquet ball into the ground with misused energy. She has come to spend the afternoon with Sibyl. "Oh, no, dear, I don't think it was so bad as that," replies Sibyl graciously. "But you didn't succeed in making yourself agreeable to him." "I know I made myself a perfect slave," complains the injured Marion, toasting his newspapers and running for his slippers and peeling walnuts for him until my fingers were black. "I'm sure I don't know what he wants, the nasty old thing." "No, really, Marion, I can't consent to hear the best of uncles called names. On his own croquet lawn, too." "Very much the best of uncles for you. But give me Uncle Robert." "Well, my dear, you've got him. Haven't I left you in undisturbed possession of our paternal uncle?" "All I can say is that it is positive injustice," murmurs Marion as the game proceeds. Frederick Stormont strolls in 5 minutes afterwards and takes a mallet, whereupon the sisters become all smiles and graciousness. He goes in to afternoon tea with them, and they sit on the crimson brocade sofas, sipping orange pekoe out of Indian teacups, waited on by the most accomplished of footmen, and discussing the petty gossip of above and below bar. An empty life, assuredly, but it is pleasant to sit in a handsome room, almost an indoor garden in its abundance of choicest flowers, a sunlit lawn beyond the open window. Pleasant to be dressed in the latest fashion, pleasant to be admired, even though the eyes of the admirer are pale in hue and porcine in shape. Pleasant to feel that in life's eager race one has shot ever so far ahead of one's younger sister. So at least feels Sibyl, as she accepts Mr. Stormont's vapid homage, and allows Marion to be useful as her foil. Mrs. Groshen is strictly incorrect in her conjecture about this young man's wooing. Frederick has not been rejected by Mr. Trenchard's niece. He has not yet ventured to propose to her, and when pushed hard upon the subject by his father, he always asks for time. "I think she likes me," he says complacently, "but by Jove, you know it doesn't do for a man to hurry that kind of thing. You're so impatient, you see. You want a fellow to round the Cape before he's got across the Bay of Biscay. Miss Faunthorpe has a great deal of reserve about her, and that kind of thing, and she's just the sort of girl to throw over a fellow who proposed to her before she's quite made up her mind about liking him." "She's a long time making up her mind about you," replies the Colonel pensively. "And upon my word, you know, Fred, if you don't marry a woman with money, you'll have to do something for yourself. Things can't go on like this much longer. By Jove, you know, you'll have to emigrate. I don't see that there's anything you could do in England. You're too old for the army or the navy or the civil service. You'll have to try the colonies. I might do something. Kangaroo shooting in New Zealand," said Frederick meditatively. "Hang it, sir! A man can't get his living kangaroo shooting," roars the Colonel. "You'd better marry Trenchard's niece." "She's a very jolly girl," says Fred vaguely. He would have called Electra, or Antigone, Joan of Arc, or Mary Stuart jolly. He knows no higher praise to bestow on the woman of his choice. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. Making Ready for Victory. The fair spring days flit by. The violets and primroses, bluebells and windflowers fade in the copses, unseen, unknown, uncared for, save by a few peasant children. The white blossoms of the pears, the pinky bloom of the apples, have drifted away on the light west winds like summer snow. Ferns uncurl their tender fronds in thicket and lane, and stand up to hail the summer. The cuckoo's last call dies in the silence of the wood. The skylark's clear carol rings out above the tall green corn. Summer has come, and the little children of Redcastle, the children of the commonalty at least, wander far afield under the midday sun and lose themselves in distant woods and drain the cup of summer joys to the dregs. The children of the elite regard summer as a period in which they wear starched frock, find French and German grammar more than usually oppressive, and entertain hopes of going to the seaside. Sibyl welcomes June and the roses with a languid greeting. That smooth, easy life has begun to pall a little on Stephen Trenchard's niece. Despite its pleasantness, it is at best a monotonous existence, and youth's eager spirit revolts against monotony. Not willingly would Sibyl confess even to herself that she is tired of Lancaster Lodge, and Redcastle dinner parties, Redcastle compliments, Redcastle life altogether. She wishes that her uncle would extend the circle of his acquaintance, yet is obliged to admit that it would not be easy for him to do so at Redcastle. The county people have not called upon Mr. Trenchard. Aloof in their fastnesses among the hills and moors, the county people refuse to bow to the golden calf, hug themselves in their social privileges, and do not recognize the fact of an old gentleman having made money in India as a reason why they should go out of the beaten track to take notice of him. From their lofty region of territorial estate, they look down with an equal disdain upon professional and commercial people who live in a town and call 5 acres of garden and paddock land. Stephen Trenchard's million is nothing to them, or, if they think of his wealth at all, it is with resentment as a sign of the times and an irrefutable proof that England is going to the dogs. Perhaps it is the very fact of the county people's exclusiveness which makes Sibyl regard them with a certain amount of interest. Those big, broad-shouldered young men she has seen ride past her window in the hunting season, sitting their horses much more easily than Frederick Stormont sits his chair, glorious in pink and buckskins, loud-voiced, large-whiskered, seems to her of a different race from young Groshen, or young Stormont, or Dr. Mitson's pale-faced, speckled son, whose manly vigor has degenerated into brains, Mr. Twells, the curate, or Mr. Jewson, the lawyer. To her fancy, there is something grand about these sons of the soil, a rough nobility, an outspoken contempt for the petty conventionalities which constitute the small despotism of Redcastle society. Cesar, est supra grammaticam. The county people are above good manners. That is to say, good manners as understood in Redcastle. The town and the county meet occasionally in the hunting field, where the county looks on with a smile at some of the town's feats in horsemanship, leaves the town 3 fields behind for the most part, and now and then deposits the town in ditches or hangs it out to dry on a stiff bullfinch. Twice in every year town and county meet on equal ground. Redcastle, small and obscure as it is in the eyes of the outer world, boasts a race-course, and as pretty a course in a small way as any in England. Less than a mile out of the town, on that broad open common known as Redcastle Woods, gleam the white posts of the course, and the white walls of the stand, a permanent and substantial building. Redcastle has its spring and summer meeting 2 days on each occasion, and just the merriest 2 days in that part of the world. Granted that horses of much weight or prestige rarely appear at Redcastle. The fact only leaves the ground open to the horses of the local aristocracy, and makes the races so much the more interesting to Redcastle itself. Sibyl has never seen a race in her life, and it is not without a struggle that she declined Mrs. Stormont's invitation to join her party at the spring meeting. Now comes the summer meeting, and another invitation from the leader of Redcastle society. Rose and Violet, the dear girls, are named after those favourite flowers. 5 feet 10 each of them, and with the complexions of cookmaids. Rose and Violet will be so disappointed if you refuse to join our party, my dear Sibyl. Of course, I say nothing of Fred's feelings. "Why don't you go with them, child?" said Mr. Trenchard, when Sibyl reads him the letter, laughing as she reads. "I don't care for pleasures that you cannot share, uncle." "Nonsense, my dear. I could share this if I liked. For my part, I could never understand what people could see in a race, unless as a hazardous investment with the possibility of enormous returns. I can fancy a bookman enjoying the races in a business-like way, but for people to sit in their carriages to look on at other people winning or losing and call it pleasure, that passes my comprehension." "I should like to see a race for once in my life," says Sibyl, languishing for any novel sensation that may ruffle the mill-pond of her existence. "Then write and accept Mrs. Stormont's invitation, my dear." "You won't think me unkind for going without you?" "I should think you much more unkind if you wanted me to go with you." So it is settled. Sibyl tells her dear Mrs. Stormont that she is charmed to accept her kind invitation, and summons Miss Eilert to immediate counsel. She has ever so many pretty dresses in her wardrobe, but she must have something new for this occasion, with a view to crushing dear Violet and Rose by the exhibition of a dress they have never seen before. The invitation has been given a week before the races, so there is time for preparation. The council is a solemn one, and by the intensity of Sibyl's desire to look her best may be measured her hatred of dear Rose and Violet. "Never mind, Miss Eilert," she begins, after she has looked through La Foilée and pronounced all the illustrations hideous. "I must have nothing that can possibly look like a shopkeeper's wife's Sunday gown. No flaming pink or blue that people can see a mile off." "Mauve or a rich voilette now," suggests Miss Eilert in her persuasive voice. "My dear Eilert, mauve and violet are the colours vulgar people choose when they want to be genteel. A sweet French grey. Give me a housemaid's afternoon gown at once. A cinnamon brown. A doctor's wife's dinner dress. No, I must have some pale, indistinct colour, softened with a cloud of India muslin. a dress which looks nothing in particular at a distance, but which is fit for a princess when you come to look into it. Mr. Trenchard gave me an embroidered Indian muslin, which will be just the thing, over a pale maize-corded silk. You know the shade I mean. Straw color, shot with apricot. Sibyl opens a huge camphor chest in which she keeps her treasures and displays a muslin dress fine as a cobweb and covered with embroidery. "Exquisite!" exclaims Miss Eilert. "What taste you have, Miss Faunthorpe!" She would have been just as enthusiastic had Sibyl suggested pickled cabbage color picked out with pea green. "And you must make me a bonnet exactly to match the dress." "Of course, Miss Faunthorpe. I'll go round to Carmichael's at once and see if they've got the color, and if they haven't, I'll take the 3:00 train to Crampston." The question settled, Sibyl feels easy in her mind and looks forward to next week with pleasure. The summer is at its height, mid-July, and a delicious July, warm, dry, ripening roses and ripening corn, swelling the peaches on the wall and reddening the apples in the orchard, all the land basking in the sun, and Redcastle High Street, a place to look at blinkingly between 2 and 5 in the afternoon, and a burning ploughshare to walk upon. Marion and Jenny come toiling along the sun-banked pavement in the very hottest hour of the afternoon to visit their prosperous sister. Jane, splendid in the peach-colored silk and new boots and a hat that is too small for her large round head, with its thick brown hair in curls that no application of the hairbrush will reduce from their disorder to the smoothness of civilization. Sibyl receives her sisters languidly under the plane trees, exhausted by her interview with Miss Eilert. Marion's temper is not improved by the warm walk, or by the labor of getting Jenny up in a style befitting Lancaster Lodge. "There was never such a troublesome child," she complains as she sinks into a rustic armchair, conscious that her face is the color of a boiled lobster, while Sibyl, in a cream-colored Indian silk and a turquoise-blue sash, is looking divinely pale. "Look at her legs. She has grown out of that frock already, and as for ever keeping her decently dressed, I defy you. There's the print of a slice of bread and butter on the front breadth, and smears of marmalade all over the sleeves, though she's only worn the frock on Sundays." "Let her wear it every day and wear it out," says Sibyl generously. "She shall have another for best." "Oh, you dear," cries Jenny. "But if you knew what a life Marion leads me when I've a good frock on, you might think it a greater charity never to give me one." "You ungrateful minx," exclaims Marion. "Didn't I stand half an hour this boiling afternoon doing your hair?" "Pulling it, you mean," responds Jenny. "If you'd combed it with a hay-fork and brushed it with a bush-harrow, you couldn't have hurt me more." "There's gratitude," ejaculates Marion, pointing to the offender. "My idea of gratitude is thankfulness for things we want," reasons Jenny, who is good at argument. "I didn't want my hair pulled." "Well, Sibyl," says Marion, "is Uncle Trenchard going to the races?" Everybody thinks and talks of the races at this time. It is the one subject of conversation in Redcastle, a rare thing for Redcastle to have so much as one subject of conversation. As a rule, the town contrives to be conversational about nothing. "No, Uncle Trenchard hates races. I am going with the Stormonts." "Indeed? I thought you wouldn't go anywhere without your uncle." "No more I would in an ordinary way, but I felt a kind of interest in the races. One hears so much of them." "I feel a kind of interest in them too," says Marion, with an injured air. "I've been hearing about Redcastle races ever since I left school, and yet living so near I have never seen them. Uncle Robert has got a pony that would take us, but he has not got the spirit. You might have asked Uncle Trenchard to let you take us all in his barouche. I dare say Uncle Robert would have gone if you'd taken him." Sibyl looks doubtful as to the delight of such a family party. "I've accepted Mrs. Stormont's invitation, you see," she replies apologetically. "Oh, yes, of course. Catch you putting yourself out of the way for anybody. Another girl in your position might have thought of her poor relations. What are you going to wear?" Sibyl describes the costume in which she and Miss Eylett have arranged that morning. Poor Marion listens in an agony of envy. "What a lot of money Uncle Trenchard must give you," she exclaims. "No, he doesn't give me much, but he allows me to keep an account at Carmichael's." "Well," sighs Marion, "I would give a year of my life to go to the races this day week." "What a pity our lives are not transferable, like railway stock," says Sibyl airily. She is not deeply moved by Marion's piteous condition. Her mind is occupied with a prophetic vision of her triumphs next Wednesday. She will see and be seen by the county. That idea is more inspiring than the prospect of a day spent with the Stormonts, whom she knows by heart, or even the privilege of beholding Mrs. Groshen's raiment, which is sure to be resplendent and of the very latest fashion, however hideous in the abstract and individually unbecoming that fashion may be. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Town and County. A curious thing happens that evening after dinner. It is Mr. Trenchard's habit to read the daily papers at his ease in the drawing-room as soon as he is withdrawn from the dinner-table. Or, if he is idly disposed, Sibyl reads to him and beguiles him into placid slumber. This evening he reads the papers for himself, beginning as usual with the Times, which he studies profoundly. He sits in his easy chair by one open window. Sibyl yawns over a novel at another. Rather dreary these summer evenings at Lancaster Lodge, when twilight's purple shadows rise ghost-like among the trees on the lawn, and the gates are closed upon the outer world. Welcome even such commonplace interruption as the advent of Frederick Stormont, and an adjournment to the billiard-room. Sibyl looks up from her book with a start at a sudden movement of her uncle's. What was that half-stifled exclamation which sounded so like an oath? Stephen Trenchard is standing up, with the paper crumpled in his right hand, staring blankly at his niece. She goes to him, looks at him in frightened interrogation, but he neither sees nor hears her. Is this some kind of seizure? Epileptic? Paralytic? She thinks so tremblingly for a moment, before Mr. Trenchard's keen black eyes assume their power of vision and look into hers. "Dearest uncle, what is the matter?" "Nothing that need concern you, Sibyl. A friend, an old friend of mine, dead in India. The announcement of his death shocked me, that's all. I ought not to have been surprised. At my age, a man must expect old friends to drop off. Go back to your book, my dear. There is no reason for you to be agitated." Sibyl looks wonderingly at the paper in her uncle's hand. It is not the supplement. That, with its births, marriages, and deaths, lies on the carpet unopened. She remembers that the deaths of distinguished people are sometimes recorded in the body of the paper, and this friend of her uncle's is doubtless a person worthy of an obituary paragraph. "I am so sorry," she says sympathetically. "So am I. But it was to be expected. Go back to your book, child." Perceiving that sympathy is not required, Sibyl returns to her seat by the distant window. Marion would have hung about her uncle for a quarter of an hour, bemoaning his loss and offering stale crumbs of consolation. Sibyl hears the door shut 10 minutes afterwards, and looking up, sees that Stephen Trenchard has vanished. She hastens to look for the newspapers, eager to find out all she can about her uncle's departed friend. But Mr. Trenchard has taken the papers with him, and when she searches for them next day in his study and in other likely places, they are not to be found. Nor does Mr. Trenchard reappear that evening. The butler brings Sibyl a message at tea-time to the effect that his master has letters to write, and will take tea in his study. So that particular infusion of hyson with which Mr. Trenchard is in the habit of irritating his nerves is carried to the study on a salver, and Sibyl is left to spend her evening alone. There are times, on just such an evening as this, when memory recalls that one room in Dixon Street, Chelsea, and his company whose easy temper and natural gaiety of heart could brighten deepest poverty with an occasional ray of light. "If I could have borne poverty as well as he, we might have struggled on together to the end," she thinks with a touch of remorse. But then, what a pity it would have been to lose Uncle Trenchard's fortune. How ghastly pale he looked tonight, poor dear man. Mr. Trenchard seems a little out of sort for the next few days, not quite so keen and far-seeing, so exacting or high-handed in his household as it is his wont to be. He has a preoccupied air, a thoughtful look, and is evidently much concerned by the loss of that departed friend, whose name he has not mentioned. Sibyl wonders at this a little, never having heard Mr. Trenchard talk of any intimate friend in India. He has told numerous stories of Calcutta society, of trade and chicanery in that palatial city, but of friendship, of intimate, congenial companions, he has not breathed a word. Nor, in the year and a half of his residence at Redcastle, has a single Anglo-Indian acquaintance visited him. Impossible to imagine a man more independent of friendship, yet he seems cut to the quick by the death of this distant friend, and is slow to recover his equanimity. Mrs. Stormont calls about 3 days before the races, and finds Mr. Trenchard and his niece on the lawn, the gentleman asleep or meditating, his countenance shrouded by an orange-coloured bandana, like a new veiled prophet, the lady working point lace at a stitch a minute. The kind soul has come to talk about the races. "I wish you could be induced to join us, dear Mr. Trenchard." "You're very good, my dear madam, but the thing is not in my way. I hardly know whether a horse should have 4 legs or 6. If you were to show me a 6-legged animal, I doubt if I should remark the redundancy." "And yet you have the finest carriage horses in Redcastle." "Because I did not choose them myself, madam." "I shall call for you at 12:30, my dear," says Mrs. Stormont, turning to Sibyl. "Fred is going to ride. I shall hire Shrub's landau and pair. My poor dear ponies would be frightened to death on a race-course." Shrub is the proprietor of the George Hotel and Livery Stables, and has the honour of ministering to the elite on all state occasions. "Why hire Shrub's landau when my barouche is at your service?" asked Mr. Trenchard. "I shall be glad to give that idle coachman of mine a day's work." "My dear Mr. Trenchard, you are too kind. Such an idea never entered my head." "Odd if it didn't," thinks Sibyl, "when you are always making use of the carriage in some way or other." The Stormonts have allowed Sibyl to drive them a good deal during the last few months, to the infinite relief of the ponies and the buck-basket, both of which institutions are slightly the worse for wear. You may get 15 years' good work out of a pony, but when he approaches his majority, his powers are apt to wane. Mrs. Stormont allows herself to be entreated, and finally yields gracefully, and with an airy coquetry, but only on condition that Mr. Trenchard shall dine with them on the race day. This he promises, with certain reservations. "If I feel myself up to the mark, I'll come," he says, "but I have not been particularly well lately." "Uncle Trenchard has lost an old friend in India," explains Sibyl, and seeing her uncle's impatient frown, is sorry she has made the remark. "Indeed!" exclaims Mrs. Stormont, thirsting for information. "In the civil service or the army? The colonel has many old Indian friends." "My friend was neither in the civil service nor the army," says Mr. Trenchard, and says no more. Mrs. Stormont is disappointed, but she has got the carriage, which was the object of her visit, so she drifts off into the usual Redcastle talk. "Have you seen the Groshens lately?" And "Did you hear that Dr. Mitson has been very ill?" And so on, with which interesting discourse she beguiles the next half-hour. The race day comes with the calendar, and a glorious day, hot blue sky, roads white with dust, grass brown and slippery, bad for the horses, opine the learned in such matters. The grandstand is gleaming in the sun, flags are flying, the town is all astir, flies are driving to and fro between station and racecourse, with visitors from Crampston, people who smell of commerce and dockyard, oakum and tar, a rough lot in the estimation of genteel Redcastle. At 12:30 the Trenchard barouche calls for Mrs. Stormont and her 2 daughters. Sibyl has taken her place in it already. She wishes to sit with her back to the horses, but this Mrs. Stormont will not allow, and after a little polite skirmishing, she takes her place next to that lady, the Miss Stormonts side by side on the opposite seat, which they fill to overflowing. On the way to the course, the ladies have time for a silent review of each other's apparel. Rose and Violet are in washed muslins and homemade bonnets. Mrs. Stormont wears her dove-coloured moire, which is an institution in Redcastle, and as well known as the town clock. "Here comes Mrs. Groshen's carriage. I suppose she is going to crush us with some new finery," says Rose, with a venomous look at the maize silk and India muslin. "I hope it will be in a little better taste than usual," remarks Violet, who is of a more calculating temper than her sister. "What lovely embroidery that is of yours, Sibyl. I can't help noticing it." Frederick joins the party presently on a brute of a grey horse, whose ownership he participates with young Jewson, the lawyer's son. The joint animal, having very little mouth to speak of at the best, and being ridden on opposite principles by his 2 proprietors, is about as manageable as a watering-place donkey. Frank Jewson, who is the better equestrian of the co-owners, boasts that he rides with his knees. Fred Stormont hangs on by the reins, and makes the wretched quadruped's mouth his fulcrum. He is not happy on horseback himself, or the cause of happiness to his steed, and the joint proprietorship is an extravagance which he can ill afford. But he feels that the horse gives him social status, and endures bravely. The beast is consistent, and starting with a fixed idea that the sooner he gets back to his stables, the better for his own well-being, tugs desperately at every turning in the endeavour to make a short-cut home, and if confronted in his straight course with any object which he dislikes, wheels sharp around and sets off at a lively trot stablewards. The first half-hour of Mr. Stormont's ride is one prolonged tussle with the grey, which, in the pride of their hearts, the joint proprietors have christened Flying Dutchman. "The Dutchman is awfully fresh today, Fred," remonstrates Rose, when the grey has backed into the landau half a dozen times in his efforts to go up every side street or alley. "Hadn't you better try him on the curb?" "I think I am riding him on the curb," says Fred, looking doubtfully at his reins, which are in an inextricable muddle. "The fact is, juicin' spoils his mouth. Yah, you beast, what's the matter now?" As the Dutchman, taking objection to a very small child in a white pinafore, gathers all his legs together, collapses, and scrambles frantically across the street, with a noise as of a detachment of cavalry. "Is that a fit?" asks Sibyl, when Mr. Trenchard's horses have recovered from their consternation at this manoeuvre. "No, it's only a shy. He cannot stand a perambulator." "Nor a woman in a red cloak, nor a baker's cart, nor a washing basket, nor a chimney sweep, nor a heap of stones, nor an organ," says Rose indignantly. "I never knew such a beast. He'll have your life some day, Fred, I feel convinced." "He's more than half a thoroughbred," says Frederick, leaning over to pat the animal's neck, an attention which the Dutchman resents by a sudden slouch forward and a furious shake of his head, whereby he all but precipitates Fred upon the paving stones. "Are you fond of riding?" asks Sibyl, as the horseman pulls himself together, scarlet after his struggles with his steed, and settles into a jolting trot beside the barouche. "Passionately," says Fred, the syllables jerked out of him piecemeal by the grey. "But that seems rather an uncomfortable horse to ride." "He's a little fidgety in the town, but he's splendid when you get him on the turf. You should see him in a stretching gallop across the grass." Mr. Stormont omits to state that in these stretching gallops he is entirely at the Dutchman's mercy, and suffers abject terror. They turn out of the market-place presently into a broad lane leading to the woods, a lane in which there are nice old houses on one side and orchards on the other, and at the top of this lane they come out of that open stretch of greensward, with a hollow full of hazel bushes, hawthorn, and blackberry here and there, which is dignified with the name of Redcastle Woods. Yonder towers the stand, white in the sunshine, flags, blue, red, and yellow, fluttering gaily, the oval course on the southern side of a slope, and a fringe of carriages and smartly dressed people. A simple rustic racecourse, with its local gentry and sprinkling of citizens from busy Cranston. The Stormont barouche takes its position among the great ones of the land, and by good luck finds itself in the very lap of the county. The magnates of Redcastle are 6 carriages off, Mrs. Groshen becking and nodding at her friends, gorgeously arrayed in a brilliant mauve silk which glistens in the sun, and a bonnet with feathers. There are many greetings between Mrs. Stormont and her neighbours, for the Stormonts occupy the borderline of Redcastle society, and are graciously regarded by the county families. Loud howdy-you-do's are uttered by the occupants of a tall coach next door to the barouche. 2 young men and 2 young women are seated on the box, the men in homespun tweed, the women in brown holland and brown straw hats. 2 grooms in dark green and mahogany tops are in attendance. "Are we going to have some good racing, Sir Wilford?" asked Mrs. Stormont, radiant at finding herself in such good company, and Mrs. Groshen afar off, like Dives. The bigger of the grey men answers in a loud, good-natured voice, dropping lightly down from his perch and coming close to the barouche. "Not much fun, I'm afraid. Wretched lot of leather-platers. Going to speculate, Miss Stormont? Better put something on Stagheen for the cup. Sure to win." He addresses himself to the fair Rose, shaking hands with her the while, but he looks at Sibyl. That delicate, clear-cut face, with its brown eyes, is strange to him, and in a place where everybody knows everybody else, that is enough to awaken interest. Sibyl remembers him as one of the hunters she has seen ride past the walls of Lancaster Lodge, clad in weather-stained scarlet. He is tall, 6'2", broad-shouldered, with the frame of an athlete. He has shaggy brown hair, shaggy brown moustache, good-humored grey eyes, a commonplace nose, a good, firm mouth, and strong, square chin. Large hands in well-worn tan gloves. "Sir Wilford Cardinal, Miss Faunthorpe," says Mrs. Stormont graciously. Sir Wilford takes off his hat and looks pleased, but is little wiser than before. This name of Faunthorpe means nothing for him. "Fond of racing?" he inquires, following up the introduction. "This is the first time I was ever at a race," replies Sibyl, "but I think I shall enjoy it very much." "Then you don't belong to this part of the country, I suppose? We Yorkshire folks are always going to races." "Yes, I have lived in Redcastle almost ever since I left school." "And have never come to the races?" "I couldn't get anybody to bring me," replies Sibyl frankly. "Neither of my uncles cares about races." "Good gracious!" This exclamation is evoked by a most startling apparition on the other side of the course, exactly opposite the barouche. A shabby old pony carriage, quite the most ancient vehicle of its kind in Redcastle. A dilapidated, unkempt pony, with his nose in a nose-bag. An elderly gentleman in a discoloured white hat, a young woman in pink muslin, and a girl of nondescript appearance in short petticoats, standing on the back seat of the pony carriage in order the better to survey the brilliant scene, and making a positively awful exhibition of her legs. These are Uncle Robert, Marion, and Jenny. Sibyl beholds them with unmitigated consternation. She will be obliged to acknowledge them presently, to avow her relationship to that wretched chaise, that odious pony, in the face of the county families, nay, the highest and mightiest of the high and mighty, the Cardinals of the How, people she has heard the Stormonts talk about with as much reverence as if they had the prosperity of the county in their keeping, wound up the sun like a clock, and turned on the rain from a tap in their custody. "This is Marion's doings," thinks Sibyl indignantly. "That girl is capable of anything. To think that they must needs come and perch themselves exactly opposite us." There seems deliberate malice in the act. A few minutes ago there was only empty space where the pony chaise stands now. The chaise has been placed there since the arrival of the barouche. Dr. Faunthorpe surveys his niece's party mildly through his spectacles. Marion nods and kisses her hand. But Sibyl, once having seen her danger, looks every way except towards the doctor's chaise. Jenny, more energetic than her elders, is not to be baffled. Finding nods and hand-kissing unnoticed, she raises her shrill young voice and screams, "Sibyl! Sibyl! Look this way, Sibyl!" "Who is that leggy child calling?" asks Sir Wilford, looking at Jenny through his race-glass, which brings her to the end of his nose. "What an excitable young person! And what a funny party! A little old man in spectacles and a white hat, a tall young woman with ginger hair, and that leggy child dancing about upon the cushions. And what a pony! The very one Noah had in the ark, I should think." Sibyl grows crimson. Can she acknowledge her kith and kin after this? While she hesitates, Mrs. Stormont raises her gold-rimmed binoculars and scrutinizes the opposite party. "Why, my dear," she exclaims, not sorry to set off any obligation involved in the loan of the barouche by the humiliation of its owner, "it's that dear, good little man, Dr. Faunthorpe, and your sisters. I wonder you didn't recognize the pony. There's not another like him in Redcastle." "Is that little girl your sister?" asked Sir Wilfrid. "I beg your pardon, and hers, if I said anything impertinent. She seems a fine, high-spirited girl, but in an awful state of excitement. Shall I bring her across to you? She wants to speak to you, I fancy." "Oh, pray leave her where she is," replies Sibyl. "She's a dreadful nuisance. There, there, child," nodding to the obnoxious hoyden. "Won't that do?" Jane kisses her hand again vehemently, and having succeeded in attracting her sister's attention, seems tolerably resigned. Sibyl feels that her maize-coloured silk and India muslin, the barouche, and all things are a failure after this. And there are the Miss Cardinals in their plain holland gowns with satchels at their waists, brown hats, brown feathers, brown holland umbrellas, singularly plain attire which looks in better form for a race-course than Sibyl's flower show costume. Sir Wilfrid stands by the barouche for an hour or more and tells Sibyl all about the horses. He devotes himself to her almost exclusively before the face of Redcastle. Fred Stormont, pounding restlessly about upon the grey and bringing that excited animal to anchor beside the barouche when he can, feels that he is nowhere, and begins to think that he has erred on the side of caution and hesitancy in his wooing of Stephen Trenchard's niece. The races may not be good races from a professional point of view. The horses may be the very refuse of famous stables, but the excitement and exhilaration of the crowd are not lessened by that fact. No weighty stakes are lost or won, but everyone seems happy. Broad grins are the only wear. There is a great deal of picnicking between the races, and people who would have lived through the day at home on a biscuit and a glass of sherry do wild things in the consumption of lobster salad, chicken, mayonnaise, and pigeon pie. Mrs. Stormont has provided the most refined of baskets, delicate papers of anchovy and chicken sandwiches, fragile biscuits, some choice fruit, and a bottle of dry sherry. These favours she dispenses to her party, while Sir Wilford and his people are devouring their lobster salad on the roof of the drag, enlivened by the running fire of champagne corks. Fred, roving to and fro on the grey, declines the maternal sherry. "No, thanks, Mother. When I'm dry myself, I don't want my wine dry. I'll go and do a bitter at the stand presently." Sibyl has gradually recovered that death blow of the pony carriage. Sir Wilford Cardinal's attentions have put her in a good humour. It is as if some prince of the blood royal had paid her homage in the presence of his subjects, and she knows that Mrs. Groshen and Mrs. Marlin Spike, the Miss Jewsons, and above all, dearest Rose and Violet, will be provoked to envy by the distinction thus conferred upon her. Indeed, dear Rose's brow has a cloudy look already, and Violet is snappish. Only Mrs. Stormont preserves her equanimity and smiles upon the baronet when he redescends from the drag and takes up his position beside the barouche. Sibyl's ignorance of racing matters is curiously attractive to him from its novelty, his sisters being learned in the minutest details of the turf, and as well up in stable talk as their brother's stud-groom, under whom they have graduated. He lingers by her side till the races are nearly over, and his grooms go to fetch the horses. The important duty of seeing these animals put to distracts him a little, but he comes back again at the last to say good-bye to Mrs. Stormont and her daughters, and to Sibyl. "I should like you to know my sisters," he says. "I am sure you'd suit each other." A mendacious assertion, inspired by the exigencies of the situation, Sir Wilfrid knowing very well that town and county have seldom an idea in common. He has not ventured to bring about an introduction on the course, his sisters being at an inconvenient altitude, and of an uncertain temper. But he feels that he must contrive to see more of Miss Faunthorpe somehow or other. Who can she be? She is too richly dressed for a governess, and the Stormonts are too civil to her. Yet she must be a nobody, or Mrs. Stormont would have taken care to parade her people. He resolves to call on the Stormonts in a day or two, and find out all about their protégée, and, sustained by this resolution, he takes his reluctant leave. How splendid his coach looks to Sibyl! The 4 broad-chested bays, with their honest English-looking heads, horses that mean work, the steel chains, the black harness, austerely simple in its mounting, the grooms in Lincoln green, the 2 girls in brown holland nodding good-bye to the Stormonts as Sir Wilford drives away, making a wide sweep upon the turf, his horses going as if this was the happiest moment of their lives, his grooms climbing into their places after the team has started, with some hazard of life and limb, but with honour to themselves. "Charming man, Sir Wilfrid Cardinal," says Mrs. Stormont. "The Cardinals are one of the oldest of our county families. How do you like him, Sibyl?" "He seems very good-natured," replies Sibyl carelessly. What are the Cardinals to her? And what avails this young man's admiration, save to flaunt in the face of her acquaintance? Her name is written in the book of fate, and in the registers of St. Apollonius, Pimlico. The soul of good nature. His sisters are charming, too, great friends of Rose and Violet's. Uncommon intimate, says Fred, who has dragged that unyielding grey up to the carriage once more. They see one another twice a year, I should think. For my part, I detest the county people. They are a parcel of narrow-minded snobs who think the beginning and end of life is to ride straight to hounds. Having relieved his jealous pangs by this vindictive burst, Fred goes to look after Mr. Trenchard's horses, and presently the barouche falls in with the line of vehicles driving towards the town. Fred and the grey in attendance, that animal suddenly amenable to reason now that he is going back to his stable. Sibyl drives home with the Stormonts, with whom she is to dine. "I do hope your dear uncle will join us at dinner," says Mrs. Stormont. That hope is nipped in the bud, for among the day's letters Mrs. Stormont finds a note from Stephen Trenchard. Dear Mrs. Stormont, I do not feel well enough to avail myself of your kind invitation for this evening, so must ask you to excuse me. I will send the carriage for Sibyl at 10:30. Yours very truly, Stephen Trenchard. I'm afraid your uncle is breaking up, my dear, remarks Mrs. Stormont with a sigh. I saw a change in him when I called the other day. That is strange, says Sibyl, for he has not been actually ill. He has not kept his room for a single day. He is a man of iron nerves, my love, and would be reluctant to give way to illness, but I feel sure that he is declining. At his age, and after a life in India, you cannot expect to have him with you many years. Sibyl looks grave. No, she has not counted on her uncle living many years, or at least when she deserted her husband, she told herself that the old man's life could be but brief, and that a few years of patience would be rewarded by fortune and independence for all her life to come. But since she has lived with Uncle Trenchard, she has been inclined to think differently. In his wiry frame and active habits, his temperance, his iron nerves, there seems the promise of life prolonged to its utmost limits. He may live to be 90, and she to be almost an old woman ere she reap the wages of her toil. And in that case, what is to become of Alexis? Mrs. Stormont's remark inspires a new hope. The end may not be so far off after all. She is not ungrateful to her uncle. She is not without some kind of affection for him. But the hope of reunion with her husband, of forgiveness and atonement, is sweet. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. A Mysterious Visitor. The dinner at the Stormonts is as other dinners in the same house. The guests are Mr. and Mrs. Groshen, Dr. and Mrs. Mitsand, and one Miss Mitsand, the ugliest, as Fred remarks with a sense of injury. The flower pots on the table, the silver dishes, the ruby hock glasses, the finger glasses engraved with the Greek key pattern, the talk, the twaddle, Mrs. Groshen's Honiton lace, how well Sibyl know them all. She breathes a sigh for the days that are gone, before that slow, pompous banquet is ended, and think that after all there was more pleasure in a haddock and a cup of tea in Dixon Street than in all this provincial splendor. The talk is chiefly of the races, who was there and who was not there. The county families are brought on the table and discussed fully, together with the genealogies, which are as well known and as complicated as if they were Greek heroes or demigods. Mrs. Stormont praises Sir Wilford Cardinal and those dear girls his sisters, and talks of the rose garden and ferneries at the How, whereby she bears down rather heavily upon Mrs. Groshen, who has never been bidden to that earthly paradise. Mr. Groshen opines that Sir Wilfrid is better off than most of the county people, whom he disparages as a shabby lot, but adds that at the rate Sir Wilfrid is going on with his drags and hunters, he is likely to outrun the constable before he is many years older. That the evening entertainment which follows the feast is dull, not even Mrs. Stormont's dearest friend, Mrs. Groshen, could deny, were her views taken on the subject. Sibyl knows every piece of furniture in the drawing-room by heart, every photograph in the album. She knows the Miss Stormont's favourite fantasias better than those performers themselves, or they would play more correctly. She knows exactly how she will be asked to play one of her lovely pieces, or to sing one of her sweet songs, and how the young ladies will pretend to delight in Chopin, and the elders praise her wonderful fingering, and how stifled yawns will at intervals prevail among the company. She knows how Violet will tell her about some new fern she has discovered, such a darling, and how Rose will ask her if she is going on the continent this year, and will then favour her with some interesting facts about her Swiss tour with her papa 3 years ago. What a blessed relief when the clock on the mantelpiece strikes 11. Sibyl has been wondering for ever so long why her carriage has not been announced. "Dear Mrs. Stormont, I think they must have forgotten me," she says. "But we are such near neighbours, I can walk home easily." "My love, it is quite early. Don't talk of going. The carriage will come for you, I am sure. We want another of those delicious sonatas." "Not going surely, Mrs. Groshen," cries Mrs. Stormont, rejoicing in her soul to see the banker and his wife advancing to her, stately and smiling, to tell her that they have spent a most enjoyable evening. Everyone discovers that it is frightfully late. No one would have supposed it for an instant. How swift are the pinions of time when pleasure quickens them. Mrs. Stormont, pressed by Sibyl, makes an inquiry about Mr. Trenchard's carriage. It has not come. "We walked here," said Mr. Groshen. "Matilda grumbled about her dress, but I wouldn't have my horses harnessed again after they had come from the race-course, and I couldn't have them standing in harness while she changed her dress. It is no use having fine horses if you don't study them a little. And we're such near neighbours. We'll take care of you, Miss Faunthorpe, if you don't mind walking." "I should like it," says Sibyl, with a longing look at the cool purple night beyond the open window of the gas-lit room. Fred springs up eagerly from the ottoman on which he has been sitting in patient attendance on the unattractive Miss Mitsand. "Let me see you home, Miss Faunthorpe. I shall be delighted." Sibyl runs away to put on her bonnet, and the guests issue forth in a bevy. Dr. Mitsand's useful brougham is waiting. The others walk home in the tranquil, perfumed air. Fred offers his arm, which Sibyl accepts with the infinite ease of indifference. Mr. and Mrs. Groshen make themselves agreeable by walking on briskly. "Isn't it a lovely night?" gasped Fred rapturously. "Yes, it's very fine. We generally have nice evenings in June." "Yes," replies Fred, after judicious consideration, "I think we do. Nice long evenings, at any rate. The 21st being the longest day, of course, is a reason. Nice month for races, too. But rather rainy sometimes, don't you think?" Sibyl concedes the point. "I remember one wet June, poured all the month. Regular cats and dogs. The racecourse was a morass. Of course, the heaviest timbered horse won. Here we are, I declare, close to Lancaster Lodge. How I wish it was further off." "Not very flattering to me to wish us less near neighbours," says Sibyl, laughing. "Oh, come now, Miss Faunthorpe, you know I don't mean that. But just for tonight, for the sake of prolonging this delightful walk." "Don't talk nonsense, please," says Sibyl, "and be kind enough to ring the bell." They are standing at the gate by this time, and Fred lingers, as if loath to perform that necessary duty. He rings, and the lodge-keeper opens the side gate. Sibyl offers Mr. Stormont her hand on the threshold, but gives him no invitation to enter the domain. "Good night," she says, and then cries suddenly, "Do you hear that?" It is a most melodious jug-jugging from a dark clump of chestnuts near the gate. "I hear something chirruping," replies Fred dubiously. "It's the nightingale. It sings every night just at this time. Isn't it exquisite?" "Rather throaty," says Fred. "Good night," repeats Sibyl, shutting the gate in his face. "Horrid young man," she ejaculates. How dark, cool, and silent, save for those nightingales, the grounds are tonight. She is in no hurry to go into the house. The dewy turf, the tall black trees standing out against a sky of mixed light and colour, the moon rising grandly above the elms yonder, just where the Lancaster Lodge grounds meet the edge of Redcastle Park. Sir John Boldero's domain, all is beautiful. Sibyl walks slowly along the shrubberied drive, and round to the lawn behind the house, that wide sweep of velvet grass upon which she and her uncle spend the summer afternoons. Mr. Trenchard's study is on this side of the house. The lighted windows inform Sibyl that he has not yet retired for the night. The study opens on the lawn by a half-glass door. She can go into the house this way and surprise her forgetful uncle by her return, and tell him all about her day, about Sir Wilford Cardinal's attentions, of which she is proud. She thinks it will please her uncle to know that one of the magnates of the land has admired her. She goes towards this glass door, but makes a dead stop before one of the study windows, startled by what she sees there. It is nothing very remarkable, perhaps, at the first showing, only Uncle Stephen and a stranger. But the stranger is no ordinary person, and there is that in Stephen Trenchard's face which makes the scene remarkable. The lamp burns brightly on the official-looking table, which is spread with papers, formidable-looking papers, bristling with figures ruled with red ink. They are laid open, as if for inspection, and among them lies an open ledger. Sibyl has no experience which can teach her the exact nature of these papers, but she knows instinctively that they must have some relation to commerce. Stephen Trenchard's face is black as thunder. His left hand lies on that open ledger. With the right he points to a column of figures, running his square forefinger down the column with a vicious dig of the nail here and there, as much as to say, "Look at that, sir, and at that, and what do you say to that?" The stranger stands at Mr. Trenchard's elbow. He is a foreigner, an Oriental, Sibyl thinks, though his plain and faultless clothes are perfectly English. He has a dark olive skin, eyes black as night, an aquiline nose, a narrow oval face, and silky blue-black hair. He is something less than the middle height, stout and sleek. His lips move softly, and his plump yellow hand seems to expostulate as Stephen Trenchard scowls at the figures. "Who can he be?" wonders Sibyl, abandoning all intention of seeing her uncle tonight. "Some Indian friend of Uncle Stephen's, I suppose. But what can all those papers mean, and why does Uncle Stephen look so angry? He looked just like that when he spoke of Philip Secretan." She goes round to the front of the house. The hall door is open, and the footman is airing himself on the threshold, listening to the nightingales. "Why wasn't the carriage sent for me?" asks Sibyl. "Indeed, ma'am, I don't know. Was it ordered?" "I suppose so. Mr. Trenchard said he would send it." "I'm afraid master must have forgotten it, ma'am. I didn't take no message to the coachman. Perhaps it was the gentleman coming to see him that put it out of his mind." "I suppose so. Who is the gentleman, do you know?" "No, ma'am. There was no name given. The gentleman came after dinner, about 9 o'clock. He came from London, I believe. The London train hadn't been long in when he came, and he's been with Mr. Trenchard ever since." "Is he going to stay here tonight?" "I don't know, ma'am. There's been nothing said. But Mrs. Skinner had the blue room got ready in case it should be wanted, as a premonitory measure." Sibyl yawns languidly and goes upstairs to her own room, puzzled, but not seriously disturbed. The stranger has come on some business errand, evidently. She knows that her uncle's temper is not particularly placid, and concludes that he has been irritated by some vexation of a commercial character. Yet she cannot understand how this can be, since she has been taught to believe Mr. Trenchard has retired from business. Curiosity would impel her to await the stranger's departure in the drawing-room, or to discover whether he is to remain for the night. But she does not care to encounter her uncle in his present temper, and he would doubtless be offended by anything that could look like espionage. It is nearly midnight when she goes to her room. Her windows open on the garden and are above those of the study. She seats herself by an open window and looks out into the cool, shadowy garden. Presently she hears a voice raised in anger. Her uncle's voice, she knows, but the stranger's tones never reach her ear. His voice is like his looks, I dare say, she thinks, soft and silky and cunning. I shouldn't think he was the kind of man Uncle Trenchard would trust. She wastes more than an hour in undressing, brushing her hair, putting away her finery. The clock strikes 1, but those lighted windows still shine upon the dark turf below. What a long interview, she thinks. This Indian gentleman must surely be going to stay all night. He would never leave the house at such an hour as this. She falls asleep at last, worn out by the fatigues of the day, but at the last moment hears that angry voice of her uncle's suddenly raised in a gust of passion. She wakes next morning with an uneasy sense of something having gone wrong, but it is some moments before that scene in the room beneath flashes back upon her. Who can that man be? She asks herself again. And why was Uncle Trenchard so angry? Some Indian merchant, perhaps, to whom he has lent money. The loss of a few thousands ought not to make him so angry. It must be like a drop in the ocean compared with his immense wealth. But then, I know he is fond of money, and that it pains him to part even with a 10-pound note. She dresses and goes down to the dining-room, looking as fresh as the newly opened roses to which the nightingale sings at sundown. Mr. Trenchard is in his accustomed seat, the big crimson morocco armchair drawn into the bay window. The sashes are up, and the sweet morning air comes in across the flower beds. 8 o'clock is the hour for breakfast, winter and summer, at Lancaster Lodge, and unpunctuality is little less than a crime in the eyes of Stephen Trenchard, who is usually dressed in his blue frock coat and pankeen waistcoat and trousers by 6, and prowling about the grounds to the discomfiture of his gardeners. He is a shade paler than usual, and has purple shadows under his eyes. His hand shakes a little, Sibyl thinks, as he turns the leaves of the Manchester Daily, which he reads every morning before breakfast. The face he turns to her as she bends over him to administer her morning kiss has an old and wan look in the sunshine. Can it be that Mrs. Stormont is right, and that Stephen Trenchard is breaking up? There are no early prayers at Lancaster Lodge. Mr. Trenchard has his ideas upon religion, and his own particular creed by which he is to stand or fall, no doubt. But whatever these are, he keeps them strictly to himself. He never goes to church, a neglect of duty which in a person of Mr. Trenchard's consequence Redcastle regards as an eccentricity, but which would make a social outlaw of a small butcher or baker. He has no objection to Sibyl's attendance at the minster, where she exhibits the latest fashions on Sunday mornings. He is no declared infidel. He simply ignores religion as a thing he has been able to dispense with all his life. Sibyl takes her place before the silver urn and begins the business of tea-making. Mr. Trenchard drinks green tea unmixed with black, and is very particular about the preparation of the beverage. Marion has never succeeded in pleasing him in this matter. Sibyl has never failed. "You are looking so tired this morning, dear uncle," she says in her soft, winning voice. "You were up very late last night, were you not?" "How do you know that? You were in bed, I suppose?" "Not till 12 o'clock. I stayed rather late at the Stormonts, thinking you would send the carriage for me." "The carriage. Ah, to be sure. I forgot." "It didn't matter in the least. I walked home. That horrid Fred brought me. Such a lovely night. The walk would have been delightful with anyone else." "Ah, you don't like young Stormont," says Mr. Trenchard, looking sharply at her. "I'm glad of it, child. He's a genteel pauper at best. You must marry someone better than that." Sibyl pales at the mention of marriage. "I don't mean to marry at all, uncle. I'm much happier as I am with you." "Stuff and nonsense, my dear. Marriage is a woman's mission, and with your pretty face you are sure to get a rich husband." "You wouldn't have me marry for money, Uncle Trenchard?" cries Sibyl with a horrified look. Here is this old man rolling in wealth, and yet counselling a mercenary marriage. "I wouldn't have you marry without money. You are no girl to play at love in a cottage. That's a game you'd soon grow tired of." Sibyl starts as if she had been stung. "Don't talk of marriage, Uncle Trenchard. The subject is hateful to me. There is no one in Redcastle that I care for, or am ever likely to care for." "I am sorry to hear it," replies Mr. Trenchard, with a moody look as he resumes his newspaper. Stephen Trenchard is not a man who riots in the good things of this life. His breakfast consists of a cup of green tea and a little bit of dry toast. His other meals are of the simplest, but there is a considerable Epicureanism in his simplicity, and he resented a bad dinner as a personal injury. "I expected to find a visitor here this morning," Sibyl says presently, too curious to be silent on the subject of that nocturnal interview in Mr. Trenchard's study. "Indeed? Have you invited anyone?" "I should not take such a liberty without your permission, unless it were Marion or Jenny. I thought the gentleman who was with you last night would stay." Her uncle looks at her with a darker frown than she has ever provoked before. "The gentleman came on business, and left as soon as his business was concluded," replies Mr. Trenchard in chilling tones. "The less you trouble yourself about my affairs, Sibyl, the better for our mutual happiness." "I only wondered," falters Sibyl. "Don't wonder. It's a most unprofitable occupation of the mind. Who told you there was anyone with me last night?" "I saw him." "Saw him? How?" "The night was so lovely that I walked round the garden after Fred Stormont left me at the gate, and I was coming in at your study door, seeing your lamp burning, when I saw that you were not alone." "The gentleman you saw is a Calcutta merchant, an old acquaintance, who wanted my advice in a critical turn of his affairs. And now you know all that there is to be known, and may leave off wondering." Mr. Trenchard sips his tea and nibbles his dry toast in silence, and presently disappears altogether behind the county paper. Sibyl is disappointed. She expected to be questioned about yesterday, to be asked if she had made any conquests, to be able to describe Sir Wilford Cardinal's obvious subjugation, and the effect which it produced on the Stormonts, Rose's envious looks, Violet's constrained civility, Fred's anguish of mind as he curvetted on the unmanageable grey. Finding her uncle indisposed for conversation, Sibyl leaves the dining-room as soon as decency permits, and flits away to her favourite retreat, the garden. Life, which is all a summer holiday, is pleasant enough, doubtless, but oh, how monotonous, and in Sibyl's case, how lonely. This morning, exhausted with yesterday's excitement, she throws herself back in her low wicker chair wearily, and sighs 2 or 3 times in a quarter of an hour without knowing why. Sighs for the days that are gone, for poverty and Alexis perhaps, though she would hardly confess as much. The roses glorify the garden. The trees cast their deep, cool shadows on the sunny grass. The house yonder, with all its windows shining in the sun, its Venetians, its flower-boxes, its prosperous air, as of a habitation for which wealth has done its uttermost. All these things remind her that her lot has fallen in a pleasant place. Yet she yearns for something more. How soon will it come? How soon will the heritage for which she awaits be hers? Mrs. Stormont has noticed a change in Stephen Trenchard, and that change has been very obvious to Sibyl's eyes this morning. She struggles against sordid mercenary thoughts, but they are too strong for her. She cannot help speculating about the future which seems drawing nearer, that future which is to reunite her to Alexis, to open the door of a new, glad world, to release her from this dull bondage in the narrow paths of provincial pretense and respectability. She knows that she is her uncle's favourite niece. Marion is suffered to come and go, but is rarely favoured with so much as a civil word or a kindly glance from Mr. Trenchard. Jenny he openly abominates. Her noisy, bouncing ways distress him beyond measure, and she is rarely admitted to his presence. Sibyl therefore concludes that although Mr. Trenchard, out of kindly feelings, may leave a few thousands to Marion and Jenny, just enough to secure them a competence, the bulk of his fortune will be hers. That vast wealth which has made Redcastle bow down before him will be hers, and Redcastle, which already fawns upon her, honouring her prospective riches, will fall prostrate and worship her. Poor Uncle Trenchard, she thinks compassionately. What is the good of money to the old? His prosperity comes at the wrong end of life. What can his wealth give him? A fine house where he lives alone, a splendid solitude, horses which he rarely uses. For all the personal gratification he has out of his wealth, he would be as well off with 600 a year. But he has the homage of Redcastle, which would not be given to a man of limited income, even though he devoted half his revenue to acts of charity. Sibyl sees the end of her bondage coming near and thinks of Alexis with tender longing for reunion. Will he come back to her? Will he forgive her? Yes, 1,000 times yes. He loves her too well to be obdurate. Whatever anger he may have felt at her abandonment of him will melt away before her smiles. It is a trial to be so ignorant of his fate, not to know where he is or what he is doing, whether fortune has been kind or cruel to him. Great heaven! If he should be dead! If the fight should have been too hard, and he fallen! Her heart grows cold at the mere thought that such a thing is possible. She shudders, clasps her hands over her eyes, as if to shut out the horrid spectacle. If he were dead, hope's airy palace built on a fatal quicksand, and the future she has looked forward to, a future never to be realized. No, she will not think of anything so hideous. Fate must be kind to true love, and she has loved her husband truly, even when deserting him to secure fortune. She remembers how often she has heard him say that it is easy for a single man to fight the battle of life, that alone he could have struggled on somehow, could have obtained employment, could have roamed the world till he found just the one spot where he could prosper. He has never said it reproachfully. He was too fond of her for that. But he has said it, and the memory of that speech is a consoling thought to Sibyl just now. He has emigrated, I dare say, she thinks. He had a longing to try his luck in Australia. He is on the other side of the world, most likely, and when I am free to call him back to me, I shall have to wait ever so long before he can come. She is roused from this reverie, from the deepest deep of thought, by the mellifluous soprano of Mrs. Stormont raised inquiringly, that society voice in which a comedy actress makes such trivial inquiry at the wing before she appears on stage. "In the garden?" screams Mrs. Stormont. "Dear child, I will find her." Mrs. Stormont emerges from the shrubbery, rustling in a flounced cambric morning dress. She wears a black lace shawl, her last summer's bonnet, done up inexpensively by her maid, and in honest truth has been uptown to pay her tradesmen's weekly accounts. The Stormonts, though near, are good pay. Old Mother Stormont will haggle about the bone in a bit of brisket, and she will worry about her Sunday sirloin, says Mr. Heifer, the butcher, but she do pay uncommon reg'lar, I will say that for the old gal. Familiarity induced by Mrs. Stormont's frequent personal visits of complaint or inspection at Mr. Heifer's shop has bred contempt in that citizen's mind. The customers he respects are those who never cross his threshold or weigh his meat. Mrs. Stormont is followed by a tall stranger in grey, who looks about him admiringly, and whom Sibyl hardly recognizes at the first glance. "Charming place. Kept so well, too. Garden much neater than my fellows keep the How. How do you do, Miss Faunthorpe? Hope you weren't tired by the races yesterday." Sibyl blushes becomingly, startled by this sudden appearance of the mighty Sir Wilford Cardinal, startled out of all sad thoughts, and gratified by this proof of her power. "I met this tiresome Sir Wilfrid in the market-place, Sibyl," says Mrs. Stormont with juvenile playfulness, which sits upon her portly middle age about as becomingly as the airy gauze bonnet on her pepper-and-salt chignon. And he insisted upon my bringing him to call on you. I hope you are not shocked with us for invading you at such a barbarous hour." Sibyl assures Mrs. Stormont that the hour is a matter of no importance. "You are just as glad to see us as if we had come in proper visiting hours," exclaims the lady. "What a dear, candid child she is! I don't know what you did with my poor Fred last night, Sibyl, but you sent him home quite low-spirited." This is said with meaning, and Sir Wilfrid looks at the speaker curiously. "Poor Fred!" he cries in his loud voice. "I think it must have been the bumping he got on that bony grey that made him low-spirited." "I'm afraid I said good night rather abruptly," says Sibyl, "which was very ungrateful of me after his kindness in seeing me home. But I was vexed with him for not appreciating our nightingales." "Not appreciate the nightingales? How odd!" exclaims Mrs. Stormont. "Fred has such an ear for music." "Shouldn't have thought it from his trotting," remarks the candid Sir Wilfrid. "Man with a good ear always keeps time in the saddle. So you've nightingales here, Miss Faunthorpe? Shouldn't have thought it so near the town. We've no end of 'em at the How. Jug, jug, jug from sundown till midnight. I should like to show you our gardens at the How, by the by. Mrs. Stormont might drive you over some day." Mrs. Stormont, divided between her desire to be intimate with the best of the county families and her maternal solicitude for Fred, whose interests are evidently in peril, can only smile blandly and assentingly. To drive over to the How in a friendly way is to take the highest rank in Redcastle society. Mrs. Groshen will feel absolutely crushed when she is told of such a visit. And after all, poor Fred's courtship hangs on hand dismally, and may never come to anything. Sibyl, although courted by the whole family, has given no token of preference for the eldest Hope. Sibyl, with Stephen Trenchard's fortune, and exalted into Lady Cardinal, would be a splendid person to know. The dear girls, Rose and Violet, would be asked to stay at the How, no doubt. Might make splendid matches, marry into the county. The conversation meanders on in the same elevated strain for half an hour, while Sibyl and her visitors walk round the garden, Sir Wilfrid admiring everything monstrously, to use his own phrase, and grumbling a good deal about those fellows of his at the How. "I never saw such flower beds," he says. "There's not a dead leaf among 'em." "My uncle is very particular about the garden," says Sibyl. "That reminds me that I must ask to be introduced to your uncle." "I dare say he is in his study," replies Sibyl. "I'll run and see." She has an idea that it would hardly do to take Sir Wilfrid to her uncle without some note of preparation, Mr. Trenchard being somewhat out of sorts today. She has saved the trouble of going to the study, however, for Stephen Trenchard is seen coming across the lawn in his Panama hat, and they all three go to meet him. He receives Mrs. Stormont and Sir Wilfrid graciously, and the luncheon bell, ringing while he is conversing with them, insists upon their staying to luncheon. So they all go together to the dining-room, Mrs. Stormont protesting that her absence will be the cause of consternation at home. Sibyl is fluttered and a little pleased at the idea of having made such an important conquest. A useless triumph, of course, for a woman in her position, but one that flatters womanly vanity. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. The Wanderer's Return. The great city lies seething like some unholy cauldron under the blazing August sun, when a lonely wayfarer returns to it after 2 years' exile on the other side of the world. Rank and fashion, middle-class wealth, professional respectability have deserted the airy western squares and streets for English watering places, Welsh mountains, Scottish moors, Irish lakes, or broiling continental esplanades, spas, conversation houses, Rhine steamers, and so on. But from this eastern end of the city there is no such exodus. Here life holds on patiently through the dog days. Here labor knows no respite, and the grinding of the universal mill slackens not. Alexis Secretan, just embarked from the famous clipper ship Orinoco, surveys the dingy street, the driving crowd, with wonder, not unmingled with loathing. What a weary city it seems to this man, who walked its stony ways 2 years ago, a seeker for bread, and for the most part found only the natural product of the soil, a stone. He has found fortune kinder at the Antipodes, man more friendly, nature more liberal of her smiles, less shut out and constrained by brick and mortar. He has achieved no sudden prosperity. He has worked hard and honestly and has done well. So well as to be able to come back to this sophisticated, unfriendly city, whither fate draws him as a magnet. It is not possible for a man to feel more lonely than this returning wayfarer. In all the vast city which spreads itself about and around him, there lives only one person from whom he can hope for a friendly smile of welcome. His humble friend Dick Plowden is the only being to whom he can go with any certainty of not being considered a bore and an intruder. His old brother officers, the companions of his brief day of prosperity, alas! He wore out the friendship of those when he sank to that lowest grade in the animal creation, the borrowing animal. Dear old Dick, honest, friendly Dick, to whom he has long since repaid that 10-pound note borrowed for the false wife who deserted him. It is to Dick he goes naturally today, as brother goes to brother. It is to Dick's recommendation to Messrs. Keel and Screw he owes the honorable independence of the last 2 years. But for Dick's influence, he would never have got that fair start in a new world, which has enabled him to keep his head above water and do Messrs. Keel and Screw honorable service on the other side of the globe. He can afford to take a hansom and drive to the Brompton Road as fast as a broken-down thoroughbred can take him. Dear old Dick is in the little back parlor hard at work, as on that snowy day when desperation guided Alexis to that last resource of the desperate, the humble friend of better days. But Dick is not occupied today in the mechanical drudgery of map painting. He is writing a little book on astronomy, for the use of schools, that elementary geography of his having been a success. He starts up at sight of Alexis, who has pushed by the maid of all work and entered unannounced. The two men greet each other heartily. Captain Secretan, what a delightful surprise! And looking so well, too. So handsome. Just like my original captain who took Mother's first floor. Dear old Dick. But I did not expect you home for ever so long. I thought you were going to stop at Sydney, working for the firm until you had made your fortune. Fortune is all very well, Dick, and the firm is all very well. They have been liberal employers, and I have worked honestly for them. But the soul of man needs something more than 15% commission upon all his dealings. There was an emptiness in my heart, Dick, out yonder, a cavity that needed filling somehow. So I took the first opportunity to slip across to the old world, though God knows there's little chance of filling the vacuum here. However, I shall only stop a month or so, and then go back again. The firm has been very kind about the matter. I told them my health was failing, and that the voyage home was my only hope of getting strong again. So they gave me a free passage both ways, and I'm to hold counsel with them about the opening of a new branch of the business out yonder." "And were you really ill?" asked Richard Plowden sympathetically. "What I told the firm was not much more than the truth, old fellow. When heart sickness sets in, bodily sickness is pretty sure to follow. My nights were growing sleepless, full of bad thoughts. Well, Dick, you can guess my first question. Any news of her?" Richard Plowden shakes his head despondingly. "I am the last to hear of her," he says, "I who live as much out of the world as if I were a hermit in a cave. She might have come to you to inquire about my fate, knowing you were the only friend adversity had left me. She has never come." "Nor written?" "Not a line. Forgive me if I wound you, Captain Secretan. Call me Alex, Dick, or we shall quarrel. Forgive me if I seem to speak hardly of her, but upon my honor, Alex, it seems to me that you have nothing to do but to forget her. She deserted you when you had the most need of her love, when, if she had been a true woman, she would have clung to you most fondly. Granted, Dick, she was selfish, base, cowardly. We had sunk together into the slough of despond, and she contrived to scramble out of it and leave me in the mire. She was clever enough to make use of me to accomplish her escape, sent me out among hard-hearted humanity to borrow, beg, or steal the means by which she meant to separate herself from my fallen fortunes. Do you think I came across the world to seek for her? No, Dick, I am not such a fool. I have been cheated once. I shall never be her dupe again. Do you think I could ever trust her any more? That if fortune smiled upon us, and she pretended to love me, I could feel any confidence in her truth, any security in her affection? The void in my heart is to be filled, but not by her. I came back to the old world to look for my child, the child that was to be born to me when my cruel wife left me. You do not even know that the child survived its birth. What a Job's comforter you are, Dick. I know nothing except that I am going to hunt for the mother in order that I may find the child. The law would give the custody of so young a child to the mother. I snap my fingers at the law. Truth is great and shall prevail. So base a wife must be an unworthy mother. I will find her price for the child. She will sell that as she sold me, for a mess of pottage. When I left England I was desperate, mad perhaps, or I should not have left that land that held my child. My loneliness in that strange world yonder awakened a father's feelings. I found out how dreary a prospect life is to a man who stands alone, a blank and barren desert, with no green oasis, no distant city to which he may direct his steps, a lonely pilgrimage leading nowhere. How shall you commence your search? I have thought of that question many a time on board the Orinoco. There is little choice of plan left open to me. You remember that before Messrs. Keel and Screw took me into their employment, I went to Redcastle, the place my wife came from when she came to London as Mrs. Hazelton's governess. I saw Sibyl's younger sister, made my inquiries, and found that Sibyl had not been heard of at Redcastle. She had not gone straight home to her uncle, the parish doctor, as I had supposed it probable she would, and flung herself and her troubles upon his shoulders. No, she was too artful for that. She had some deeper game in view, some rich relative from whom she had expectations, as I gathered dimly from her letter. I could find out nothing more from the girl than that Sibyl was supposed still to be in Mrs. Hazelton's employment, that her marriage was not known to her family, that she had not reappeared at Redcastle or received any help from her uncle the doctor. Where could she be, and how could she be living? She must have found the wealthy friend whose existence I inferred from her letter, and this wealthy friend or relative was evidently not an inhabitant of Redcastle. She must have found a safe haven somewhere. I made no further attempt to trace her. I was too deeply stung by her abandonment. Let her go, I said to myself, as I crawled wearily away from that dismal country town through the January weather. She and I have done with each other. I did not foresee that the hour would come in which the thought of my child would be more precious to me than my false wife's love had ever been. But in my lonely days in a strange land, lonely in spite of what the world calls friendship, I have suffered my hopes to build themselves round that one image, the child whose face I have never seen. Now, Dick, there seem to be only two sources of information open to me. I can go down to Redcastle again and renew my inquiries at Dr. Faunthorpe's, or before doing that, I can hunt up an honest creature who used to be housemaid at Mrs. Hazelton's, and who made herself useful to my wife in sending her letters, and so helping her to sustain the falsehood which she chose to practice upon her uncle, for quite inadequate reasons, as they always seem to me. But there are minds in which double-dealing is an absolute pleasure, and hers may be of that order, adds Alexis bitterly. You have not dined, says Richard Plowden, by way of changing the conversation. I'll order a steak and potatoes. You'll enjoy an English rump steak after ship fare, and you know Mother's a first-rate cook. You'll take up your quarters with us, of course, while you are in London. I shall go to Redcastle tomorrow, Dick, if I can find Jane Diamond, the housemaid, this evening. But if you can give me a bed for tonight, I will accept it with all gratitude. Don't trouble about dinner. I had a substantial lunch on board the Orinoco. I'll go to Lowther Street at once, and we can smoke our pipes together when I come back and talk over old times, when I was a careless, thriftless bachelor. How selfish I am, talking of my own affairs all this time, and never so much as congratulating you on your success as an author. Don't call me an author, protests Dick, blushing. That's putting me too much upon a level with Scott and Bulwer and geniuses of that kind. I was lucky enough to hit upon an easy, simple way of stating hard facts, making information a little more attractive than it has been made for young minds, and the style took with the schools and teachers. My little handbook of geography has gone through 15 editions, and has been quite a fortune to me, and I am now doing the 6th in a series of handbooks, all more or less geographical, up to the present one, in which I venture upon astronomy. So you see, map painting led to something after all. Intelligence and industry always lead to something, Dick. There would be a screw loose in the scheme of the universe if they could ever lead to nothing. Those little books have done wonders for us, exclaims Dick, with harmless pride. Mother doesn't work half so hard as she used, though she will stick to the cooking, and she has a silk gown to wear on Sundays. Doesn't it rustle, too? You can hear it at the very top of the staircase. None of your soft silks for Mother, but a silk that stands alone and lets you know that it's there. And I've got a garden. See? The Duke of Devonshire could feel no loftier pride in the possession of Chatsworth than swells Richard Plowden's breast today, as he draws up the Venetian blind and allows his cherished garden to burst upon Alexis Secretan's admiring gaze. It is a quadrangle of 15 feet square, shut in by whitewashed walls, overshadowed by leaden cisterns, bounded by the slated roofs of a mews. But Dick has built rockeries in the corners, rockeries where ferns flourish greenly. He has trained ivy over one wall, that blessed parasite which is so fair and quick-growing a screen for brick and mortar abominations. Virginia creeper over another. The grass is soft and green, and in the middle of the little plot there is a stone basin, a time-worn old basin which Dick has picked up for half a sovereign in a builder's yard. but a basin in which a slender jet of water actually plays. Scarlet geraniums in green tubs give color to the picture. An old stone bench, also a bargain of Dick's, offers repose to the idler in this narrow pleasaunce. Shut in as it is by mews and back kitchens, overshadowed as it is by cisterns, Richard Plowden's garden is absolutely pretty. Alexis accords it his unmeasured approbation. It's the first English garden I've seen for the last 2 years, Dick, and it smiles at me like a welcome home. Yes, I'll come back in time to smoke a cigar on that stone bench of yours under the summer stars. We drink tea out there on fine Sunday afternoons in the warm weather, says Dick, smiling at the ferns and rockwork, and you can't imagine how proud Mother is. I've got the real Osmunda regalis, or flowering fern, in that corner, though you'd hardly believe it. And there's a polypodium over there that a friendly lodger of ours brought me from Ilfracombe. Well, Dick, I must go and look for Jane Dimond, but I'll be back in a couple of hours at latest. Dick limps to the door with his friend, and follows his figure with admiring eyes till it vanishes in the current of wayfarers. What a fine fellow he is, and to think that a wife could desert him. I'll ask Mother to get a bit of something nice for supper, a veal cutlet and a few peas, or a chicken and a slice of broiled ham. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Kilpatrick. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. There are some people whose houses never change. People whose habitations are in a manner symbolical of their lives, and whose even tenor of existence nothing less than the undertaker can overthrow. Mrs. Hazelton is one of these eminently respectable personages. She has occupied the house in Lowther Street for the last 10 years. She has gone to the seaside every year of those 10, and at exactly the same period, has returned after the same interval, has given her great parties at the same seasons, and has lived a methodical and prosperous existence, with satisfaction to herself and her neighbors, and with considerable profit to the surrounding shopkeepers. When the London season is over, Mrs. Hazelton goes to the seaside, not because she belongs to that flight of fashionable swallows who follow pleasure's summer from clime to clime, but simply because London in August is unendurable. Baking pavements, scorched verdure, dust and grime on everything, and a sense of desertion in all those regions which the upper 10,000 and a considerable portion of the lower million inhabit. There could not be a better time for Alexis to make his inquiry without having to present himself in a formal manner to his old acquaintance. Mrs. Hazelton is at Scarborough with children, governess, and femme de chambre. The blinds are all down, save one of the Venetians in the dining room, which is drawn up about halfway, and in the space thus exposed to view, the comfortable round face of Mrs. Hazelton's cook, and the lanky countenance of Mrs. Hazelton's sandy-haired footman, a footman whose visage is happily unfamiliar to Alexis, exhibit themselves. Cook and footman are engaged in looking out of the window. There's not much for them to see in Lowther Street on this August evening, but it is a relief to be above ground for a little while, after the twilight of those underground dungeons to which the London domestic is confined. Alexis mounts the steps and knocks and rings under the calm survey of those two pair of eyes. The sandy-haired footman is not impressed by Mr. Secretan's appearance. Alexis is carelessly dressed in garments of a colonial cut, a velveteen shooting jacket, a soft felt hat, clothes chosen for ease and hard wear rather than for fashion. The footman yawns audibly, and when reminded of his duties by a nudge from Cook's plump elbow, mutters contemptuously, "Oh, hang it, that fellow can wait, you know,"
and then withdraws himself lazily from his post of observation, and anon opens the street door a little way, filling the opening with his person. "Is there a young woman called Diamond in service here now?" asks Alexis. "Dunno, I'm sure," replies the flunky with another yawn. "What do you want with her?" "We won't go into particulars till you find out whether she's still here," answers Alexis coolly. "Perhaps you will condescend so far as to inquire of your fellow servant?" "Hi, Cookie," bawls the footman. "What's our Jane's name? Diamond, ain't it?" "Of course it is. You might have known," answers Cook, who has come into the hall and now contemplates Alexis over the youth's shoulder. "What do you want with Jane Diamond?" she inquires sharply. "There's no followers allowed here." "I'm not a follower," answers Alexis, "but I want to see Jane Diamond alone for 5 minutes on business." The countenances of cook and footman plainly express an apprehension that this is the beginning of a deep-laid scheme against the family plate. "I'll tell you what, young man," says the cook with asperity, "my missus is out of town, and we don't want no airy sneaks loafing about while she's away." "And it ain't no good for them to loaf," adds the sandy-haired young man, who has not shaved for the last day or two, and whose chin is adorned with a tawny stubble like a newly cut wheat field. "The plate has all been sent to the bank." Alexis fairly bursts out laughing. Is there so much difference between a chimney-pot hat and a wide-awake, between Poole and a colonial tailor, he says to himself. And then he adds aloud, "If one of you simpletons will take the trouble to call Jane Diamond, she will be able to tell you that I'm a gentleman, and that I have not come after the teaspoons or the umbrellas. I'll wait in the street for her. You can tell her that a gentleman from Australia wants a few words with her." Cook and footman whispered doubtfully for half a minute, and then shut the door upon Mr. Secretan, leaving him to infer their acquiescence with his request. He paces the pavement for 5 minutes or so, and then the good-natured Jane Diamond comes down the steps, while cook and footman stand in the doorway to watch the proceedings. They see Jane gesticulate as in extreme surprise at sight of Alexis, and then the two walk a little further off, quite out of earshot, to the aggravation of Jane's fellow servants, whose curiosity is by this time raised to the highest pitch. "I shouldn't wonder if he was some aristocratic half-brother of hers," says Cook, who is a devoted student of Reynolds' Mysteries of London. "Life is full of family secrets and such like." "Lor, sir," says Jane Diamond, when she has recovered the shock of surprise, "I thought you was dead and gone." "Did you, Jane? Why?" "Because I fancied if you was in the land of the living, you wouldn't have turned a deaf ear to that advertisement." "What advertisement?" "The advertisement as Miss Faunthorpe, I beg pardon, Mrs. Never mind the name, girl. Tell me all about the advertisement." Jane explains herself in a roundabout way, but in due course, Alexis knows all that Jane knows, except his wife's present abode. That the girl refuses to tell even to him. "She told me to keep it a secret, and I'm not going to tell no one without her permission," says Jane resolutely. This resolve the husband combats, but in vain. "I'll ask her leave to tell you, and when I've got her leave, I'll tell you," answers Jane. "Wild horses wouldn't move me from that." "Telegraph to her then directly," cries Alexis, taking out a handful of silver. "Come with me to the nearest telegraph office, and I'll write the message for you. You can put in the address yourself." "No, I won't send her no telegraphs, lest I should get her into trouble with her friends. I'll write to her." "Inexorable girl! Is she in the country?" "Yes." "And the country post is gone ever so long. I shall have to wait 24 hours before you can get her answer." "I can't help that," says Jane with an inflexible air. "She's trusted me, and I'll do my duty by her. As you've stayed away so long, it can't hurt you to stay a little longer." "Stayed away so long? Cruel girl! Don't you know that it was she who left me?" "Whatever she did, I make no doubt she did it for the best," answers Jane, true to the fair young governess, whose donations of lace and ribbon, soiled gloves, darned stockings, and friendly smiles had won her heart years ago. "See here, Jane," says Alexis, unfolding a 5-pound note. "Here's something to buy you a silk gown for Sundays. Now don't you think that you could contrive to tell me the address at once? You know my wife wishes to see me. The advertisement says that. No, it don't, answers Jane, taking a tiny slip of paper out of her shabby old porte-monnaie. The advertisement says nothing of the kind. She reads as follows. SS to Alexis. You are not forgotten. In all I do, I am faithful to your interests. I look forward to our reunion. Wait and hope, as I do. Write and tell me where you are and what you are doing. Address, SS Post Office, Hale Street, Pimlico. There, you see, exclaims Jane triumphant. There's not a word about wanting to see you. She only wants to hear from you. Heartless woman, mutters Alexis. Yet I'm glad she was just a little anxious to know my fate. I'll go to a coffee house and write to her and bring the letter to you to post. There's the silk gown for you all the same, Jane, to show that I bear no malice. Oh, sir, cries the housemaid, overcome by this generosity. I couldn't think. You needn't think about it. You've only to take the money and buy your gown. I'll go and write my letter. He goes to the nearest coffee house and writes to Sibyl. There is a touch of bitterness in the composition, though his wounded heart is full of love for her all the time. Neither exile nor the sense of her unkindness have been strong enough to exclude her from his heart. He may pretend to himself and to his friend Dick Plowden that he has ceased to love his wife, that he seeks his child alone. But the mere fact that she has sought to obtain tidings of him is enough to melt his heart, to change pride and anger to love and pardon. Whatever the exalted sphere in which you now move, he writes, you may be glad to know that your desertion has not quite been the death of me. I have contrived to live, somehow, though indignation against your cruelty has lacerated my heart, and love for the wife who deserted me has proved an incurable disease. I have not starved or been driven to hang myself, and I have come back from the other side of the world because I have a foolish hankering to know the fate of the woman who swore at the altar to love, honor, and obey me, and kept her vow by abandoning me in my darkest hour of need. Where are you, Sibyl? And with whom? What has been your reward for deserting me? Has your scheme of life been a wise one? Have your hopes prospered? Write and answer all these questions freely and fully if you recognize the tie which in the sight of God and man makes us two one. Tell me about our child, the infant I have never seen yet whose baby face has haunted my dreams. You have given your babe to the care of strangers, perhaps, but I conclude you have watched over its welfare. Tell me further if there are in your life, prosperous as it may be, some few weaker moments when your heart yearns for reunion with the husband you once loved. But no, love, I will show you an easier way. Do not stop to answer one of these questions. Write, Sibyl, from your heart to mine. Tell me in 3 words to come to you, and I will come. I will come, dear, and all the past, all that you have made me suffer shall be forgotten and forgiven in the rapture of our reunion. Yours forever, if you will have it so, Alexis. He is swayed to and fro by diverse passions as he writes this letter, now all bitterness, now fond, unreasoning love. He has not the courage to read over his effusion, but seals and addresses it hastily and hurries back to Lowther Street. There is no difficulty about admittance this time. Jane Dimond opens the door, receives the letter, and promises to post it that evening. It is too late for any of the provincial mails, but it is something to be assured that there shall be no needless delay. I shall call for the answer the day after tomorrow, in the evening. You ought to have it by that time, says Alexis, and it seems to him that the interval will be an unendurable space of time. He thinks about that advertisement as he goes back to the Brompton Road. Sibyl must have cared for him a little, despite her heartless abandonment of him, or she would not have felt this anxiety to be informed of his fate. She would not have committed herself by an act likely to entangle her fate with his. Once having released herself from him, she would have held herself altogether aloof. She would have stretched no friendly hand across the gulf if she had not loved him. Her heart was still his, he tells himself, when she made that appeal to him. Whatever her scheme of life, whatever game she was playing, her heart was true to him. Comforted by this assurance, he is inclined to be wondrously indulgent, to forgive much, should she but prove herself worthy to be forgiven. He tries to occupy himself with hard-headed business during that weary interval in which he waits for Sibyl's reply. He goes down to Messrs. Keel and Screw's office and enters upon the discussion of certain extensions and improvements in the Australian branch of the business, improvements which his experience of the colony has suggested to him. He is well received, and his views approved by Mr. Keel, the senior partner, a gentleman with large ideas, a palatial villa on Clapham Common, vineries, pineries, succession houses, and a stable, which is a perennial source of profit to the horse dealers and the veterinary surgeon, and a wellspring of heartburning and annoyance to its proprietor. Mr. Keel is a gentleman who talks of thousands, as meaner people talk of sixpences, and is rumored to have started in life 30 years ago as a stevedore, and to have founded his fortunes upon the ill-gotten gains supposed to be inseparable from that function. Mr. Keel is pleased with Mr. Secretan's suggestions. "You're about the only fellow I ever sent out who seems to understand the Australian trade," he says approvingly, "and I shall push you, young man. Mark my words, I shall push you." Cheered by this assurance, Alexis thinks what a nice thing it will be for him to go back to Sydney with his wife and child for his companions. If Sibyl will but show herself true metal after all, and if his child lives. Two formidable ifs. He builds a delightful castle in the air, and looks so well, fed upon this nutriment of hope, that Samuel Plowden scrutinizes him with a serio-comic expression when he returns to the outer office after his interview with Mr. Keel. "Why, I thought you came home on sick leave, youngster," says the kindly clerk. "By Jupiter, I never saw anyone looking better." "All the effect of the voyage, Mr. Plowden, I assure you. I was a shadow when I went on board at Sydney." The second day after Mr. Secretan's interview with Jane Dymond has come, and in the evening Alexis knocks at the familiar door in Lowther Street, with a heart that seems to beat louder than the knocker. Jane Dymond appears promptly, and divining his impatience, gives him the expected letter without a word. He wrings her hand in speechless gratitude, as if the letter were a boon from her, bids her a brief good night, and goes away with his prize. He would rather read the letter in the street, unwatched, than open it in Mrs. Hazelton's hall, under the housemaid's friendly eyes. Yes, it is from Sibyl, in the hand he knows so well. The last letter he received from her was that cruel renunciation, that most heartless farewell, the loosening, nay, the severing of every link between them. She writes to him again. There is communion between them once more. The thought thrills him. She begins well, at all events. "Dearest, dearest, dearest." There is love's foolish rapture in a gush of pen and ink. "Thank God for your dear letter, though it is not altogether kind. Still, it promises forgiveness for my wrongdoing, and that is much. Thank God for the knowledge that you were living and well. My heart grew very heavy when that advertisement of mine remained unanswered. You ask me if my scheme of life has realized what I counted upon, if my hopes have prospered. I can say yes to both those questions. I am on the road to high fortune, fortune which you and I will share in happy days to come, if you are as true to me as I am to you, though seeming estranged. In a very little while, dear, my most anxious hopes will be realized. The realization is so near that it would be worse than folly to sacrifice those hopes now, as I must sacrifice them if I were to obey you and say, come to me. I long to see you. My heart aches. My soul sickens at the thought that we must wait for the hour of reunion. But I am not so weak a slave to impulse as to abandon my prize, just as it is almost won. We must wait, dearest. I ask from you patience and trust. I give you my daily prayers, my nightly dreams. There is no wrongdoing in my scheme of life. I injure no one, least of all do I wrong you. I only forego the happiness of sharing your life for a little while in order to make it brighter afterwards. Write to me, dear husband, from time to time, and let me write to you. But let our correspondence pass through the hands of that good girl, Jane Dymond. I know your impulsive nature, and I cannot trust you with my address, for fear you should come here and destroy all my plans. I am known in my present circle only as Miss Faunthorpe. All my hopes would be shipwrecked if I stood confessed as Mrs. Secretan. Yet believe me, there is no shadow of wrong to you in this concealment. It is for our mutual welfare. You ask me about our child, Alexis. Our child, our son, is safe and well. I dare tell you no more than that. Ever, through all changes and dangers, your true and loving wife, Sibyl. Is she mad? Alexis asks himself indignantly after reading this letter. Does she think I am to be put off with loving words and assurances of constancy? Does she suppose that she can keep at a distance by concealing her address and writing to me under cover to a housemaid? Wherever she may have hidden herself, my business shall be to find her, and my first visit shall be to Redcastle. I'll go straight to her uncle, the doctor, and unearth this mystery. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lena Emsley. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. A Dangerous Triumph. That visit of Sir Wilford Cardinal's to Lancaster Lodge is followed in about 10 days by a second morning call, the baronet being supported on this occasion by his elder sister, a rather strong-minded young woman, who rejoices in the pastoral name of Phoebe. "My sisters are dying to know you," says Sir Wilford, with a gush of enthusiasm, after the necessary introductions have been gone through in a slipshod way, Sir Wilford being careless of the rules and ceremonies of polite life. Miss Cardinal's countenance does not support her brother's statement by any gleam of light from the spirit within. She is looking round the handsome upholsterer's drawing-room with a critical air, taking stock of the big Japanese vases, so like those in the window of the chief grocer at Crampston, the crimson satin curtains and sofas, half an acre or so of looking-glass, the black boys in front of the console table, holding up golden baskets of emptiness in their ebony arms. A room so different from the spacious saloon at the How, with its faded curtains and fine old pictures, its tulip-wood coffee tables and threadbare carpets, its crystal chandeliers and cabinets of old English china, collected by the grandmothers and great-grandmothers of the reigning family. "What a pity these commercial people have everything so fine and so new," thinks Miss Cardinal. "If they didn't burst out into all its splendour, one might forget they were parvenus. The girl is pretty, I suppose, or what most people call pretty. Features too sharply cut for my taste." Miss Cardinal's features are of the blunt order, and her face inclines to that type of beauty which the vulgar mind classifies as puddingy. They have found Sibyl in the drawing-room, looking her very prettiest in white muslin, much adorned with Valenciennes, straw-coloured bows dotted about here and there among the flouncings and ruchings, and a broad straw-coloured sash, tied with that artistic carelessness which is one of Sibyl's gifts. She has a running account now at Carmichael's, the leading draper of Redcastle, and orders what she likes. The account has been running for the past 12 months, and indulgent as her millionaire uncle is, Sibyl rather dreads the hour when the sum total of this account shall be brought under his notice. But in a dull provincial town, what excitement can a pretty girl have except a little extravagance in the way of dress? Even matrons whose beauty is a matter of tradition are apt to plunge into a vortex of millinery for want of any other whirlpool wherein to rotate. Stephen Trenchard receives his guests with a marked graciousness, accepts Sir Wilford's friendly advances greedily, and tries to make himself agreeable to Miss Cardinal, who is rather more stony and unimpressionable than she ought to be if she comes prepared to extend the hand of friendship. I'm very glad for my niece to make pleasant, indeed distinguished acquaintance," says Mr. Trenchard. "People in Redcastle have been very kind, Mrs. Stormont especially, quite motherly in her goodness to Sibyl. But I am better pleased for her to know county people. There is a difference." "Yes, I suppose you find it so," replies Miss Cardinal coolly, as if she felt she belonged to another order of bipeds. "Mrs. Stormont is nice, of course," with seraphic patronage. "Very good family, I believe, the Stormonts." This dubiously, as much as to say, "So they tell me, poor creatures, but I haven't seen the particulars in Burke." Sir Wilford has come to ask when Mr. Trenchard is going to drive Miss Faunthorpe over to the How. "If you want to see our roses, you must not lose any time, he adds emphatically. "Must they, Phoebe?" "The roses are nearly over now, Wilford," replies Miss Cardinal, which remark is not exactly a warm invitation. "Oh, stuff! Why, you were saying that the Dijons were just in their glory this very morning, while we were waiting for the phaeton. When will you come, Miss Faunthorpe? Tomorrow? Wednesday? Thursday?" "We dine at the Friary on Wednesday, Wilford." "Ah, to be sure. Tomorrow, then." Sibyl looks embarrassed. This marked attention from the head of a county family kindles no flush of gratified vanity on her cheek today. Sir Wilford's admiration was pleasant enough on the racecourse, a triumph in the sight of all Redcastle. But the matter is now growing more serious. She begins to think that she has really made a conquest, and that Sir Wilford is disagreeably in earnest. "It's like the realization of my childish dream about a rich husband and all the bells in Redcastle ringing for my wedding," she says to herself. "Only it comes too late. I am not sorry that it is so. I have no regret. I made my choice, and shall be proud to stand by it when the time comes. Only it is curious that the childish dream should come true after all." "Will you come to the How tomorrow, Mr. Trenchard?" asks Sir Wilford. "We have some old pictures that you may like to see. There's a Van Dyck my father used to think great things of, and our gardens are worth a visit in this weather, though I'm always blowing up at those beggars of gardeners. Come early, and we can do the gardens before luncheon, and the pictures after." "My uncle so seldom goes out in the morning," says Sibyl quickly, as if eager to find an excuse for declining. "But this invitation is too tempting to be refused," interposes Mr. Trenchard. "I have heard wonders of the How. Mrs. Stormont is very fond of talking about the How vineries and the How stables." "Then you'll come tomorrow," exclaims Sir Wilford delightedly. Miss Cardinal is lost in contemplation of the lights and shadows on the lawn, seen under the Spanish blind, which affords but a limited view of the garden. "If that day will suit Miss Cardinal's engagements." "Oh, I shall be very happy, I'm sure," replies the young lady thus directly appealed to. After this, Miss Cardinal is tolerably civil, and talks to Sibyl a little, questioning her about her habits and amusements, whether she rides, is fond of croquet, archery, and so on, with a rather district-visiting air, as of a kindly inquirer letting herself down to the level of the lower classes. "You have a croquet club or something of that sort in Redcastle?" she says loftily, as if she had never had the institution clearly explained to her. "I rather think my sister and I are honorary members, but we've never been." "Yes, there is a club for croquet and archery. They meet in Sir John Boldero's park." "Very nice for you, I dare say," remarks Miss Cardinal, as much as to say, "People of your class must be provided with amusements of some kind." They all take a little stroll in the garden presently, and Miss Cardinal deigns to admire the fine old plane trees on the lawn. It is a considerable relief to move about in the sunshine, and to have flower beds and standard roses to look at and talk about, after that forced conversation in the drawing-room. "I I think your ribbon borders are better than ours, remarks Miss Cardinal. Those are the stables, I suppose? Looking at the slated roofs which appear above the shrubbery. Have you many saddle horses? Only the one my uncle bought for me. The groom rides one of the carriage horses. Miss Cardinal visibly shudders. And is your horse nice? She's a darling, very pretty and very gentle. Indeed, says Miss Cardinal. I hate gentle horses. I like a horse to be lively and give me something to do. It must be rather dull work for you riding alone if you're not particularly fond of riding. Oh, but I'm very fond of riding. You don't hunt, I suppose? No, my uncle would hardly like that, I think. I dare say not. Wilford, your roans must be very tired of waiting, and I have some more calls to make. Mr. Trenchard begs his guests to stay to luncheon. Thanks, you are very good, but it would be quite impossible, replies Miss Cardinal decisively. I have so much to do before I go home. Then we are to see you at the How tomorrow. Goodbye. Come, Wilford, pray. Sir Wilford, who has been gazing at Sibyl and forgetting the engagements of life and time, follows his sister reluctantly after a cordial leave-taking. Well, little woman, I think there's no doubt about your having made a conquest there, says Stephen Trenchard directly the cardinals have vanished. His tone is at once more cheerful and more affectionate than it has been for some little time, for a period dating from that night on which he received his nameless visitor. Please don't talk about conquests, uncle. Nonsense, child. It's a subject I'm very glad to talk about. I want you to marry well, and I should like you to make a brilliant marriage, Sibyl, before I am gone. Dear uncle, pray don't. My love, I am an old man, tough and wiry enough, it is true, but well on in years. I can't expect to live forever, and I should like to see you well placed in life before I say my nunc dimittis. What does it matter, uncle? Says Sibyl impatiently. It is so tiresome of this old man, rolling in wealth and of course intending to bequeath a considerable portion of his riches to her, to harp thus persistently upon the advantages of a good marriage. What could a rich husband avail to one who is to be so richly dowered? 2 fortunes are no better than one, if the one be large enough for every earthly desire. Believe me, dear uncle, I have no idea of marrying. I never shall marry. And as for Sir Wilford Cardinal, adds Sibyl with asperity, I positively hate him. She has her husband's letter in her bosom, that letter written in the Pimlico coffee-house and transmitted through Jane Dimond's toil-stained hands, and the idea of any other man's admiration is revolting to her. If she dared but tell her uncle the truth, if he had not this rooted hatred of his dead enemy's race, how different life might be. Hate a fine, handsome young man, one of the best in the county, who has come out of his way to pay you attention? I'm ashamed of you, Sibyl, exclaims Stephen Trenchard, and his bristling brows contract threateningly over his keen dark eyes as he scrutinizes Sibyl's pale face. I hope there is no one else in the background, he says. No scamp whose acquaintance you made in London. Perhaps that's the reason why you stayed away so long after I asked to see you. Sibyl's pale cheek grows paler. There is no one, uncle, she says resolutely, feeling that the situation is desperate. Have you ever heard me speak of anyone? All I want is not to be worried about marrying. If you are tired of me, if you think me an encumbrance or a burden, send me away. I can go back to Uncle Robert, or I can be a governess again. This little bit of temper, or independence, pleases Mr. Trenchard. Don't fly into a passion, little one, he says kindly. I suppose you know how pretty you look when you are angry. I won't tease you any more about getting married. But when a good chance offers, don't refuse it. That's all I say, my dear. They go into luncheon together, and Sibyl resumes those pretty coaxing ways that have won her uncle's heart. She sits near him, and ministers to his wants, which are not many, never forgets to hand him the Nepal pepper, pours out his glass of claret, all with a caressing tenderness which is not without its charm for him. "I think I shall pay a duty visit this afternoon, uncle, unless you want me for anything." "Going to see your sister and the old doctor, I suppose," replies Mr. Trenchard. He speaks of Robert Faunthorpe with a touch of compassion, as if the surgeon were considerably his senior, instead of being his junior by about 10 years. "Yes, uncle. Marion thinks me unkind for not going oftener, but it's such a long, dusty walk through the town, and if I take the carriage she does nothing but sneer at me." "Poor Marion," says Mr. Trenchard. "She has all the littleness of a girl fresh from boarding school. Let her sneer, child. We must all live our own lives, and let people think what they like about us. You'd better take the carriage." "It's not worth while. I should like to stop with Marion and Jenny for a few hours. I shall be back to dinner, of course, uncle." "I'm glad of that. You've spoiled me for lonely dinners, little one. I miss those bright eyes of yours at the other side of the table." It is a broiling summer afternoon, and that long empty street below Bar, the broad bright market-place, Little Bethel, the British schools, the Sunday school, the Independent chapel, the Athena lodge, are all glaring in the sun. Mrs. Groshen has made her house-front a blaze of geranium and calceolaria. Festoons of verdure hang down from the encaustic flower-boxes. Brass canary cages glitter in the open windows. Dr. Mitson's grave old house on the shady side of the street, brown and sombre, contrasts this variegated glare. From this point the houses decrease in size and importance, and a little lower down begin the shops, all of a refined and elegant character at this end of the street. The hairdressers, the stationer and booksellers, the fancy and Berlin wool warehouse, the photographers, the fashionable pastry cooks, in whose plate-glass window appear a wooden wedding-cake sumptuously decorated with fly-spotted plaster of Paris, 2 glass jellies, and 3 tall jars of confectionery, of the meringue and cracker bonbon order, which have never been opened within the knowledge of the external world. The meringues, the bonbons, and the Savoy biscuits are pale with old age. But the confectioner is not without business, for it is he who supplies the vol au vents à la financière and the lobster cutlets, which are an inevitable feature in a Redcastle dinner. After these genteeler repositories come the vulgar everyday butchers and bakers, grocers, candlestick makers, drapers, and tallow chandlers. The street opens into the market square, in the middle of which stands the town hall, square and imposing, with a facade of no particular style, and a big-faced clock, which is always at variance with the minster. Here, too, is the police station at a corner, with a flaming bill stuck against its stony front, offering a reward for the apprehension of the assassin in a murder case which no one has ever heard of. That bill will disappear in a day or two, and no one in Redcastle will ever be any the wiser about the murderer or murder. After the market square, the High Street, or main artery of the town, dwindles and goes narrow. The shops become dingy and small. There are rows of cottages at intervals, then a row of very ancient and shabby almshouses, whose parlours have sunk below the level of the pavement, and whose upper chambers are no higher than the passing pedestrian's shoulder. Here, at the end of the street, the centre of all this shabbiness, rising sublimely above the petty modern town, stands the minster, one of the most perfect cathedral churches in the land, its ancient burial ground stretching widely behind it, a forge and a cluster of old-fashioned cottages for its opposite neighbours, and beyond, the white high road and the open fields. There are a few houses and gardens on this high road, and the second of these, on the same side as the minster, is Dr. Faunthorpe's dull old dwelling. The roses are in bloom in the front garden today, and brighten the aspect of the house a little. But the roses and the grass, the old cherry tree in the corner, and the jasmine against the wall, are all alike whitened with dust. The garden gate is rarely locked, and the house door is always open in warm weather, so Sibyl has nothing to do but walk in. She has not seen her relatives at this end of the town since she saw them on the racecourse, and she is quite prepared to find Marion somewhat cantankerous. That young lady starts up from the sofa with a flushed face, rumpled hair, and a generally tousled appearance as Sibyl enters the everyday parlour. She has fallen asleep over a novel, in which an impossibly lovely and accomplished heroine revolves in a circle of dukes and duchesses, marquises and millionaires, the male members of which patrician society fall in love with her at the slightest provocation. "Oh!" exclaims Marion with a long yawn. "It's you, is it? I didn't expect you to come and see us any more, now that you've made the acquaintance of the county. Pray, to what fortuitous combination of circumstances do we owe this unlooked-for honour?" she adds, with a touch of the all-accomplished heroine's dignity. "Don't be an idiot, Marion. I wonder I ever do come to see you, considering how execrable you make yourself." "I do not enjoy your opportunities," replies Marion briskly. "I am not favoured with the friendship of the Stormonts. I don't live in a splendidly furnished house with pampered flunkies to wait upon me. I haven't a running account at the draper's. In short, I'm a low, vulgar person altogether." "Marion, you are too absurd." Her manners had not the repose that marks the cast of Vere de Vere. You ought to pity my shortcomings. I dare say when you are Lady Cardinal you will cut me altogether. You looked as if you would have liked to do it on the racecourse." "And so I should, you provoking minx. The idea of taking that horrid old rattletrap of a pony-carriage up to the racecourse, to let all Redcastle see how often the harness has been mended, and how the cushions have been devoured by moths." "Everybody can't have barouches and pairs," cries Marion with vixenish energy. "You thought I was going to stay away from the races, did you, while you were enjoying yourself with your grand friends? If you didn't want me to go in Uncle Robert's pony chaise, why didn't you take me in Uncle Trenchard's barouche? He's my uncle every bit as much as he's yours, unless I'm a changeling. I was to be moping at home, was I, while you were decked out in new bonnets and things, and flirting audaciously with a baronet? Cinderella's sisters were kindness itself compared with you." "Talk as much nonsense as you like, Marion. I'm not going to quarrel with you. The weather's much too warm for family squabbles. I'm sure I've been nearly melted between Lancaster Lodge and here. People accustomed to a barouche must find walking a trial." "Where's Jenny?" "Making an object of herself in the garden, I suppose," replies Marion, flinging herself down upon the sofa and resuming her novel. "I'll go and have a chat with her. She's pleasanter company than you are, at any rate." "I dare say," says Marion contemptuously, with her back to her sister. "Some people don't like home truths." Sibyl goes into the garden, not displeased at being on bad terms with Marion. Jenny is the person she has come to see, and it is vital to her to see Jenny alone. The long, old-fashioned garden is a land flowing with milk and honey in this blazing July weather. Gooseberry bushes bending under their heavy load, smooth gooseberries and hairy gooseberries, green, red and yellow gooseberries, currants, red, white and black. The hoary old bushes grow such fruit as you could rarely find in your orderly modern garden. This midsummer time is Jane Faunthorpe's Saturnalia. She spends the long, warm afternoons in a dwarf forest of prickly shrubs, tears her frock to absolute ribbons, neglects her stockings, lets her long tails of brown hair go loose and ragged as a beggar girl's, and in her sister's words, makes an object of herself. The fruit she eats all day, the lettuces and other greenstuffs she consumes at supper time, would lay an ordinary mortal low under the deadly grip of cholera. But Jenny is none the worse for her intemperance, and rises with renewed vigour every morning to run riot among the gooseberry bushes. Dr. Faunthorpe remonstrates occasionally on the subject of his youngest niece's unkempt and down-at-heel condition, and remarks plaintively that she's not exactly a credit to him or to her sisters. But Marion flings the burden of blame on Jane. She is quite incorrigible. It is useless to attempt improvement. If I were to work my fingers to the bone today, she'd be just as ragged tomorrow, argues Marion. But, my love, there are rents, absolute rents in her frock, which might surely be sewn up with very little labour, pleads the mild doctor. Then let her sew them up herself, exclaims Marion. She's old enough. I shan't encourage her to be a tearcoat by doing all her mending. The old servant and factotum Hester girds at both, Jenny for her sluttishness, Marion for her fine ladyism. You can pour your eyes out over a bit of trumpery to make yourself smart, she says to the elder damsel, yet you won't thread a needle to make your sister tidy. Thus Jenny is an element of discord in the house, and conscious of this fact, confines herself seldom within its walls. She rambles about the garden, or squats in dusty corners, or hides among the gooseberry bushes all day long. She has sundry members of the animal kingdom for her amusement, a blind jackdaw in a dilapidated old cage in the stable, caterpillars and green beetles in paper boxes or old pickle bottles, a family of white mice, a hutch full of rabbits. With these companions she is perfectly happy. Sibyl finds her youngest sister sitting on the ground in a spot where the gooseberries grow thickest, sunburnt, disorderly, her plentiful brown hair hanging loosely over her shoulders, no collar, no cuffs, a dirty holland gown out at elbows and too short at the wrists, and two stout legs stretched straight out before her in wrinkled stockings, two overgrown feet in clumsy boots, making themselves ungracefully conspicuous. Jenny Faunthorpe is not a bad-looking girl, and may possibly develop eventually into a good-looking woman, but in her present wild state she has not that air of refinement which Sibyl would like to see in her sister. Today, however, Sibyl is anxious to be on good terms with this young bohemian. "Well, child, burning yourself to a cinder as usual," she begins, "and you might have such a nice complexion if you would only take care of it." "I should never have your complexion," answers the reprobate child without looking up. "I'm not made of tinted marble like Mr. Somebody's coloured Venus." "Get up, you silly girl, and let me have a look at you." "Dear me," cries Jenny, "so you know me today. You didn't seem to recognise me on the race course last week in Uncle Robert's pony chaise. You needn't have been so proud. We were carriage people just as much as you. A carriage is a carriage, anyhow." "There are some carriages that are a great deal more disgraceful than walking," exclaims Sibyl, forgetting the necessity of conciliating this outspoken child. "Yes, carriages that people ride in through lick-spittling and turning their backs on their truest benefactors," cries the incorrigible Jane. "If it hadn't been for Uncle Robert's goodness, we might all have died of starvation when we were tiny children. Uncle Trenchard did not think of us then, oh dear no, but Uncle Trenchard can leave us a lot of money, and Uncle Robert can't, so we court Uncle Trenchard. At least some of us do, not 100 miles from this gooseberry bush. Well, Jenny, I came here this overpowering afternoon, through that baking town, on purpose to see you, but as you're not particularly civil, I may as well go back. No, you needn't, cries Jenny, springing up from the ground and letting a shower of gooseberry skins fall from her lap. I feel better tempered now that I've given you a piece of my mind, but when you see me again in a public place, Sib, don't try to cut me, because it won't do. I'm not going to be cut by my own flesh and blood. I'll run and coax Hester to let us have tea in the arbour. You know that old vine in the corner? It doesn't grow grapes, but it grows a lot of leaves. Me and Tom Sprigg have made an arbour, and trained that old vine over it. I should say Tom Sprigg and I. Should you? I shouldn't. If I'm not of more consequence than a boy that comes to litter the pony for 18 pence a week, I don't know English grammar. Such an awfully jolly arbour, Sib. I'll run and see about tea. There is a vision of legs whirling wildly down the garden walk, and Jane is gone to hold parley with honest old Hester, who stands at a wash-tub by the back kitchen window, the perspiration pouring down her toil-worn face. There are women in the world who bear all the burden of family cares, without the sweets of kindred, and this faithful old servant is one of these. She has toiled and striven for Dr. Faunthorpe's nieces, as if they were her own flesh and blood, has scolded and praised them, worked for them and thought for them, risen early and gone to bed late, and except that she is recognized in a general way as a good creature, too fond of using her tongue, she has not much reward for her labours in this sublunary sphere. "Tea in the arbour?" cries her shrill voice. "And on washing day? Who ever heard of such a thing? You're never happy unless you're giving trouble." "But we must have tea somewhere, mustn't we? And what's the difference of our having it in the arbour if I carry out the tray?" "Yes, and smash out the cups and saucers." "Oh dear, yes. I'm always smashing things, ain't I? Who was it broke the pie dish yesterday? Not me." The damsel opens a cupboard, takes out loaf and butter dish, whisks a tea tray from its shelf, and arranges cups and saucers with a tremendous clatter, while a long-suffering Hester is wiping her shrivelled hands. There is a good deal of squabbling, but the tray is laid between the disputants, and the tea made, a plate full of bread and butter, and another plate of plain currant cake cut, and Hester bears the tray off to the garden, Jenny following with the cake and bread and butter, radiant at her victory. The arbour, in an angle of the crumbling red brick wall, is not altogether a bad place after its fashion. An ancient fig tree, which grows anyhow, and bears innumerable figs that never ripen, shields it on one side. The vine covers the other side, and trails over the top. Tom Sprigg, the stable-boy, has exercised his mechanical genius in constructing a rude table and bench out of old packing-cases. Jenny has painted bench and table a vivid green. Here Hester places the tea-tray, under protest, after a passing nod, not a very friendly salutation, to Sibyl. "If you like earwigs in your teas, you'll have 'em in plenty," she says, as she surveys the rustic banquet. "There's no accounting for tastes." And with this remark she returns to her wash-tub. "I'll run and fetch Marion," says Jenny. "Not just this minute, dear," says Sibyl, stopping her. "I want to have a few words with you alone." For an instant or so Jenny apprehends a lecture, but as Sibyl winds her arm caressingly around her sister's waist, Jenny opines that she is wanted to share some agreeable confidence. "You're going to tell me about him," she cries eagerly. "Do, Sib. When is it to be?" "Whom do you mean by him?" "Sir Wilford Cardinal, of course. Anybody could see that it was a case of smite." "Jenny, what horrid language!" "I mean to say that he was smitten. And he has called on you with Mrs. Stormont, too. That must mean something." "Who told you that?" Hester knows a young woman that's housemaid at Mrs. Stormont's, and she tells us all that goes on above bar. Oh, we're not quite cut off from the world of fashion, though we do live at the shabby end of town. When is it to be, Sib?" They are walking slowly up and down the path by the old red wall, and the border where clove carnations and cabbage roses grow in wildest luxuriance. "When is what to be, child?" "Your wedding. When are you going to be Lady Cardinal? You'll let me be bridesmaid, won't you, Sib? I'll try to be graceful. I'll take such pains with myself for a month beforehand. And I'm your own sister, you know. It stands to reason I ought to be bridesmaid. I've just as good a right as Marion. When's it going to be, Sib?" "Never," cries Sibyl, turning upon her angrily. "And if you allow your tongue to run on in this ridiculous manner, I shan't come to see you any more." "But you'd marry him if he asked you, sure to goodness," exclaims Jane. Sure to goodness is a favourite ejaculation of Hester's. "No, I should not, Jenny." And in a gush of feeling or remorse or utter helplessness, Sibyl flings her arms around Jane Faunthorpe's neck and sobs upon her shoulder. "Sibyl, whatever is the matter?" "I'll tell you presently. Oh, Jenny, I'm very miserable." "Miserable? With that lovely hat and with all that Madeira work on your dress?" "Yes, Jane. I want someone to help me, someone to pity me, and I would rather trust you than Marion." "Trust me, then. You might trust me with high treason," cries Jenny vehemently, her notions of history being for the most part derived from Mr. Ainsworth's novels. "If I had my flesh torn off with red-hot pincers, or my feet screwed up in iron boots, I wouldn't tell. You'd get no Rye House plot out of me." "Yes, I think I can trust you, Jenny," says Sibyl, drying her tears. "You were always my favourite sister, you know." "I didn't know it, though I remember you said so when I told you about that man." "Yes, dear, I always loved you best." "I'm very glad to hear it, Sib, and I shall be your bridesmaid, shan't I, when you marry, and wear white muslin over white silk, a pink sash, and a wreath of pink daisies. That's my idea of a bridesmaid's dress." "I shall never have any bridesmaids, Jenny." End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 20. Half Confidence. "What do you mean by not having any bridesmaids, Sibyl?" demands Jenny, as the sisters walk slowly along the garden path. "You can't be married without them, can you?" "Yes," answered Sibyl. "I know a girl who was married one morning with not a soul belonging to her in the church." "Gracious goodness! Who gave her away?" "The beadle." "How horrid!" "And now, let's be serious, Jenny. Do you remember that man who came here 2 years ago in the winter and questioned you about me? As if I were likely to forget him. If he were to come again and want to see me, what should you say to him?" "Well, that would depend upon how he was dressed. If he looked like a beggar, as he did last time, I should tell him some bouncer or other and send him away, because I'm sure you wouldn't like a ragged person to come and ask for you at Lancaster Lodge." "What a sensible girl you are, Jenny." "Yes, I believe my head is screwed on tight." "Now listen, darling. If that poor young man should come here again and ask you questions about me, you must contrive to send him away with the idea that I am ever so far from Redcastle. In Scotland Ireland, anywhere you like. But you must not say that I am abroad, as he knows that I am within a 24 hours post of London. Say what you like, but don't let him know that I'm in Redcastle, and whatever you do, don't mention Uncle Trenchard's name." "I'll be as secret as the grave," answers Jane solemnly. "Don't you think that tea will be overdrawn?" "Let it draw a little longer. We all like it strong, you know." "You shall have this hat next week, Jenny, since you think it pretty." "Pretty? It's absolutely divine." "Marion will be awfully jealous." "I can't help that. If Marion were a little more civil, I should give her plenty of pretty things. Now listen, Jenny. Suppose that poor young man were to say curious things, were to tell you something strange about me." "What could he tell me?" asked Jane, making her eyes as round as marbles. "Never mind what. You must not be surprised, and you must not let him discover anything from your manner. Above all, remember that he is to know nothing about Uncle Trenchard. It is nothing wrong that I am asking you to do, Jenny, except so far as it is wrong to tell a falsehood, and I really think even that is excusable when one is in a great dilemma." "I don't mind telling a bouncer," says Jane boldly. "Bouncers never weigh much on my conscience." "It is very wicked to tell stories in a general way. You ought to know that, Jenny. But this is quite an exceptional case. It is all for the best. All will come right in the end, and I shall love you dearly, Jenny, if you will help me out of my difficulties. Mind, the person I speak of may not come here again. I only wish you to be prepared for him if he should come." "I'm prepared," answered Jenny boldly. "Poor fellow! I did feel sorry for him that bitter winter day. He looked so tired and worn. Very good-looking, too, in spite of all. How handsome he must be when he is well dressed." "Yes, he is very handsome," says Sibyl pensively. "And you like him, Sib, just a little bit?" "I loved him with all my heart. I love him still. I am true to him through all difficulties. Remember that always, Jenny." "Gracious!" cries Jenny. "And it is on his account that you would refuse to marry Sir Wilford, Cardinal, if he were to ask you?" "Yes, Jenny." "But I say, Sib, suppose he should come to the front door, and Marion or Hester should get hold of him?" "You must be on the watch to prevent that. If he comes at all, he is likely to come within the next few days. I rely upon your cleverness to prevent his seeing Marion or Hester." "Very well. It will be difficult, but I'll do my best. And now I'd better run and call Marion to tea, or she'll begin to think there are secrets between you and I." "Between you and me, Jenny." "Oh, bother! If I say me, it's I. If I say I, it's me. I'll run for Marion." Again appears that vision of legs whirling wildly and scanty skirts flying in the wind. Sibyl strolls along the path and looks at the big cabbage roses, the red crinkled wall, the sprawling vegetable marrows, the flush of uncultivated fertility. Red and yellow dragon's mouth flourishes on the wall. Stonecrop in full flower on the sloping roof of the tumble-down old shed that serves as a stable converts the thatch into a roof of gold. Butterflies, bees, and all the summer insects are flying from flower to flower, carrying the yellow pollen on their honey-smeared wings, and intermarrying all the families of blossoms as they flutter to and fro. It is only poverty's poorly tended garden, but how full of colour and perfume and beauty! It is almost as good as Uncle Trenchard's velvet lawn and mosaic flower beds. One feels more at home here, thinks Sibyl. I wish I were Jenny or Marion, without a care for what tomorrow may bring forth, she thinks, even though I forfeited my chance of Uncle Trenchard's fortune. Marion comes along the path by the gooseberry bushes presently, tearing her muslin skirt once or twice by contact with the straggling thorny branches on the way, and muttering little ejaculations which come as near swearing as a lady can permit herself to venture. "Plague take the brambles," she cries. "At Uncle Trenchard's the kitchen garden is in its proper place, not all mixed up with the flowers. How you must laugh at us, Sibyl, for drinking tea in such an arbour as that, and calling it pleasure." "Not at all. I am very fond of Uncle Robert's old garden, and I think everything grows here better than at Lancaster Lodge." "It's very considerate of you to say that, in order to reconcile us to our lowly lot," replies Marion, with a sneer, as she takes her place on the narrow green bench and begins to pour out the tea. "Milk and sugar, I suppose. You used to take both when I had the privilege of being intimate with you. Of course it's cream at Lancaster Lodge, and the sugar doesn't look as if it had the jaundice, as ours does." Marion is not comfortably awake yet. Her eyes have a watery look. The great lump of hair and padding with which she adorns the top of her head is pushed awry. Her toilet has an air of faded fashion, of tumbled frippery, which is suggestive of a struggle to be fine under disadvantages. No dress is more becoming to a girlish wearer than fresh, uncreased muslin, but a muslin dress that has been worn 3 days and slept in 3 afternoons is not the loveliest of garments. Marion has pinned a bow here and there, and has put on the latest fashionable ruffle at 1 11 3 farthings, and has done her best to embellish the soiled muslin. But the result is failure, and she feels that it is so as she looks at Sibyl's pure white cambric and delicate Madeira embroidery. "I wonder you're so fond of mauve, Sibyl," she says after a critical survey of her sister's hat. "It doesn't suit you by any means. You look as white as chalk." "The warm weather is rather trying," answered Sibyl. "And you have such black marks under your eyes." "I have not slept well lately." "You look like it. One would think you had something dreadful on your conscience. Take that horrid caterpillar off the bread and butter plate, Jenny. I declare this den of yours swarms with reptiles. I saw a toad under the bench yesterday." "Toads are valuable animals," answers Jane. "They eat the snails like 1 o'clock. "Another of your ladylike similes. Poor Uncle Robert! I pity him when I think how his money was wasted in paying for that child's schooling. The only education she got was the bad language she picked up in the street on her way to school and back. If Uncle Trenchard had a spark of family feeling, he'd send her to a good boarding school where she'd be licked into shape." "Licked into shape isn't my idea of elegant language," remarks Jenny, with her mouth full of bread and butter. "But I forgot," pursues Marion, ignoring this interruption. "Uncle Trenchard reserves all his generosity for one member of this family. Any attempt of ours to obtain a share of his favour would be regarded as an intrusion. We are outsiders, but if ever a child is going to ruin for want of proper tuition, Jenny is that child." "I should have thought you might have taught her yourself, Marion," says Sibyl. "Should you? Then perhaps you'll be kind enough to try the experiment some morning for an hour or 2 before you think any more about it. A more unteachable brat I never came across in all my life, and I took the 4th class at Miss Warry's for a week when you were laid up with scarlatina." "I don't like to be taught by an ignoramus," exclaims the contumacious Jenny. "Who was it said nous allons was the future of aller? People should learn before they teach. At least that's my idea." Sibyl, wearied with these recriminatory passages, looks at her watch and finds it is time for her to go back to Lancaster Lodge. "It's half an hour's walk," she says, "and I must be dressed for dinner by 7. Uncle Trenchard likes me to be in the drawing-room half an hour before dinner." "Ah, no wonder you don't care about our currant cake when you're going to have a regular tuck-out at 7:30, exclaims Jenny. "If you knew how little appetite I have for Uncle Trenchard's grand dinners, Jenny, you wouldn't envy me," says Sibyl. "In fact, my dear Jenny," exclaims Marion, going over to the enemy, "Sibyl is a woman of fashion, a superior being whom you and I are not qualified to comprehend." This remark winds up the skirmish. Sibyl wishes Marion good-bye and leaves the arbor, followed by Jenny, who hangs on her as they walk down the narrow path. At the kitchen window, Sibyl pauses to say a civil word to Hester. "And how are you, Hester, this warm weather?" she inquires. "Just as hard at work as if it was cold weather," replies Hester, in no wise mollified by the sweetness of this address. "Your uncle's shirts have to be washed, even if it is the dog days, and the perspiration running down one's face. As to how I am myself, I haven't got time to think whether I'm ill or well, and that's all about it." "I hope Uncle Robert is feeling better than when I saw him last," remarks Sibyl, playing with the ivory handle of her parasol, embarrassed by the faithful servant's stern countenance. "Then he isn't," snaps Hester, "and a deal you care about it. I wouldn't be a hypocrite if I was you, Miss Sibyl. You've got your rich uncle. Stick to him. And don't pretend to care about the poor uncle that brought you up." "Upon my word," exclaimed Sibyl, half angry, "I wonder that I ever come here." "So do I, miss. You come so seldom that you might just as well stay away altogether. It would be more consistent." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. Received by the County. At 12:30 on the following day, Sibyl and Mr. Trenchard start on their drive to the How. It is more than an hour's drive, even with Mr. Trenchard's well-fed horses, who are used so little that they are in a chronic state of either wanting to run away or languishing into a crawl. Their paces between Redcastle and the How are an alternate bolt and dawdle, and perhaps on the whole they take more time about the journey than the less pampered steeds which ply for hire at Redcastle station. Sir Wilford Cardinal is smoking his cigar on the grassy walk inside the moat as Mr. Trenchard's carriage drives through the gateway. The How is a good old place of the moated grange order. Tudor gables and windows in front, roofs and chimneys at the back of the premises of an earlier period. A fine old chapel which has been converted into a drawing-room, a monkish refectory which has been made a billiard-room. The gardens are lovely, and that deep, wide moat, with its dark, still water and smooth green banks, adds not a little to their beauty. A swan comes sailing down the dark, shining water as Sibyl alights, assisted by Sir Wilfrid, who has thrown away his cigar and come to welcome his guests. "How late you are!" he exclaims. "I have been expecting you for the last 2 hours. Now, what will you see first, the stables or the gardens?" Sibyl is going to say the gardens, but Mr. Trenchard, who knows that his host's tastes are turfy, votes for the stables. "I'm so glad you like the stables," exclaims Sir Wilfrid, addressing himself to Sibyl as if the choice were hers. "I'm rather proud of mine, you know. I've spent a good deal of money upon 'em. They were regular pigsties when I inherited the place. My poor father didn't care about his stables, you know. As long as he had a couple of carriage horses to drag the family about, a weight-carrying cob for his own use, and a pony or two for us children, he was satisfied. His horses weren't members of his family. Why, in his time, the gardeners and farm labourers were as well accommodated as the horses, concludes Sir Wilfrid, as if this were the summit of iniquity. They traverse a shrubbery and find themselves in the stable department, a spacious quadrangle, stone-paved, and with a stone basin of water in the middle. Numbered doors and windows, adorned with flower-boxes, surround this neat square quadrangle, each door opening into a loose box, each number belonging to a special quadruped in Sir Wilfrid's stud. Within, the loose boxes are as neat as a spinster's annuitant's best parlour. Each horse is provided with a cat or dog for company, while one animal, more social than the rest, is not satisfied without the society of a stable-boy, who sits in a corner of his box reading the paper all the summer afternoon, while the lordly beast stares dreamily at him across the swinging door, makes an occasional snap at him, displaying an appalling range of long yellow teeth, in pure playfulness. Sibyl is introduced severally to the horses, who are swathed in double sets of clothing as if they were in Siberia. "Why are the poor things wrapped up so in this warm weather?" inquires Sibyl. "That's to keep up the beauty of their coats, mum," says a stable boy. Numerous animals are unclothed and brought out in the sunny quadrangle to display their various graces. They all seem pretty much alike to Sibyl, except that some are thin and some thick. Sibyl admires the slimmer animals, but Sir Wilfrid, Mr. Trenchard, and the stud groom go into raptures about the thicker and more stalwart quadrupeds. "There's a shoulder," says the groom, punching a bull-necked brute. "Carry a church." "There are legs," cries Sir Wilfrid, "regular gate-posts." "Shall I bring out Bull of Bashan, sir?" inquires the stud groom, and another thick-set beast is led forth, plunging viciously to the rearwards as he emerges from his cool retreat. Bull of Bashan is the gem of the stud. His leading qualification is cobbiness. He has a thick neck, thick legs, a straight line from hock to fetlock, short barrel, broad chest, an eye like Jove to threaten or command, and not a white hair about him, as the stud groom remarks complacently. Time was when Bull of Bashan would have been esteemed a serviceable horse for a village miller or a tenant farmer. Today he is the last fashion for a gentleman of fortune. "Ran away with a stable-boy yesterday morning when he was being exercised," says Sir Wilfrid approvingly, patting the beast's solid shoulder, which familiarity the bull resents by sticking his ears back, till he appears to be unprovided with those appendages, and giving a vicious kick in the direction of his master's shins. "How do you like the bull, Miss Faunthorpe?" "Isn't he rather bad-tempered?" inquires Sibyl doubtfully. "Oh, he's a lively horse, I admit, but the best goer in the stable. The men don't care about riding him, but he and I understand each other. Don't we, Bull? There, take him in, Chanter." They look into other loose boxes, and Sibyl begins to think there is no end to the horses. But the stable inspection is over at last, and they go back to the gardens, where the baronet's sisters condescend to join them. Phoebe Cardinal is a little more inclined to be civil today than she showed herself at Lancaster Lodge yesterday. She tells Sibyl the names of roses and ferns, and makes herself otherwise agreeable. This amelioration of the young lady's manners has been brought about by a domestic process which Sir Wilfrid calls a jolly good setting down. The baronet has informed his sisters in the plainest language that he considers Miss Faunthorpe the nicest girl he has met for a long time, that he has been informed that she has large expectations from the old Indian beggar, meaning Stephen Trenchard, and that in his, Sir Wilfrid's opinion, she would suit him admirably for a wife. Whereupon the two sisters, Phoebe and Lavinia, as with one voice, exclaim in the words of Mrs. Stormont, "Wilfrid, a girl of no family?" "Hang family!" ejaculates Sir Wilfrid. "We've got pedigree enough and to spare. The needful thing is ready money." "Oh, Wilfrid, you are rich enough, surely." "Oh, I can rub along, if that's what you mean," answers the baronet. "But I could buy the Longley Bottom estate if I had 50,000 to dispose of. And then I should be the largest landowner between this and York. There's an upland meadow that would make the finest gallop in England, and you know how badly I want some good training ground." "Well, Wilfrid, if I were the head of the family, I wouldn't degrade myself by a plebeian marriage for the sake of a few paltry thousands. You might have Lady Malvina Villeroche for the asking." "But I shall never ask," answered Sir Wilfrid decisively. "Lady Malvina is a good deal too weedy for my money, and I don't like 'em that colour. I'd marry Miss Faunthorpe if she hadn't a sixpence, but of course I take all the more kindly to the notion on account of that old chap's cash. I shouldn't like to see Longley Manor owned by some three-quarter-bred cockney." The result of this conversation, which took place after dinner yesterday evening, is Phoebe Cardinal's amiable welcome of today. She takes Sibyl up to her own room to take off her hat before luncheon, and Sibyl admires the fine old house with its spacious corridors, massive Tudor windows, and innumerable rooms. It is all so different from the formal splendour of Lancaster Lodge. Here all is picturesque, full of old associations, suggestive of ruffs and farthingales, silken hose, and jewelled sword hilts. There must be a family ghost, of course, in such a house. "It is a place whose mistress must feel like a queen," thinks Sibyl, as she stands before the carved oak dressing-table, with its old Venice mirror, not quite so convenient as a modern dressing-table, but wondrous stately. From the wide mullioned windows she sees the garden and park spreading far away to the summer woods, and woods as well as park and gardens belong to Sir Wilfrid Cardinal. She can but think what a mighty conquest she has made, if Sir Wilfrid is really in love with her, as she can hardly doubt. She is just a little intoxicated by the idea. She feels as if she has been raised suddenly to a dizzy height, from which she must come toppling down presently. She feels as she has often felt in a dream years ago at Miss Worry's boarding school, when her slumbers were frequently visited by a vision of pride, in which she saw herself wooed by some rich and noble suitor, and from which she awoke at the shrill peal of the school bell, to find herself in the bleak bare dormitory, with the prospect of a winter day's dreary toil before her. Luncheon at the How is a bounteous and hospitable meal in an oak-panelled dining-room. After luncheon they explore the old house, which, although not a show-place, is well worthy that honour. They look at the family pictures, which seem to Sibyl rather a collection of wigs than of faces, so much more distinctive are the wigs than the countenances they embellish. The portrait gallery is, of course, a compendium of the family history, and Sibyl here discovers that the Cardinals have produced alternate commanders by land and sea for the protection of their country, and have occasionally blossomed into a judge. Stephen Trenchard takes his part in the day's proceedings with supreme patience, admires the family portraits just as he admired Sir Wilfrid's horses, and makes himself generally agreeable. It is only when he is seated in the carriage with his niece that the tension of the bow is relaxed, and weariness overshadows the Anglo-Indian's sallow countenance. "Rather a long morning, Sibyl," he says, "and more sightseeing than I care about. But I have borne it all for your sake. It will be a proud day for me if I live to see you mistress of that place. Yes, my dear, one of the proudest days of my life. And yet I have made many a conquest over fortune since I left Redcastle more than 50 years ago, a gaunt, hungry lad, turned my back resolutely on my native town, knowing very well that there was nothing but starvation for me if I stayed there any longer. Sibyl is silent. It would be cruel to dispel a fancy which evidently gives the old man pleasure. Let him dream on. If what Mrs. Stormont says is true, and Stephen Trenchard's strength is dwindling fast, the end may come before he is awakened from his dream. And it will please him better to leave me his money if he thinks I am going to be a rich baronet's wife, reasoned Sibyl within herself. To add riches to riches is the delight of such men. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. Jenny's Visitor. Another blazing July afternoon, and all the cornfields baking under the ripening sunshine. Jenny Faunthorpe lolls in her favourite armchair, a dreadfully dilapidated armchair it is, with a faded chintz cover, which is always grimy, in the surgery window. She is very fond of sitting in the surgery, chiefly because it is against her uncle's household laws. If any man so easy-going and mild as Dr. Faunthorpe can be said to be a lawgiver in his household, that she should sit there. It is not an attractive apartment. It is dirtier than any other room in the house, Hester being strictly forbidden to interfere with things in this sacred chamber, or, in other words, to sweep, dust, or scour. Its atmosphere is odoriferous, with compound rhubarb pills, colocynth, and pounded aloes. Its counter is sticky with the traces of divers medicines which have been compounded upon it. But there are attractions for Jenny in the room, notwithstanding, and she infinitely prefers it to the family parlour. There is the syrup of poppies yonder, on the second shelf from the top, in the dusty recess where the spiders have such a good time of it, and Jenny often indulges herself with a few sips of that soporific decoction. If she has a surreptitious novel in her possession, she hides it on one of the lower shelves, behind the delft jar of leeches, perhaps. Sometimes she takes the leeches out and plays with them. At other times, when she is quite sure of not being disturbed by Dr. Faunthorpe, she amuses herself by taking down sundry bottles and making up prescriptions of her own. Thus, syrup poppies, 1 ounce. Honey, lots. Cons roses, 1/2 ounce. Peppermint, 1 drachm. Tamarinds, 2 ounces. Aqua pura, 4 ounces. This afternoon, however, she has a particular reason for preferring the surgery to her usual happy hunting grounds among the gooseberry bushes. Faithful to her promise to Sibyl, she makes the surgery window her post of observation, so that if the young man she expects should approach by the front door, she may be ready to receive him, and cut off all communication with Hester. Should he come to the garden wall, on the other hand, as on his previous visit, there can be no harm done, as the wall adjoining the lane is beyond Hester's ken. With infinite diplomacy, Jenny has contrived to get Marion out of the way for the whole day by persuading her to take the train to Crampston and visit her old schoolfellow, Maria Harrison, the Crampston Wesleyan minister's daughter, with whom Marion has kept up some semblance of friendship, although the tastes of the two young ladies are widely at variance. Miss Harrison being, as becomes her, of a serious turn of mind, while Marion is to the last degree frivolous. If there is one thing which Marion enjoys more than another in Maria's society, it is the opportunity which it gives her to talk over Sibyl, whose goings-on, gay apparel, and chariots and horses Miss Harrison contemplates with the disapproving eye of the Hebrew prophets. Jeremiah himself did not denounce the foolish daughters of Israel with more vigor than Miss Harrison exhibits towards her old schoolfellow. Thus it is that whenever Marion is particularly offended with Sibyl, she is always in the humour for a visit to Miss Harrison, whose home, though unpretentious in its character, and situated in an obscure byway of the busy port of Crampston, is comfortable in its arrangements and of a hospitable turn. The 5 o'clock tea at the minister's table is a plentiful and substantial meal, which makes an excellent substitute for dinner, and renders supper a superfluity. Jenny, turning to account this idiosyncrasy of her elder sisters, has persuaded Marion that she owes Miss Harrison a visit, and that today is a good opportunity for the settlement of that debt. Marion has allowed herself to be persuaded, has put on her best bonnet, and departed for Crampston in the 1 o'clock train, meaning to have a good look at the shops, which means a 2 hours' perambulation of the principal streets before proceeding to Miss Harrison's paternal dwelling. "You needn't expect me till you see me," says Marion at departing, "for if there's an evening service at Little Bethel, I shall be obliged to go. Though if there are 2 people in the Scriptures I dislike more than another, it's Ahab and Jezebel, and they always crop up in Mr. Harrison's sermons." Jenny has thus made the coast clear. It is Hester's day for cleaning the kitchen and outhouses, a day upon which the Miss Faunthorpes must either open the door to patient or casual visitor, or encounter Hester's wrath, that faithful servant having a temper which is aggravated by hearthstoning difficult corners and awkward steps, and exasperated to fever point by scrubbing worm-eaten old floors, which never do no one credit. Jenny is quite sure that Hester will not appear till she brings in the tea-tray, scarlet of visage and perspiring, and puts it on the table with a bang and a clatter, exclaiming, "There now, you've got your tea, and don't come worrying for anything else." It is between 3 and 4, the sleepiest hour in the slumberous balmy day, and Jenny basks in the sunshiny surgery window with folded arms, watching the wasps and vagabond bees bouncing their stupid heads against the roses in the dusty front garden. It is the very hour in which Sibyl and Mr. Trenchard are returning from the How, and the first day of Jenny's watch. Just as the old minster clock with its mellow tongue chimes the half-hour, a dusty wayfarer comes in sight, and Jenny cries out loud, "It's the very man, by all that's wonderful! But dressed like a gentleman this time, and oh, how nice he looks!" Yes, it is the man she saw in the lane 2 winters ago, tired, footsore, out at the elbows. Today he is as well clad as any man in Redcastle, and he walks as if he had only come from the station. He looks about him doubtfully for a minute or so, as if unfamiliar with the front of Dr. Faunthorpe's house, then sees the name upon the brass plate, and approaches boldly, opens the gate, and comes in. "If Marion or Hester were in the way now, it would be all up," says Jenny to herself. Before the stranger can ring, she has opened the door, and stands face to face with him upon the threshold. "You're the very person I wanted to see," exclaims Alexis Secretan, as Jenny confronts him, her big round eyes staring their hardest. "I'm lucky in finding you in the way." "Luckier than you know of," thinks Jenny. "Are you a patient?" she demands aloud. "If you are, Uncle's out, and you can't have any medicine until after 7 o'clock. Between 7 and 9 in the evening are his hours, or before 9 in the morning." "Nonsense, child. You must remember me, surely." Jane Faunthorpe's face expresses a total blankness. She shakes her head stolidly. "Perhaps I look a little more decent today than I did one winter afternoon 2 years and a half ago," says Alexis with a laugh. "But I'm the man who spoke to you across the garden wall. Do you remember now?" "I have a faint recollection," replies Jenny with a languid hauteur, which is very fairly imitated from Sibyl. "Come into the surgery, young man, if you please." Alexis laughs at the mode of address, and follows her down a step into that temple of the healing art. Jenny enjoys the situation, and means to make the most of it. She looks at the stranger critically as he drops into one of the frayed horsehair chairs, where parish patients are accustomed to sit, awaiting Dr. Faunthorpe's opinion as the fiat of fate. The opinion rarely going beyond the statement that the patient is not so well as he might be, and that his condition will be improved by the medicine which Dr. Faunthorpe is about to give him. If, after this, the patient goes home and dies, it is his lookout. The parish has done all it can for him. "I want to know about your sister Sibyl," says Alexis, looking round the shabby room, and thinking that this home of his wife's uncle is not much better than Mrs. Bonney's one-pair front in Dixon Street, Chelsea. "Is she at home?" Jane shakes her head dolefully, and heaves a sigh which would do credit to an actress of transpontine melodrama. "I was in hopes you had come to tell us something about her," she says, "for it's a hard thing to have one's eldest sister wandering about the world, no one knows where." "You mean to tell me that you don't know where she is at this present time?" exclaims Alexis. "That's precisely the fact. She was governessing in Jersey when we heard from her last, but that's full 10 months ago, and she's too much of a rolling stone to have stayed as long as that in one place. Especially as she told us that the lady had red hair and used to fly into passions," adds Jenny, with a graphic touch that she thinks will give reality to her narrative. "What was the lady's name?" "Mrs. Yokohama Gray," says Jenny on the spur of the moment, reminiscent of the advertisement of a certain dress fabric which she has perused with keenest interest. "Yokohama," repeats Alexis. "That's rather a queer surname." "Well, it was very like that, if not that exactly." "Jersey," says Alexis thoughtfully. "When last you heard of your sister she was in Jersey, and that was 10 months ago." Jenny counts her fingers meditatively, and appears to enter upon an abstruse calculation. "Exactly 10 months," she answers finally. "Could you show me your sister's letter? It's torn up. Uncle Robert never keeps his letters." "But is not Dr. Faunthorpe anxious about your sister? It seems such a strange thing for him to be ignorant of her fate." "Of course it is, but Sibyl's a strange girl. Uncle Robert has had many a sleepless night on her account. I dare say we shall get a letter from her some day, telling us that she has gone with a lady to Peru, or Kamchatka, or some of those hot climates where mosquitoes devour you all night, and alligators hide themselves under your bolster." Alexis sighs wearily. "I should like to see your uncle," he says. "He might tell me more." "Not a bit of it," replies Jenny, who has posed herself gracefully on a corner of the surgery table, and swings her leg to and fro, as if rather admiring the shabby leather boot at the end of it, deficient of every alternate button. "Uncle Robert couldn't tell you a word more than I've told you. In fact, he mightn't tell you quite as much." "It's hard to be left in the dark like this," says Alexis. "It's hard upon us, but I can't see that it matters much to you," remarks Jenny. "If you are ever so deeply in love with Sibyl, she isn't so much to you as she is to us." "Isn't she?" exclaims Alexis. "Suppose I tell you that she is more to me than she is to anyone else in the world, and that I am determined not to be kept in ignorance of her present position. She is my wife, Miss Faunthorpe, and the law of the land, as well as the law of God, which preceded that law, gives a husband custody of his wife." "Gracious goodness!" ejaculates Jenny, slipping off the angle of the table, and recovering her equilibrium with a struggle. "Do you mean to say that my sister Sibyl is a married woman?" "She is my wife. An unfaithful wife, for she deserted me because I was poor. Yet I am weak enough to love her still, and I will go to the end of the world to find her." "My!" exclaims Jenny. "This is the awfullest thing I ever heard of." "You can understand, therefore, that I have some right to make inquiries about your sister, and that I am justified in insisting upon seeing your Uncle Robert." "Oh, but you mustn't," cries Jenny with overwhelming energy. "You mustn't breathe one syllable about your marriage to Uncle Robert. It would be the ruin of all of us if you did. Don't you know that we are no better than paupers dependent upon his charity? He'd turn Marion and me out of doors if he knew that Sibyl had married without his consent. You don't know what a man he is. Our innocence wouldn't help us. He'd wash his hands of the whole lot of us." "That would be a very vindictive course of action." "Uncle Robert is vindictive," exclaims Jenny. "He doesn't know what it is to forgive. Do you suppose he'll ever get over Sibyl's ingratitude? He never would, and he'd wreak his vengeance upon unoffending Marion, and still more upon unoffending me, for I'm not old enough to go and get married clandestinely if I wanted to. I had no idea your uncle was such a Tartar." "Sibyl ought to have told you. I thought when a person married a person, they always described their relations to that person." "I had an impression that Dr. Faunthorpe was quite an easy-going little man," says Alexis. "Ah, Sibyl may have felt it her duty to make the best of him. You see, he gives us the bread we eat, and one ought to be thankful for one's daily bread, even if it's 2 days old and scrappy as to butter. We don't ask for butter in our prayers, you see." "And do you expect me to leave this place without making any further inquiries about my wife?" demanded Alexis. "What's the use of inquiring when you've had all the information anyone can give you here?" says Jane with a practical air. "You'd much better go to Jersey and inquire there. Yet you say Sibyl is likely to have left Jersey by this time." "More than likely. She is always fond of change. She may have gone to Calcutta or St. Petersburg or Hong Kong or Scarborough or anywhere where governesses are wanted. But you might trace her from Jersey, you know. It would be a good starting point. You tell me that she has never been home since she first left this place to go to Mrs. Hazelton." "Never," says Jenny, so resolutely that Alexis ought to know that she is telling a falsehood. "Well, if I can do myself no good by seeing your uncle, and are sure to do us a lot of harm," interjects Jenny, "I may as well go away without seeing him, and trust to my own wits for finding your sister." "Decidedly," replies Jenny. "A clever young man like you can't be long at a loss. Goodbye, Miss Faunthorpe. You'd better call me Jenny, if you're my brother-in-law. Goodbye, Jenny. Thou hast comforted me marvellous much. I must go and try my luck elsewhere." "If there is anything in this way I can do for you," says Jenny, waving her hand in the direction of the shelves, "the surgery is at your service. I know the bottles as well as Uncle does. Anything from syrup of squills to corrosive supplement. Uncle sends a good deal of that to his parish patients, and I believe it cures them, but I'm not quite sure whether they take it externally or internally. There's one little blue bottle up there that might be useful to me," says Alexis with a touch of bitterness. He points to a dark blue bottle that stands in a corner by itself on the topmost shelf, in a recess by the fireplace, and away from the light. A bottle with a gilt label. "Gracious!" cries Jenny. "That's prussic acid. Deadly poison." "A short cut out of a man's troubles, Jenny. But I suppose a man who takes that way is something of a poltroon, and I'm not disposed to try it yet awhile. Goodbye, Jenny." "Goodbye, brother-in-law. I'm really very sorry for you, and I hope things will come right in the end. You may kiss me if you like, as we are such near relatives." Thus privileged, Alexis imprints a brotherly kiss upon Jenny's forehead, and with a final sigh of disappointment, departs. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. Will fortune never come with both hands full? Baffled where he had expected to succeed, Alexis Secretan is at a loss what to do next. No doubt of Jenny's truthfulness presents itself to his mind. Youthful candor beamed in that open countenance of hers. How could he imagine the craft of the serpent in a child who seemed simple as the sucking dove? What is he to do? Go to Jersey and hunt for Mrs. Yokohama Gray on the chance of finding Sibyl still with that lady, despite Jenny's assertion of her sister's fickleness. This seemed the most obvious course for him to take, and he loses no time in taking it. The journey from Redcastle in Yorkshire to the Channel Islands is a long one, and it is only on the third day after his interview with Jane Faunthorpe that Alexis finds himself in St. Heliers. Vain are his inquiries for Mrs. Yokohama Gray, or for any Mrs. Gray with a name approaching Yokohama in sound. He finds a Mrs. Gray pure and simple, but she is a laundress, and certainly not in a position to afford the luxury of a governess for her children. Alexis pursues his inquiry in every quarter likely to afford information. He sees postmasters, lodging-house keepers, librarians, and tries to obtain tidings of any lady with a pretty governess residing in the island. Sibyl might be remembered for her pretty face, he thinks, where her name was unknown or forgotten. All his efforts are vain. He starts upon various false scents, wastes a great deal of time and trouble, and leaves the island at last thoroughly dispirited. What more is there for him to do? Nothing, assuredly, unless he can extort the secret of his wife's whereabouts from that inflexible young woman, Jane Dymond. It seems such a hard thing to have Sibyl's letter in his pocket, to know that she is within a day's post, and yet not be able to find her. At Southampton, while he is loitering about waiting for the train that is to take him back to London, he remembers that he has, or ought to have, a kinswoman living in the neighbourhood of Winchester. A maiden lady, his father's first cousin, has lived all her life on a small estate near that cathedral city. He remembers spending a month at Cheswold Grange with his father and mother during one of those rare visits which they made to their native country. He was a child at this time, and it had struck him since that his father must have had some stronger motive than family affection in coming over to England to visit a quiet maiden lady living in an out-of-the-way village. His father had possibly some idea of securing Miss Secretan's fortune for himself or his boy. Philip Secretan was assuredly the last of men to degrade himself by courting a wealthy relative, but he may have thought it his duty to his boy to keep on friendly terms with the owner of the only estate remaining to the family. As years went on, Mr. Secretan had grown more indolent in his habits, and less inclined to cross the Channel. But one of his farewell injunctions to Alexis, when the young man last visited him, had reference to Matilda Secretan. "Go and spend a few days with your cousin Matilda, now and then, Alex," said the father. "She was very fond of you when you were a little boy, and I know she'll be pleased to see you now you've grown into a fine young man. It's a quiet, out-of-the-way place for you to visit, but you will be made much of by the old lady, and I dare say you can get a little shooting there in October. Lord Starborough's preserves are close by, and your cousin is always on good terms with her neighbours." Alexis promised most dutifully, and was always intending to perform. But the visit to Miss Secretan was a business so easy to accomplish that it was deferred indefinitely. Alexis thought it would be a pity to go earlier than October on account of Lord Starborough's pheasants, and 3 Octobers came and went without his finding leisure for the visit. Then came the sale of his commission, and he felt he should hardly like to face his cousin Matilda under such awkward circumstances. He would have to explain things, and he hated explanations. Next came his entanglement in Cupid's fatal net, and he had not a spare thought for Miss Secretan. Then followed his marriage and rapid descent in the social scale. He had sore need of a friend in those days, but as he had neglected his cousin Matilda in his brief day of prosperity, he could not approach her in his destitution. He might stoop to ask a favour of his Aunt Gorsuch, at whose house he had been a familiar guest, but he could not beg of Miss Secretan, to whom he was a stranger. He had a faint recollection of her as an old lady with silvery hair in corkscrew curls, a high nose, delicate peach-bloom cheeks, a slim straight figure, and a dress of rich black silk, like a clergyman's presentation gown. That she had been very kind to him, and that his life had been made particularly pleasant to him at Cheswold Grange, he could remember distinctly. He remembered telling Sibyl about his rich maiden cousin as they sat by the fire in Dixon Street one November evening, building castles in a brief interval of hopefulness. He had described that childish visit to Cheswold, and his girl wife had been fascinated by his picture of the pretty English country house and gardens, the meadows and the trout stream in which he had made his juvenile attempts at fly-fishing. "Why shouldn't your cousin leave you her estate, Alex?" Sibyl had said eagerly. "Wouldn't that be a happy thing?" "A very happy thing, love, but not a likely turn of the wheel by any means," he had answered. "I have not seen my cousin since I was 10 years old. Whatever chances I had in that direction have been forfeited by my neglect." "Upon my word, Alexis, you seem to have delighted in throwing away fortune," Sibyl had answered, with a touch of anger. And after that she had given way to low spirits for the rest of the evening, and had talked of Cheswold Grange as a property that must have come to her husband if he had not wilfully flung away his prospect of inheritance. To-day, Alexis, sorely perplexed which way to turn in the maze of life, is inclined to dwell upon the memory of his boyish pleasures at Cheswold. He is so near the quiet old place, within 20 miles at most. Why should he not go and see Matilda Secretan? He can approach her without degradation, now that he is a prosperous, money-earning man. He has no thought of that possible inheritance. It is not in his nature to calculate upon a thing of that kind. But being so utterly alone in the world just now, he feels it would do him good to grasp the hand of a relative, to receive kindness and sympathy from one who had known his father and mother. The train that was to have carried him to London conveys him to Winchester. At the station he is told that Cheswold is 3 miles from the city, so he determines to walk the distance. It is between 4 and 5 in the afternoon when he turns out of the High Street into the quiet country road which is to take him to Cheswold. Light showers have refreshed the verdure, the low water meadows are looking their greenest, and the grassy hills yonder shut out the world beyond this fertile valley, and give a look of security and repose to the landscape, so simply rustic, so thoroughly English in its character. An hour later, and Alexis stands at the entrance to the village churchyard, a turnstile at the corner of the wall. He remembers this very path across the churchyard as a short-cut to the Grange, and after nearly 20 years' absence the scene comes back to his memory as vividly as if he had left the place but yesterday. Yes, there stands the old yew-tree, whose widely stretching boughs rustle and creak against the window by the pulpit in boisterous weather. No busy work of restoration is going on here. The greenish glass of the old diamond-paned casements has not been exchanged for the brilliant colouring of the modern glass painter. The rough-cast walls are unchanged. There is the wooden dial that used to mark the flight of time when he was a boy. there stands the old family tomb, neglected, forgotten, under its ivy shroud. He lingers by the gate for some few minutes in a contemplative mood, looking dreamily at the well-remembered picture. Then he turns the stile and goes in. He crosses the churchyard, looking idly at the tombstones on either side of the path, and within a few paces of the lich gate he is brought to a standstill by a tablet that tells him his visit to his cousin has been deferred too long. A massive granite slab, surmounted by a cross in white marble, bears this inscription: In memory of Matilda, only daughter and heiress of Mark Horatio Secretan, who died at Cheswold Grange, August 14th, 1860, aged 82 years. Matilda Secretan had been dead exactly a year, and the friendly grasp of a kindred hand which Alexis has hoped for is not for him. Poor old lady, he sighs. Well, she has lived her life, and a good long one. An easy, harmless, passionless existence, full of creature comforts and village dignity. She was a great person in Cheswold. Perhaps it is wiser to play at greatness in a rural village than to struggle to be really great amidst the press of men. Pleasant to be born and die on one's own estate, to lie in one's shroud in the same room in which one was rocked in one's cradle, to look out with our dying eyes upon the green fields in which we learn to walk, our own fields, not gained by toil or greed, or overreaching our fellow men, but coming to us naturally as the blossoms come to the apple trees in our orchard. Yes, it must be a peaceful, pleasant life, affording no opportunity for sin. Satan must have had a bad time among small landed proprietors. Poor Cousin Matilda. I wonder who has come in for her property. The Grange lies within 10 minutes' walk, just on the outer edge of the village. Alexis crosses the green with its duck pond, its groups of ancient elms before the good old village inn with the rising sun, looking very much like a careful representation of a mustard plaster, swinging from the signpost. A low white house, this village inn, with a sloping thatch and a wonderful display of intensely red geraniums in intensely red flower pots. A perfect blaze of scarlet floriculture. Beyond the green and the rising sun, the road is shaded by fine old timber, and has a secluded look, as if one had strayed unawares into a gentleman's park. The hedgerows are so neatly cut, the grass margin of the road looks as if it had been mowed and rolled. There is a pleasant odor of pine woods. A little further on there comes an opening in the wooded screen, and across a running brook Alexis sees the wide park-like meadow which lies in front of Cheswold Grange. A sunk fence divides the grassland from the old-fashioned Grange garden, and to the left of the long, low old house, with its many gables, its dovecotes and bell turret, lies the orchard, whose treasures are guarded by a thick holly hedge of 2 centuries' growth. How well Alexis remembers the house, a hospitable dwelling in the days of his boyhood, but somewhat gloomy of aspect now. Everything has a neglected air. He can see that even at a distance. I suppose Miss Secretan's heir despises the old place, he thinks, and suffers the Grange to go to ruin while he squanders the revenue of the land in London. I wonder who the fellow is. Some low church parson, perhaps, or smooth-tongued doctor who got to the blind side of Cousin Matilda at the last. He is at the lodge gate by this time. Even the lodge has a decayed air, a broken pane conspicuous in the parlour window, paint blistered, a bit of rotten gutter hanging from an angle of the roof. It looks like an Irish squireens' place in the bad old times 50 years ago, thinks Alexis. The lodge-keeper's wife is spreading out the weekly wash on the sunward side of a quickset hedge, and to this busy housewife Alexis addresses himself. "You've a pretty place here," he begins, with the casual air of an uninterested stranger. "Pity it shouldn't be kept up a little better." "Ah, it is a pity," answered the woman, shaking her head over the family linen. "Things were very different in Miss Secretan's time." She says this with the conviction that every one upon earth, the wandering stranger included, must know all about Miss Secretan. They may not have had the honour of that lady's acquaintance, but she must be known to them by reputation as one of the magnates of the land, just as Disraeli and Gladstone are known. "She was a good mistress?" hazarded Alexis. "Ah," sighs the woman, seeming to wring her hands as she wrings out a garment before unfurling it on the hedge. "Few like her. I won't say but what she was near. A lady that wouldn't allow the waste of a candle end, and wore a dress from year's end to year's end, but a silk as might stand alone. And them as is nearest towards themselves is ofttimes kindest to others. Miss Secretan was a kind friend to many. She could do more kindness with sixpence than some people can do with half a crown. And she left a very pretty property. A pity it should go into Chancery." "Is it in Chancery?" asked Alexis, warmly interested. "Well, I can't say as it is exactly, but it's something that way, I believe. You see, Miss Secretan, she makes her will a good 20 year ago, and she leaves all her property to a favourite nephew, or cousin, I'm not certain which, in trust for him if she should die before he came of age. But he was to have it handed over to him clear of everythink, if he was past 21. And she never altered that will. She had thoughts of altering it, I've heard Mrs. Bodlow, the housekeeper, say, because of her nephew not paying her the attention she expected. But once having given a good bit of trouble to make her will, she didn't care about beginning all over again. 'I'll wait,' says she, as I had it from Mrs. Bodlow. And I dare say, she says, as one of these odd days, says she, he'll remember me, she says, and come and see me, says she. And if not, says she, I'm hale and hearty still, she says, and there's time enough to alter my will, says she." Which Mrs. Bodlow repeated to me, word batum, while she was lying a corpse in that room with the 3 windows, as you may see from here. Alexis has turned from red to pale, and pale to red again, during the progress of this prolix relation. The lodge-keeper's wife only pauses for breath ere she pursues her argument. "So the will was let stand," she resumes, "and Miss Secretan didn't so much as trouble herself to find out whether the young man was living or dead. And lo and behold, when the will was made known, the heir was nowheres to be found. I believe the lawyers and such like did all as was proper, and he was advertised to his advantage in the newspapers continual. But he never answered none of the advertisements, which he couldn't have failed to do if he was alive and could write, unless he'd gone out to horse-trailer and turned butcher like that simple-hearted young gentleman as you read of in the newspapers. Howsomever, there's the property, belonging to no one, as you may say, and things going to ruin. There's one gardener kept to grub about a bit, where there used to be 2 men and a bye, at work constant. And there's a poor, helpless old woman in the house, with hardly strength to open a shutter and let in a breath of air. So you may guess as the moths are having their free will of the damask curtains and such like." "You didn't hear the name of the heir?" says Alexis interrogatively. "Not his christened name. His other name was the same as hern. I'll have a Secretan to come after me if I can," she says, and Mrs. Bodlow told me, as she believed, it was mostly on account of the name, as Miss Secretan left that young man the property. Alexis tries his hardest to still the troubled beating of his heart, tries to persuade himself that it is too soon to feel the flush and pride of sudden unexpected fortune. Matilda Secretan may have had other cousins or nephews, he tells himself. He is not particularly well posted in the family history, having heard his father prose about his kindred with youth's heedless ear. He tells himself it is too soon to be glad, yet he feels as if he were lord of the soil. He stands within the gate, and he plants his foot firmly on the ground. I wonder if I am standing on my own land, he thinks. I feel as if there were a glow in the soil that communicates itself to my blood. It is the land that has belonged to my race for 300 years. The fact that for the space of a year no one has come forward to claim the property encourages the supposition that he himself is the missing heir. "Would it be possible for me to see the house?" he inquires, seized with a feverish desire to examine the mansion which may or may not be his. "I dare say if you was to offer the old lady a trifle, she wouldn't mind letting you in to see it, sir. She's a little hard of hearing." "Suppose I offer you 5 shillings to begin with," suggests Alexis, dropping 2 half-crowns into the matron's hand. "You might take me up to the house and make things square with the old lady." The lodge-keeper's face beams all over with delight. "I'm sure I'm much beholden to you, sir. I'll dry my hands directly minute, and step up to the great house with you." The Grange has been the great house at Cheswold for generations. "Oh, Sibyl," thinks Alexis, as he walks along the grassy path under the elms, "if you had only waited for brighter days, how happy we might have been. You abandoned me in order to seek fortune, and you don't seem to have won it yet. Fortune falls into my lap unsought." The fact of his wife's desertion seems harder to him in the face of this sudden turn of fortune's wheel than it has seemed before. That prosperity should come to him thus, and find him a lonely man. If this estate of Cheswold has been actually left him, shall he lure his wife back to him by a golden bait? Shall he win from his altered fortunes the boon that has been refused to a husband's entreaty? No, 1,000 times no. If she comes back to me ever, she shall return to the pauper she abandoned, he tells himself. She shall come back for love of me, her husband, and not to be mistress of Cheswold Grange. Yet how proud he would be, having won her back to her duty, to point to this peaceful old English home and say, "I am no longer an adventurer and a beggar. All this is ours, and our children's after us." He has quite made up his mind by this time that he is the missing heir, and that these elms which screen him from the low western sun are his very own. Cheswold Grange, upon this August evening, has a mouldy smell, and wears the gloomy and somewhat ghostly aspect of a house whose shutters are for the most part closed against air and sunshine. But it is a good old house, notwithstanding. The rooms are large, the staircase is wide and substantial, with fine carved oak balusters, an open gallery above with numerous doors, suggestive of ample accommodation for a family. The quaint old furniture remains just as Miss Secretan left it. Chairs and sofas are carefully shrouded in holland, and the dust lies thick upon the old rosewood tables, the Canton porcelain and the crystal chandeliers, whose half-burned wax candles shed their light upon the vanished mistress of the Grange. "Nothing has been touched," says Mrs. Cramp of the lodge, as she follows Alexis and the old woman in charge from room to room. "Everythink is the same as in Miss Secretan's time, except that when she was living you couldn't have found a grain of dust in the place if you'd offered a £5 note for it." After having looked at the house, Alexis explores the stables and gardens. It is dark by the time his inspection is finished, and he makes up his mind to spend the night at the Rising Sun in Cheswold village. He feels attached to the place already. "Is there much land belonging to the Grange?" he inquires of Mrs. Cramp, the old woman in charge being little more than a dummy, and Mrs. Cramp serving as interpreter. "I can't say how many acres, sir, though I dare say my husband might know if he was home. There's Baker's farm, and there's the Hollow farm, and the Hill farm. That must be a good bit altogether. Miss Secretan was a lady of the manor." This is pleasant to hear, Alexis gratifies the deaf caretaker with his bounty, and goes back to the gate with Mrs. Cramp, who enlarges upon the beauties of the place, and asks him if he has any idea of taking the property if it should be to let. "Chancery might just as well let the great house, you see, sir, if it is only for the sake of having it took care of. It would be all the better for the heir if he should come to claim his own. It went to my heart to see things so dusty. And I hope, sir, if you should have any thoughts of the place, you'll keep on me and my good man at the lodge. We served Miss Secretan faithful above 11 years. I won't displace you, Mrs. Cramp, you may rely on it, if I should ever come to be master of Cheswold Grange. Good night. Oh, by the way," he adds, just as he is turning to go, "do you happen to know the name of Miss Secretan's lawyer?" "Mr. Scrodgers of Winchester, sir. Scrodgers and Son it is now." "Thanks. Good night again." "He must be thinking of taking the place," muses Mrs. Cramp, "or he wouldn't want to see Mr. Scrodgers." Alexis finds the Rising Sun a comfortable old hostelry of a primitive style. Dinner resolves itself into tea and eggs and bacon. But the eggs and bacon are admirable, the homemade loaf delicious, and the cream jug which accompanies the teapot suggests a land flowing with milk and honey. The parlour in which the traveller enjoys this homely meal is clean and bright, and adjoins the bar so closely that Alexis can carry on a conversation with the landlord as he takes his refreshment. From this gentleman he hears that Cheswold Grange is one of the nicest little estates in the county, worth 1,500 a year at the lowest computation, and that Miss Secretan was a careful old lady and must have saved money. "How could she spend much, you see, sir, living in her quiet way, never leaving home from year's end to year's end, growing her own meat and making her own butter, and having everything in a ring fence, as you may say." "Ah, there'll be a pretty bit of rhino for that young man to come into if they ever find him." That young man, or the young man who supposes himself to be the heir, feels a thrill of satisfaction at the idea, and is somewhat impatient for tomorrow morning and an interview with Messrs. Scrodgers and Son. "Do you know much about Mr. Scrodgers of Winchester, the old lady's solicitor?" asks Alexis. "Not much, sir, I'm happy to say. I keeps aloof from that cattle. Not as I've ever heard any harm of Scrodgers and Son, but they're all tarred with the same brush to my mind. If you've got a bit of freehold property, they want you to mortgage it just to give them something to do. If you've got a bit of property to leave, they want you to throw it into hodgepodge, just to give them the handling of it, and if they can get you into chancery body and bones, they do it for the good of trade. No lawyers for me, sir, but I believe as lawyers go, Scrodgers and Son are very decent fellows." Alexis sleeps peacefully that night, better than he has slept since he landed in the port of London, and is closeted with Mr. Scrodgers the elder early next morning in the quiet front parlour of a substantial old house in a side street in Winchester. The office has a respectable and well-to-do look, and Mr. Scrodgers is white-bearded and venerable enough for an abbot. The grave cathedral overshadows his dwelling, and increases the respectability of his surroundings. Alexis has sent in his card. Alexis Secretan, agent for Messrs. Keel and Screw, Sydney. The lawyer receives him politely, with a manner that is half friendly, half suspicious. "May I ask what Mr. Secretan I have the pleasure of addressing?" he inquires, looking at the card. "I don't quite know how you would wish me to describe myself. I am the son of Philip Secretan, who died at Nice in 1858, and who was first cousin of Miss Secretan of Cheswold Grange. I come to you, Mr. Scrodgers, to inquire about my cousin's will. I have been in Australia for the last 2 years, acting as agent for a house in the city, and I only became aware of my cousin Matilda's death yesterday evening." "This is very serious," says Mr. Scrodgers, looking at Alexis as if he should like to convict him as an impostor. And pray, how did you come to hear of Miss Secretan's demise yesterday evening, not having heard of it prior to that time? May I ask how the intelligence reached you finally?" Mr. Scrodgers rubs his hands complacently after this address, and fixes Alexis with his large grey eyes, which are of the protuberant order. "The knowledge came to me in the simplest possible manner. I went over to Cheswold, intending to pay my cousin a visit, and found her name on a tombstone in the churchyard." "Are you quite sure, sir, that the fact of Miss Secretan's death did not become known to you in Australia, and did not influence your return to this country?" inquires the lawyer severely. "If you think me an impostor, Mr. Scrodgers, I will thank you to say so plainly, and I will take means to establish my identity. This beating about the bush is as insulting to my understanding as it is to my honour." "This is a very serious business, Mr. Secretan, a good deal more serious than you may suppose. We are entrusted with a great responsibility, sir. If we err, it must be on the side of caution." "You mean that my cousin Matilda left the whole of her property to Alexis Secretan, and you doubt whether I am the man, although I put his name upon my card." "It would be for you to establish your identity, Mr. Secretan." "Nothing more easy. My father's solicitors, Messrs. Gull and Sharp of Lincoln's Inn Fields, have been familiar with every stage of my existence up to the time when I sold my commission about 5 years ago. They hold all family documents, certificates of baptism, and so on. My father was a careless man as to business manners, but he had infinite faith in his lawyers, and he committed all papers of any significance to their charge." "Messrs. Gull and Sharp are a most respectable firm," answers Mr. Scrodgers, with a reverential expression of countenance, as if so old-established a firm ought to be spoken of with awe. "I refer you to them for my identification," says Alexis, "and I shall be obliged if you will let them have a copy of my cousin's will. I shall go to them directly I get back to London, and take all necessary steps under their advice." "I have not offended you, I hope, Mr. Secretan, by my business-like manner of discussing this question. I had the honour to enjoy Miss Secretan's confidence for many years, and I am naturally, very naturally, quite proper. Good morning, Mr. Scrodgers. Please lose no time about the copy of my cousin's will." "The original document is in Doctors' Commons." "Ah, then, Gull and Sharp shall be able to get me a copy. Good morning." Alexis leaves the dull old office elate. He knows all that he wanted to know, knows that he is lord of Cheswold Grange, that he need never go back to Australia, that his agency for keel and screw is at an end, that he is an Englishman of landed estate, a gentleman by fortune as he is a gentleman by birth. He is eager to get to London, if it were only to communicate his good fortune to the friend of his adversity, Richard Plowden. Dear old Dick! How glad he will be! He shall have an acre of ferns at Cheswold, and his mother need never let lodgings any more unless she likes. There is one thought that touches him most deeply, the thought of the child whose face he has never seen. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. Startling Information. Aided by Messrs. Gull and Sharp of the Fields, who put all things in train for him and take him under their parchment wing with affectionate protection, Alexis has no difficulty in proving his right to Cheswold Grange, and all those messuages and tenements and various holdings thereto appertaining. It is a comfortable estate to inherit, for Miss Secretan has been an admirable woman of business, and has managed everything with fostering care, which has beautified and enriched all it touched. The land, save 35 acres of home farm, park-like pasturage all of it, is let on long leases to tenants who are contented with their holdings, and do not grudge labour or money on improvements. The gardens, the house, the stables, need only a little care to restore them to that perfection of elegant precision and graceful order which distinguished them during Miss Secretan's lifetime. Alexis takes a singular mode of restoring things, and one which wins him much favour from the inhabitants of Cheswold and its immediate neighbourhood. He contrives, with considerable trouble to himself, to get back all his cousin's old servants, the butler, or indoor servant, pompous as the ruler over a retinue of powdered footmen, yet with only one small underling in the shape of a knife-boy. Mrs. Bodlow, the cook and housekeeper, who had served Miss Secretan 25 years. The middle-aged housemaid, who had polished every article of furniture in the low-ceilinged bedchambers so often that each had become an object of affection and pride to her. The gardeners, who knew every apple-tree, every plum and peach, nectarine and apricot on the red walls. The coachman, who had driven Miss Secretan about in the old-fashioned barouche, a serviceable vehicle yet, and in the old green pony chaise, and had ultimately subsided into drawing her along the shady lanes in a Bath chair. Alexis feels a pride in restoring the scattered household, in seeing every bit of furniture, every quaint old ornament assume its proper place. How intensely had Matilda Secretan studied the fitness of things before she so placed them! The Chelsea shepherdess at this angle, the Wedgwood teapot on that shelf, the figure of Quin as Falstaff in Bow china to balance Kitty Clive in Worcester ware, and so on to the end of the modest collection. Alexis remembers how his childish eyes had gloated on the old china, how those household treasures had seemed to him more beautiful than anything he had ever seen before. He remembers the garden, the broad gravel walk leading to a Dutch summer-house in red brick, with stained glass windows, the orange trees in square green tubs ranged along the closely shorn grass that had once served as a bowling green. The place is very dear to him, for it recalls the happiest days of his childhood. Before the elms in the avenue have quite lost their summer green in the early days of a fine September, Alexis is established at the Grange. The old servants have come back, and everything is in order. Full of delight in his new possessions, the master of Cheswold Grange invites Richard Plowden to come and shoot his partridges. "They are my partridges," he adds, "though they feed on the tenant's corn for the most part. Come and have a pop at them, Dick." An invitation which startles Mr. Plowden, who has never fired a gun in his life. Dick comes to Cheswold Grange, however, and gladly, not to pop at the partridges, but to rejoice in the sight of his old friend and patron basking in prosperity's sunshine. "I always felt you must be born to good luck, Captain Secretan. Call me Alex, Dick, or I shall hit you." "Well, then, Alex, there was something so bright and genial about you. It seemed as if you couldn't long be under a cloud." "Did it, Dick? The cloudy weather lasted quite long enough, though, old fellow, and the clouds are not gone yet. It's a hard thing to have this beautiful place, and not be able to bring my baby boy here and establish him in the home which is to be his when I am dead and gone." "Have you told your wife of your altered fortunes?" inquires Dick. "Not a word. She shall know me only as the pauper she deserted, or I will at best own to the wages of a hard-working clerk. She shall come back to my poverty, Dick, if she and I are ever to be reunited. not to my wealth. How pretty she would look at the head of this table, by the way. They are lounging over their wine after dinner, the diamond-cut decanters reflected in the polished mahogany as in dark water, golden egg-plums from the western wall, and peaches from the southern, nesting among dark green leaves in heart-shaped dishes of old Derby china. "Yes, I dare say," says Dick, more inclined to blame than to praise the absent wife. "You never saw her, Dick. A pity. She is so lovely, a woman created for happiness and prosperity, not for toil and care. And in marrying me she wedded poverty and sorrow. It was very hard for her. I ought to have been more considerate. Can I wonder that she grew weary of the struggle, that she tried to cut the knot that bound her to my misfortunes? Poor child! Poor you, I think, to have wedded such a piece of selfish prettiness," says Dick. "Don't be hard on her, Dick. Fortune was too unkind in those days. The outlook was so black. If there had been a glimmer of hope on our horizon, she would have stayed with me, I've no doubt. Think of her now, drudging as a governess, hiding her beauty in some back parlour or second-floor nursery, toiling for a pittance, while I enjoy all the comforts of this dear old place. That's hard to think of, isn't it, old fellow?" "Merely retributive justice," answers Dick sturdily. "But are you sure that she is a governess now?" "I have every reason to suppose so. Her last letter tells me that she is on the high road to fortune which she and I are to share. Taking this in conjunction with the information I got from her sister, I can only imagine that she is in the employment of some very rich person likely to leave her money." "Rather an ignoble position, that," says Dick, waiting for dead men's shoes. Alexis sighs, and pours out another glass of his cousin's well-kept La Rose. "What are you going to do to find her?" asked Richard. "I've put the business in the hands of a very clever man in London, to whom my lawyers recommended me. In the abstract, I hate the idea of a private inquiry office, but in my particular case I can't get on without one. My man is to find out Sibyl's whereabouts by hook or by crook. Once found, and face to face with her, I don't think I should be long in bringing her to reason. She must have changed very much if she has ceased to love me." Dick ventures no reply to this. He has a very poor opinion of his friend's wife, thinks her stony-hearted, nay, almost inhuman, and in his idea Alexis Secretan's future happiness would be best secured by Sibyl's being kept at a distance. What could be sweeter than life in this old country house, among these fertile gardens, these park-like meadows? And why disturb the serenity of the atmosphere by bringing a woman here? The lovelier she is, the more trouble she is likely to bring. Was it not Helen's beauty which overturned a world? Mr. Secretan's new life is assuredly so full of pleasantness that if it were possible for him to forget the wife he has loved, or to cease from longing for the son he has never seen, he might reasonably take his ease and enjoy the pleasures of a tranquil mind. Cheswold seems to him just one of the most delightful places on the surface of this earth. It is set in a landscape of rural beauty, fertile, luxuriant, like a picture of Constable's. There is plenty of sport, a good pack of foxhounds in the neighbourhood to which Alexis subscribes liberally. There are pleasant neighbours who hasten to call upon the inheritor of Cheswold Grange, and are eager to make themselves useful. Mr. Secretan finds himself received with such peculiar cordiality by fathers and mothers of goodly families of grown-up daughters, that he takes an early opportunity to let it be known that he is that worst of detrimentals, a husband without a wife. He tells one of his new friends, in the strictest confidence, that he is temporarily separated from his wife in consequence of some family quarrel, but he hopes for reunion before very long. and in a week everybody within 20 miles of Cheswold knows all about it. The disappointment is rather severe for the parents of marriageable daughters, some of whom have been hanging rather long on hand, like the winter pears on the wall. Mr. Secretan is not a great catch in the matrimonial market, of course. A pretty old house and grounds, and from 1,500 to 2,000 a year. A very moderate alliance, but a comfortable and a respectable one, think the anxious parents. And then Miss Secretan had always ranked high among her neighbours. There is an odour of sanctity about the Grange. A pity the young fellow should have made such a mess of himself, remark the fathers. The mothers go so far as to call it a shame. The daughters feel a sense of loss, and are not quite so amiable to Mr. Secretan the next time he takes them in to dinner. Old friends whom he knew in his days of youthful extravagances find him out and rejoice in his restored fortunes. A couple of old brother officers crop up in the neighbourhood. Colonel Churton, settled and sobered into a country gentleman, great in the cultivation of mangold and turnips. Major Tollinson, who breeds prize cattle, which help to eat the colonel's roots. These are full of warmest friendliness. It seems to Alexis as if he had never been poor. He has spent some of his cousin's accumulated cash in the payment of his debts. Debts of honour and tradesmen's bills have alike been repaid, with 5% interest in every case. There is now no one living who can say he has lost money to Alexis Secretan. "What a pleasant feeling it is, Dick," says Alexis, as he pockets the last receipt, with respectful thanks. "I really feel as if I had only just reached my proper number of inches, as if I had been half a head shorter than I ought to be for the last 6 years. There is a springiness in my step, too. Ah, Dick, this is the real worth of money, the glorious privilege of being independent." Alexis has settled down comfortably in the rooms he has chosen for himself, and begins to feel as if he has lived at the Grange all his life, by the time the first frosts sparkle on the grass, and the leaves fall fast from the good old trees, and lie thick in grove and glade, despite of gardeners and wheelbarrows. He has put up new bookshelves in the library, where Miss Secretan's favourite poets and divines, in neat calf or vellum bindings, make but a small appearance, and has filled them with the books he loves, a truly cosmopolitan collection. He has bought himself a couple of clever hunters, and a useful covert hack, which he can also drive in a dog-cart. He has shot over the stubbles and in the preserves of his noble neighbour Lord Starborough, and has had 2 or 3 good runs with the foxhounds. He has made a large circle of new acquaintances, and renewed several old friendships. But in all this time he has had no tidings of Sibyl. He has, it is true, received numerous letters from the Private Inquiry Office, some promising speedy success, others asking some questions of detail which might help to confirm a suspicion or establish its falsehood, some declaring that the Inquirer is on the right track. But the result has been failure. So far private inquiry has effected nothing. Despairing of ever succeeding by this means, Alexis inserts an advertisement, which he means to be his final appeal to his obdurate wife. Dixon Street, Chelsea. I refuse to write to you through the faithful servant in L Street. I consider such indirect communication degrading to you and to me. I have no sympathy with your schemes. I decline any share in fortune so won. I claim you by my sacred right as your husband. You need not fear starvation, or even the pinch of poverty. I have obtained employment which will enable me to keep my wife and child in decent comfort. Come back and be assured of my fondest affection. Prolong our separation, and it may become eternal. This advertisement is quickly answered by another, beginning with the watchword, Dixon Street. Wait and hope. A little patience, and we shall be reunited. You cannot wish for reunion more earnestly than I do. The fabric which has taken more than 2 years to build must not be destroyed by a moment of impatience. Alexis inserts a second advertisement. Dixon Street. Give me the custody of our son, and I will be content. To which the answer is but one word. Impossible. On this, Mr. Secretan loses temper, and love gives way to resentment. Heartless, inexorable, he says to himself. She loves money better than she loves me. This sordid desire to inherit some weak-minded old woman's wealth is stronger with her than duty or affection. Is she worth all the pain I have suffered for her? Is she worthy the constancy I have given her? The answer to these questions is a decided negative. His love for his wife has been a foolish, unreasoning passion, wasted upon an unworthy object. He now determines to forget that cold and cruel wife, and to enjoy all the pleasures of his new position. And in the various employments and engagements of country life, his days glide by smoothly and pleasantly until the approach of Christmas. It is now 3 years since Sibyl left him. He dines with Colonel Churton one bright frosty evening, just a week before the Christian festival. The Colonel's spacious old house, Longley Mead, is full of guests, military and civil, young people, middle-aged people, elderly people, pretty girls with portly mothers and portlier fathers. They sit down, about 30 to dinner, in a fine oak-panelled dining-room, and the board is a merry and noisy one. Quiet flirtation is going on doubtless in some quarters, under cover of the general talk and laughter. The cross-firing of respectable old jokes, the remarkable anecdotes of horses, dogs, foxes, and birds, the discussion of that last troublesome case at Petty Sessions, and a good deal more genuine county talk. The banquet is long and splendid. But at last the ice puddings have made their round, the liqueurs have followed in fairy goblets, golden-starred, the hothouse grapes have been admired, and the ladies have left the ruder sex to draw up to the host's end of the long table, and enter upon that serious discussion of the merits of various Burgundy and Bordeaux, which appears to afford so much delight to the masculine mind. "You used to be a pretty good judge of claret in your time, Secretan," says the Colonel cheerily. "Give me your candid opinion of this Margot." "About as good a judge of claret as he was of a pretty woman," says Major Tollinson, while Alexis gravely sips the Chateau Margaux. "And he had a wonderful eye for beauty." "Oh, come now," remonstrates the Colonel. "Secretan was never a lady's man. He left that kind of thing to you, Tollinson." "Oh, I grant he was too lazy a beggar to play croquet on a blazing July afternoon, or to dance attendance at picnics or tea-fights, or to make himself useful at a school feast, carrying baskets of buns and jugs of boiling tea. But he was a great admirer of the sex for all that, and at a county ball he always got the most dances with the prettiest women." "A nice clean wine," says Alexis, ignoring these remarks. "Talking of pretty women," says a young man who sits furthest from the host, "I think I had the pleasure of meeting one of the prettiest girls you could ever hope to see down in Yorkshire a week before last." The word Yorkshire catches the ear of Alexis. So large a county must needs be rich in female beauty, but he remembers that Redcastle is in Yorkshire, and thinks of Sibyl. Or perhaps it is that instinct which in some moments of our lives warns us that some word vital to our interests is about to be spoken. "Plenty of pretty women in Yorkshire," says the host incuriously. "How did you find the grouse this year, Danvers? You were staying somewhere near the moors, I suppose." "No, I was in rather a poor country for grouse. I was at Mr. Holford's place, between Hillsborough and Redcastle." Alexis grows pale and refills his glass with a hand that shakes a little. "May we ask for the beauty's name?" he says. "She is a Miss Faunthorpe, an heiress, I believe. At least there is a rich old East Indian party she goes about with, and I conclude she's to have his money by and by. I met her at a dinner at Sir Wilford Cardinal's, and the rumour is that Sir Wilford is going to marry her. He's uncommonly sweet upon her. That's a fact patent to the meanest comprehension." Alexis tries to check the tumultuous beating of his heart, tries to steady himself and compose his countenance, and by a great effort succeeds. "Why should this be his false wife?" asks the voice of reason. "Sibyl has a grown-up sister whom he has never seen, a sister who may be as lovely as herself, although his wife always disparaged Marion's charms. Or this Miss Faunthorpe may belong to some other family, nay, must so belong, since she is spoken of as an heiress. You have roused my warmest interest in this Yorkshire beauty," he says with assumed languor. "Could you not draw upon your powers so far as to describe her to us?" "Yes, by all means. Indulge us with a little word painting. Give us a verbal photograph of your beauty," says Colonel Churton. "Who can describe the indescribable?" exclaims Mr. Danvers, pleased at having made himself the object of general attention, after having languished in the shade during the rest of the entertainment. "Picture to yourselves. Oh, come, we want you to do the picturing. Imagine an oval face, framed with dark brown hair, loosely braided. I believe that's the word, isn't it? Hair with a glimmer of gold and a natural ripple. Eyes of darkest brown, complexion ivory pale, save when excitement flushes the cheek with a lovely pink, like the inside of those pomegranates. Features almost Grecian." "Sounds rather like a face in a fashion plate," says Major Tollinson. "I'd rather hear of a retroussé nose, red hair and freckles, or a tawny little gypsy with murderous black eyes." "Not to admire Miss Faunthorpe would be to despise perfection," says Mr. Danvers, slightly offended. "You haven't told us her Christian name," says Alexis. "It fits her to a nicety, for there is a mystic look about her pale face and dark brown eyes. Her name is Sibyl." "And she is going to be married to a Yorkshire baronet, Sir Wilford Cardinal, one of the wealthiest landowners in the West Riding. Mind, I don't say the match is a settled thing. It hasn't been formally announced, you know. People haven't begun to congratulate her. But the marriage is talked of. I dare say the local papers will get hold of it soon. We understand, etc." "And there is a rich uncle in question?" asks Alexis. He has recovered his self-command by this time, and makes the inquiry with the air of a man who only talks for the sake of keeping up the conversation. "Yes, a shrivelled old fellow, who eats any amount of Nepal pepper. An artful old bird. Looks as if he had made his money in slaves or opium, or something contraband. Sort of man who would have done well in Warren Hastings' time, when John Company had things all his own way in the East. Do you remember his name?" "Let me see. Travers? No. Rather an odd name. Trinder? No. Trenchard? Yes, that's it. Stephen Trenchard. Pretty niece called him sometimes Uncle Stephen, sometimes Uncle Trenchard." "Stephen Trenchard," repeats Alexis, staring blankly at the tall épergne in front of him. This is a shock he was not prepared for. Stephen Trenchard, his father's bitter enemy, the man whose arts disinherited him, Alexis, while yet unborn, the man whom his family religion taught him to execrate. And it was this man's niece, a daughter of this detested race, he had married? it was to court and cherish his father's enemy that his wife had left him. This is the fortune she is to inherit, and we are to share. This is the scheme of her life. It is for Stephen Trenchard's ill-gotten wealth I am to wait. It is for this I am to be patient and trust her. And she shows herself so true to her trust that common rumor gives her to another man. It is time for me to make an end of this farce of fidelity. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroett, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25, Town Talk. Before the close of the next day, Alexis is once more in Redcastle. This time, however, he goes straight to the chief inn, or hotel as it proudly calls itself, the institution which supports and sustains the languishing spirits of the half-dozen or so of idle young men who adored Redcastle by their residence. The hotel affords them a porch or portico in which to lounge and gossip with one another, or for want of more aristocratic company, with the landlord of the establishment, who appears to have nothing to do from morn till dewy eve but stand in the threshold and survey the varieties of life as presented by below bar, and the marketplace, where a pedestrian may be seen pass once in 5 minutes, and a vehicle of some description may be reckoned upon once in half an hour. Besides this portico, or school of conversation, which is in the manner a free institution, the Coach and Horses furnishes its patrons with a bar in which to imbibe mild admixtures of soda water and brandy, appetizing sherry and bitters, or the more economic refreshment of a glass of ale, while 2 lively barmaids, gifted with a considerable power of repartee, stimulate the native youth to intellectual efforts. On one side of the hotel is the billiard room, where awful contests of skill go on under the shaded lamps, and money is won and lost. On the other side is the reading room, where besides a variety of useful information in the way of Bradshaw's Guides, the county history, almanacs, and timetables, the lounger may enjoy literature as fresh as the day before yesterday's Evening Standard, or a Punch not quite 3 weeks old. At the Coach and Horses, Alexis deposits his small valise, this dark December evening at 5 o'clock, the universal tea time among the burgesses and lower classes of Redcastle, the witching hour at which Mrs. Stormont and her friends discuss the morals and finances of their neighbours over harlequin cups of orange pekoe. He has come to the hotel in order to draw breath before swooping down upon that false wife of his, and with a view perhaps to making himself better acquainted with the ground he stands upon. From Mr. Danvers he may have heard something less or something more than the truth. Here, in the place she inhabits, he is likely to make himself acquainted with the best or the worst that men and women can say of her. He bitterly resents the falsehoods told him by Jenny Faunthorpe nearly 6 months ago. That instance of juvenile depravity is only a new proof of the bad blood that flows in the veins of the Trenchards. Alexis looks upon it as a hereditary vice. They are all cold-hearted and falsehood-like, he tells himself. The man robbed my father of his rights and wore a smooth face all the time and pretended to be his friend. The child looks in my face and lies to me. Who could have suspected a child of such a falsehood? Being set upon by an elderly waiter and besought to order his dinner, Mr. Secretan expresses a provoking indifference to that meal. He will have anything they like to give him in an hour's time. A private sitting room? Yes, by all means, and a good fire. He will go for a walk while the dinner is preparing. And by the way, which is Mr. Trenchard's house? Mr. Trenchard's house? Lancaster Lodge. The waiter mentions it with respect in his tone. "Straight up the street, sir, and through the bar. It's the third house on your left, above bar. You can't miss it, sir. A noble-looking mansion, with a lodge entrance. One of the finest houses in Redcastle." Alexis strolls up the street in the winter dusk. Lamps gleam redly behind fan lights. There is a rosy fire glow on some of the windows. The respectability of the scene strikes the stranger. It is so different from that dilapidated, untidy end of the town in which Dr. Faunthorpe's house is situated. "So, my wife has a rich uncle as well as a poor one, and she came back to her native town to pay her court to the rich man, not to seek a homely shelter with the poor one, and she knew that she was my enemy's niece, and had not candour or courage enough to tell me the truth. It suits her humour better, too, to leave me in sneaking fashion and fasten herself onto the wealth of a scoundrel." So muses the outraged husband as he walks up the street and under the old Gothic archway. Yes, there is Lancaster Lodge, ponderous, gloomy, looking like a moneyed man's house. There is no gleam of light in the upper windows, and the wall hides the lower. A jail or a reformatory would look more cheerful. "Is she happy within those walls?" he asks. "Or is she like an enchanted princess shut up in a golden prison? She has bartered all things for the hope of wealth, humour, truth, affection, just as her uncle did before her." He has no mind to lose much time before standing face to face with his wife, but he wishes first to hear what the townspeople have to tell about her. How much truth is there in that rumour of an intended marriage? How much encouragement has she given to her admirer? At the Coach and Horses, they are likely to be well informed of all the local gossip, and at the Coach and Horses he intends to make his inquiries. He is shown into a sitting room spacious enough for a party of 12 and brilliantly illuminated. The number of glasses various in colour and shape which adorn the dinner table might be taken to imply that he is expected to drink deeply of the Coach and Horses wine. On receiving his modest order of a pint of claret, the waiter sweeps off champagne and hock glasses in a low-spirited way, and relieves his disappointment with a faint cough. The dinner is served in very good style, the elderly waiter receiving the dishes at the door from his subordinate, and sliding about the room stealthily as if he were attending to the wants of a dying traveller, whose ebbing breath he was appointed to watch. Alexis dawdles over his fish and dallies with his cutlet and tomato sauce. "Do you see much of Mr. Trenchard?" he asks. "Mr. Trenchard, sir? No, sir. Mr. Trenchard is a very reserved kind of gentleman. He's much sought after in Redcastle, and I believe he do attend a good many dinner parties among first-class people. But as to playing billiards in our room downstairs or taking his glass of wine or brandy and soda, he's quite the last kind of gentleman. Besides which, one may say that his age precludes that sort of thing, although we have older gentlemen than Mr. Trenchard in our billiard room. But he has a very fine table of his own, you see, sir. Indeed, I may say that he drawed off one of our best customers with his table, young Mr. Stormer, which used to come here almost every evening. A poor player, but a genteel young man. Very much taken with Mr. Trenchard's niece he is. There's not much hope for him in that quarter," adds the waiter, as he lowers the cover on the cutlet dish with a twirl of his arm, like a movement in the broadsword exercise. "Why not?" asks Alexis. "Because the young lady looks higher, sir, as well she may, seeing that Mr. Frederick Stormont hasn't one sixpence to rub against another, as the saying is. Miss Faunthorpe is a beauty, sir, a regular beauty, and she's been told of it often enough. I'll lay to know how to set a right value on herself. And then the old gentleman's sure to leave her his money. He's adopted her, you see, sir. There's other nieces downtown, but this one's his fancy, and he's adopted her. Everybody knows she's to come into all his money, and now they say Sir Wilford Cardinal's going to marry her, and she'll hold her head as high as any in West Riding, for there isn't a finer gentleman than Sir Wilford between here and York. Who says that she is to marry Sir Wilford? Everybody says it's town talk. There's been plenty said about it downstairs in the billiard room. They've chaffed young Mr. Stormont about it, and he do look uncommon miserable, poor young gentleman, when they go on at him and tell him he's missed his chance with Miss Faunthorpe. And if you don't marry an heiress, whatever are you to do to get your living, Fred? Says they. Blessed if I know, says he. I'll tell you what, Fred, says Mr. Staples, the vet. You'll have to eat that horse of yours, or he'll have to eat you. It'll come to that sooner or later, for you'll never be able to keep him. I'm afraid it will, answers Mr. Stormont, as meek as a lamb. Alexis is not warmly interested in the impression which Sibyl's intended marriage, or the rumour of such an intention, may have made upon Frederick Stormont. He is more concerned in its effect upon himself. And pray what kind of man is this Stephen Trenchard? He asked presently. Is he liked in your town? I don't know about liking, replies the waiter dubiously. The townspeople would hardly go to take such a liberty. He's very much looked up to. Does he or the young lady, this pretty niece of his, do much good in the place? Mr. Trenchard subscribes to our local charity, sir. Good in the sense of district visiting, on Sunday school teaching, or anything in that line the young lady does not do. Her position raises her above that, you see, sir. I understand. Active benevolence of that kind occupies a lower level. Decidedly, sir. Young person who have such call upon their time can naturally devote themselves to school teaching and such like. Miss Faunthorpe moves in the highest society. She visits a great deal. It would be quite out of the question that she should trouble herself about the welfare of her fellow creatures. Of course. Well, I'll go and call at Lancaster Lodge. It's rather late, but as a traveller I may be excused that informality. You know Mr. Trenchard, sir, exclaims the waiter, alarmed lest he should not have expressed himself carefully enough about that great man, although he has echoed those accents of adulation which prevail in Redcastle whenever Stephen Trenchard is mentioned. My father knew him intimately, replies Alexis. It is between 7 and 8 when he rings the bell at the lodge gate of Mr. Trenchard's mansion. A fine winter's night. The stars are shining on lawn and plane trees, shrubbery and empty flower beds, as the lodge-keeper shows Mr. Secretan the way to the solemn pillared doorway. Here a footman in livery, warned by the lodge-keeper's bell, receives the stranger. Very silent is the lamp-lit hall, where a bust of Wellington, on a porphyry pedestal, keeps company with a bust of Pitt the Younger, on a column of malachite. Crimson cloth curtains hang before the tall doors, and keep the draught from the chilly East Indian. Is Mr. Trenchard at home? Asks Alexis. And can I see him on particular business? He has come to this house determined to keep no bounds, to exercise a husband's authority to the uttermost, if that stretch of power be needed, to claim his wife from his father's deadliest foe, Stephen Trenchard. Scarcely worth the claiming, perhaps, with that false blood in her veins, that some remnant of the old faithful love still lingers in his breast. If she will come back to him, if she will surrender all hope of her uncle's ill-gotten wealth and come back to him, believing him still one of the humble toilers in life's great hive, he will take her back to his heart of hearts and cherish her for all his life to come. End of chapter. Recording by Adrian Stroett, Turks and Caicos Islands. Chapter 26 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26. Between Love and Gold. The footman surveys the stranger doubtfully and rings a bell to summon Podmore, the butler, feeling unequal to cope single-handedly with this eruption of an unknown visitor at 8 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Trenchard is not very well, sir. He is confined to his room, in fact. But if your business is anything important... Here Podmore comes to the subordinate's relief. He enters on the scene with a stately slowness, breathing heavily, having just awakened from the pleasant slumber of repletion in front of the fire in the servants' hall, where buttered toast, eggs and ham, the daily papers, and a quiet game at cribbage are his evening solace. Mr. Trenchard is indisposed, sir, he observes severely, as if the stranger ought to have been aware of the fact. But if you wish, I can carry him a message. The intruder looks like a gentleman, and Podmore remembers that other mysterious visitor of last summer, who came and went like the wind, no one knowing whence or whither. If Miss Faunthorpe is at home and will see me, I need not trouble Mr. Trenchard, replies Alexis after a moment's consideration. Be kind enough to give her my card. Podmore stifles a yawn and receives the card on a salver, which he takes from the hall table and carries into the drawing-room, where Sibyl is sitting in solitary grandeur, dreaming over a volume of Tennyson. A gentleman, ma'am, wishes to see Mr. Trenchard, but I told him my master was indisposed. Would you favour him with a few minutes' conversation, ma'am? Is that the gentleman's card? Inquires Sibyl languidly. Yes, ma'am. Sibyl takes up the morsel of pasteboard with the tips of her fingers, and that elegant air of listlessness which is so provoking to Marion. She looks at the name a little curiously, notwithstanding her languor, for it strikes her suddenly that this visitor of tonight may be her uncle's mysterious guest of the race night. One glance at the card shows her the name of all others most appalling to her, and yet there is, in that first moment of surprise, a thrill of rapture in the thought that the one man she loves is near her. Where is he? She cries, starting up from her easy chair with a display of animation that awakens Podmore's suspicions. In the hall, ma'am. Shall I show him in? Certainly. How fortunate that Uncle Trenchard should be out of the way tonight, thinks Sibyl, too bewildered by the one startling fact of her husband's coming to be able to take in at a glance all the consequences of such an event. Stephen Trenchard has been slightly ailing during this last week, and has kept himself hermetically sealed, as it were, against east winds in the seclusion of his bedchamber. He has suffered from such trifling indispositions, touches of cold and rheumatism, several times during the late autumn and early winter, and Mrs. Stormont has confirmed in her opinion that dear Mr. Trenchard is breaking fast, or, as the Colonel puts it, in the friendly gossip across the walnuts and the wine, there can be no doubt the old fellow is going off the hooks. Podmore ushers Mr. Secretan into the drawing-room and retires, leaving husband and wife standing some yards apart, face to face. Yes, there she stands, the wife lost so long, regretted so bitterly. There she stands, unchanged by care or sorrow, far lovelier than when he saw her last, with the pinch of poverty on her cheek, and the wan pallor of care tarnishing the ivory whiteness of her complexion. She stands before him tonight, the focus of all that is fairest in the luxurious room. Amid all the upholsterer's gilding and colour she is the highest spot. She is pale as marble, but the large dark eyes shine with a vivid light as she stretches out her hands to Alexis, as if in fondest welcome. "Alex!" she cried. "Alex! You have found me, in spite of all my care. Found me too soon." She is ready to throw herself upon his breast and pour out her pent-up love in sobs and kisses, but his countenance does not invite this gush of feeling. He surveys her with a look in which there is more contempt than anger. "Yes, I have found you," he says. "Found you in the comfortable nest which you discovered for yourself when you turned your back upon starvation and me. Found you in the house of my father's deadly enemy, of mine, for before I could speak plainly, I had learned to hate him. Yes, Mrs. Secretan, I have found you, and the clue to your mystery." "Alexis, you are too cruel. It was for your sake as much as for my own I came here. Yes, as heaven hears and judges me, I thought of your happiness as much as my own. Why should we both starve, when there was my uncle's fortune waiting for me to claim my share of it? I knew that he was an old man, that we could not have many years to wait. And you left me to think you false, dishonoured or dead, while you played out this paltry game of waiting for a dead man's shoes. I spoke as plainly as I dared in my farewell letter. I was obliged to act secretly, knowing your prejudice against my uncle. Don't give me my sentiments so mild a name. It is hatred, or, at best, a sovereign contempt." "He has been so good to me, Alexis," pleads Sibyl. "No doubt. Vipers and scorpions and other noxious reptiles are kindly to their offspring, I dare say. You are his own treacherous blood. There is sympathy between you." "Alexis, how can you be so cruel? Did you come here only to torture me?" "I came here to discover whether you are my wife or no. I came to offer you your choice between Mr. Trenchard's fortune, a fortune founded on treachery, remember, and my love. I am ready to forgive you all I have suffered at your hands, your desertion of me in my bitterest need, my suspense and pain of these 3 years past, if you will place your hand in mine tonight, and leave this hateful house, and abandon all hope of profiting by the master's bounty. And my uncle is dying, perhaps," Sibyl thinks despairingly. "In a few weeks I might inherit his fortune." "The choice is simple," says Alexis. "You cannot have much difficulty in deciding either way. On one side, your uncle's garnered wealth, 1 million perhaps. There is no limit to the opportunities of a man who begins unscrupulously. On the other side, my affection, a husband you once pretended to love." "Pretended? Oh, Alexis, what more real than my love? When have I ever ceased to love you? If you could only know." "I know nothing, except that after 3 years' severance, I find you here, my enemy's adopted daughter, the centre of all those fine things which women of small minds value. I ask you, as many a man has asked many a woman before today, to leave all unreservedly for my sake. I do not ask you to return to starvation, remember, or to the genteel adventurer's hand-to-mouth existence. I have learned to earn my daily bread. The pinch of poverty need touch you no more." "Not till health fails you, or we grow old," returned Sibyl. "I know what the workers for their daily bread have to look forward to when that day comes. The workhouse or the river, Alexis. For pity's sake, be reasonable. If my Uncle Trenchard's fortune was founded on money that ought to have been your father's, he makes the story tell against your father, mind, so much the more reason that he should come to you and me when he is dead. He is past 70, and his health has been failing during the last few months. He cannot live much longer, and I am as certain as I can be of anything that he means to leave me the bulk of his fortune. Why should I throw away such a chance?" "Simply because money so obtained would be odious to me, as it should be to you. You are as false to Stephen Trenchard as you have been to me. Your presence in this house is a fraud. Do you think your uncle would leave that money to the wife of Philip Secretan's son?" "Perhaps not," falters Sibyl. "But for his money to come back to you would be an act of restitution." Providence works in that way sometimes. Providence never works through lies and hypocrisies. I want none of Stephen Trenchard's money. All of it tainted with fraud and lying, I'll warrant. I want you, the penniless girl I married 4 years ago. I had no thought of fortune when I asked you to be my wife, Sibyl. I have no thought of a fortune now. No, Alex. You were always reckless, and your recklessness brought us to the threshold of starvation. And would bring us there again, no doubt, if I let you have your way. That means you are not coming with me. You hold by your rich uncle in preference to your husband. Alex, I love you with all my heart. You are never absent from my thoughts. The hope of our reunion is one hope that brightens my life. I will believe that if you put your hand in mine and say, I am yours, husband, come weal or woe. I might claim you by law, remember, claim you as my chattel, but I am too proud to do that. You must follow me freely, or not at all. You shall have your choice. In a few months my uncle may be dead. I will come to you then. I will not have you then, neither you nor your ill-gotten wealth. Revel in it, fatten on it, but you shall be no wife of mine unless you leave this house with me tonight. It would be too great a folly to abandon every chance when success seems so near. You decide for the rich uncle. Alex, cries Sibyl, wringing her hands, how can you be so cruel to me? Can't you understand that it is for your sake as much as for my own that I want to be rich? I cannot, for I have told you plainly that I despise wealth so won. I see you have made your choice, and I have now only one more thing to settle before I leave you in the fulfilment of your destiny. What have you done with our child? He is in safe keeping. I can believe that, but it is not quite enough. I want the custody of him. How could you take care of so young a child, a boy of scarcely 3 years old? I would take excellent care of him. He would be a burden to you. I should not think him a burden. Alexis, exclaimed Sibyl, bursting into tears, I have deceived you. I did not like to tell you the truth. Our boy is dead. He died within a week of his birth. Heartless woman, you have fooled me with a false hope. I have built all my schemes of future happiness upon that child, and now you tell me he is dead? Which am I to believe, your letter or your assertion of his death? I have no motive for deceiving you in this matter. You offer to take the charge of him off my hands. If he had lived, I should be glad to accept such an offer. Perhaps. For you who have so little of a wife's affection cannot have much of a maternal instinct. Alexis, she cries despairingly. She runs to him and throws herself into his arms and sobs upon his breast, distracted between love and ambition. The glittering prize seems too near for her to let it go. She cannot bring herself to say farewell, fortune, welcome, love. She clings to her husband as if she could not part with him, yet means all the while to be steadfast in her devotion to Stephen Trenchard and his money. Alexis, if you would only be patient, let me stay with my uncle to the end. It is not far off. Everyone tells me he has not long to live. Trust in my devotion to you, my fidelity. Yes, trust in your devotion, your fidelity, while the town gossips are busy with the rumour of your approaching marriage with Sir Wilford, Cardinal. The merest folly. Sir Wilford has done me the honour to admire me, and my uncle has given him some little encouragement. You have nothing to fear from such a rival, Alexis, or from any rival. My heart belongs to you. My love has never wavered. And as a proof of this unwavering love, you refuse to leave this house, all this crimson satin and gilding, for the humble home which I can offer you. I refuse to throw away a fortune which only a lunatic would consent to sacrifice, replies Sibyl with a touch of impatience. The worthy Podmore enters at this juncture to replenish the fire. He approaches the hearth with slow and ponderous steps, taking note of all he sees on his passage. Sibyl's agitated, tear-stained face, her visitor's pale and angry looks. "Goodbye, Miss Faunthorpe," says Alexis, while the butler is doctoring the fire with deliberate care, as if every flame were a precious life in danger of extinction. "I think I have explained all I wish you to convey to your uncle." "Yes," she falters. "Good night." "Good night. Are you going to leave Redcastle soon?" "By the first train tomorrow morning." "Goodbye?" She would give much to say more, to entreat him once again to be patient and to look forward to their reunion later, to accept her by and by burdened with the weight of Stephen Trenchard's wealth. But the astute Podmore, having heard the note of leave-taking, waits to show the visitor out, and Alexis is presently escorted to the hall door, as if by the warder of a prison. He goes out of that house, well nigh heartbroken, though pride has enabled him to bear himself quietly enough, and even to make light of his disappointment. "I loved her so well that it is hard to find her worthless," he tells himself. "Not one spark of generous feeling, all sordid greed of gain. Had I told her of my altered fortune, she would have come to me. Yes, she might, perhaps, have surrendered Stephen Trenchard's larger wealth. But I thank God I had resolution enough to keep that secret. And so goodbye, my dream of domestic life, my hope of an heir to inherit my name. I stand alone henceforth, wifeless, with a wife, childless, though a child has been born to me, whose baby face I was not permitted to see." End of chapter. Recording by Adrian Strout, Turks and Caicos Islands. Chapter 27 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Strout, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 27. Sir Wilford has his own way. When her husband is gone, and the full significance of that meeting and parting comes home to her, Sibyl feels as if all the hope and glory of her life were departed with him. She does not repent her decision. Were Alexis to offer her the same choice again, she would decide in exactly the same manner. In her limited way of looking at the question, there is no possibility of arriving at any other determination. It would seem to her utterly unreasonable, an act of absolute lunacy, to throw away a fortune which is ready to drop into her lap, for which she has waited patiently, living her false life, suppressing the truer instincts of her heart and mind for nearly 3 years. She wonders that a man of the world can demand such a sacrifice, can cling so foolish a prejudice as hereditary hatred, and even carry that passion so far as to hate his enemy's money. To her mind, the inheritance of Stephen Trenchard's fortune by Alexis Secretan's wife appears a wise and beneficent settlement of an old debt. No doubt her uncle Stephen was right, and that Philip Secretan was a spendthrift who deserved to be disinherited. His father's fortune held over, quadrupled, increased tenfold perhaps in Stephen's prudent hands, would pass to Alexis, and justice would be done to the dead father through the living son. Sibyl cannot believe that Alexis will be obdurate when the hour of her freedom comes from Stephen Trenchard's death. "No, I will not despair," she says to herself, drying her tearful eyes and looking at her white face in the glass over the low marble chimney-piece. Cruel as he was tonight, he loves me too well to repudiate me by and by when I am free to return to him. Poor fellow! How could he reject fortune if it were mine to give him? He who has suffered the sharp stings of poverty and who has to work for his daily bread? How could he turn his back upon the bright new life that would lie before us if my uncle's money were mine? Not life within the four walls of a handsome dungeon like this house, but life wherever earth is loveliest, in Paris, in Italy, sailing in our yacht on the Mediterranean, free as birds without a care or the thought except how to get the most pleasure out of our youth and wealth and freedom. Comforted by reflections like these, Sibyl calms herself and prepares to continue her part of ministering angel to Stephen Trenchard. Illness makes the old man irritable, and the character is not the easiest in the world to perform. She trembles at the thought of what would happen if her uncle and her husband were to meet, of what might have happened this very evening but for Mr. Trenchard's most fortunate indisposition. What limit would there be to the old man's fury if he were to discover that he had been cheated of his affection, that the niece he had loved and favoured was the wife of his enemy's son? That revelation would have destroyed her hopes, beggared her of that golden chance which seems to have hers scarcely less than the actual possession of his fortune. She has no easy part to play this evening when she goes up to her uncle's room and finds him sitting by his fire, awake and watchful, the Times lying uncut on the little table beside his capacious armchair. "What have you been doing all evening, child?" he asked testily. "I've been waiting for you to read me the City article. Waiting upwards of an hour by that clock," he adds with a glance at the gilded timepiece on the mantel-shelf. "I'm so sorry, dear uncle. I thought you were asleep." "You might have taken the trouble to come and ascertain the fact. I have not closed my eyes since Podmore brought me my beef tea. Who is this gentleman, pray, who has detained you so long?" Sibyl is unprepared for this question. She had hoped her uncle would have known nothing about the untimely visitor. "A gentleman, uncle?" "Yes. Podmore told me you had a gentleman with you, someone who wanted to see me on particular business, and being told that I was ill, asked to see you instead. What did the fellow want?" "He wanted you to subscribe to a fund for building a new church at Crampston, uncle," replies Sibyl with a desperate plunge. Some lie she must needs invent, no matter what shape it took. "Some new sect, if I understand him rightly. I told him I did not think you would care to subscribe, but that he might call again, if he liked, when you are well." "Humph! You might have given him a decided negative at once. There are churches enough in the world, and new sects enough, without my squandering money on the fools who want more. The fellow was with you a long time. Why couldn't you get rid of him sooner?" "He insisted upon showing me plans and a list of subscribers, and he told me a good deal about the church." "You ought to know how to keep such fellows at a distance. Some swindler, no doubt. He was with you nearly an hour, according to Podmore." "Shall I read you the City article, Uncle Trenchard?" asked Sibyl, anxious to end this embarrassing discussion. She seats herself a little way behind Mr. Trenchard's chair, well in the shadow. "Yes, you can read, but come nearer the lamp, child. It makes me uncomfortable to know that you are straining your eyes in the dark there." Sibyl obeys reluctantly, fearing that the traces of agitation may still disfigure her countenance. Luckily, the lamp has a velvet shade which casts the light on the paper in her hand, and not on the face bending over it. Mr. Trenchard scans her curiously notwithstanding. His suspicions have been aroused by that evening visitor, a handsome young man, according to Podmore, a lover perhaps, and that story of the Crampston church all a fable. Mr. Trenchard has employed too much fiction in the course of his own career to be easily deluded by a figment of the female brain. He says nothing, however, content to suspect and to keep his suspicions to himself for the present. He languishes for some days more under the burden of what Dr. Mitsand calls a slight bronchial attack, and in about a week is able to come downstairs again and seems almost as active and alert as ever, Sibyl thinks, wondering whether there is really any foundation for that idea about his breaking up. Dr. Mitsand is Mr. Trenchard's medical attendant. It is not to be supposed that the precious life of a millionaire could be trusted to poor little Dr. Faunthorpe, who has the care of the parish and goes his rounds in a positively disreputable pony carriage. Dr. Mitsand's neat single brougham and fine pair of bay cobs are a standing evidence of his respectability and his skill. If he were not a clever doctor, how could he afford those cobs? Wonderful constitution, your uncle's, Miss Faunthorpe, says Dr. Mitsand cheerily on the occasion of his last professional visit. Quite set up again, you see. Complexion clearer, eye brighter, liver in better order. I congratulate you upon having an uncle who ought to live as long as Lyndhurst or Brown. Sibyl tries to look glad, but her heart sinks at the thought that this fine constitution of her uncle's places the hope of reunion with Alexis very far off. What a miserable situation mine must be when such horrid thoughts are forced upon me, she reflects. I almost wish I was Marion, dawdling away life in that old house at the bottom of the town without a care. Sibyl's cares are rendered heavier just at this time by the marked attentions of Sir Wilford Cardinal, attentions which, however delightful they might be in her vanity in the beginning of things, have now become hateful to her, the more so as her uncle will not allow her any way of escape from this entanglement. She sees before her the inevitable end in a proposal from Sir Wilford, and her rejection of it, which act of seeming idiocy will doubtless provoke her uncle's anger, perhaps forfeit his good graces for ever, and then all her patience, all her pretty little flatteries and gentle ministerings to an irritable old man will have been wasted. She will have grieved and offended her husband, perhaps alienated his affections, for nothing. She will be bankrupt both ways. These possibilities occur to her mind sometimes. Difficulties crowd upon her and hem her in from every side. The dread of Sir Wilford taking that decisive step, which he evidently intends to take sooner or later, is always before her, and she has another ever-present fear in the thought that Alexis may reappear at any moment and reveal himself to Stephen Trenchard. There are hours of her life in which she feels sorely tempted to run away from wealth as she ran away from poverty, and it is possible that if she had known where to find her husband, she would have acted upon this impulse. But he has vanished out of her existence. In the fear and confusion of that brief visit of his, she did not even ask his place of abode. Prudence and that deep-rooted worship of wealth, which is sometimes engendered by a long apprenticeship to poverty, keeps Sibyl constant to the rack of her daily difficulties. Despite these occasional longings for escape, she contrives by a certain distance of manner, which is in no wise ungracious, to defer Sir Wilford's declaration of his passion. The bluff and genial baronet is as shy as a girl in the presence of the woman he loves, and so long as he can enjoy Sibyl's society, is in no hurry to precipitate matters. Small as are the tokens of favour which she has bestowed upon him, Sir Wilford has no apprehension of being refused by her when it shall please him to ask the fateful question. He is too good a match for the possibility of a refusal. It does not enter into his notion of possibilities that he, Sir Wilford Cardinal of the How, could be rejected by any woman out of the peerage. He is kept at a distance by Sibyl's coldness, but in no wise disheartened. I'm in no hurry, you know, he says to himself. I like to know something about a woman before I ask her to be my wife. I should like to make sure she cared a little about me in a quiet way. So many women have thrown themselves at my head, but I like this one all the better for not going so fast. More likely to be a good stayer, I should think. I don't want to win with a rush. I'd rather take my time and come in quietly. Thus muses Sir Wilford in the solitude of his study, a room chiefly devoted to treatises on the turf and farriery, whips, single sticks, gloves, favourite bits and bridles, a small menagerie of stuffed dogs, from Sebastian the favourite old hound, defunct at a ripe old age, blind of one eye and short of one ear, to Mite, the smallest terrier ever seen in the West Riding, a minute white animal with pointed pink paws and a strong likeness to a rat. I ought to see more of her, thinks Sir Wilford. It's no use asking her and the old party to dinner, or dining with them. I shall never make the running that way. I feel as strange with her when I haven't seen her for a week or two as if I'd only just been introduced to her. It's like beginning our acquaintance over again. I must make Phoebe ask them here to stay. That'll be the best plan. A week in the same house with her will show me what kind of girl she is. Better than a 12 months morning calling and dining. And having made up his mind, Sir Wilford is not slow to act upon his decision. Hi, Jess, old lady, he calls to his favourite, a splendid red setter, graceful and ladylike enough in her habits to be admitted as a house dog, though not without protest from Phoebe. Jess vanquishes Miss Cardinal's objections by pretending to adore her, is as artful as a court favourite, and has as many perquisites. Sir Wilford goes straight to the morning room, where his two sisters employ themselves industriously between breakfast and luncheon, writing innumerable letters, examining the housekeeper's weekly accounts, the head gardener's book, and other household volumes, working point lace, practising classical sonatas which reduce them to the verge of lunacy, and making winter clothing for their various pensioners. Christmas is just over, and the Christmas gaieties and benevolences done with. It is the beginning of the new year, fine healthy weather, the ground not too hard for horses or hounds, and Sir Wilford in good humour with the arrangement of things. Well, Phoebe, what people are you going to ask for Tilberry Steeplechase? He inquires as Miss Cardinal looks up from her desk where she is just declaring herself to remain her dearest Cecilia's ever affectionate friend, Cecilia being the 5th dearest friend she has addressed this morning. Tilberry Steeplechase is an important fixture in this part of the world. It is a race at which gentlemen jockeys disport themselves. It comes in the winter when outdoor amusements are rare. Altogether, Tilberry Steeplechase is a benefaction. I've written the last of my invitations this morning, replies Phoebe, who is somewhat inclined to forget that she is Prime Minister and not the King, and to commit herself to important measures without the preliminary formula of consultation with her sovereign. I've asked General and Mrs. McTower, and Belinda, the eldest you know, and I thought we ought to be civil to the Vicar of Redcastle for once in a way, so I've asked Mr. and Mrs. Chasuble and the son. He won't make much difference, and you can put him in the barracks. The barracks is a range of small bedrooms over the offices devoted to bachelor visitors of indistinction. Very well. I've no objection to the Chasubles. Who else? The Radnors and the Vernons and Cecilia Hawtrey. Too many women, says Sir Wilford. Cecilia is my particular friend, remarks Miss Cardinal with dignity. Oh, well, let her come. She's coming the day after tomorrow, observes Miss Cardinal. I have just written to say I shall send the omnibus to meet her. What the deuce can one young woman want with a family bus built to carry 10? Exclaims Sir Wilford. She will have her maid, replies Miss Cardinal, and her portmanteau. Ah, boxes enough to load a goods train, I dare say, mutters Sir Wilford. Well, that's all your list, I suppose. Yes, Wilford. Then I'll give you mine. Do you want to ask anyone else? Exclaims Miss Cardinal with an injured air. I fancied I'd thought of everyone you would have cared about asking. You've thought of a good many I don't care about. But, my dear Wilford, I don't see how I can possibly ask any more. I've filled all the best bedrooms. Then you must empty some of them. I want you to ask Colonel and Mrs. Stormont, and that son of theirs on the grey. But, Wilford, Mrs. Stormont is such a horrid old person, so pushing. Never mind that. We often have horrid old persons. And the son. I don't know what he's like off that grey, but he's utterly odious on it. Stupid young cad, rather, but good fun. Be sure to tell him to bring the grey. Why should we have the Stormonts to stay with us, Wilford? Demands Lavinia, the youngest sister, looking up from an easel upon which she has been copying a drawing master's landscape and fondly deluding herself with the idea that she can paint. It's all very well to ask them to dinner once in a way, or to a garden party, but why have them in the house? Simply because I wish it, Vinny. I don't often indulge in whims. Say that this is one, if you like. Oh, of course, if you really wish it. But I think it's rather a dangerous precedent, replies Phoebe. All the Redcastle people will be expecting to be asked to stay here. The butchers and the bakers and the candlestick makers, well, they can go down to their graves in the state of expectation, says Sir Wilford. And now, Phoebe, I want you to write a particularly nice letter, cordial, and all that kind of thing, you know, to Miss Faunthorpe, asking her and Mr. Trenchard over for the race week. I ought to have known what was coming, exclaims Phoebe. Well, naturally, I shouldn't be civil to the Stormonts without a motive. Mrs. Stormont introduced me to Miss Faunthorpe, you see. I shouldn't like the old lady to think I make a cat's paw of her. Phoebe is inwardly rebellious, but too wise to revolt outwardly. She has seen the sun set on her 29th birthday and has been mistress of the How, the sole and sovereign domestic power, for the last 10 years. It will be a hard thing to lay down her sceptre, to retire from that lordly dwelling place and to become Miss Cardinal of nowhere in particular, a young lady whose non-success in the matrimonial line sympathising friends will lament over. And Phoebe feels that the day when her sceptre must be resigned is not very far off, now that Wilford, who has his father's obstinate temper, poor dear fellow, has taken a ridiculous fancy to this Miss Faunthorpe, a mere nobody, with nothing but a pretty face and a rich uncle to recommend her to notice. Sir Wilford waits while his sister writes the letter of invitation, which she is obliged to make much warmer in tone than inclination would prompt, the baronet looking over her shoulder all the while. When the letter is in its envelope, he surprises Phoebe by taking it from her and putting it in his pocket. I am going over to Redcastle this afternoon, he says, so I can deliver the letter and bring you back an answer. I should like you to give Miss Faunthorpe the tapestry room. My dear Wilford, what are you thinking of? I have ever so many married couples coming. I must put her in one of the small rooms in the Kneller Gallery. Oh, very well, replies Sir Wilford. She'll have the pick of the rooms, perhaps, some of these days. Hi, Jess, old woman. With which awful threat Sir Wilford withdraws, leaving his sisters free to discuss the calamity that lowers over their house. End of chapter 27. Recorded by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands.
Chapter 28 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lena Emsley. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. Marion is raised to distinction. Sir Wilford, clad in the latest fashion in checks, a rough and fleecy raiment which his father would have deemed better suited to clothe his gamekeeper or groom than himself, and mounted on Bull of Bashan, is a sight to behold this winter afternoon, as he trots gaily down the wide avenue at the How, and emerges therefrom on a bold and open country. The bull is a little fresh this afternoon, which, being interpreted, means that the grooms have been too lazy to take the superfluous energy out of that amiable animal for the last 2 days, whereby the bull behaves like a quadruped newly introduced to a strange country, where all sights and sounds, colours and shapes of objects, lights and shadows are new to him. He shies ferociously at every trunk in the long line of elms, and indulges in a serpentine movement for the length of the avenue. He takes objection to the colour of the gravel where the road has been mended, and on suddenly beholding the white gate, which he ought to know as well as his own manger, recoils on his haunches, and curls himself up into a ball, and in this shape canters furiously into the road, startling the lazy waggoner asleep on his wain, and rousing a flight of rooks from their afternoon repose by the clatter of his iron shoes. The cawing of the rooks finishes the bull altogether, and sends him off like a maniac or demoniacally possessed animal. But Sir Wilford, having now got him into the open country, is able to take it out of him over a fine stretch of moorland, and brings him back to the high road a couple of miles further off, a subdued and subjugated beast, willing to settle into a comfortable trot, which, with an occasional interval of walking, carries Sir Wilford into Redcastle by afternoon tea-time, that pleasant hour betwixt day and night, when labour rests, or should rest, from its cares, and the household music of the kettle singing on the hob speaks peace to the soul of the weary. Mr. Trenchard is taking afternoon tea with his 2 nieces, Sibyl and Marion, in the fire-lit drawing-room at Lancaster Lodge, a room which, like most other rooms, looks its best by that uncertain light, now gorgeous in the glow of crimson and gold, anon wrapped in shadow. Marion has been invited to spend the day. The 2 girls have employed the short winter afternoon in a review of Sibyl's last new dresses, an inspection which has not been conducive to the younger sister's peace of mind or good temper. At the announcement of Sir Wilford Cardinal, however, Marion brightens a little and is glad. How lucky he should have called today, she thinks. Sibyl is too mean to ask me here on purpose to see him, and now he must be introduced to me, and I can talk about knowing him as well as Sibyl. What will Maria Harrison say, I wonder, when I tell her that I'm quite intimate with Sir Wilford Cardinal? Marion little knows the mighty honour which fate has reserved for her, little dreams that by the happy accident of her presence at Lancaster Lodge this afternoon, she is to be raised to a giddy height of grandeur, from which she will hardly be able to glance downwards without vertigo. Sir Wilford is presented to Miss Marion Faunthorpe in due form by Mr. Trenchard, and the conversation becomes at once general and sprightly, glancing upon such original topics as the probability of a hard frost before long, the advantage of the present weather from a sporting point of view, the health and well-being of the baronet's stud, the superlative virtues and capabilities of his latest equine purchase, the probability of a day's good racing at Tilberry. "You ought to see the Tilberry Steeplechase," says Sir Wilford. "Tilbury Common's only 3 miles from the How, you know, and it's an uncommonly good day's sport, gentlemen jocks and that kind of thing. I've ridden there myself, but I didn't enter anything this year. You ought really, you know, Miss Faunthorpe. In point of fact, I came over here this afternoon on purpose to ask you and Mr. Trenchard to come and stay with us next week. My sister gave me a letter for you. She's dreadfully anxious for you to come, and I think the change of air would do Mr. Trenchard good. We stand a good bit higher than you do, you know, and get a sniff off the moors. Remarkably healthy, that kind of thing, I'm told. Do say yes now, Mr. Trenchard," he urges, handing Sibyl the letter. "I'm afraid my dear uncle's health won't permit him to leave home," answers Sibyl. "He has been quite an invalid lately, you know, Sir Wilford." "All the more reason he should have a change of air. Brace him up, you know. Capital thing for invalids, moorland air. And if Miss Marion," interjects that young lady, Not even by Sir Wilford Cardinal will she submit to be called Mary Ann. If Miss Marion, I beg your pardon, I'm sure. If Miss Marion will come, I shall be delighted, and I'm sure my sister will be quite awfully glad. Marion blushes crimson with delight at such an invitation. You are too kind, she gasps. I positively dote upon races. I shouldn't have thought your passion for them had had time to reach such a height, says Sibyl sneeringly, since you were never at a race in your life before last year's summer meeting. She is provoked at Marion's eagerness to accept an invitation, the acceptance of which can only bring embarrassment upon her, Sibyl. That means you'll come, exclaims Sir Wilford, answering Marion. And of course, if you say yes, Miss Faunthorpe can't say no. Sisters always think alike, two cherries on one stalk, like Juno's swans, together and inseparable, you know. And now we only want Mr. Trenchard's acquiescence. I should be a churl to refuse so hospitable an invitation, and deprive these girls of so much pleasure, replies Stephen Trenchard. Bravo, cries Sir Wilford. Then it's all settled. You'll come next Saturday? I don't think I can be ready by Saturday, murmurs Marion, with an awful fear upon the subject of her wardrobe, which will need Herculean labours of cutting and contriving, and some expenditure of cash, before it can be fit for the halls of Cardinal. Pray, dear uncle, do not think of us, says Sibyl. I don't at all care about races, and much as I appreciate Miss Cardinal's kind invitation, I really would rather not accept it, for fear the fatigue and the excitement should be too much for you. Nasty thing, thinks Marion. She refuses just because I'm invited. Artful puss, thinks Stephen. She keeps him on by holding him off. Don't be afraid about your uncle, Miss Faunthorpe, says Sir Wilford. We shall be awfully careful of him. I'm not quite so decrepit as my niece thinks me, says Mr. Trenchard, and I shall quite enjoy a few days at the How. That's glorious, cries Sir Wilford. On Saturday, then. You'll drive over in time for luncheon? Be sure to bring your habit, Miss Faunthorpe. I've a chestnut mare that will suit you to perfection. And I can mount you too, Miss Marion, if you like riding. I positively adore it, gushes Marion. Sibyl and I used to take it in turns to ride Uncle Robert's pony when we were little things. I was so sorry when the pony grew too small for us. Sir Wilford, having settled this important question, and drunk 3 cups of tea, chiefly for the pleasure of having his cup and saucer handed him by Sibyl, departs, leaving the elder sister heavy-hearted, the younger in a state of wild excitement, which her natural awe of Stephen Trenchard can hardly subdue. "What am I to do about my things, Sibyl?" she whispers, as the 2 girls sit side by side on a sofa by the fire. "What things?" "My dresses, jackets, gloves, hats, boots, everything. I've hardly a rag that's fit to wear at the How." "Then you oughtn't to have accepted the invitation. You might have seen that you were only asked because you happened to be here, and Sir Wilford could not very well leave you out." "How unkind of you to say that!" "It's preposterous to accept an invitation when you have no clothes fit to be worn at the house you're asked to visit. You ought to have refused." "Ought I? That's very nice and sisterly of you, I'm sure. Very much like twin cherries and Juno's fiddlesticks. Just the only chance I ever had of enjoying myself and seeing life. Going into society, in fact, and a chance that would give me quite a new position in Redcastle. Bring those horrid Stormonts and that disgusting Mrs. Groshen to their senses. And you expect me to refuse it? It's positively unnatural of you, Sibyl." And Marion relieves her bursting heart with a gush of tears. "Why, what's the matter, girl?" cries Stephen Trenchard, starting from that placid slumber into which the fire-glow and subdued murmur of the girls' voices have beguiled him. "You don't come here to cry, I hope, Marion? If we make you unhappy, you'd better stay away." Mr. Trenchard is not the kind of man to allow his afternoon repose to be disturbed by a whimpering niece. His young kinsfolk must make themselves agreeable if they hope to retain his favour. "It's all Sibyl's unkindness," says Marion, swallowing her sobs in an unpleasantly convulsive manner. "She hasn't a bit of heart. She never had. When Sir Wilford Cardinal has invited me and all, she throws my poverty in my face and says I must refuse the invitation on account of my things." "What does the girl mean by things?" I simply reminded Marion that the invitation gives us very short notice, and that her wardrobe is hardly fit for visiting at the How. "Oh, is that all?" exclaims Mr. Trenchard. "That shan't stand in your way, Marion. You can get whatever you want for this visit at Carmichael's, and have it put down to Sibyl's account." "Oh, uncle, you are too good, too generous," gasps Marion, forgetting how often she has inveighed against Mr. Trenchard's meanness. "Don't make a fuss, please, Marion," says Stephen, closing his eyes again. Sibyl is gloomy. She would do much to prevent this visit, were there any way open to her by which it could be prevented. She feels that to visit at Sir Wilford's house is a kind of treason against her husband. True that the baronet is not yet her declared admirer, but his admiration is not the less obvious, and the town gossips have already been busy with her name and Sir Wilford's. How provoking Uncle Trenchard is, and Marion too. She hates them both, and preserves a sullen manner towards Marion all the evening, a sullenness which that young lady imputes to jealousy. Perhaps she thinks that Sir Wilford might be fickle enough to admire me a little, muses Marion, elated beyond measure by the prospect of her visit and the idea of getting things at Carmichael's. Of course Sibyl is the beauty, we all know that, but I flatter myself I have a little more animation than she has, and in the long run, fascinating manners are more admired than good looks. Fortified thus in her self-esteem, Marion departs in the highest spirits, after having made Sibyl promise to go shopping with her next morning. Sibyl makes her preparations for the visit with a heavy heart. She assists Marion kindly enough, now that she has resigned herself to the inevitable. She lends her sister the aid of her counsel, and considerably chastens Marion's taste in colours and patterns, a taste which inclines to the loud and fast, large checks, big metal buttons, yachting jackets, and small pork-pie hats. Sibyl takes care that her sister shall be dressed like a lady, which may be done cheaply, and not like a fashion plate, the latter involving lavish expenditure, and often resulting in disappointment. Sibyl selects hues which harmonise with Marion's hair and complexion, and not the last new colour which the shopman presses upon her, as if novelty and beauty were convertible terms. "I'm afraid you'll make me an awful dowdy," remonstrates Marion, who is inclined to object to the combination of rich brown and soft cream colour which Sibyl recommends for a walking costume, and this languid shade of blue, relieved by rushings, pipings, and flouncings of palest salmon, which Sibyl declares will make a lovely dinner dress. "See what Miss Eilert will say to my choice," says Sibyl. "Oh, of course that old Eilert will side with you. She knows how to flatter a good customer." "Choose for yourself then, Marion, and be happy." "Well, upon my word, I don't know what to have," says Marion, surveying the counter, and biting the tip of her gloved forefinger to assist cogitation. "There's that lovely peach, I should like of all things, and that heavenly maize. Think of it, trimmed with black lace. Charming for a brunette, but odious for a blonde. And to trim it properly you would want at least £50 worth of lace. That apple-green brocade, then, with the lovely rosebuds. Admirable for a dowager, but quite unsuited to you. I wonder if Uncle Trenchard would mind my having a ruby velvet. I've always fancied a ruby velvet. With a diamond tiara, of course. Most appropriate for a country surgeon's niece, especially when he's the parish doctor. Well, I suppose you'd better choose. I'll have the blue and salmon, but it's horrid thin silk. Quite good enough for an evening dress, which will be done for when its freshness is gone. So Marion finally accepts Sibyl's superior judgment. Her purchases include a pretty grey merino for mornings and walking, a rich brown silk, the pale blue dinner dress, and handsome black cloth jacket, garments which are judiciously bought for something less than £30. With these materials, the two girls drive straight to Miss Eilert, who, with much persuasion from Sibyl, is induced to promise the 3 dresses for Saturday morning. And now all you have to do is to get Hester to wash and iron your white muslins, says Sibyl, so that you may have some simple dresses for the quiet evenings. I'll lend you a sash or 2. Upon my word, Sib, you're quite a darling. What made you so disagreeable last night? I do not want to go to the How, and I was vexed with you and Uncle Trenchard for snapping at the invitation. Don't want to go to the How? Cries Marion, with as much astonishment as if Sibyl had said she didn't wish to go to heaven. Don't want to go to the How, when it's the grandest chance you ever had in your life, and people are beginning to say that you can be Lady Cardinal if you like. People are idiots and busybodies. I don't want to be Lady Cardinal or Lady anybody else. Sibyl, don't be so affected, exclaims Marion, disgusted by a repudiation which she believes thoroughly insincere. Mr. Trenchard's carriage deposits Marion at the shabby old house beyond the minster, and Jenny comes rushing out into the wintry air, last year's tartan frock a good deal too short for those obtrusive legs of hers, to kiss Sibyl, to the disgust of the coachman, who looks upon this branch of his employer's family as a low lot. That's the worst of living with these here novel riches, he complains to John the footman. They may climb the ladder of fortune themselves, but they leave their relations a-grovelling at the bottom. What do you mean by novel riches? Inquires the simple John. Well, parvenue, stupid, if you must have the vernacular. Hester and Jenny Faunthorpe have a rather hard time of it for the rest of this important week. Hester at the wash-tub and the ironing-board, Jane engaged in darning socks and sewing on tapes and buttons, her sister's wardrobe requiring more small repairs than are consistent with a notion of order and industry in its owner. Well, you have let your things go to seed, Marion, remarks Jane. If it hadn't been for this visit of yours, I should think you must have dropped to pieces altogether before long. You're an impertinent chit, exclaims Marion, frowning over a complicated darn. Well, you might be civil when I'm toiling like a slave for you. You may help me or leave it alone, just as you please. It's no pleasure to be under an obligation to you. As far as inclination goes, I'd much rather leave it alone, replies the argumentative Jane. But for the credit of the family I shall do my best to prevent you going into society with your heels coming through your stockings. But I can't help saying that I think you'd find it better for the health of your stockings to darn them before they come to this. And Jenny emphasises her remark by thrusting her hand through a yawning chasm in the stocking she is operating upon. Keep your opinions to yourself, and don't make the holes bigger by sticking your enormous hand through them, says Marion. This is a grateful world, murmurs Jane resignedly. Dr. Faunthorpe is pleased at the idea of his younger niece's pleasure, though the visit to the How will drag £1 or 2 out of his scantily furnished purse, pounds already engaged for tax or water rate, as the case may be, and the subtraction of which will throw his financial arrangements out of gear for ever so long. But Robert Faunthorpe is one of those good little men whose mission upon this earth seems to be to suffer and be patient, if not to suffer and be strong. Nay, is there not exceeding strength in this quiet patience, this placid endurance of loss and deprivation, this uncomplaining surrender of all that the selfish live for? Humboldt wisely says that if every man is said to have his own destiny in his hands, that saying must be read to mean, not that he has the power to alter fate, but rather the power to make the best of bad fortune, and by his gentle acceptance of ill, to transmute evil into good. Deprivations, small acts of self-abnegation, which would have hurt another man, gave Dr. Faunthorpe a pleasant feeling, a genial sense of warmth and comfort in the region of the heart, which had the effect of whisky toddy or any other comfortable stimulant. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 29. At the How. Saturday shows bright and fair, a fine winter day, hoar-frost on the hedges. The roads are dry, but not too hard for the horses. The minster towers stand out, sharply defined against the clear, cold blue. Rooks are screaming loud in the ragged elm boughs, robins singing merrily. A blithe day in the newborn year, a day which inspires Redcastle with the idea that trade is brisker than it has been, and things in general looking up, so potent is the influence of the fine weather. Never has Marion Faunthorpe felt so proud or happy as when her uncle's carriage calls for her and her boxes, and she takes her seat opposite Mr. Trenchard, who, by right divine of his 70 occupies the post of honor, wrapped to the chin in sable, and with a tiger rug over his knees. "Did you shoot that tiger yourself, dear uncle?" asks Marion, bent on making herself agreeable. "No, child," replies the dear uncle rather snappishly. "I had something better to do in India than to shoot tigers." "But it's very nice shooting big game, isn't it, uncle? Some people go to India on purpose for that, don't they?" "Fools do, perhaps. There's no accounting for their taste." The little surgeon has come out to the gate to see his niece off. Nay, he has actually stolen an hour from the parish in order to behold the glory of her departure. He seems as pleased to see her happiness as if he himself were going to the How, and at the last moment the girl feels touched. "You dear darling old uncle," she says, hanging round his neck, and forgetting the possibility of damage to her new hat. "How good you always are. Always, 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 and I'm an ungrateful wretch." "My love, you are not ungrateful, and you have very little to be grateful for. Everything you mean, Uncle Robert. I shall think of you ever so many times a day at the How, and if the dinners are very nice, I shall so wish you could be with us." "Thank you, my dear. I shall think of you and miss you very much." "I'm going to keep house," exclaims Jenny, lolling against the gate and swaying to and fro distractingly as she talks, "and make tea and all. Nobody to tell me not to take too much butter. And Hester will give us my favorite puddings, I know, if I quill her cap borders." So, after embracing the doctor in this demonstrative fashion, Marion enters the carriage with tears in her eyes, to the aggravation of Stephen Trenchard, who hates tears and fuss and emotion of all kinds, except the thrill of delight which accompanies a successful stroke of business. "Crying again?" he exclaims testily. "What's the matter now?" "There's nothing the matter, dear uncle, only I'm so happy, and I feel a little overcome at leaving Uncle Robert." "It's a pity you should leave him at all if the parting is so pathetic," sneers Mr. Trenchard. "Oh, Sibyl, I've had such a nice little note from Miss Cardinal to confirm Sir Wilford's invitation," says Marion, and she exhibits a formal note in which the polite Phoebe expresses her satisfaction at having heard from her brother that Miss Marion Faunthorpe has promised to accompany her sister on Saturday. The drive is delightful for anyone with an unburdened mind, and even Sibyl feels the sweetness of the clear winter air and determines to make the best of an awkward concatenation of events. After all, it is better to be lolling in Uncle Trenchard's carriage on one's way to a delightful old country house than to be grinding at French or German verbs in Mrs. Hazelton's cheerless second-floor schoolroom, badly warmed by a fire that seems always made of the dullest coals that ever came from the bosom of the earth. And all this is but the filling of a gap in her life. This chasm of time bridged over, and she will be with Alexis once more, and they will have Uncle Trenchard's money to spend, and be happy ever afterwards. She has persuaded herself that, let Alexis make what protestations he pleases in the present, he will take her to his heart again gladly when the fitting time comes. "And in the meantime there's no use in my moping and making myself miserable," reflects Sibyl, her spirits elevated by atmospheric influences, and the prospect of being the object of general admiration. "I wonder if there will be many people there," she speculates presently. "People with titles," suggests Marion. "A duke, perhaps. I should like to see a duke, or a duchess. That would be better still. Think of her dresses, Sib. Mustn't they be magnificent?" Sibyl smiles the languid smile of contempt at her sister's simplicity. "As if there were a sliding scale for the toilette," she says. "Why, cotton spinners' wives dress as well as duchesses nowadays. They employ the same milliners and pay their bills quicker." "It's dreadful to think of," replies Marion. "It seems like turning things topsy-turvy, you know." They are at the How by this time, a domain which Marion enters open-eyed and dumb with awe. Sir Wilford comes out into the porch to receive them, and gives directions about their luggage and makes himself generally busy. Then he calls out Phoebe and introduces Marion to her, at which Marion, being almost tongue-tied by shyness, says, "Thank you." "You show the Miss Faunthorpes their rooms, Phoebe," says the hospitable baronet, "but this is a length to which Miss Cardinal will not go, though she conducted her dearest Cecilia to her apartment half an hour ago with her arm around Cecilia's severely trained waist." "Perker knows all about the rooms," she says, whereupon appears the essence of respectability in a black silk gown and smart cap, otherwise Mrs. Perker, the housekeeper. Sibyl and Marion follow this personage up the broad oak staircase to a long perspective of corridor in which Mrs. Perker opens two doors next to each other, and reveals twin bed chambers neatly furnished with maple and chintz. "I thought you two ladies would like to be next to each other," remarks the housekeeper obligingly, as if the choice of rooms were entirely her own. "We do very much," exclaims Marion, who regains her power of speech in this inferior presence. "I'm very glad I'm to be near Sibyl. I should be awfully afraid of ghosts in this great rambling house." Mrs. Perker smiles condescendingly, as if she were a superior order of being accustomed to large houses and family spectres. "It is a rambling old place," she says, "but I shouldn't fancy myself in one of your fine, lightsome, modern houses, all glare and gilding." "And there is a ghost, I dare say," says Marion, with thrilling interest. The housekeeper screws up her lips and smiles significantly, as if she could, and if she would, tell of as many apparitions as appear in the tragedy of Macbeth. "There has never been a ghost owned to at the house," she says, "and I wouldn't breathe the name of such a thing in Miss Cardinal's hearing, but people have been frightened. Strangers. It may have been rats, or it may have been the wind. I can't say, but there are friends of the family who wouldn't sleep in this corridor, no, not for £1,000. Marion shudders and almost wishes herself back in the shabby old house at the end of Redcastle. "So here are your rooms, young ladies, opening into each other." "How nice," exclaims Marion. Never in her life has she felt more warmly attached to Sibyl than she does at this moment. Fires burn cheerily in both rooms, and each apartment has that thoroughly comfortable and convenient air only to be seen in a well-ordered country house, and altogether distinct from the cheerless precision of an hotel bedchamber. There is the nice little writing table with all things needful for correspondence in front of the fire, the Casey chair, the candles and pincushion, and a hothouse flower or two in a slender vase on the dressing table. All smiles a welcome to the stranger. Not Miss Cardinal's welcome, by the way, but Mrs. Perker's. "I've given your maid a nice room on the second floor, within easy reach of this, ma'am," says the housekeeper, at which Marion's eyes open wide with wonder. "I have no maid," replies Sibyl, unabashed by that humiliating fact. "I am accustomed to wait upon myself." "Indeed, ma'am, some young ladies prefer it, I know. For my own part, I couldn't bear anybody fidgeting about me, and if you should require any assistance, Miss Cardinal's maid will be very happy." "Thanks, no, my sister can help me if I want her." And Sibyl proceeds to open her handsome portmanteaus, while Marion contrives to stand before the shabby receptacle which contains her property, lest the scrutinizing eye of Mrs. Perker should behold its dilapidation. The housekeeper bustles off and leaves the two girls to themselves. "It's rather like going to school again, isn't it, Sibyl?" inquires Marion, whose spirits have sunk a little, oppressed by the unfamiliar splendors of the How. "I feel just as I did the day we went to Miss Worry's, and I can't help fancying we shall be told off into our different classes when we go downstairs." The sound of the luncheon bell reminds the sisters that they have no time to waste, and they go downstairs together presently, conscious that they are looking nice enough to face even unfriendly criticism. Sir Wilford is lounging in the hall, and they go into luncheon under his wing. Fred Stormont is near the dining-room door, and rushes to meet Sibyl and her sister, and Mrs. Stormont gives a friendly bow from the other end of the table, where she sits among the stately matrons and the bald-headed fathers of the land, and they begin to feel themselves more at home as Marion whispers to her sister. The conversation at luncheon runs more continuously upon the present company's absent brothers and sisters, and cousins, and nieces, and sons and daughters-in-law, than is quite congenial to the feelings of a stranger totally unacquainted with these relations. But Marion manages to get up a little talk about nothing particular with Fred Stormont, which, beheld from afar, looks like flirtation, and causes the young man's anxious mother to put up her gold eyeglass and look at him through it, wondering how that silly Frederick can be so ridiculous as to waste his attentions upon the wrong sister. "I suppose Mr. Trenchard will leave the girl £5,000 or so," thinks Mrs. Stormont, "but what would be the use of that to a young man with Fred's expensive habits?" End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 30. Tilberry Steeplechase. The guests assembled at the How soon divide themselves into sections or groups, like the various members of the lower animal creation. Mr. and Mrs. Chasuble draw around them the more seriously minded of the younger visitors, Lavinia Cardinal, Cecilia Hawtrey, who has a poetical mind and is Anglican to the verge of Romanism, Laura and Mary Radnor, who are great upon church decoration and choir singing, and some others. General Mactower attracts the young men, as it were, into a focus of sporting talk, varied with anecdotes of the London world, which, according to the General, is about as vile a world as could well exist without calling down a burning fiery rain for its destruction. Sir Wilford contrives to be attentive to all his guests, but shows himself so particular in his devotion to Sibyl that other people cannot afford to be uncivil to her, even were they disposed to snub so lovely a girl. The matrons and their daughters admit the fact of Miss Faunthorpe's beauty, but with certain reservations. They admire her complexion, but opine that its transparent purity of tint argues a consumptive tendency. And what a dreadful thing for poor Sir Wilford to marry a consumptive wife, my dear, says Mrs. Radnor in an awful voice. And to have consumptive children, adds her daughter Laura. Poor little dears, exclaims Miss Hawtrey, compassionating the sorrows of these unborn infants in advance. I think it quite wicked of consumptive people to marry, don't you, Mrs. Radnor? Yes, my love, there ought to be a law against it. What pretty manners Miss Faunthorpe has, remarks Mrs. Vernon, whose daughter possesses every attraction except good looks and agreeable manners. So sweet, so caressing, but don't you think I hardly like to say it, for it sounds so uncharitable, and I should be the last to say anything uncharitable after dear Mr. Chasuble's moving discourse this morning. Don't you think she seems rather artful? As deep as Garrick, says the outspoken Mrs. Radnor. She actually seems to discourage Sir Wilford's attentions, quite pretends to avoid him, makes believe to prefer ladies' society when we all know that she must be delighted at the idea of making such a brilliant match. When we know that the girl is brought here on purpose to marry him, rejoins Mrs. Radnor, the old uncle has set his heart upon it, of course, and will leave her the whole of his property to the detriment of her two sisters. There's another girl at Redcastle, Mrs. Stormont tells me. Very unjust, I call it. This conversation takes place on Sunday afternoon, in a cozy circle round the morning-room fire, while Sibyl and some of the younger guests are walking in the park. Sunday evening affords an opportunity for the display of musical genius, or talent as the case may be, and after the daughters of the land have done the most they can with Miss Lindsay's sacred ballads, Beethoven, Mozart, Mendelssohn, and Chopin, Sibyl takes her turn at the instrument and surpasses all her forerunners, not so much by the brilliancy of her singing or playing, as by the thought and feeling which pervade both. In the long empty days at Lancaster Lodge, her piano has been her friend and companion, the confidant of all her vague regrets and fears, her sorrowful love for her absent husband. Memory and hope have spoken to her in many a tender strain of Mozart's, in the deeper pathos of Beethoven or Mendelssohn's dreamy melody. Sir Wilford Cardinal knows very little about music, save that of his hounds giving tongue in the chill morning air that blows over heath and moor, but he is not the less pleased that Sibyl should excel in the musical line. His future wife ought to be an accomplished person. He is glad, too, that she should take the shine out of Phoebe and Vinny, neither of them highly gifted by Apollo, though both have labored hard and flourished at a quickish pace through unmelodious fantasias, arpeggioing up and down the piano with a movement which their brother calls a rough gallop. Altogether, Sibyl is a success at the How. No one can dispute that. Marion looks on and wonders at her sister's calm acceptance of the general homage. She wears her honours as to the manner born, while Marion feels overpowered with shyness all through that aristocratic Sabbath, and says thank you for everything from an introduction or a compliment to the too hasty removal of her plate by an all-accomplished serving-man. By Monday morning, however, even Marion is quite at her ease, save for an inward awe of Phoebe and Lavinia, who, behind their brother's back, give her a little of the Deotamba manner, by which intrusive commoners are crushed. But Fred Stormont takes her under his protection, and finding Sibyl unapproachable amidst her various admirers, consoles himself with a mild flirtation with Marion, to which even his watchful parent reconciles herself, reflecting that, after all, a dower of £5,000, or possibly 10, is better than nothing, and that, no heiress being forthcoming, dear Frederick might make Marion happy by proposing to her. After breakfast on Monday there is a general inspection of the stables, at which even Mr. Chasuble, the High Church parson, assists, and in the course of which he entertains the company with anecdotes of his hard riding days at Oxford, and his prowess in the hunting field. The horses are led out for admiration, and the guests commit themselves to various opinions at which the nether lips of the Yorkshire grooms work convulsively in the respectful endeavour to avoid a grin. Tuesday is race day, and there is a consultation as to how people are to go. The faster of the party, including all the young ladies, inclining to the saddle, the middle-aged and portly being satisfied with a seat on the drag, or in Miss Cardinal's barouche. "You will ride, of course," says Sir Wilford to Frederick. "Oh, by all means, I shall go on the Dutchman. Here he is, poor old fellow, looking as fresh as paint." An officious boy has just led the bony grey into the quadrangle where every eye is now directed to him. "Why, where the deuce did you get that beast from, Cardinal?" cries General Mactower, as the lad whisks off the Dutchman's cheeked raiment and exhibits his angular haunches and dejected neck. "Never saw such a screw in your stable." "It is Mr. Stormont's horse," said the boy, grinning. "Beg your pardon, Stormont," says the General. "I dare say he looks better in action. Very good for leather, no doubt." "He may not be much to look at," says Fred, wounded yet apologetic, "but he's a devil to go." "Ah, I dare say those bony ones are sometimes." "Well, Stormont, you'll ride the Dutchman," resumes Sir Wilford. "That's capital. You can take care of Miss Marion Faunthorpe." "Delighted, I'm sure," gasped Fred, with an inward sinking. He knows too well that on the Dutchman he has enough to do to take care of himself, and that a whole hunting field might be spilt around him without his being able to afford to help the fallen. "You haven't ridden much lately, I think you told me, Miss Marion," says Sir Wilford to that young lady, who has been going into raptures about all the horses with long mane and sleek skins. "Not since I was quite a little thing, but I idolize riding." "And you'll not be afraid to ride Tilberry tomorrow. It's a nice quiet road." "I shall like it of all things." "Very well, Chanter, you must find me a safe mount for this young lady. She hasn't been riding much lately." "One of the old ones, Sir Wilford?" "Yes, old and steady, but something good to look at, you know." "Oh, there's Brown Fixture, Sir Wilford, an uncommon good hoss, and safe as a church." "Yes, Fixture'll do, nothing like an old steeplechaser." "Fixture's as steady as a Christian," says the groom. "And such a memory, too. Nobody'd think how that horse do remember. He ain't forgot the day he bolted with Jem Kirk, though it's nigh 7 year ago. He never do pass that corner of the 'eath but what he'll prick up his old ears and stick 'em backwards and give a bit of a quiver as if he'd like to have another lark." "Well, he mustn't have any larks with Miss Faunthorpe," says Sir Wilford. Lord bless you, no, Sir Wilford, that's 7 year ago. Fixture's as steady as a house. The smallest of our boys rides him beautiful. Well, Miss Marion, I think you'll be safe on Fixture, especially with Stormont to take care of you. Marion looks gratefully at Frederick, with a vague idea that he is going to escort her with a leading rein, and that under his care she would be safe upon the winner of the Ledger. And now let's have a look at Juno, says Wilford. That's the mare I mean for you, Miss Faunthorpe, and I think everyone will allow she's a perfect beauty. My sister Phoebe wants her badly, but I'm afraid of Phoebe's 11 stone. That substantially built damsel gives her brother an indignant look at this brutal remark, which could only come from one's own flesh and blood. When I want a horse, I shan't ask you to choose him for me, Wilford, she says. Juno is led forth and unveiled, a chestnut, glossy as the nut itself when it bursts from its green casing, and beautiful in form, with a small head and a Greek profile, ox-eyed like her mighty namesake. How lovely, exclaim all the young ladies, envying Sibyl. This selection of the best horse in the stud for Miss Faunthorpe is tantamount to a proposal, thinks every one, and from this time forward, Sibyl is regarded as the future Lady Cardinal and honoured accordingly. Has he or has he not proposed? The council of matrons ask one another by and by, in the comfortable morning room where they have assembled to write their letters and read the newspapers. The majority opine that the offer has been made and accepted, and that Mr. Trenchard is here to arrange about settlements. Phoebe Cardinal must know, hazards Mrs. Chasuble, this conversation taking place in the absence of the Miss Cardinals, who are playing billiards with their younger guests. She may, but she's such a reserved girl, there's no getting anything out of her, and as it's evident that she and Lavinia hate the idea of their brothers marrying, it's a subject we can't approach very well. I feel sure he has proposed, says Mrs. Radnor. He looks as if it was a settled thing. He may have settled it all in his own mind, but not yet declared himself, responds Mrs. Chasuble. He must know that there is no chance of rejection. Mrs. Chasuble is right. Sir Wilford is fixed as fate, but has not yet found an opportunity to ask the fatal question. Sibyl is always in a crowd. She contrives to avoid anything approaching a tete-a-tete, and a man can hardly propose during a game of pyramids, or on a crowded drag with a spirited team in his hand, or as he hands his beloved a cup of tea at kettledrum time, or on the stairs, or in church. Sir Wilford bides his time, therefore, and is patient. The important Tuesday is a fine, clear day with a high wind but no frost. Tilbury races begin at 1:30, so there is no time for luncheon at the How, and a necessity for picnic baskets on the drag, very much to the delight of all the younger guests, who prefer to take their refreshment uncomfortably out of doors to the commonplace convenience of the dining room. At 1:15 the horses and carriages are brought round to the porch, and Marion, in a borrowed habit and chimney-pot hat, which is balanced rather hazardly on a small mountain of padded hair, awaits, with some faint apprehension, her first ride on anything larger than Tommy, the old pony. She's not yet seen Brown Fixture, and as she stands on the top step with Fred Stormont at her side, she surveys the animals timorously. There is Juno, satin-skinned and proud of bearing, arching her graceful neck and gazing pensively at the company with her ox eyes, pawing the ground a little with one delicate hoof, as if eager to take flight. And here is Sibyl looking her prettiest, a small, slender prettiness, in neatly fitting riding habit and hat poised at exactly the right angle. Sir Wilford is at hand to mount her, and there is the usual careful adjustment of stirrup and skirt, curb and snaffle. "I wonder which is my horse," says Marion, with an appealing look at Mr. Stormont. "Which is Fixture, boy?" asks Fred of an attendant lad. "This here, sir," answers the youth. This here is the animal in his charge, a tall brute with a neck a yard long, and, in the language of the stable, too much daylight underneath. "Good gracious!" cries Marion, appalled at the aspect of this animal. "Am I to go up there?" "He's a big one, isn't he?" responds Fred. "Capital stride, I should think. You get over plenty of ground in his gallop. Looks like an old steeplechaser, doesn't he?" "He looks very dreadful," says Marion dubiously. "Oh, you needn't be afraid of him. He's steady enough, depend upon it. Sir Wilford's head man wouldn't put you on an unsafe horse." "I hope not," says Marion, "but you'll take care of me, won't you, Mr. Stormont?" "I'll do my best," answers Fred. Here's the Dutchman, rather fresh, I'm afraid." This last remark has reference to an uncouth attempt of the Dutchman to back into an adjacent shrubbery, on being dragged out of which he entangles himself clumsily with the other horses. The drag and barouche have driven off by this time, and everybody is mounted except Marion and her swain. Mounting Marion upon Fixture is not the easiest operation in mechanics. She gives a tremendous spring, but always at the wrong moment, and after 2 or 3 false starts she is hoisted to a level with Fixture's saddle, only to remain there, suspended in mid-air, until allowed to slide gently to earth again. "I'm afraid I'm not a good hand at mounting a lady," murmurs the patient Frederick, after he has made himself almost apoplectic in the endeavour. And now an experienced groom comes forward, tells Marion exactly at what angle to put her left leg, and throws her up into the saddle as if she were a ball. "Gracious!" she exclaims. "I'm here at last, but oh, how high it is!" She surveys the earth beneath her with a sense of awe. It is like being on a mountain top, and not half so safe. She gives a little cry of surprise when Fixture begins to move, as if motion were the last thing one might expect from a horse. The rest of the riders have gone down the avenue, Sir Wilford riding Bull of Bashan, keeping close by Sibyl on Juno. Frederick now clambers upon the Dutchman, who to the last moment struggles to elude his half-proprietor, as if desirous to prove that a horse cannot serve 2 masters. Fixture caracoles gently upon the gravel sweep while Fred is mounting, but even these gentle movements strike terror to the unaccustomed soul of Marion. "I'm afraid he's very spirited," she remarks to one of the grooms. "Lord, Mum, he's nigh 12-year-old. There's none too much spirit in him. You'd best ride him on the curb if you're any ways timid." "Which is the curb?" inquires Marion. The man shows her and adjusts her reins, which she has been clutching in her right hand in an inextricable tangle. "But do you think I can manage him with the reins in my left hand?" she asks. "It seems so left-handed. I'm afraid I shan't have any power over him." "You can hold on with both hands if you're timorsome, miss, but the lighter you handle Fixture the better. He's got a very nice mouth, and he don't stand being sawed at. Ride him on the curb if you like, but let your 'and follow his 'ead." This language is as dark as Hebrew to Marion. She has but one thought, and that is that she would fain be at rest in the barouche or the drag, nay, safe at home in the obscurity of domestic life, with cross Hester and impertinent Jane. Anywhere, off the back of brown Fixture, who has just caught sight of some obnoxious object and has made himself into an arch, from which Marion feels as if she were sliding. Fred has now brought the Dutchman so far into subjection as to turn his nose toward the avenue, and Fixture, being clutched and jerked in the same direction by Marion, the two set out as uncomfortable a couple as ever enjoyed the delights of equestrian exercise. When they are well out of earshot, the grooms and boys burst into a simultaneous guffaw. "After this we must have some beer," says the head man. "I'm blessed if ever I see such a brace of cockneys. I ain't had such a laugh since Christmas." Fixture proves himself worthy of his reputation, and goes down the avenue with an amiable sobriety, nay, would be perfect in his conduct were it not for that brute the Dutchman, who shies at the sight of a rabbit, wheels around altogether at sight of a rook, and otherwise disgraces himself by convulsive movements and collapses which disturb Fixture's equanimity, though he evidently regards them with contempt. The brown horse behaves so well, however, that when they've walked down the avenue and emerged upon the road, Marion begins to feel quite easy in her mind, and to think that after all she really does dote upon riding. But for the Dutchman's evil example, Fixture would behave admirably all the way to Tilberry, a nice level road with little to alarm a reasonable equine mind. The Dutchman is, however, a creature without reasonableness of mind, and contrives to see objects of horror in the clearest road, whereby Marion is every now and then startled from her equanimity by a sudden bouncing of Mr. Stormont's horse against hers, a movement by which she narrowly escaped being pushed into a ditch. "Isn't your horse a little wrong in his mind, Mr. Stormont?" she asks after one of these encounters. "He puts his ears back in such a dreadful way, and starts and plunges so awfully." "Only high spirit," replies Fred. "All thoroughbreds do it." "Well, then I think I'd rather ride an unthoroughbred," says Marion. When they have walked for about half a mile, Frederick suggests a gentle trot, to which proposal Marion acquiesces smilingly. But the very beginning of the gentle trot makes her breathless, and she finds herself jerked about in her saddle in a most ferocious way. She holds onto the reins, however, with both hands, and endures stoutly till Fred, in charity, reins in the Dutchman, whereupon Fixture stops as if some spring had been touched in his eternal economy, and nearly pitches Marion out of the saddle by the suddenness of his stoppage. "I'm afraid you don't quite enjoy trotting," says Fred. Marion pants for a little while, struggling with the innumerable hairpins which sustain her pyramid of plates, before she can recover breath enough to answer. "I dare say it's very nice," she replies at last, "but it jerks one, don't you think? Perhaps Fixture is not a good trotter?" "I think if you were to rise with him and sit a little more in the middle of your saddle, you might find it more comfortable," suggests Frederick. "Do you think so? I'll try next time." Fred endeavors to explain the theory of trotting, which, although he has not quite conquered the practice, is firmly impressed upon his mind. "Now," he says, flattering himself that he has made it all clear, "suppose we try again?" A shake of the reins makes the Dutchman lunge violently forward as if he wanted to dash his brains out upon the road, and starts Fixture in a really delightful trot, if poor Marion only knew it. She bobs up and down as if she were bathing, but when she rises the horse doesn't, and the effect is even more jerky than before. She is just beginning to despair when the red glow of a cottage fire, shining through an open door, appalls the Dutchman's soul, and sends him into a wild canter, in which Fixture immediately joins. The horses tear along the road like a herd of swine driven down a steep place, and Marion, frightened but rather enjoying the swinging pace, finds herself rising in her saddle as high as anyone could desire. Inspired by the clatter of their hoofs, the brutes rush on for some distance, Fred as powerless to pull up the Dutchman as he would be to stop a steam engine at express pace, or stay the passage of the north wind. When the horses have had enough, they stop. "I think I rose pretty well then," remarks Marion self-complacently. "Just now when you were cantering?" "Yes." "But you oughtn't rise in the canter, you know," says Fred. "You must sit as if you were part of your horse. Sit down on him and ride him, as the jockeys say." "Good gracious, it's very puzzling," exclaims Marion. "All practice. You must contrive to ride more." "Yes, I should like it above all things. Uncle Trenchard has bought Sibyl a horse, but I am not so favoured." "Ah, it's a good thing to be the favourite, isn't it?" That canter has brought them nearly to the racecourse. They overtake the rest of their party Sibyl looking as cool and comfortable upon Juno as if she were sitting in her favourite easy-chair at Lancaster Lodge, while Marion is painfully conscious that the last half-hour's unaccustomed exercise has made an object of her. "How have you enjoyed your ride?" asked Sibyl, coming to her side. "Oh, pretty well," replies Marion rather crossly. "I'm not accustomed to riding like you. You know I haven't a horse of my own. Isn't my hair dreadful?" "It's rather rough, but that doesn't matter." "Oh, not in the least to you." "How do you like Fixture?" asked Sir Wilford, coming up to them. "Very well, thank you, but I think he uses the wrong legs when he trots." Tilberry Racecourse is a long strip of meadowland by the side of a river, rather a dreary scene on a grey winter's day, were it not for the carriages, horses, tax carts, and various vehicles which enliven it, and the eager crowd on foot. Sir Wilford and his party are the most important group upon the ground, the rest of the assembly consisting chiefly of tenant farmers and their families, with a sprinkling of the Redcastle tradespeople, and a few smart carriages belonging to the manufacturing classes, chiefly noticeable for the newness of their harness, the splendour of their liveries, and the indifferent quality of their horses. Sir Wilford pats Fixture's neck with a friendly air as he stands beside Marion. "Poor old Fixture. Capital fellow he used to be 6 or 7 years ago. I've ridden him many a time over this very course. Won a cup with him once, poor old chap. I wonder if he remembers." "Where's the steeple, Sir Wilford?" asks Marion, looking round at the landscape. "The what?" "The steeple. It's a steeplechase, isn't it?" Sir Wilford smiles at the damsel's innocence. "Steeplechase. Across country, you know, and all that. There's no necessity for a steeple." "Oh, I thought you chose a steeple, and then rode straight to it over hedges and ditches and everything." "We've sunk the steeple, but we go over the hedges and ditches. There's the saddling bell." "Yes, Fixture does remember." "I wish she didn't," says Marion nervously, as the animal pricks up his ears and begins to curvet in a restless manner which makes it rather difficult to hold him. The equestrians are drawn up in a line by the side of the racecourse. There are no railings to divide the course from the rest of the meadow. It is only marked out by a line of sods turned up by the spade and a post at intervals. The timber jumps are by no means desperate, and are well guarded by furze bushes. The water jump is a muddy ditch about 20 feet broad. "I wish you'd hold him for me," says Marion, appealing to Mr. Stormont. "He's been so dreadfully excited since that bell rang." Fred clutches at Fixture's rein for a minute or so, and tries at the same time to soothe the Dutchman, who has just expressed his antipathy to a very small child in a pinafore eating a large piece of Parliament. Fixture shuffles about a little and then seems to grow calm. Sir Wilford and his party ride up and down, impatient for the beginning of the sport. Marion and her protector keep together by the course. The bell rings again, louder this time. There is a gust of excitement in the very wind. The signal is given, the gaily coloured jackets blaze out against the cold grey sky. The horses are off with a rush, Fixture following them. He has stood like a statue to see them go by. Then, as they passed him, he has gathered himself together and pursued them like a maniac. The old steeplechaser has not forgotten his trade. There is a cry of horror from Sir Wilford and his party, a roar, half terror, half laughter, from the crowd, as Marion is borne along, her arms frantically encircling the animal's neck, her plaits flying in the wind, her shrill shrieks ringing out upon the air. She drops something at every stage of her journey, first her whip, then her handkerchief, then her hat, then one of the plaits, an artificial enrichment which she has deemed a necessary appendage to a very good head of hair. On flies Fixture, struggling for a place, feeling that he must win or perish in the attempt. Marion, with her face buried in his mane, sees nothing, knows nothing, except that she is miraculously holding on somehow, and that sudden death is imminent. The timber jump is before them, and the spectators hold their breaths anticipating a fearful fall, perhaps a deadly one, when Sir Wilford gallops across on Bull of Bashan and contrives to catch Fixture's bridle just as he is lifting himself to the leap. The old steeplechaser swings on one side and lands Marion comfortably on the turf, where she lies motionless till kindly hands raise her. She is only stunned and comes to her senses after a minute or so to find herself the centre of a sympathetic crowd. "Poor dear," says a woman. "She did hold on well, didn't she? It was beautiful." Sibyl is on the scene by this time and dismounts to assist the fallen one. "You're not hurt, are you, dear?" she inquires anxiously. "I don't know whereabouts it is," replies Marion, clutching her dishevelled plaits, "but I feel as if I was all but killed somewhere." Brandy flasks are produced, and the sufferer is persuaded to take 2 or 3 sips of the spirit. "Back all right, I hope," says Sir Wilford, who has delivered over the excited Fixture to a groom. "I feel as limp as if it was broken," replies Marion. "When did I fall? Was it the day before yesterday or longer ago than that?" "My love, it was just this minute." "Then I've had a long dream," replies Marion, putting her hand to her head. "Such a long dream. I feel as if I had been riding steeplechases on horrid runaway horses for the last 3 weeks. "I shall never forgive myself for putting you on Fixture," says Sir Wilford with a conscience-stricken air, "but I really thought he was the quietest old horse in the stable." "Oh, I don't mind it a bit," answers Marion, who enjoys being the object of general attention. "In fact, I rather like it. It's very exciting, you know." "Uncommonly," mutters Sir Wilford, who has had as bad a fright as he ever experienced in his life. "I thought you were done for when he came to that fence. If it hadn't been for the bull, well, we won't talk about it." Here a small boy brings Marion the fallen plait of false hair, which looks something like a defunct snake as he hands it to her, whereat there is a faint titter. After twisting herself about in the arms of her supporters, Marion announces that she has no bones broken to her knowledge. "My spine may go all wrong tomorrow and make me a cripple for life," she says, "but I think I can walk now." "Shall I mount you again, ma'am?" asks the groom, who is holding Fixture. That quadruped is bathed in perspiration, stands like a block of wood, and droops his head despondingly, as if fully aware that he has made a fool of himself. "You might ride him home safe enough, ma'am. He's quiet now." "What? Get upon him again?" cries Marion. "No, thank you." "Bring her the barouche," says Sir Wilford, and Marion is led to that vehicle, where the Miss Cardinals inform her that they've been suffering agonies of anxiety on her behoof, though neither they nor Mr. and Mrs. Radnor have left their seats. "We knew we could be no use," Phoebe remarks apologetically, "and we should have only increased the confusion if we had come to you." "It's such a dangerous thing to ride when one is not used to it," remarks Vinny soothingly. "Wilford ought to have known better than to put you on that dreadful old horse." Marion, who felt herself a person of importance amidst the crowd on the racecourse, shrinks into dire insignificance amongst these fine ladies in the carriage. She is screwed in, bodkin, between Phoebe and Mrs. Radnor. She knows she is looking an object in her battered hat and disordered tresses, and she can see nothing whatever of the race. The 4 ladies talk their usual family talk of uncles and cousins, nephews and nieces, and people they know, discuss the domestic affairs of the niece who is just married, review the prospects of the nephew who is going to marry, talk about the cousin who has just had a baby, and the unjust will of the uncle lately deceased, until Marion absolutely wishes herself away from these privileged ones, and thinks how nice it would be to be reading a novel on the parlour sofa at Uncle Robert's, the sofa wheeled cosily up to the fire, and Jenny kneeling on the hearth toasting muffins. "If my back is broken, it'll be a comfort to be a doctor's niece," she tells herself consolingly. It is dusk when the last race is run, and the Howe party turn their faces homeward. A 3-mile ride in the winter twilight lies between them and Kettledrum, An excellent opportunity for a tete-a-tete with Sibyl, thinks Sir Wilford, who has found it impossible to secure half an hour of that young lady's society at the How. There she is always surrounded. He contrives to leave the course close at her side, and to keep well in front of the other equestrians. Bull is quiet enough now, and quite content to lapse into a lazy walk, having been indulged with half a dozen tearing gallops across the level ground near the racecourse. Juno and Bull step side by side, solemnly as a pair of Flemish funeral horses, which have never done anything but black work since they were foaled. It is a fine level road, a copse on one side, the moor upon the other. Wintry stars begin to twinkle in the grey. Cottage fires gleam now and then across the road. Now is my time, thinks Sir Wilford. I hope you are not frightened at riding in the dark, he begins with a gush of originality. Not at all. In the first place, I don't call this grey twilight darkness, and in the second place, I feel myself quite safe in your care. I am glad of that, says Sir Wilford. I am very glad you feel yourself safe with me, Sibyl. This is the casting of the die. After this utterance of her Christian name, Sir Wilford feels he has committed himself to the deed. Receding now were as difficult as to go on. Yes, Sibyl, I am glad, for I want to be your protector all the days of my life. I want this dear little hand, taking the hand that droops carelessly at her side, with gold-handled whip lightly held. I want this hand for mine. Oh, I think you must have seen ever so long ago that I love you. I've made no secret of my attachment, Sibyl. You are the first woman I ever met that I would care to make mistress of the How. You are the only woman I have ever asked, the only woman I shall ever ask to be my wife. Oh, stop, Sir Wilford, not one word more, cries Sibyl. Forgive me for having let you say so much. While he has been talking, she has decided on her course. A bold step, but the only one open to her. This young man is honourable, generous-minded. She must trust him with her secret. Forgive you, Sibyl, for what? Forgive me if you ever can. I have been so wrong. I have acted so meanly. Forgive me for not having understood you better, for not having told you the truth about myself. I have led you on, perhaps, most unwillingly, but still I may have led you on to make this generous offer. Generous be hanged, cries the impetuous Sir Wilford. There's no generosity in a man trying to get the thing he most desires. Don't talk about leading me on, Sibyl. Of course, you led me on, that is to say, you couldn't help seeing that I love you to distraction, and you've let me go on loving you. There's no leading a fellow on in that. You're like one of the stars up yonder, and just let yourself be admired. But you're not going to reject me, Sibyl. I can't believe that. He does not believe it. Upon his own personal merits, he has formed no decided opinion. He knows that he is tolerably good-looking, does justice to his tailor's handiwork, rides straight to hounds, and is free from vice, but he puts himself out of the scale altogether, and reckons upon his position and surroundings. That there is any woman in Yorkshire who would refuse to be mistress of the How and the How stables is more than he can believe. You won't reject me, Sibyl, he repeats. Indeed, Sir Wilford, I have no alternative. I can make you but one answer. And that is? No. Oh, come. You can't mean it, Sibyl. I do mean it. You're in love with some other fellow. Not that cur, Fred Stormont, I hope? If I thought about Mr. Stormont at all, I should detest him. Who is it, then? Sir Wilford, will you keep a secret if I confide one to you? Have I any claim to be considered a gentleman? Yes, I know I may trust you. Go on, says Sir Wilford, sunk in gloom. You know very little of my history, I think, Sir Wilford, began Sibyl in a low but steady voice. Although you've done me the greatest honor in your power to confer upon me, perhaps all you know is that I've been adopted by my Uncle Stephen, and that he is likely to leave me a fortune. I have no certainty that he will do so, but I have every reason to believe it. Yes, I know about all that. But you do not know, perhaps, that when my uncle came from India, I was absent from Redcastle. I had gone to London to get my living as a governess. It was a dreary life, and would have seemed drearier, I say, but for one event which happened to diversify it. I was weak enough to fall in love with a gentleman who had as little to marry upon as I had. Poor child. Passing fancy, romantic attachment. You'll outlive that, Sibyl. It will outlive me, for we contrived to make the bond lasting. Without the knowledge of any of my family, I was foolish enough to get married. The man I married is the son of Mr. Trenchard's worst enemy. My only chance of inheriting my uncle's fortune was the concealment of my marriage. I have therefore contrived to keep the secret, and you are the first to whom I have ever revealed it. If you betray me, I am ruined. Betray you? What do you take me for? Cries Sir Wilford. You are a married woman, and your husband is living? Yes. And he suffers you to keep up this deception, to stoop to this meanness? Forgive me. For calling things by their right names, yes, I forgive you. There are no words too hard for my conduct, and yet, perhaps, if you could measure the depths of misery I had sunk into before I made up my mind to try for Uncle Trenchard's fortune, even you might pity me. Pity. Yes, Sibyl, I pity you with all my heart, but I can't help despising your husband. Do not despise him. What I have done has been done without his knowledge or consent. He only traced me to my present home a very little while ago, and then he told me that he would repudiate me and my fortune when the day came for me to possess it. And yet you continue the deception? Would it not be positive idiocy to abandon it just now, when the end is in all probability very near? My uncle has not many years to live. He looks rather shaky, poor old fellow. Liver, I dare say. Why should I make a revelation that would be a shock to him, and do no good to anyone else? If my husband really loves me, he will be true to me as I am to him, and all will be well for us by and by. And you'll secure the old man's money, says Sir Wilford. Trust a woman for looking after the main chance. You despise me, Sir Wilford, falters Sibyl, humiliated. No, nothing of the kind. Only when one comes to talk of money, it takes a little of the bloom off, you know. I had looked up to you as an angel, something quite ethereal, you know, and when one comes down to pounds, shillings, and pence, well, it's rather a long way to come, you know. You'll keep my secret? Consider it buried in the deepest grave that ever was dug. And if you are tempted to despise, if you do despise me as I fear you must, try to remember that you have never known what it is to be poor, that there is a depth of misery, abject fear for tomorrow's bread, the dread of being turned out of one's wretched shelter into the street, the horror of being clothed in rags, driven to the workhouse. Consider that you have never known these things. I have, and my deception grew out of them. If I told the truth tomorrow, I might have to go back to all those unforgotten horrors. If I play my part steadily to the end, I may secure a happy future for my husband and myself. Upon my word, it's a very trying position, Miss Faunthorpe. I feel for you with all my heart. It would have been kinder to me if you had given me a hint of the truth a little sooner, and spared me a very bitter disappointment. Yet I can but thank you for having trusted me at the last. One word more, Sir Wilford. Pray do not let my uncle suppose that you have asked me to be your wife. He would never forgive me for my rejection of you. I'll take care of that. He shall think me the most miserable object in creation, a male flirt, a man who dangles about a pretty woman, meaning nothing but his own amusement. I'll bear the brunt of the old gentleman's anger, Miss Faunthorpe. Rely upon it, and if ever you want a friend, remember that, in spite of his disappointment, Wilford Cardinal is yours to the death. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31, Joel Pilgrim. That evening after Tilbury races is the gayest night there has yet been at the How. There is a dinner party. Matrons and maidens wear their finest dresses, each assuming that one last and newest fashion, which the Princess Metternich or someone of equal importance has made the rage in Paris. Even poor Marion, revived by strong tea and an hour's comfortable slumber, puts on her blue and salmon dinner dress and feels that she is looking lovely. Yet, although most of the ladies at the How are tolerably satisfied with their own appearance, there is none among them who would venture to deny Sibyl Faunthorpe's claim to that apple of discord from whose pips sprang Troja's fall and the slaughter of many heroes. She is paler than usual this evening, but her eyes are bright with a feverish excitement, and there is more brilliancy in her pallor than in other women's carnation. Mr. Trenchard observes that look of unusual excitement, and sees that the hand which waves the large white fan trembles a little now and then. He has heard from some friendly gossips how Sir Wilford and Sibyl rode on ahead of all the others during the return home, and he draws his own conclusions from Sibyl's suppressed agitation and this fact. The baronet has proposed, he tells himself. Sibyl is to all intents and purposes mistress of fortune and the How. Mr. Trenchard rejoices in this consummation as if it took a load off his mind. He smiles sweetly upon his niece, and once, when he is near her for a few minutes before they go to dinner, he ventures to hint at his thoughts. "How pretty you were looking, my pet," he whispers, "but a little overexcited. You do have something to tell me, haven't you?" "Nothing out of the common, dear uncle." "What? Not about your ride home? Come. You see a little bird has been before you." "Little birds are generally more inventive than voracious, uncle." At this point, the bachelor appointed to that honour offers Sibyl his arm, and the procession files off to the dining room. The long drawing room, once a chapel, is at its fullest about an hour after dinner. Sibyl has just risen from the piano, where she has played Chopin and Schumann to the delight, real or affected, of her auditory. Stephen Trenchard stands with his back to the low marble chimney-piece, surveying the room in which his lovely niece forms so important a feature, flattering himself with the fancy that this room will be hers before long, that she will be its acknowledged mistress, as she is now its queen. He looks round for Sir Wilford, wondering not to see that captive of love exhibiting his fetters more conspicuously, but Sir Wilford is standing on the hearth rug at the other end of the room. There are 2 fireplaces in the drawing-room, talking hunting talk with a brace of rubicund sportsmen who look as if their systems were permeated with old port. While Mr. Trenchard is wondering that Sir Wilford should not hold himself thus aloof from the object of his devotion, the butler throws open a distant door and announces, "Sir Joel Pilgrim." Everybody looks up at the announcement, and at the entrance of the person to whom the name belongs. The name is strange to all ears, save Mr. Trenchard's. The person is a stranger to all eyes save Mr. Trenchard's and Sibyl's. Not a welcome announcement by any means, judging by the sudden angry look that darkened Stephen Trenchard's countenance, spreading over it an additional shade of sallowness. deepening the bistre beneath his eyes, hardening the lines about his mouth. He crosses the room hurriedly and takes the stranger by the hand. "My dear Pilgrim, what brings you here? At so late an hour, too." "I have to apologize for what must naturally appear an intrusion," replies Mr. Pilgrim in a voice which is peculiarly soft and conciliatory. "But the commercial man's habitual selfishness is my only excuse, if a vice can be an excuse for a solecism. I wanted to see you to ask your advice upon an affair of considerable moment. I went to Redcastle, found you were staying here, and hired a fly to bring me on. The roads were dark, the horses slow, and the flyman stupid. Thus I am above an hour later than I need to have been, though in any case I must have been late, as I only reached Redcastle at 7 o'clock. You might have waited till tomorrow," says Mr. Trenchard, unappeased by this apology. "I was too anxious to wait. I hope Sir Wilford Cardinal and his family will pardon my impertinence." He looks towards Sir Wilford, who has come forward at the announcement of a guest. "Very happy to see any friend of Mr. Trenchard's," says the good-natured baronet. "I'm afraid you have had a cold drive. It's not particularly warm upon your moors for a man born in Calcutta. Have you dined, by the way?" "I dined, by the way. I stopped in Redcastle just long enough to dine." "You mustn't go back tonight," says Sir Wilford hospitably. "You can have your chat with your friend Mr. Trenchard in the library, and then come back to us to finish the evening. I'll order a room to be got ready for you." "You are really too good," replies Mr. Pilgrim, hesitating, and with a glance at Mr. Trenchard. "But you have no valise," interjects Stephen Trenchard. "Impossible for you to stay. Come to the library and I'll soon settle this business for you." Mr. Pilgrim smiles a subdued smile, murmurs his grateful acknowledgment of Sir Wilford's kindness, and bows himself out after Stephen Trenchard. There is a general sense of relief among the company when that sleek head and swarthy face are withdrawn from their midst. "What a peculiar-looking person!" exclaims Mrs. Stormont, who is sitting near Sibyl. "What an unpleasant-looking person!" responds the outspoken Mrs. Radnor. "Do you know him, Sibyl?" inquires Mrs. Stormont. "I have seen him once before. He is an Indian friend of my uncle's." "He's never stayed at Lancaster Lodge, I think," hazards Mrs. Stormont. "No, he has never stayed there. He only called one evening on business." "He must live in the neighbourhood then, I suppose?" "I should hardly think so." Curiosity has been awakened by this late visitor. There is something out of the common in his appearance, and Mr. Trenchard's vexation at his coming has been tolerably apparent to everyone. Mr. Trenchard and his friend are closeted in the library for about an hour. Then a bell rings, and the stranger is conducted back to his fly, whose departing wheels are heard in the drawing-room half an hour after other guests have gone, and just as the house party are bidding one another good night. It is 12:15. "I wonder Mr. Trenchard has not let that poor man stay," says Mrs. Stormont. "A nasty drive back to Redcastle at this time of night. Such a horrid road after dark, and those flymen are tipsy half their time." "Perhaps Mr. Trenchard wouldn't much care if the man were turned over into a ditch," rejoins Mrs. Radnor. "He's the most unpleasant-looking person I ever saw. Did you see how those black eyes of his seem to take us all in? He's just my idea of a thug." Mrs. Stormont has no very clear notion of thugs, but admits that the stranger's expression has impressed her unfavourably. At breakfast the next morning there is a general surprise when Mr. Trenchard announces his intention of returning to Redcastle in the course of the day. He has had letters from India which demand his attention. He has some property over there which the government talk of buying, and it would be very advantageous for him if the transaction comes off. It is a matter which requires prompt negotiation. "I am extremely sorry to curtail such a pleasant visit, especially on account of these girls," he adds. The Misses Cardinal express their deep regret, but do not urge Mr. Trenchard to reconsider his decision. Sir Wilford expresses his sorrow, but even he does not press his guests to remain, much to the surprise of the lookers-on, who speculate curiously on Mr. Trenchard's motive for going, and Sir Wilford's reason for taking his sweetheart's departure so easily. "Don't you see that it's all settled between them?" says Mrs. Radnor to Mrs. Chasuble. "He has made her an offer and been accepted, and I dare say the old man wants to consult his lawyers about settlements. He'll give her a fortune on her marriage, no doubt. Sibyl is very glad to go, though she feels much more comfortable in Sir Wilford's society now that he and she understand each other. Marion is bitterly disappointed at this abrupt termination to her visit, and is inclined to grumble about the money wasted on those lovely dresses, till she reflects that the money was not hers, and it is something to have secured the dresses. There will be some pleasure in disporting herself before Maria Harrison in that brown silk costume. So the sisters go upstairs and pack, aided, or in some measure hindered, by Miss Cardinal's maid, whose services that young lady politely offers for the occasion. Mrs. Parker is rewarded for her civilities, morning cups of tea and other small attentions, and before luncheon all is ready for departure. Mr. Trenchard has sent a groom to Redcastle to order his carriage to fetch him at 3 o'clock. Sir Wilford is absent from the luncheon table for the first time since the coming of his guests. Phoebe and Lavinia are unusually cheerful. Indeed, Sibyl fancies that there is a general accession of cheerfulness among the feminine portion of the community. The gentlemen, on the other hand, deplore Miss Faunthorpe's departure with a flattering vehemence. They declare that a star is about to vanish from their sky, and a good deal more to the same effect. Even Mr. Chasuble has admired Sibyl, and has told people in confidence that she is the image of a Madonna by Guido in the Vatican, a nice way of telling people that he has been in Rome and is an art critic in his way. Fred Stormont sits next to Marion and bewails his loss. "We ought to have gone out riding together ever so many more times," he says. "I should have made you a first-rate horsewoman," an assertion that savours of rashness when it is remembered that Mr. Stormont has yet succeeded in making himself a capable horseman. At 3 o'clock Mr. Trenchard's carriage is at the door, the portmanteaus are in, the servants feed, and all things ready. Just at this last moment Sir Wilford appears, looking very much like his own gamekeeper, in velveteen coat, cords, and leather gaiters, and with his gun in his hand. "I hope you'll all excuse me for forgetting the luncheon bell," he says to the company generally, most of whom have come into the hall to say good-bye to Mr. Trenchard and his nieces. "The birds are very wild, and Glennie and I forgot the progress of the enemy. I made quite a rush home to say good-bye to Mr. Trenchard." "It will not be long parting, I hope," replies Stephen Trenchard. "You must come and dine with us directly you are free." "I shall be charmed. Good-bye, Miss Faunthorpe." Sibyl and Sir Wilford shake hands, at least 30 pairs of eyes watching the operation. They shake hands in a formal and orthodox manner, and no one can detect so much as a secret pressure, love's Masonic grip. He leads her to the carriage, and when she is seated and the coachman has gathered up the reins, he leans over for the last word, and one last pressure of the little hand he had hoped to make his own. "Trust me," he says. "You have almost broke my heart, but you may trust me." Mr. Trenchard is silent and gloomy throughout the homeward drive. Sibyl, although glad to be separated from Sir Wilford, looks forward despondingly to the solitude and monotony of her life at Lancaster Lodge after the gaiety and variety of the last few days. At the How she has not had leisure for sad thoughts, no time for self-reproach, regret, and all the illness that attends her selfish course. She has been the centre of an admiring circle, her vanity gratified to the uttermost, and life has seemed one round of pleasure. Marion is loquacious as usual, and rattles on with her criticisms upon the How and its visitors, from Mrs. Radnor's exaggerated aquiline nose, which always blushed after luncheon, as if it was ashamed of belonging to anyone who drank so much sherry, says Marion, to the Miss Vernons' high-heeled boots, in which I know they suffer agonies, adds Marion. Neither Stephen Trenchard nor Sibyl responds to these remarks, but the babble runs on intermittingly till they come to the lower end of the town and to Uncle Robert's green garden gate. Jenny, the omnipresent, rushes out at the sound of the carriage wheels, her hair flying in the wind, and receives her sister with a volley of "Goodness graciouses!" and "Sure to goodnesses!" and numerous embraces which are like the gambados of an infant hippopotamus, or the friskings of a friendly sea lion. Mr. Trenchard gives a sigh of relief when Marion and her boxes have been deposited, nor is Sibyl sorry to dispense with her sister's vivacious society. "You will find a visitor at my house, Sibyl," says Stephen Trenchard as they drive towards the bar. a visitor whom I expect you to treat with all consideration, as he is a particular friend of mine." "Mr. Pilgrim, uncle," says Sibyl, startled. "Yes, Mr. Pilgrim. I did not wish him to take advantage of Sir Wilford's hospitality, nor did I want him to go back to London without proper entertainment, so I invited him to spend a week or so at Lancaster Lodge." "And that was the reason you left the house so soon?" "That and other reasons influenced me. There is that property I spoke about at luncheon." "To be sure, I forgot that." "I hope my leaving so suddenly has not been a disappointment to you, Sibyl." "Not at all, dear uncle." "And that I have in no way prevented the triumph which I fully expected you to win. Pray be candid with me, my dear child. Sir Wilford has proposed to you, and you have accepted him. You ought to have hastened to tell me of an event which you know must give me unalloyed pleasure." "My dear uncle, I have nothing to tell. I am as far from being Lady Cardinal as ever I was in my life." "I am very sorry to hear it. What was Sir Wilford talking about when you rode home from Tilberry together last night? Mr. Stormont told me that you and he rode ahead of the others." "We were talking about the commonest subjects in the world, uncle. Horses, races, Marion's adventure on fixture, and the merits of Juno, the mare I was riding." "Humph! I fully made up my mind that he had taken that opportunity of proposing to you." "I am sorry you should feel disappointed, uncle, but I really don't understand why you should wish me to marry. It's not very flattering to me." "You ought to understand, child. My time is growing short, and I should like to see you established in a brilliant position before I go." "My position will be brilliant enough when I am in possession of your wealth," thinks Sibyl, but she acknowledges her uncle's anxiety for her welfare with a tender murmur, expressive of the desire that he should live forever. Mr. Pilgrim comes out to the door to receive Mr. Trenchard and his niece, and for the first time in his life, Sibyl touches his hand. It is curiously soft and flaccid, and gives her an unpleasant sensation, as if she has touched some strange animal, some member of the stoat or mole tribe. "So glad to see you back," he says to Mr. Trenchard in the blandest voice. "I was afraid the attractions of that fine old country house—" "You ought to know that when I say a thing I abide by it," answers Mr. Trenchard curtly. "Mr. Pilgrim, my niece, Miss Faunthorpe. If you knew how I have been longing for this opportunity, Miss Faunthorpe." "Don't waste time on compliments, Joel. Sibyl will scarcely have time to change her dress for dinner." Sibyl runs upstairs to her room, cheerful with blazing fire and lighted candles, a very different chamber to return to from the dark first-floor front of Mrs. Bonny's, where one had to grope for lucifer match and candlestick in the winter dusk. Yet so unreasonable a thing is human nature that on this January evening Sibyl would gladly exchange these luxurious surroundings of hers for the one pair room in Chelsea, could the wheel of time make a backward revolution and give her back her husband's confidence and love. The stranger's presence has impressed her disagreeably. There is something in her uncle's manner to Mr. Pilgrim, and in Mr. Pilgrim's manner to her uncle, that inspires distrust. The evening at Lancaster Lodge is very quiet and dreary, after the life and bustle of the How. Mr. Trenchard and his Indian friend retire to the study after dinner to talk business, and Sibyl is left alone with her books and piano. She finds comfort in neither, and perhaps were Alexis to appear before her tonight on the same errand that brought him to Redcastle a few weeks ago, she would exchange all her chances of wealth to follow his uncertain fortunes. End of chapter 31. Read by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. Chapter 32 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. Alexis Comes to Grief. That interview at Redcastle has embittered Alexis Secretan's feelings towards his mercenary wife. Love has given place to contempt. A woman who can set the hope of wealth against her fidelity to him is unworthy of another thought of his. He goes back to Cheswold reckless, angry, wounded to the core of his heart, and he tells himself that he is indifferent to his wife's fate, that he cares not if he never see her false face again. The blow that has hit him hardest, he thinks, is the knowledge of his boy's death. That son whose fair young face he has pictured in many a daydream, seen vividly in many a vision of his sleep. The son who was to inherit Cheswold in the days to come. The son for whose sake it would have been so proud and pleasant a labour to add field to field and extend the boundaries of that modest manor. This unknown but fondly loved son is lost to him, nay, has never lived save as the infant of a day old. The chubby yearling, the bonny boy of 2 summers, whose image, limned by fancy, has been almost a living thing for him, has had no existence. The loss of this shadow hangs upon him heavily. He is no longer the gay young squire who enjoyed the novel pleasures of wealth and social status. He is gloomy and absent-minded, and avoids all intercourse with his neighbours, save in the hunting field, where he rides like a man who holds his neck as a trifle, not worth his care. In this desolation of his mind he turns to 2 sources for comfort. The first, his faithful friend, Richard Plowden, whom he detains at Cheswold for an unlimited period, to the peril of the Brampton fernery. The second, his stable, to which he devotes himself a good deal at this time. His 2 hunters are considered the handsomest animals and the straightest goers in this part of the country, and his reputation is advanced upon the rustic population of his reckless riding. "I know you'll come to grief some of these days, Alexis," says the faithful Dick, who looks on his friend's proceedings with much dread. "Blocus the gardener told me yesterday that you ride what he calls a plaguey loose rein, and that you don't know the country well enough to run such risks. I don't like that tall brute of yours a bit." "Not Bayard!" exclaims Alexis, who resents this abuse of his last acquisition, a fine bay horse, 16 2.5, and described at Tattersall's as the cleverest thing in hunters. "Why, he's the best horse I ever rode. Such a mouth. You might ride him with a skein of silk." "But you see you haven't ridden many horses," responds the prudent Richard. "You're half a foreigner. You haven't been brought up like these country squires who have spent half their lives in the pigskin. It is pigskin, isn't it?" "Yes, Dick." "And do you suppose I didn't ride when I was in the army and hunt into the bargain? And do you suppose I didn't ride in the colonies where a man thinks nothing of 40 miles in the saddle?" "I don't know anything about the colonies, Alex. But you weren't brought up to the following of hounds like these Hampshire gentlemen, and I feel wretched every day you ride that new horse of yours, expecting to see you brought home on a shutter." "And if I were, Dick, would it matter to anyone except you?" "Alex," cries Dick reproachfully. "Yes, old fellow, I know you'd be sorry, but not so sorry as the heir of law would be glad. Who is my heir of law, by the way? I must make a will, Dick. Some part of all these good things of ours must go to the only being I care for." "His wife," thinks the simple-minded Dick. Alexis rides over to Winchester that very afternoon, and is closeted for an hour with Mr. Scrodgers, the lawyer, to whom he gives instructions for a concise and simple will. He leaves his real estate to his next of kin on his father's side, who shall bear the name of Secretan, or, in the absence of any such Secretan, to his next of kin on his mother's side, exclusive of Mrs. Gorsuch and her children, who shall assume the name of Secretan. "I feel myself bound to do this much out of reverence for the good old name," he says, "out of gratitude to my cousin Matilda, who honoured the name in my unworthy person. But my private property I shall leave to the one friend whose sincerity I'm assured of, and who stood by me when I was at the bottom of the ladder. I owe it perhaps to him that Miss Secretan's bequest found to be an honest man, and not a blackguard or a swindler." "Very right, very proper," murmurs Mr. Scrodgers, wondering whether he is to be put down for a mourning ring or a legacy of 100 guineas or so. He is old and Alexis is young, it is true, whereby the chance of his inheriting any such legacy seems slender, but then Mr. Scrodgers is careful of himself, and these young men hunt, and drink more brandy and soda than is good for them, and shoot with newfangled guns, and drive tandem with untried horses after dark. There might be a chance of his getting the legacy, should so proper an idea occur to his client. But Alexis furnishes his instructions without remembering the claims of Mr. Scrodgers. He leaves Richard Plowden all his personal property, furniture, books, horses, and pictures. They ought to realise enough to make that honest fellow independent for the rest of his days, thinks Alexis. And now if Bayard makes an end of me some fine morning, I shall at least have done one good thing in my life. Mr. Scrodgers drives over to the Grange next morning in his highly respectable four-wheeled chaise, and the will is executed. But Mr. Secretan tells his friend nothing about its contents, nor is Richard Plowden curious. There breathes not on this earth a less mercenary creature. He is grateful beyond measure for his friend's affection, proud and happy that his presence at the Grange can give pleasure to Alexis. He plods on at his school books every morning in the snug quietude of the study, and in the afternoon takes long and solitary walks, while Alexis spends his day in the hunting field. The neighbourhood is full of rustic beauty, even in winter, and Richard, who has spent almost all the days of his life amidst a wilderness of brick and mortar, is delighted with these country lanes, these noble old trees beautiful in their leafless majesty, these grassy hills crowned with dark pine trees, the blue river that winds through the green valleys, these peaceful English homesteads nestled in sheltered spots, and here and there a picturesque old watermill with a big brown wheel that never seems to go round. Like many lame people, Dick can get over a good deal of ground and get along as fast as those who have the full use of their legs. He grows strong in this pure air and gets young again. His complexion loses its sickly tint. Those transparent hands of his lose much of their delicacy. If you go on this way, Dick, I shall find my refined and intellectual friend of the Brompton Road developing into a Hampshire chaw bacon, says Alexis jocosely as they breakfast together luxuriously in front of the blazing wood fire one hunting morning. The master of the Grange arrayed in pink and tops ready for the day's sport, Dick in a comfortable suit of grey homespun. I do so enjoy your lovely scenery, replies Dick. There's only one thing that makes me uneasy. Your mother— No, it's not about my mother herself. She has some extra good lodgers in the drawing-room floor, and is as happy as the day is long. What I'm afraid of is that she'll give the ferns too much water. Mother has such an idea of watering plants. She thinks the more you drench them, the better they grow, and she's rather self-opinionated in those matters, dear soul. I tremble for my polypodium. I'm glad it isn't any other kind of Polly that you tremble for, Dick, replies Alexis. What a close old fellow you are, by the way. You never told me about your experience in that tender passion which makes fools of the wisest of us sooner or later. Simply because I've had nothing to tell. Nonsense. Were you never in love? Never. I've admired feminine loveliness and goodness in the abstract, but it never came near enough to me to tempt me to fall in love with it. Happy man, exclaims Alexis. To escape love is to shun man's worst peril. For soon or late, love is his own avenger. It is the middle of February, one of those days on which the mists of morning linger on the face of the land as if they loved it. Gleams of sun pierce that silvery veil, and the westerly breeze seems rather autumnal than wintry. The two friends part in excellent spirits, Alexis riding off gaily on his cavort hack, Titmouse, a pretty little grey mare. Bayard has been sent on before. How's the bay this morning, Joe? asks Mr. Secretan as he mounts. Fresh as paint, sir, but I think as how you ought to have had him exercised a bit yesterday. Nonsense, Joe. I don't care a straw for a horse when all the spirit has been taken out of him. That boy of yours gallops like the deuce when he gets the chance. I know. I don't care about having Bayard spoiled that way. I hopes Bayard won't spoil you, mutters the groom as Titmouse carries his master down the drive. I hope you're not afraid of that bay horse, Marshal, says Richard when Titmouse and her rider are out of sight. No, sir, I ain't afraid of no horse going, and I don't say there's any harm in Bayard, but the horse is young and silly, and my master— Well, I ain't going to be disrespectness to so good a master as him, or I should say he's young and silly too. But he's a good rider, isn't he? He's good hand at sitting on the horse, Mr. Plowden, but there's somewhat more nor that wanted to make a good rider. This conversation, superadded to honest Dick's own fears, makes him feel rather uncomfortable, but when he has started on his rustic ramble, The sun shines out of the mist, the west wind is so balmy and caressing, earth is altogether so lovely in her wintry garb, that Dick's spirits rise, and he tells himself that a bold, brave fellow like Alexis is not the kind of man to come to harm in the hunting field. It is your timid rider, rather, who is liable to misfortune. So Dick goes his way, and his way of late has generally been the same way. There is a tiny village about 3 miles from Cheswold, a village so small that compared with it, Cheswold is quite an important settlement. This other village consists of a cluster of labourers' cottages, with whitewashed walls, thatched roofs steeply sloping, and long strips of garden which would be quite an acquisition to many a suburban villa. There is a queer little old church at which there is service every alternate Sunday afternoon, and there are a water mill and a homestead with a farm about 30 acres appertaining thereto. This mill is the chief feature of the scene, and it is to the mill that Dick has come. It is a picturesque old place, big water wheel, gurgling mill race and placid pool. The willows that lean across the water look centuries old. The low white dwelling house with its steeply sloping thatch, its white plastered walls crossed and recrossed by timbers painted black, must have been here in the days of Elizabeth. The snowdrops, peeping over the toolbox border yonder, are half a century old, and have spread and multiplied in the shelter of the southern wall. There is a roomy old porch with wooden benches, and it is in this porch Dick takes his rest after his 3 miles walk. It is about a month since he came here one biting January afternoon. The roads white with snow, the hedges loaded with a fine crop of icicles, the ditches icebound and black as ink. On so cold a day it surprised him a little to see a girl of delicate and refined appearance at work with garden scissors and basket in a little bit of ground in front of the homestead by the mill. She was plainly dressed in a grey stuff gown and black apron, and wore a little scarlet shawl tied across her chest, but her head was bare. A very pretty head, Dick thought, with dark brown hair that made a rippling line across the forehead and was gathered in a loose knot at the back. He was not quite clear in his mind as to whether the fair gardener was pretty or not. Her features belonged to no regular type. Her nose was neither severely Grecian nor commandingly Roman, but rather inclined to the retroussé, but it was an inoffensive nose at worst. Her complexion, heightened to a rich bloom by the nipping air, was a thing for poets to rave about, for painters to vainly imitate. Her eyes were dark grey with thick black lashes, her eyebrows dark and strongly marked, her mouth beautiful, though Dick was not wise enough to know it. He only saw that her smile was sweet, and his chief impression was of a look of goodness which pervaded the face, or so he thought. She looked so amiable that he, the shyest of men, ventured to address her. "Rather a cold day for gardening," he said. "I don't find it so," she answered, smiling. "If my poor arbutus can stand the cold, I don't think it will hurt me." And she went on snipping off dead leaves and smartening the garden by those little touches which maintain order and beauty, even at a flowerless season. "We shall soon have the snowdrops," she said cheerfully. "Ah," said Dick. "They bloom about this time of year, do they?" He had made himself acquainted with the habits of ferns, but had very vague notions about flowers. The girl looked at him wonderingly, and then as he walked away a little further, contemplating the picture of the mill wheel and water, she perceived that slight lameness from which he suffered. "Would you like to rest after your walk?" she asked timidly. "You have come some distance, perhaps?" "From Cheswold." "That's a good 3 miles. Our porch is quite at your service if you would like to sit down." She opened the gate as she spoke, and Dick walked in. He felt as if he could not for worlds have resisted the invitation, so he went in very shyly and seated himself on the bench in the porch. The door was open, and opened straight into the neatest, prettiest sitting room Dick had ever seen, or, at any rate, ever remembered having seen in his life. Everything was so bright and fresh. The brass fender, the cheerful fire, the old cups and saucers in the mantelpiece, the white ceiling, the painted walls, the chintz-covered sofa and chairs, the small round table with neatly arranged piles of books, not show books, but looking rather like volumes in the daily use of a student, and a drawing board, actually a drawing board, the old engravings, the little cabinet of shells in the corner yonder, All the furniture in the room might hardly have realised £25 at an auction, but the general effect was delightful to Richard Plowden's eye and mind. The young lady, he felt sure now that she was a young lady, in spite of her homely dress and that lazy old water-wheel, went on with her gardening, nailed up stray shoots here and there against the plaster wall, and took no more notice of Dick than if he had been 100 miles away. Dick was much too shy to make conversation, so he sat in silence, lazily watching the girl's graceful figure as it moved about the garden in a pleasant reverie. Presently there came a sound from within, a small shrill voice calling, "Mammy!" and in a door opened, and a little toddling thing, just emerged from babyhood, came running out to the porch. At sight of Dick it screamed as if it had seen lions, and stood stock still, paralysed with terror, a significant evidence that a stranger was a rare bird at Dawley Mill. The girl ran to him, took him up in her arms, and smothered him with kisses. "Mammy," said Dick to himself, "then this charming girl is a married woman. I didn't observe the wedding ring." He glanced at the hands which were clasped around the child. No, there was no ring there. "What a dear little thing," he said, doubtful about the sex. "Yes, he is a darling little fellow. Your nephew, I suppose?" "No," and the girl's cheek crimsoned. "He's an adopted child." This was all Dick ever heard about the boy. He might have known more, perhaps, had he been curious enough or audacious enough to inquire, but he was neither. Yet he wondered a little, adopted children being rarities, to have stumbled upon one in the tiny village of Dawley. He came to Dawley several times, finding this particular walk the most picturesque of all his wanderings, and he rested for half an hour or even longer in the porch, while Linda Challis, he had found out her name in due course, sat at work in the pretty parlour and chatted with him pleasantly, quite at her ease. There was something about Richard Plowden which made people friendly with him at once. They talked about the country, which Linda knew by heart, and about London, which was a strange and wonderful city she had never beheld. They talked of books and flowers and ferns, and by this time they had become as familiar as friends of long standing. Linda had never invited Mr. Plowden to come beyond the porch, however. She was not quite sure whether her grandfather, a funny little old man, who was always in a flowery condition on weekdays, would approve of such a step on her part. And now, on this fine February morning, Dick makes his appearance, rosy with his brisk walk, and takes his accustomed seat in the porch. "If you come to Dawley some Sunday afternoon," says Linda after a little while, "you can make grandfather's acquaintance. He's always in the mill on weekdays." "He seems a kind old gentleman," says Dick, who had received a friendly nod from the little miller. "He is kindness itself. There never was such an indulgent grandfather. And you have lived with him?" "All my life. My mother was his only daughter. She married an artist who came to Dawley to fish and sketch one summer. She was very pretty, they say." "I can easily believe it," murmured Dick. "Oh, much prettier than I," says Linda, blushing, "if you are trying to pay me a compliment. I have a portrait of her in my room, painted by my father. It was quite a love match, and I dare say people said my father had degraded himself by marrying a country miller's daughter, for he was what people call a fashionable artist, and might have made a very different marriage. But they were very happy, and I believe my father was almost broken-hearted when my mother died a few months after my birth. I suppose he didn't quite know what to do with me, poor fellow. So when my grandfather and grandmother offered to take care of me, he consented to my being brought up by them until I was old enough to go to school. I was a sickly baby, they say, and that decided them. Well, my good grandmother brought me down here within a month of my mother's death, and it has always seemed as if I was born here, for I can remember no other place. My first memories are of the garden and the mill, the big black wheel and the foaming race, and those snowdrops growing within the box border." "And you were sent to school?" "Never. Before the school time came, my poor father had died in Italy. He had earned a great deal of money at one time, but his reputation had not lasted as long as his life, and he left very little behind him. I never went to any school except the little village day school, where I learned to read and write, and if it had not been for the last vicar of Cheswold, a dear old man, I must have grown up in ignorance. But one day, when he came over to see my grandfather, he heard my father's name mentioned and was interested in me directly. He was a great admirer of my father's pictures. He asked how I was being educated, and when he found that I was not being educated at all, he offered to give me a couple of hours instruction twice a week if I would go as far as Cheswold Vicarage. I was only too glad, for I was 15 years old at this time and felt the burden of my ignorance, and for 4 years I was that dear old man's pupil. He taught me Latin, French and Italian and gave me the best books in his library to read. I owe it to him that I never wasted an hour upon a worthless book. He was indeed a friend. His memory is dearer to me than words can tell. Dick listens with profoundest interest, and is about to express his admiration of the good vicar, when a noise in the distance startles Linda and him. It is the sound of several voices talking in excited tones. Linda throws down her work and follows Dick to the garden gate. A labourer in smock frock comes running round the corner by the brief row of cottages which the inhabitants dignify with the name of street. "What's the matter, John?" asked Linda. "Anything wrong with your children?" "No, miss, they be right enough, but there's an accident yonder with some gentleman hunting. A young gent chucked over an edge among the rushes in that there ditch just beyond your grandfather's field." "Is he much hurt?" "His arm's broken. There's something wrong inside of him, miss. Some of his internal bones scrunched, I'm afeard, for he's been a-spitting blood like 1 o'clock. What are they going to do with him, poor fellow?" "The other gents is a-bringing him here, miss, and I ran on afore to tell 'ee." Dick is pale as death. Those terrible presentiments of his, have they been cruelly verified? He can scarcely find voice to ask the question. "Do you know who the gentleman is?" "One of them said it were the young squire of Cheswold." End of chapter 32. Read by Adrian Strowers, Turks and Caicos Islands. Chapter 33 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Strowers, Turks and Caicos Islands. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 33. Fallen by the Wayside. Yes, Richard Plowden's prognostications of evil are realised. Not quite so fatally as they might have been, however, for Dick had seen in a vision of woe the figure of his friend stretched on a shutter, pulseless, lifeless, the generous heart at rest for ever. The figure which the gentlemen of the hunt carry along the narrow path by the mill pool holds happily the spark of life still. But so white is the face lying on the huntsman's scarlet shoulder that poor Dick, running out to meet his friend, gives a cry of horror. "Is he dead?" he asked distractedly. "Not a bit of it. He's only fainted. I'm afraid there's a few of his ribs broken. Do you belong to Benfield's?" "Mr. Benfield is the miller." "No, but I've just come from there. They are getting ready for him. He's my dearest friend. Where's the nearest doctor?" "None nearer than Cheswold. One of the men has ridden off after him." They carry Alexis to the pretty old house beside the mill, and up a single flight of shallow oak stairs to the best bedchamber, the freshest and the brightest of rooms, with 2 broad latticed windows overlooking the mill stream and the willows, with their background of green hills. A man might find worse quarters than these in the hour of distress. Even in the midst of the grief, Dick glances round the room admiringly, and thinks what a treasure old Benfield, the miller, has in his granddaughter, for it is Linda's taste, of course, which beautifies his home. They lay Alexis on the pure white counterpane, and Linda sponges his temples with eau de cologne, until presently the heavy eyelids are lifted, and the patient looks about him wonderingly. He recognises Dick, and fancies himself at home at the Grange. This young woman in grey is one of the housemaids, no doubt. How soft and white her hand is! He did not think he had so pretty a servant in his staff. "Well, old fellow," he says faintly with a wan smile, "you were right. Such a cockney as I oughtn't to go across country with your born Nimrods. Bayard's youth and silliness sent me flying over rather a stiff bit of timber, and I'm afraid Bayard himself is demolished. By Jove, it was a thundering smash. I wonder if I have any bones whole. I feel as if they were all broken up in short lengths, like barley sugar. Thank God you make a joke of it, exclaims Dick. But you mustn't talk. You've been spitting blood, you know. I thought there was something unpleasant going on internally. How did they contrive to bring me home? I haven't the slightest recollection of the transit. Home? Echoes Dick, puzzled. Yes, I am at home, am I not? Or how do I find you by my side? By fortunate accident, dear old fellow. You are at Dorley Mill, close by the place where you fell, and in good hands, I'm sure. And now not another word till the doctor has seen you. Old John Benfield the miller, who has left his work on hearing of the accident, comes in at this moment, carrying a steaming glass of brandy and water, which he believes to be specific for all earthly ills. Sup it up, sir, he says, and Alexis is about to comply when a firm hand takes away the glass. Not on any account, grandfather. He has been spitting blood. All the more reason why he should have something warm and comforting, says Mr. Benfield. You must get him some cold brandy and water, grandfather. Very well, little lass. It's always for you to order and me to obey. And the old gentleman departs to perform his hospitable duty. Dick, says Alexis presently, I should feel happier in my mind if you'd go and see what has become of that poor beast, Bayard. I'll go, Alex, but I execrate the brute. If I were to hear that all of his 4 legs were broken, I shouldn't care. Nonsense, Dick. The beast is only young and silly. We were both too ambitious, wanted to fly too high. Richard leaves the sufferer unwillingly and goes in quest of the bay. It is not long before he discovers the horse, a good deal chipped and knocked about, but in no wise seriously damaged, in the stable of one small inn which adorns Dorley village, a house which you would hardly recognise as one of public entertainment, were it not for a dingy board above the front door, said door having sunk into the yielding soil of Dorley in a despondent and one-sided manner. Ah, says Dick, looking at him as ferociously as it is possible for the mildest of men to look. Ah, you murderer! I wish there was a law for hanging such as you. He hurries back to Alexis and tells him that the brute is all right. Not a bone broken. He only broke your bones, the beast. The Cheswold doctor comes presently, having driven over at a slashing pace to see so important a patient. Richard supports his friend during the medical examination, which is slow and painful. The ribs are much hurt. One bone has been pressed inwards, whence the blood spitting. It is altogether a serious case. I should like you to see Crisis of Winchester, says Mr. Scalpel, the local surgeon. I shall not set the arm till tomorrow. There is a little swelling and there's a slight tendency to inflammation. I'll send a lotion which must be applied continually. You ought to have a trained nurse, by the way. I'd as soon have a ghoul, says Alexis, at which the surgeon fears his mind is beginning to wander. I detest hired nurses. Can't I nurse him? Asked Dick. I'm strong and wakeful, and I'll obey your instructions to the letter. You might be of use undoubtedly, but I think a skilled hospital nurse— Send me to an infirmary at once, cries Alexis peevishly. I won't have a hospital hag near me. See how the suggestion irritates him, says Dick. Could not his old housekeeper come over from the Grange? That might do. Yes, she nursed Miss Secretan, I know. I'll call as I go home and tell her to come over. Do nothing of the kind, exclaims Alexis. I'll have no old women pottering about me till they come to lay me out. Mrs. Bodlow's a very good soul in her place, makes an admirable curry and fries potatoes to perfection, but I won't have her at my bedside in the middle of the night. I'd as soon wake up and see the witches in Macbeth. Nervous temperament, very, murmurs the surgeon. Let Dick, my friend here, nurse me, and no one else, says Alexis. The surgeon gives way. The servant of the house will no doubt be able to assist. All may be well. It would not do to offend such a patient, and this promises to be a long business. A very long business, if it is to result in recovery. There is a possibility of the case being brought to a sad and sudden ending. Mr. Scalpel takes Dick out onto the stairs. "It is not a hopeless case," falters Dick, almost breaking down. "Hopeless? My dear sir, far from that, but I will not disguise from you that it is very serious. There are grave dangers. The greatest care is needed. Much must depend on the state of the blood. Mr. Secretan is a person of steady habits, or, to put it plainly, not a drinking man, I hope, not given to the pernicious practice which our modern slang calls pegging. Half a bottle of claret at and after dinner is about the extent of his dissipation. That's a good hearing. We shall pull him through, but remember that good nursing is the main point. If you find yourself unequal to the task, we must get a trained nurse. Foolish prejudice, very. Not old hags by any means, many of them nice-looking young women." Downstairs, Mr. Scalpel sees Linda and inquires as to the possibility of assistance in the sick room. "I'm quite ready to give my help if I can be of any use," says Linda cheerfully. "No one better," replies the surgeon. "It was your good nursing that got your grandfather through that bad attack of bronchitis last winter. He'd have been in his grave but for you." "Dear old grandfather," says Linda affectionately. "But you mustn't overexert yourself, you know. I don't want 2 patients instead of 1. Don't be afraid, Mr. Scalpel. Elizabeth will help me." Elizabeth is the maid of all work, a buxom girl who seems to be in a perpetual state of expansion, for her gowns are always too small for her. A girl with a brick-dust complexion, big black eyes like damsons, a double chin and a countenance expressive of supreme good nature. "Humph," says Mr. Scalpel. "I don't know about Elizabeth. Elizabeth has enough to do to take charge of that troublesome adopted son of yours." Rather a queer look comes over the doctor's face as he speaks of the child, a look of some feeling closely akin to dislike. "Trot is never troublesome," replies Linda, and again her colour brightens, as it did when Richard Plowden questioned her about the boy's relationship to herself. End of section 33. Read by Adrian Strowett, Turks and Caicos Islands.
Chapter 34 of Dead Men's Shoes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Dead Men's Shoes by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 34. Good Samaritans. For many weary days and nights the patient fluctuates between improvement and retrogression. The business is a long one, as Mr. Scalpel prophesied. Alexis approaches that mysterious borderland which lies between life and death. Mind and memory are dark. He sees shadowy forms at his bedside, sees the unreal more often than the real, knows not where he is or what he is, and, slowly wakening at last, as from one long, troubled dream, a dream of almost infinite duration and of wondrous variety, he feels like a child newborn to life, seeking dimly to decipher the unknown characters of a strange alphabet. Who is this with the gentle face, the mild and thoughtful eyes, shadowy hair, and soft white hands, who ministers to him so patiently, whose voice has such a soothing influence? Is it his wife? A flash of sudden hope quickens the throbbing of his heart. He tries to raise himself up in his bed when a strong hand restrains him, and a familiar voice says, "Alexis, dear old fellow, be careful. Mr. Scalpel says you mustn't exert yourself." It is no longer winter. The lattices are open, and through the tender green of the willows smiles the blue April sky. Birds are singing. There is a perfume of violets in the room, blessed heralds of spring. Yes, there they are, Violets and primroses on the dressing table, violets and primroses on the little table by his bed. Oh, welcome spring, welcome sense of new created life in his own frame. It was good of you to come to me, he murmurs with half-closed eyes. Good of you to nurse me. All forgotten, all forgiven. We shall be very happy now, Sibyl. He thinks his wife is at his side. Melancholy, delusion, which makes Richard Plowden very uncomfortable. My dear Alexis, he says soothingly, it is not Sibyl. We didn't know where to send for her. The lady who has nursed you was a stranger to you until the day of your accident. But if she had been your sister, she could not have done more. Alexis closes his eyes with a heavy sigh. She is very good, he murmurs resignedly, and I have reason to be grateful. I took her for my wife. A foolish mistake. I ought to have known better. But I'm afraid my mind has been wandering a little. He turns restlessly on his pillow, opens his eyes again, and looks wonderingly around. Violets, he exclaims. How good of you to get me violets at this time of year. What a blue sky for February. February, cries Richard. My dear fellow, it is the 19th of April. April? And I have been lying here a little over 2 months. Alexis feels inexpressibly shocked at this revelation. What? The days and nights had been passing, sunrise and sunset, moons waning, and he's been lying there like a log or like a madman, full of strange fancies and unconscious of the flight of time. This loss of 2 months seems to him in some wise terrible. It is as if he had been lying dead. I suppose I have been very ill, he says at last. Very ill, dear boy. So near death's door that we have often feared the door would open and you would pass the threshold. Thank heaven we were able to keep you fast on this side. You have to thank Miss Chalice for your life. There never was such a nurse. You forget that you've done more than half the nursing, Mr. Plowden, remonstrates Linda, who sits with her face somewhat shrouded by the dimity bed-curtain. Nothing of the kind. I've tried to obey your instructions, but at best I'm a clumsy assistant. You are the best of fellows, says Alexis, stretching out his feeble hand to clasp his friend's. As for Miss Chalice, he continues, I haven't the faintest idea who she is, or how she comes to be interested in me, but I'm intensely grateful. He falls asleep after this, and slumbers peacefully for some hours. When he awakes, it is tea time. The lattices are closed, and a young moon shines in through the diamond panes. The fire burns cheerfully in the old-fashioned fireplace opposite the foot of the bed. Firelight and moonbeams shine into the room. Flashes of silver and gleams of ruddy gold light up the old furniture, the cups and saucers and the old silver teapot on the round table by the fire. They shine, too, on a quiet figure by the hearth, the graceful form of a girl dressed in grey, who has fallen asleep in an old bamboo armchair by the hearth. That's Miss... what's her name, I suppose, Alexis says to himself. Curious business, very. Where am I wonder? This hardly looks like the Grange. He tries to raise himself into a sitting position in order the better to inspect the premises. Process is painful enough to wring a groan from him, and the groan awakens his nurse. You mustn't do that, says the gentle voice which has argued and pleaded with him so often in his delirium, but which seems quite unknown to him tonight. You mustn't try to sit up yet a while. Not yet a while, repeats Alexis. I've been ill over 2 months and I'm getting better. I believe you will. I am getting better. You are much better. You are getting well very fast. Oh, this is getting well very fast, is it? And after 2 months, I am not to try to raise myself in bed? Do you know, it strikes me that's getting well rather slowly. Oh, you mustn't be impatient. The injury to your ribs brought on inflammation of the lungs. You've been in great danger. And you, a stranger, have nursed me? Not a stranger. Providence brought you to our door. You are our neighbor. Which of these, think you, murmurs Alexis. Yes, you have been verily my neighbor in the gospel sense of the word. How shall I ever thank you enough, Miss Chalice, says Linda, as he pauses at a loss for the name. Believe me, Mr. Secretan, I need no thanks. My grandfather and I are very happy to have been of use to you. Dick Plowden says you've saved my life. Where is Dick, by the way? He's gone to lie down for a short time. He has had very little rest of late, poor fellow. And now, shall I give you some tea? Yes, if you would be so good. I should like some tea. She pours out a cup and brings it to him, and raises his head upon the heaped up pillows, which sustain his weary frame, and puts the cup to his lips. It is a curious sensation for him, this awakening to life. Curious to look into this strange face in the uncertain firelight, to hear this gentle voice, to feel the soft touch of these white womanly hands. If this were but my wife, it would indeed be awakening to new life and new happiness, he thinks, and the thought that another can so minister to him, while his wife treads her selfish way, ignorant of his pain, is very bitter. I think I could hold the teacup myself, he says, and he makes the attempt feebly with a tremulous hand. Capital, exclaims Linda. How strong you are getting. Oh, this is getting strong, is it? Inquires Alexis. I should like to have seen myself when I was weak. I must have been a pleasing spectacle. He falls asleep by and by in the firelight, and sleeps long, for he has, at this stage of his illness, a wonderful capacity for sleep. When he awakes, the fire is burning low, and the dim glimmer of a night lamp suggests some sepulchral hour betwixt night and morning. Richard Plowden occupies the easy-chair by the fire. "Where is Miss Chalice?" asks the invalid. "In bed and sound asleep, I hope. She has sat up night after night to watch you, Alex." "She's very good." "She is an angel, or as near an approach to the angelic as one can hope to meet with upon earth," replies Richard, with enthusiasm. "Who is she, Dick? And by what concatenation of events do I find myself in a strange house, watched over by a strange young lady?" Richard explains. "Indeed, this is Dorley Mill, and my fair nurse is the miller's granddaughter. If I were a bachelor now, this might be the opening scene of a charming romance. But I should have taken that young lady for something superior to a miller's granddaughter. She has an air of refinement. She belongs by inheritance to the world of art. Her father was a painter." "Chalice! Yes, I remember. I have seen pictures of his. He died young, I think." "He did, and left this young lady an orphan." Mr. Secretan, finding himself able to sit up in bed and hold a glass or a cup, during the next 2 or 3 days, shows great anxiety to be taken back to the Grange. He's anxious to resume the business of life, to see his horses, his gardens, to be within reach of his library. He is quite horrified when Mr. Scalpel informs him that he is likely to be obliged to remain at Dorley Mill for 3 weeks or a month before he will be strong enough to bear the shaking involved in the easiest journey. "You need not be in a hurry to leave," says the surgeon. "You have been well taken care of, I'm sure." "I should be an ungrateful hound if I were to forget that for a moment," replies Alexis, "but I should really like to relieve this house of my presence. I have given so much trouble." "That is all past," says Linda. "Our only trouble was the fear that you would not recover." "Mr. Benfield must consider me an intolerable nuisance." "He does nothing of the kind," says Dick. "He is looking forward to your going downstairs as if it were some grand holiday." Alexis sighs. The comforts and indulgences of a sick room pall upon his active temperament. But he resigns himself to the inevitable, and Linda and Richard do their utmost to make his life happy. Now that bodily strength begins to slowly return, he suffers from extreme mental depression. He feels as if this coming back to life were something of a mistake, that it might have been better to have slipped quietly through the dark portal. He feels that he has nothing to live for, neither wife nor child. No kith nor kin, only the beaten round of a prosperous man's existence. I, who have tasted the bitter cup of poverty, ought to find contentment in prosperity, he tells himself. But as the days lengthen slowly to their lingering close, he is not content. He is dreadfully low-spirited, says Dick to his assistant nurse. What are we to do to cheer him up a little? Linda sighs and looks doubtful. But in the course of the afternoon she brings up some of her favorite books, Shakespeare, Tennyson, Dickens, and offers to read to the invalid. He is delighted. Any relief is welcome that will take him away from his own thoughts. He chooses The Midsummer Night's Dream, and Linda reads at his bidding. We'll have one of the tragedies when I'm stronger, he says. I couldn't stand Hamlet or Lear yet a while. From this time forward, the reading becomes an institution. Linda is a good reader, her voice round and full, her emphasis always intelligent. Alexis makes a closer acquaintance with Tennyson than he has ever made before now, and renews his boyish delight in Dickens. In about a week after that first reading, he is well enough to go downstairs to the cheerful parlour, but not without support from Richard's sustaining arms. There is no longer any talk of his going back to the Grange yet a while. He knows his own weakness now and is resigned to the tedium of a slow recovery. You are all so good to me, he says with tears in his eyes. I should be a fool to wish myself away from you. It is a sunny afternoon in early May when he goes downstairs for the first time. Linda has done her uttermost to make the room bright and cheerful. There are flowers, sweet spring flowers on the chimney-piece, table and chiffonier, violets, primroses, hyacinths, narcissus, pale monthly roses from the southern wall. A fire burns gaily in the old-fashioned grate, for the invalid is chilly, and May sunshine uncertain. The invalid's couch has been arranged in the coziest corner by the fire. Snow-white pillows, Berlin wool coverlet knitted by Linda's own hands as a Christmas present for her grandfather. The brown wainscot walls are brightened with watercolor landscapes in a higher style of art than Alexis would have expected to find at Dorley Mill. But he learns by and by that they are all the work of Linda's pencil. "What a pretty room," cries Alexis when he is established on his sofa. "And what a pretty picture that watermill makes against the blue sky. I feel ever so much better for the change." He enjoys the novelty of the apartment as much as if he had come into a new country, and his spirits begin to rise immediately. "Now I feel that I am really getting well," he says. It is 3:00 in the afternoon. Mr. Benfield is to come in at 5 to tea, and there is to be quite a grand tea drinking in honour of Mr. Secretan's convalescence. The simple-hearted old man is almost as delighted at his guest's recovery as if the Squire of Chesel were his son. Linda seats herself in her favourite chair by the open window. Dick places himself by the foot of the couch. The invalid lies in a lazy silence, looking out at the windows and the mill stream and the green hills beyond. How lovely nature seems to him after his nights of pain and darkness. Presently he hears a small voice calling, "Mammy," and a small hand makes ineffectual attempts to turn the handle of the door. Linda runs to the door, and the prettiest child Alexis ever remembers to have seen runs into the room. He has soft golden curls all over his small head, rosy cheeks, bold brown eyes, and the open, confiding look of a child that has been reared in love's tender keeping. He clings to Linda's dress. Mammy dear, he cries. Trot wants oo. Trot's nenner see oo now. Oo visty gentleman? The gentleman has been very ill, darling, and he wanted me more than Trot does. Oh, tell Tory. Trot want oo all vis. You had Elizabeth to take care of you, pet. Elizabeth is very kind. She isn't. Me hate Elizabeth. Oh, you naughty boy. Look, Trot, this is the sick gentleman. Go and shake hands. Me won't. Me hate the gentleman. Oh, Trot. 'Cause he keeps oo away from Trot. But he won't do that any more, Trot, says Alexis, delighted with this infantile grumbler. Come to me, my little man, and let's make friends. See what I've got here. And Alexis produces his watch, that unfailing resource of a man who wants to amuse a child. At the sight of the watch and jingling bunch of lockets and seals, the little one's eyes open their widest, and he creeps a little nearer the enemy. I don't like oo, he says, but I'll look at oo watch. With this protest, he goes up close to Alexis and allows himself to be entertained. What a darling little fellow, says Alexis. A nephew of yours, I suppose, Miss Chalice? No, he is no relation. He is a little boy my grandfather adopted. How good of him, the son of an old friend, I conclude. No, we adopted him to save him from the workhouse. Oh, that is like you, just as you took me in to save me from death. Alexis does not like to ask any further questions, yet he would be glad to know more about this fascinating little fellow, who soon grows friendly and familiar, and nestles his golden head in the invalid's waistcoat, and plays with the seals and lockets. Presently the miller comes in to tea, and the table is spread with a simple feast, new-laid eggs, cream, cakes of Linda's manufacture, and strawberry jam, which Elizabeth, the maid of all work, secretly believes to be the best strawberry jam in Hampshire. Trot sits up in his high chair at the table and behaves very prettily, though he disposes of more bread and jam and follows it up with more cake than Alexis can suppose beneficial to his eternal economy. But then Mr. Secretan has seen very little of children and their ways. Henceforth, Trot is a wonderful favorite with him. He allows the little fellow to come into his room at all times and seasons. He sends Dick to Winchester for a cargo of picture books, and Trot sits upon the invalid's bed for hours together, looking at the pictures and demanding explanations thereof. When the pictures have been explained to Trot by Alexis, Trot insists on explaining them over again to the explainer, and lays down the law about them and philosophizes upon them in a delightful way. Never before has Alexis had any dealings with a child. It is a new experience to him. The little fellow amuses him for hours together. The thought that his own son might have grown into just such a boy as this seems a bond of union between him and Trot. The boy grows wondrous fond of him, and places him second only to Mammy in his measures of love. "Have you had Trot long?" Alexis asked one day of Linda. "Ever since he was a fortnight old." "What a charge for you!" "His parents are dead, of course." "I know nothing about his parents." "Indeed? Poor little waif and stray. If you were not so very fond of him, I should beg him of you and make him my son and heir." "I couldn't bear to part with him. You are not in earnest, of course, but even if you were, and offered him the greatest advantages, I don't think I could bring myself to part with him. I've suffered so much for his sake. Perhaps that is why I love him so dearly." "Suffered? But how?" "Pray do not ask me. I cannot possibly tell you. It is all past and gone now, and I try to forget it, but it was very bitter." This sets Alexis thinking, and the thoughts that come of it trouble him. He sees but one solution of the enigma, and that is one which casts the shadow of disgrace on Linda Challis. Can she, this gentle, lovable girl, with her fair, innocent face, be something less pure and perfect than he has believed her? The suspicion pains him as keenly as if she were his sister or his plighted wife. He lies awake for many a weary hour pondering over this painful question. For a little while, even his heart turns from poor Trot, who is distressed at finding his new friend less kind, but Trot soon makes himself beloved again. Whatever misery this little brown-eyed boy may have unconsciously occasioned, Alexis cannot help loving him. End of chapter 34.